Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 186 to Chapter 238. In the darkness, a droplet of water fell from the tip of the stalagmite on the ceiling, falling towards Li Qingshan's head. On the stone platform, Li Qingshan sat cross-legged, motionless. But within his body, a great change was happening. Extremely pure true energy flowed continuously in his yang-heal meridian. Then, strand by strand, it seeped into his bones and body, cleansing his entire body. A month had passed, and he had already taken nearly 3,000 qi-gathering pills, an average of 100 a day. This was an extremely terrifying number, enough to make any cultivator dumbfounded. His demonic qi had once again grown by leaps and bounds, but the first to break through was the Xianxia training of qi. The droplet of water that fell was smashed to pieces by the surging Xianxia 3 inches above Li Qingshan's head, but it still stirred up waves of Xianxia, nearing the brink of a breakthrough. The Xianxia that had been purified by the Sumera ring played an absolute role at this time. Without any obstacles, Li Qingshan broke through the 6th level of the Xiantian training of qi, reaching the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile. He was both gratified and emotional. He was gratified that the time he had spent was much shorter than the average qi practitioner. For example, Qian Rongji had also started cultivating from a young age, and she had taken a few years to reach the 2nd level of qi refining. The talent of the two could be said to be about the same, or in other words, equally mediocre. As for Diao Fei, who came from a sect and had the guidance of seniors, he was only at the 3rd level of qi refining at the age of 30. Li Qingshan's cultivation speed could not be said to be slow, but this could not be done without the support of a sea of medicinal pills. And without this Sumera ring, no matter how many medicinal pills he had, it would be useless. But refining the impurities in the medicinal pills would take 10 times the time. He felt refreshed and couldn't help but wonder how little and was doing. Li Qingshan suppressed his desire to come out of seclusion. He was already very close to the 2nd stage of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, so close that he was only 1 step away. He could not give up now. He needed to take advantage of this momentum to continue moving forward and master the 2nd stage of Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength. He even had to open his yang-heal meridian and reach the 3rd stage of qi refinement. A 16-year-old at the 3rd stage of qi refinement could be considered a genius. The spirit turtle's demon core flashed, and demon qi rose up from his body like smoke and fire. He had assumed his demon form. After a month of cultivation, he had finally broken through the bottleneck of 30 feet. Although this underground cave was huge, when Li Qingshan raised his horns, he was about to touch the stalagmites on the ceiling. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become a monster like Godzilla sooner or later. No, he was even more terrifying than Godzilla. With one step, the entire city would collapse in an earthquake. With a loud roar, everyone's head felt like exploding. In the underground palace, Xianxia had already completely lost his human form. His originally handsome face had completely caved in, and his skin was as withered and dull as an old man's. His eyes had lost all of their luster, and drool constantly dripped from his mouth. 10 days ago, he had been reduced to an idiot by the effects of the aphrodisiac pills he had ingested. Under Qian Rongji's yuan devouring technique, all of his true qi had been devoured clean. His vitality had not been spared either. In the end, he had lost his last sliver of life. He, who treated playing with women as his hobby, had been toyed with to death by a woman in the end. It was truly lamentable. On his body, Qian Rongji's snow-white body was covered in sweat. It was so smooth and glossy that it seemed like it could break with a gust of wind. Her face seemed even more charming and enchanting, like a tender green vine wrapped around a withered tree or a beautiful flower in full bloom. Her face, which had always been calm because of the calming pill, was now filled with ecstasy. Under his father's cultivation, Xianxia's true qi was extremely abundant. It was at least 10 times more than Qian Rongji's. Qian Rongji accepted all of them without hesitation. Her true qi had broken through to the 4th layer of qi refining, and it had reached a full state. She could look forward to reaching the 5th layer as well. Although the yuan devouring technique was terrifying, it could not completely digest the true qi of a 6th layer qi practitioner. There was bound to be some loss and dissipation. Otherwise, she could have reached the 6th layer directly. Qian Rongji was already quite satisfied that they could reach this level. Of course, it was not without its disadvantages. The true qi was too complex, and she needed more spring breeze and rain pills to integrate it. But she was not worried about this. As long as her realm improved, she would naturally have more ways to obtain better medicinal pills. From the beginning, she had never intended to rely on ordinary people to cultivate these two big and small arts. There were too many impurities, and the cultivation speed was too slow. Moreover, the difference in the true qi's attribute was too great, which made it harder to digest. There might even be the problem of conflicting true qi. Therefore, she did not want to find trouble with ordinary qi practitioners. Those from the same sect who also cultivated the Heart Sutra would be the best prey. A fire talisman turned the dried corpse into ashes. She thought, it's time to report to the sect that young sect Master Wei is impatient and has gone to the zombie cave to look for Li Qingshan. She took out another medicinal pill and swallowed it. Her true qi was once again suppressed to the third layer of qi refining. Then, she took a bath and changed her clothes. She walked out of the underground palace and raised her head to see the clear autumn sky. She smiled brighter than the sun. Fate is in my own hands. In a room with a wide field of view, Wang Puxi threw a thick stack of documents on the long mahogany table in front of Hua Sengzan. What do you think? Hua Sengzan leaned against the armchair and crossed his legs on the table. With a wave of his hand, the documents flew up and lined up in the air. Hua Sengzan turned his head back and forth. His eyes moved rapidly as he glanced at each piece of paper, taking in every sentence in his mind. I saw them pass by here. We came out together with Qingshan, but I don't know where he is. He said himself that he has a grudge against Shuozhibua. Our sect master said that he must bring that child back no matter what. It was as if countless voices were whispering to each other in different tones. A moment later, the papers flew back to the table and neatly piled up. Hua Sengzan opened his eyes. If what he Yisher said is true. Wang Puxi said, what is it? Hua Sengzan smiled. Li Qingshan tricked Shuozhibua to death, and then he killed Lao Shishan. Absolutely detailed information could be processed by a clever brain, removing the false impressions and filling in the blanks. It would never be too far away from the truth of the matter. Wang Puxi frowned. That's impossible. He's only a second-layer qi practitioner. How could he kill Shuozhibua and so many Black Wolf guards? Hua Sengzan said, he's a second-layer qi practitioner who killed a fifth-layer qi practitioner, and he might not have done it himself. He might have lured Shuozhibua to some demon nest. You know that underground isn't safe. There are many places that even we are afraid of venturing into. Wang Puxi nodded. Underground could be regarded as a forbidden zone for humans. Hua Sengzan continued, it might also be a trap laid down by several hundred explosion talismans, like the fire lightning bombs of the school of Moism. As long as they choose a good location and trigger a small earthquake, killing a group of qi practitioners won't be too difficult. Anyway, there are just too many ways to kill them. If it weren't for Li Qingshan, do you want me to believe that Shuozhibua lost his way underground? Li Qingshan lured away Shuozhibua and the others, but he returned safe and sound. Old Wang, if you don't consider things like cultivation, isn't the outcome very simple? Only the victor can come back alive. Of course, the loser will die somewhere unknown. I also feel like Shuozhibua is done for. Wang Puxi gradually believed him. He had undergone the heavenly tribulation and reached Foundation establishment, embarking on the path of seeking immortality and becoming an authoritative Scarlet Hawk commander. However, he had always admired Hua Sengzan's resourcefulness. He could not help but admit that there were indeed geniuses in the world. If it were not for that person, he probably would have broken through to Foundation establishment a long time ago, or even surpassed him. Hua Sengzan said, afterwards, Li Qingshan and Lao Shishan stayed together. In the end, the two of them vanished together. According to He Yisher, Li Qingshan carried an iron plate corpse with him. With Lao Shishan's ability as a sixth-layer qi practitioner, he's certain to die against the iron plate corpse. Perhaps the kid is currently cultivating in seclusion somewhere with his spoils of battle. Wang Puxi said furiously, that kid really is an ingrate. I shouldn't have let him join the Hawkwolf Guard in the first place. Hua Sengzan winked at him mischievously. Back then, you never thought he could kill Feng Zhang and actually report to Jiaping City, right? Wang Pushi glared at him viciously. He's pretty lucky. Hua Sengzan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. Once or twice his luck. If he manages to escape death and defeat a powerful opponent every single time, it's not luck anymore, but strength. Wang Pushi said, though, his luck has run out. Hua Sengzan lowered his head and said in surprise, what do you want to do? Wang Pushi said, obviously I want to apprehend him and bring him to justice. He's only been in the Hawkwolf Guard for a few months, and he's already plotting against 2 commanders. I've never seen a Black Wolf Guard as bold as him. He's completely lawless. Hua Sengzan said, look, that's just my speculation. It might not necessarily be true. Not to mention, there's no evidence, so why would he admit to it? Wang Pushi said, are we just going to let it go if he doesn't admit to it? Hua Sengzan said, Shuajibua is looking to die. He's even willing to mobilize so many people to plot against his own subordinates, yet he's not allowed to retaliate? He stayed in Jiaping City for far too long, and he's become far too close to the sect. It's about time for someone else to replace him. Wang Pushi said, Lao Shishan was silenced by that kid, so he deserved it? Hua Sengzan curled his lip. He probably deserved it. If he wanted to silence them, he should have silenced those disciples of Moism the most, especially that one called He Shi. His testimony seemed like he was eager to prove that Li Qingshan was the culprit, yet he ended up saving them instead. If he had even the slightest bit of malice in his heart, he would have let them die to the zombie Daoists' hands. Since he's already wiped the slate clean, and it can't be considered as purposeful murder, why should we act like petty people? In certain places and in the eyes of certain people, the deaths of 2 Black Wolf commanders was an earth-shaking matter, but in other places and in the eyes of other people, it was just a small matter. The difference in authority led to completely different perspectives. Whether it was Wang Pushi who disliked Li Qingshan or Hua Sengzan who liked Li Qingshan, they both treated this as a small matter. They reached an agreement with just a few words. Wang Pushi said, fair enough. It's not like we need to do anything if we want to deal with that kid anyway. Hua Sengzan asked, what's wrong? Wang Pushi said, Vice Sect Master Wei has already taken the 4 grannies to Jiaping City. His son of a bitch has gone underground to find Li Qingshan. He hasn't returned, so I think he's done for. What, didn't you hear your mistress mention it? Hua Sengzan said, you said it yourself. She's his mistress, not his wife. He's the sect master, so he obviously has to consider the interests of the sect. The child really does seem to be quite important to them. They really don't take the words of a vice commander seriously. He had told them not to touch Li Qingshan. Now that the sect had ignored him and forcefully taken action, it was equivalent to ignoring his authority. Wang Pushi raised an eyebrow. You've undergone the heavenly tribulation. If we work together, I'd like to see just who in the 1500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture dares to defy your will, Hua Sengzan? 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and Black Wolf Guards would definitely possess great authority in the entire Clear River Prefecture. Compared to them, the 10th layer of Qi Practitioner was only a single step away, but it was worlds apart. Hua Sengzan smiled heartlessly. Cultivation is about going with the flow. It can't be forced. Wang Pushi said, whatever. We'll do as you say this time. We won't capture him, nor will we protect him. We'll just wait and see. I'd like to see whether the kid can survive this or not. Hua Sengzan leapt up and crouched down on the table. He patted Wang Pushi's shoulder. He's someone that Boss Gu admires no matter what. Old Wang, don't be upset. It might affect your cultivation. Wang Pushi said, so what? I'm also someone that Elder Gu, Commander Gu admires, and I was almost brought in by you. If I didn't have this spirit, I'd be a dying old man right now. I am going to the 100 schools of thought. Let's see which kid is willing to go down there and take over the position of vice commander. Regular Qi practitioners could only barely become a Black Wolf Guard after putting their lives on the line. On the other hand, those who came from the 100 schools of thought were directly appointed as commanders. The gap between them was huge. After Wang Pushi left, Hua Sengzan's face darkened as he sighed. Even if he was extremely intelligent and prided himself on being a genius, what was the use if he couldn't close the gap? While the geniuses stood still and sighed, the mortals crawled on the ground. Pa! An extremely loud slap sent Qian Rongji flying. He rolled and hit the wall hard before falling to the ground. His cheek was already swollen. Blood oozed from the corner of his lips. He no longer seemed charming at all. Why didn't you stop him? Why did you only report it now? A gray-haired, middle-aged man in luxurious violet clothes roared out. His true chi surged, pressing down on Qian Rongji from afar. She was immobilized like a bug. The middle-aged man was the vice-sect master of the sect, a 10th-layer chi practitioner, Wei Zhongyuan. He had already reached the highest level of the secret art, only a step away from foundation establishment. He was someone who stood at the apex of chi practitioners. To the left and right of the hall were 4 haggard old women. They all wore heavy makeup, and their appearances were strange. The smell of makeup could be smelled from 10 steps away. They focused on drawing their eyebrows and manicuring their nails. None of them even glanced at Qian Rongji. A few young male escorts followed behind them, serving her carefully. One of them was Grandma Shimen. 2 handsome young men were massaging her shoulders. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. She didn't care about the pitiful state of her disciple at all. Qian Rongji's eyes were filled with tears. She said with great grievance, "I really couldn't persuade young Master Wei. Sect Master, this really isn't my fault. You still dare to talk back." Wei Zhongyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed Qian Rongji. True Chi flew out 10 feet and grabbed her in the air. "With my son's temperament, if he wasn't bewitched by you, bitch, why would he take the initiative to look for Li Qingshan? There's still no news of him." If it wasn't for the fact that Qian Rongji's strength was too low, he would almost suspect that it was Qian Rongji who did it. This was obviously not the wisdom of rational thinking. It was just anger. With a miserable shriek, Qian Rongji's bones creaked, almost about to be crushed. Really?" The door swung open loudly, and a few black wolf guards swaggered in. "What are you doing?" When they saw the situation in the room, they all paled in fright. They had received news that a black wolf guard had been trapped in the building, so they had rushed over in a hurry. However, they never expected to see such a powerful group of chi practitioners. They had almost become speechless. What are you doing? Are you killing a member of the Hawkwolf Guard?" Only then did Wei Zhongyuan remember that Qian Rongji had an identity like that. Grandma Shimen coughed gently. "Sect Master, forget it. This isn't Rongji's fault. Let's hurry up and find little Jia. I've watched that child grow up. I don't want anything to happen to him." Wei Zhongyuan snorted coldly and tossed Qian Rongji aside viciously. None of the black wolf guards dared to help her up. Qian Rongji propped herself up and knelt towards Grandma Shimen in gratitude. "Thank you, Granny." Then she bowed towards Wei Zhongyuan. "Thank you, Sect Master. If we can't find Jia, you'll be in for a treat." With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhongyuan made his way out of the door. The 4 grannies followed closely behind him. The young people giggled as they walked past Qian Rongji. They glanced at Qian Rongji in disheveled disdain and discussed loudly, "Look at her. She's just like a bitch." A young man beside Grandma Shimen said, "Isn't that right? She even wants to suck up to Granny. How shameless." Qian Rongji lowered her head. Her disheveled hair covered her face, such that no one could see the light flashing through her eyes. Fortunately, she had thought of sending people to ask for reinforcements from the Hawkwolf Guard. Otherwise, if she really did end up being killed by this crazy old bastard, it would be a waste. She was a 10th-layer chi practitioner. If she used the vitality devouring technique, would she be able to break through to the 6th layer and condense a sea of chi? A few black wolf guards glanced at Qian Rongji. One of them said, "Do you know what the consequences are now for going to the door? When will this building open for business? Seeing as we're all colleagues, we'll definitely go and take care of the business. Once you recover, Rongji, you have to serve us well." They all smiled obscenely as they brazenly studied Qian Rongji's slender figure. They were originally black wolf guards who had been pushed to the sidelines by Zhuo Zhibua. They were filled with jealousy and contempt towards Qian Rongji, who had hooked up with Shuozhibua as soon as she joined the Hawkwolf Guard. Now that Shuozhibua had passed away, they all felt like it was time for them to make a comeback. They all felt extremely delighted, becoming arrogant from their success. Xianrongji stood up. Under the soothing of true qi, her swollen face returned to normal, only leaving behind some bruises. She wiped away the blood from the corner of her lips and smiled. Rongji just happened to want to carry out a mission, but I'm alone, so I'm afraid I won't be able to succeed. Please assist me, big brothers. Rongji will definitely repay your kindness properly. The Black Wolf Guards looked at one another. They were all tempted, and they became even more scornful. In their eyes, Xianrongji was just a whore who had sold herself. Now that the person she relied on, Shuozhibua, had passed away, she obviously wanted to find someone else to rely on. One of them was a 4th-layer qi practitioner, while the other 3 were 3rd-layer qi practitioners. They were basically the remaining backbone of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaping City. They were very trustworthy. It was perfect for them to try out this woman. It was not like they were afraid of her playing any tricks with their strength anyway. When Xianrongji and the 4 Black Wolf Guards went to the Eagle Hunting Tower to receive a mission and were about to set off, they just happened to run into Diao Fei. Diao Fei glanced at Xianrongji and immediately dodged. He asked politely, "What are you up to?" The leader of the 4th-layer qi practitioners said, "A small mission. There's a demonic beast causing trouble, so we're going to take a look. Do you want to come with us?" "Hee hee, big brother, this is just a small mission. Aren't there a little too many people?" A Black Wolf Guard smiled obscenely, which led to another round of laughter. Together. Diao Fei was already trying to avoid this woman, so where did you get the courage to go on a mission with her? After the mission in Ancient Wind City, he had become extremely vigilant towards Li Qingshan and Xianrongji. He swore that he would never travel with them again. He kept a low profile and moved around alone, accumulating resources and avoiding many problems. He was just about to break through to the 4th layer. When he heard that Shuozhibua had led a group of Black Wolf Guards to hunt down Li Qingshan, he could not be like the other Black Wolf Guards, firmly believing that Li Qingshan was dead for sure. In the end, 9 Hawkwolf Guards had vanished, including 2 Hawkwolf commanders. He was not certain that Li Qingshan was behind this, but he felt like Li Qingshan definitely had something to do with it. As a result, he became even more certain of his belief that he could not travel with a tiger. While it was possible to prevent a tiger from attacking people, it was impossible to prevent a venomous snake from attacking people. His gaze towards the Black Wolf Guards was rather strange. There was basically some pity. "I still have matters to attend to." Afterwards, he left in a hurry. "That guy sure is unsociable." "Forget it. Let's go." The 4th-layer qi practitioner placed his hand on Xianrongji's waist naturally and slid it down. Xianrongji smiled. Although it would be slightly troublesome if she was compatible with foreign true qi, how could she turn down a prey that had delivered itself to her? The next day, Xianrongji returned to Jiaping silently. She returned to the underground palace on the 2nd floor with 4 round, gunny sacks. Whether it was geniuses or mortals, they all had to survive, using their own methods. However, when mortals were unwilling to be mediocre and be at the mercy of fate, they wanted to possess everything that a genius possessed. They had to rack their brains and pay a price. This price was not just hard work and hardship. They even had to sacrifice their dignity, endure humiliation, give up their emotions, and throw themselves into the sea of bitterness of hell. The strength of 2 oxen when he swallowed 1,000 of them together, he felt like he had swallowed a huge bomb. He felt like there was a ball of fire in his stomach, about to burn through it. If it were not for the fact that he had already demonified and his body was much tougher than regular people, this entire process would have been enough to claim his life. Under the effects of the medicine, the demon qi gradually became violent. It went out of control, rampaging about recklessly as if it was trying to rip Li Qingshan to pieces. If it were not for the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging that had forged his body to the point of being as tough as steel, even regular demons would have exploded. With so many advantages, he would not be a man if he did not treat himself a little harsher. He ignored the pain in his body and forcefully moved his body. He raised his legs, lifted his shoulders, and punched out, guiding the demon Qi along a certain path. He repeated the three forms of the ox demon: stamps its hooves, the ox demon butts its horns, and the ox demon forges its hide countless times. He swore to himself that he would break through to the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and obtain the strength of 2 oxen. Only then would he emerge and see little Anne. Above the wasteland, 5 figures flew over at high speed. They were Wei Zhongyuan and the other 4. Every single one of them was surrounded by streams of air. They did not touch the ground as they moved with the wind. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind, appearing extremely graceful. A farmer happened to be farming in the fields. When he saw this from afar, he immediately knelt on the ground and called out, "Immortals." The 5 of them did not even glance at him. They turned around together and flew over the river, kicking up waves. They followed the river and arrived at the entrance of the zombie cave. Just now, they stopped and stood on the surface of the water, gazing at the pitch-black cave that seemed like the mouth of a beast. There might be danger in the cave. The 2 commanders of the Hawkwolf Guard have probably died in there. It's very likely for an iron plate corpse to follow Li Qingshan, Wei Zhongyuan said cautiously, displaying his bearing as the master of a sect. With what we're capable of, an iron plate corpse is nothing. Grandma Dongmen said scornfully, if it's a steel plate corpse, then it's worth dealing with seriously. If it's a bronze demon corpse, then I'll leave immediately without another word. The Westgate granny smiled sinisterly. Elder sister, you're already so old, yet you keep saying stupid things. There are many demonic beasts and monsters underground, and there are even demon generals. Encountering a demonic beast is a huge problem. If we encounter a demon general, all 5 of us will be buried underground. Grandma Dongman raised her eyebrows. She hated it when people said she was old. She scolded, "Old thing, do you think I'm ignorant? Why would a demon general be in such a shallow place? If there really are demon generals, what right does the zombie Taoist have to build a dwelling here?" Wei Zhongyuan said, "Don't quarrel, there's no harm in being careful. This time we must rescue my son, kill that Li Qingshan, and capture that child with the aspect of outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance. Let's go." With a flick of his sleeve, he took the lead and flew into the cave. The scorching heat in Li Qingshan's abdomen gradually spread to his entire body. His dark skin began to redden slightly. As soon as his sweat oozed out, it was reduced to white steam, constantly rising up from his muscular body. It was like he had entered a steamer. His movements for the ox demon's fist of great strength became slower and slower as well. In the end, he basically became as slow as Taiji fist. His movements slowed down. Even the thin air seemed to become viscous as well. However, with every punch he threw out, he could move the air in the entire cave. The air was like the demon Qi in his body, clashing back and forth. It created a heavy, buzzing sound in the narrow cave. Cultivation had already reached its most crucial point. The 5 of them arrived at the first fork. Just when Wei Zhongyuan was about to sense for auras, Grandma Shimen was already prepared. She took out an oval-shaped wooden sphere. "What's this?" "A pathfinding hive. That kid surnamed He from the Mahist family sold it to me. He even told me to keep it a secret." Grandma Shimen twisted the mechanism and projected a complete map of the underground. It was the record left behind by the Mahist disciples when they entered last time. The 5 of them flew straight in the direction of the zombie cave. They were as fast as birds. The scarlet color on Li Qingshan's body became more and more obvious. It seeped out from within his body, making him look like a cast iron block. The red light in his eyes also became brighter and brighter. There was a sound of stretching metal. His body continued to grow, becoming taller and stronger. 33 feet, 35 feet, 37 feet. This process was extremely painful. However, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. He was full of joy. In a moment, the 5 of them arrived at the zombie cave. Without hesitation, they barged in and searched everywhere. However, all the rooms were empty. Only the training room was sealed by a huge rock. Grandma Shimen asked, "Is it here?" Wei Zhongyuan stepped forward without hesitation. He casually pushed out his palm, and the huge rock shattered with a loud bang. Li Qingshan's body suddenly grew by 12 feet, reaching 12 feet. He let out a roar, shook his arms, and spread them to the sides. He let out a roar. The lake water beside him was suddenly pushed away, crashing against the surrounding rock walls. It created huge waves that were several feet high. The falling waterfall almost flowed backwards. The bottom of the lake with a circumference of 30 feet around him was exposed. It turned out that Li Qingshan disliked the low ceiling of the training cave, so he came to this underground lake where he ambushed Shuozhibua and the others. The space here was 20 feet high, allowing him to stretch freely. It just so happened that he avoided the people of the sect. Li Qingshan laughed carefreely. He had finally cultivated the ox demon's fist of great strength to the second layer. The strength of his body increased to an extremely terrifying level. The lake water flowed backwards, forming a huge whirlpool beside him. It was enough to overturn a boat, but it could only submerge up to his waist. A figure flew towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stretched out his hand, and the figure landed in his palm. It was little Anne. He was also smiling, happy for him. Li Qingshan felt his body was filled with explosive power. He had never felt so good before. He waded to the side of the lake and pressed his hand against the rock wall. The rock that had experienced countless years of silence was so strong that it was difficult for swords and knives to damage it. But with just a light press, he didn't feel any resistance. His hand sank in, as if he was pressing into mud. Moreover, he faintly felt a faint connection with the rock. Then he did a new experiment. He took out a wind-entwining knife and slashed it at his chest. With a clang, sparks flew, and the wind-entwining knife bounced off. On his body, not even a white mark was left. Afterwards, he took out Shuozhibua's mid-grade spiritual artifact knife and mimicked Shuozhibua's speed and strength, stabbing himself. He felt a slight pain, but it did not pierce through either. With the completion of the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, not only had his strength increased, but his terrifying defense had also increased. If he included the spirit turtle's profound shell, then even Hao Pingyang's yellow dragon's cannon of devouring light would not be able to harm a hair on him. With this demonic body, even if hundreds or thousands of sixth-layer Qi practitioners stood in front of him, they would still be tortured to death. Right now, the only question he had to consider was, with this power, would he be able to defeat a ninth-layer Qi practitioner like the Westgate Granny? A sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. The sect was determined to take little and away, which touched on his reverse scale. He made up his mind to kill them. However, he suppressed this killing intent soon afterwards. The sect was still an undefeatable colossus. He needed to be even more patient right now. Wei Zhongyuan looked at the empty cultivation room. He's not here. No, he's been here before. The South Gate Granny wiped the stone table. There was not a speck of dust on it. When Little End was bored, he would often order the puppets and iron plate corpses to clean up the place. Grandma Shiman said sinisterly, "He'll definitely come back. We can set up a trap here and wait for him." They all glanced at one another. One of them immediately hid in the darkness and erased all of their auras, waiting for Li Qingshan to walk right into their trap. It was possible to imagine that as soon as Li Qingshan set foot in there, he would be like a tiger in a stone cage. He would struggle to break free easily. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and looked at his appearance in the water. He smiled bitterly. His current appearance was like those tough, black basketball superstars from his past life. His rock-like muscles bulged, making him seem like a vicious beast as he stood there. He did not seem like a 16-year-old at all. He opened his mouth and rubbed his long, sharp teeth. He felt even more helpless. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression just happened to suppress the first layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging. Now that Li Qingshan had reached the second layer of the ox demon's fist of great strength, that was equivalent to breaking this balance. Immediately, the characteristics of many demons manifested. If he reached the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging, he probably would not be able to suppress these changes and would not be able to revert to human form. Forget it. The most important thing about a man isn't his appearance. Li Qingshan said to Little Anne, "He's very courageous like this, right?" Little Anne nodded. She liked him no matter what he looked like. Li Qingshan said, "All right. Let's go back." He took a step forward and felt his foot soften. Looking down, he left behind a deep footprint. He exhaled gently and began to focus on controlling his strength. He walked forward step by step, no longer feeling like he was stepping on air. His footsteps became faster and faster. Gradually, he felt like there was a strange elasticity on the firm ground, allowing him to travel even further with each step. In the zombies' immortals cave, the 5 peak chi practitioners of the sect waited silently. They waited for a long time. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. The stone table was covered with another layer of dust. As chi practitioners, none of them were impatient people. However, if they kept waiting like this, when would they ever reach the end? Li Qingshan originally wanted to return to the zombie king's dwelling, but his stomach began to rumble. It was as loud as thunder. He rubbed his belly. "I feel like I can eat 10 cows. Let's go eat something first." The food in the dozen or so hundred treasures pouches had all been devoured by him a long time ago. Although he would not starve to death even if he did not eat as long as he had chi-gathering pills and could absorb the energy of the world through the spirit turtle's demon core, eating actual food still had its benefits. Moreover, it was an inalienable joy of life. Afterwards, he took out the underground mental map and found the closest exit that led to the surface. He made his way out. P.S. Li Qingshan has become Li Erniu. Everyone applaud and welcome him. I'm begging for monthly votes. Searching for a place to cultivate, the exit was in a forest. It was currently late autumn, so the entire mountain was dyed red. Red, yellow, and green merged together to form an ever-changing landscape. The bright sunlight landed before him, and he blinked his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the fresh air above ground. Sure enough, the surface was more suitable for survival. The zombie Taoist's dwelling was too deep underground, so he could not come out often for fresh air. It would be best if he could find a cave that was relatively well hidden and build a large house on top of it. Afterwards, he could go underground whenever he wanted, and he could come out whenever he wanted. Wouldn't that be great? Of course, the zombie Taoist did not naturally like staying underground. He had his own considerations. If he built his dwelling too shallow, it would be very easy for the Hawkwolf guard to attack his base and raid his lair. The location of his dwelling was very particular as well. When Li Qingshan cultivated there, he would feel his true qi circulate much faster, and his Feng Qi acupoint could sense that the spiritual qi of the world in the cave was much denser than other places. Spiritual veins crisscrossed underground. The dwelling must have been located on a certain spiritual vein, just like the word earth in the 4 words wealth, companionship, method, and earth. Although it was not at the level of a legendary blessed land, it was still very beneficial to cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's path of cultivation was not one of gradual progress. Instead, he relied on tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully build up his cultivation. The significance of the spiritual land was not particularly great to him. It was not like he would show himself before he finished all the pills on him anyway. Opening the mental map of the Green Province, Li Qingshan confirmed his location. He was 100 kilometers southeast of Jiaoping City. He was close to leaving the territory of the Hawkwolf Guard of Jiaoping City, which was exactly what he wanted. 15 kilometers to the south was a small city. It was called Salt Mountain City because it was located on a mountain of salt. The value of salt mines was no less than gold and iron. Although practitioners did not pay much attention to it, it was a place that people in the Jianghu would fight for. Whether it was to occupy a salt mine or to transport salt, experts were needed to protect them. Therefore, the practice of martial arts was very strong. Everyone on the street was armed with blades and swords. The greatest organization in the city was the Proud Sword Manor. They claimed to have 3,000 disciples, and the lord of the manor, Yu Shuquang, was a first-rate master of the current age, a leading figure in the orthodox world. His wielding of the sword had reached perfection, and he slaughtered all of the weak. He was basically the true controller of Salt Mountain City. Even the district magistrate had to bow to him when he saw him. However, Great Hero Yu also had his own worries. Most of the worries of the strong were when they encountered someone stronger than them and felt helpless. Dilla Master Yu, I'll be taking these children with me. A middle-aged man spoke. He was dressed in green and carried a long sword in a green scabbard. His collar and cuffs were embroidered with patterns of green vines. His aura was that of a third-layer chi refinement cultivator. There were 4 children around 12 or 13 years old standing beside him. All of them looked excited and reluctant. Yu Shuquang smiled along. All right. Please feel free to take them with you, Brother Liu. These children will definitely have a better future in the Green Vine Mountain. These children were his most outstanding disciples of the young generation. 2 of them came from poor backgrounds, and he had even spent money and effort to nurture them for a few years, just so that he could add a few more masters to the Proud Sword sect in the future. However, he had never thought that they would end up benefiting someone else. This disciple of the Green Vine Mountain had come over, and all he had to do was say a few words before taking them away. How could he not feel pained? Cultivation sects also required outstanding talents to replenish their blood. However, chi practitioners were few in number at the end of the day, so it was impossible for them to go around looking for suitable talents. Directly going to the various large gangs of the Jianghu became an extremely time-saving and labor-saving method. Many cultivation sects would even establish their own gangs just to expand their influence and make it easier for them to recruit disciples. Our Green Vine Mountain obviously won't take advantage of you for free. Here's a chi gathering pill. It'll benefit you greatly when you break through to the innate realm. Lu Fengrui placed down an embroidered box. There was a chi gathering pill in the box pitifully, but he acted like he was rewarding Yu Shuquang arrogantly. Yu Shuquang cursed inside. Do you really think I'm a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world? Chi gathering pills were commonly used by chi practitioners. With his wealth, even buying several dozen would not be a problem. It would not be of much help when he broke through to the innate realm. However, he acted like he was flattered. That's far too precious. At this moment, a disciple reported, Manor Lord, someone wants to see you. Yu Shuquang said furiously, can't you see that I'm receiving an esteemed guest? The disciple said pitifully, but he said he's your friend, Manor Lord. Lu Fengrui said, if that's the case, I'll be taking my leave first. Yu Shuquang stood up in a hurry to send him off. He nodded and bowed along the way as he sighed inside. Zijian, oh Zijian, don't disappoint me. Cultivate well and come back to support me. After arriving at the main entrance, Yu Shuquang glanced out of the corner of his eye. He saw a figure as tall and burly as an ox sitting on a long bench, waiting. He wore a large, conical hat on his head, obscuring his appearance. Beside him was a large bamboo basket with a lid, so it was impossible to tell what was inside. The disciple whispered, Manor Lord, that's him. Yu Shuquang was confident that he did not have a friend like that, or it would be impossible for him to not remember such a special figure. No, it should be said that he had never seen such a burly figure in his life. The figure stood up with a whoosh and blocked Yu Shuquang's path. Great hero Yu, long time no see. In that moment, Yu Shuquang basically felt his vision darken. The heavy voice was rather familiar, you are? Li Qingshan raised his hat slightly. Although his figure and skin had changed drastically, and even his face had become rather strange, Yu Shuquang still recognized him with a single glance. He cried out, you're. Lu Fengrui ignored Yu Shuquang and directly boarded the carriage and left. He had never taken Great Hero Yu seriously the entire time. Yu Shuquang was not in the mood to feel angry right now. The tiger butcher had come looking for him, so what good could it be? For a moment, he was stunned. Let's talk inside. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he wanted to express some goodwill, but when he revealed his long fangs, he seemed even more vicious and malicious. Yu Shuquang shuddered. He followed Li Qingshan back into the manor unknowingly. He had no idea what he had done wrong today. Li Qingshan had specially searched for a city that was slightly larger on the map and did not have chi practitioners. That would make it easier for him to buy food and drink, which was why he chose Salt Mountain City. However, his appetite was just too great. If he went to buy it himself, it would be far too troublesome, and it would easily raise suspicion. If the informants of the Hawkwolf Guard saw him, it would be very inappropriate. As a result, he was in urgent need of someone with local influence to help him deal with these matters. He could vaguely remember that Yu Shuquang had once invited him to Salt Mountain City as a guest in an extremely friendly restaurant in Lakeside City back then. As a result, he had come looking for him. Yu Shuquang dispersed the disciple tactfully. He asked, "Sir Li, why have you come all the way here?" Li Qingshan said, "There are a few matters that I'd like to trouble you with." He casually placed down a stack of silver notes. "There's around 1,000,000 taels of silver here. You can treat it as a deposit." "Sir, you can't do that. As long as I, Yu Shuquang, have a use for me, I'll do anything, no matter what." Yu Shuquang beamed with joy, but what he thought was, who would be bold enough to accept the tiger butcher's silver? "Take it," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "Yes." Yu Shuquang immediately stowed the silver away. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Who would be bold enough to refuse the tiger butcher's silver? Li Qingshan said, "There's a manor in the mountains to the southeast of the city. I want to buy it and stay there for a while. I'll use this silver." "Yes. I'll get someone to handle it right now." "No, I'll handle it personally. I guarantee that you'll be able to move in tonight." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. "I don't want anyone to know I'm here, including your relatives and friends, especially your daughter. If news of this gets out." "Definitely not. If I tell anyone else about this, then I, Yu Shuquang, will be destroyed by the heavens." Yu Shuquang immediately raised his right hand and swore an oath. Li Qingshan interrupted him. "There's no need for you to swear. I don't rely on this. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't mistreat you. I won't be like that person earlier, who only gave you a qi-gathering pill." Yu Shuquang was both ashamed and surprised. Li Qingshan had actually heard the conversation in the main hall 300 meters away from the entrance. Li Qingshan said, "Where's the qi-gathering pill?" Yu Shuquang took out the embroidered box in a hurry. Li Qingshan accepted it and tossed the qi-gathering pill into his mouth. "The quality is quite good." Yu Shuquang's face sank. Qi-gathering pills were extremely precious pills to masters of the Jianghu who cultivated inner force like him. They could easily be sold for 100 or 200,000 taels of silver outside. He was just bluffing when he said he wouldn't mistreat him. Li Qingshan took out a new pill from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it in the embroidered box. "Do you recognize this pill?" Yu Shuquang's eyes immediately widened. "This is 100 grasses pill." This was much rarer and more precious than qi-gathering pills. It was basically priceless. Even 200,000 taels of silver could not buy it. If he could ingest one, his chances of breaking through to the innate realm would increase slightly. Li Qingshan passed the embroidered box back to Yu Shuquang. "You can treat this as a deposit. I hope we can work well together." Fear and profit had always been the best methods to control people. Li Qingshan just happened to lack both. An hour later, Li Qingshan obtained the deed to the estate. He stood up and bade farewell. "Oh right, don't call me by my name in the future." "Then what should I call you?" Li Qingshan thought about it. "Just call me Niu Er." Yu Shuquang was experienced in the Jianghu as well. He could tell that Li Qingshan wanted to conceal his name a long time ago, but he did not agree with Li Qingshan's taste in naming. Li Qingshan said, "Also, send 10 tables, no, 20 tables of food every day in the future." After cultivating underground during this period of time, his mouth had almost become bland. Standing in the estate in the call, the entire estate had already been cleaned. It had even been sprinkled with water. He had no idea how Yu Shuquang had managed to do it. The surroundings were shaded by the mountains and forests. The scenery was elegant, yet very quiet. At the same time, it was close to Salt Mountain City. It was the ideal place for cultivation for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan placed down the bamboo basket on him, and little and climbed out. He looked around and seemed very satisfied. Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and compared it with the mental map of the Green Province once again. The map indicated that there was a cave that just happened to pass through here. It was only a few meters deep in the earth. As long as he put in some effort, he could make a tunnel. If he really was discovered by the door, then he could flee underground. As long as he made a few turns and hid his aura, even the door wouldn't be able to catch him. The estate occupied an area of several hundred acres. Because it was built in the mountains, it had just been cleaned and covered with many yellow leaves. The winding path led to a secluded garden. The tranquility gave off an ancient aura. Who knew how many years it had been through? The original designs on the walls and beams had all been blurred, but it had lost some of its splendor. Instead, it had gained some accumulated weathering. Li Qingshan was extremely satisfied. It was even better than the Hawkwolf Guard's building. He lowered his head. Looks like we'll have to stay here for a while. As he rubbed Little Ant's head, he said, once I soar into the sky and master my martial arts, I'll draw out everyone in the door one by one and bleed them dry. They'll be daydreaming if they think they can take you away, ha 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 ha. He laughed resplendently as he said, yeah, no one can take me away. Little Ant was infected by his laughter. Probably just throwing money at Yu Shuquang was not enough for him to buy this place. He also relied on the deterrence of the violent gang that was the Proud Sword Manor. Just like how the bigger fish ate the smaller fish ate the shrimps, any disciple from the Green Vine Mountain could deal with Great Hero Yu obediently. It would be a piece of cake for Great Hero Yu to turn around and deal with a few wealthy merchants. What a cruel class society. Li Qingshan sighed. He wandered around the estate, trying to figure out where to start digging. Little Ant pulled out a book from the study. With a creak, the bookshelf flipped around, revealing a flight of stairs leading downwards. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up. Nicely done. Let's go in and take a look. As soon as Li Qingshan and Little Ant entered, the bookshelf closed up automatically. They were bold because of their skill, so they continued downwards without minding it. He discovered that it was a man-made secret room, divided into dozens of rooms, connected by many secret passages that led to the main buildings of the mansion. There was also a large amount of rice, flour, and oil stored inside. Li Qingshan had heard that many great families would build such secret passages when building their mansions. This was to prevent war and bandits from robbing them. They would have a place to hide, and perhaps they would be able to avoid extermination. However, this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. This saved him a lot of trouble. He took out the mental map and compared it again. Then, he came to a stone room, raised his right foot, and stomped down heavily. With a thump, the floor was covered in cracks. With a rumbling sound, the earth and stones collapsed, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. When the dust settled, all he saw was a huge hole in the floor. Li Qingshan stuck his head into the hole and looked around. Sure enough, it was connected to the underground cavern. He smiled in satisfaction. With this path of retreat, he could cultivate in peace. Returning to the surface, the 20 tables of food had already been delivered. Li Qingshan ate heartily, eating extremely happily. Little Ant ate a little with him too before putting down her chopsticks and holding her cheeks as she watched him eat. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Little Ant went to the study to read, while Li Qingshan meditated in the courtyard. He swallowed 10 chi-gathering pills in a single gulp. As soon as they were digested, they were swallowed by the spirit turtles Niden, all converted into demon chi. He decided to focus on the cultivation of the spirit turtles' method of chi suppression from today onwards, as if the spirit turtles' cultivation was too low, he would not be able to suppress the ox demon and tiger demon. He would not be able to assume human form, which would lead to quite a lot of trouble. The ox demon's fist of great strength and the tiger demon's fist of bone forging could greatly strengthen his body, granting him extraordinary battle prowess. What determined his cultivation as a demon was still the tiny demon cores condensed from the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression. The first layer of the spirit turtle's method of chi suppression was condensing a demon core, reaching the 6th layer of human chi practitioners. Once he reached the 2nd layer, he should be able to break through his current cultivation and become a demon general. He would no longer have to fear the door. However, this process was 10 times more difficult than reaching the 2nd layer with the ox demon and tiger demon. Of course, it was not exactly difficult. Instead, it would take up a lot of time. He really could not afford to waste several decades or even a century. He still wanted to find Gu Yining one day and get intimate with her. With a rustle, a century would pass. Even if she did not age, it would already be great if he could remember her name. No matter how deep the love at first sight was, how could it resist the invasion of time? It would be best if he worked hard for it before this thought was worn away. He had even promised Xianxia that he would take her to the Dragon Province. Once a century passed, who knew how fast her cultivation would be after she ingested the pills from the provincial lord's estate. It would be best if she completed her cultivation first before he had even achieved any major accomplishments in his cultivation. If that happened, wouldn't his promise become a joke? And, if he spent too much time on the ground, Brother Ox above the 9 heavens would probably grow impatient, even though he had never seen him grow impatient before. In short, it could only be described as advancing valiantly. He wanted to use tremendous amounts of pills to forcefully carve out a shortcut that would allow him to ascend to the heavens. He closed his eyes and drew in the spiritual qi of the world from the outside while receiving the effects of the pills from the inside. He constantly gathered, absorbed, and converted them. The blue sky was bathed in moonlight. He spat out the spirit turtle's demon core, which spun as it flew into the air and shone with azure light. It expanded and contracted like it was breathing, and a sliver of moonlight was sucked into the demon core. However, his consciousness rapidly sank, like a spirit turtle sinking into a bottomless abyss, entering a slumber that would last thousands of years. It was almost a state of nothingness. The spiritual qi of the world constantly surged into his demon core and his body. The part of his body that was usually the most sensitive to the spiritual qi of the world, the feng qi acupoint on the back of his head, seemed to have become the perfect entrance. A lot of the spiritual qi of the world directly surged into his yang heel meridian, flowing through his meridians. Originally, this was something that only foundation establishment cultivators could achieve, but this young man who possessed both the human and demon paths had achieved it unconsciously. The extremely pure spiritual qi of the world was something that only powerful cultivators who had truly embarked on the path of cultivation could enjoy, yet it had all flowed into the body of a puny qi practitioner like him. Compared to the spiritual qi of the world, the qi-gathering pills refined from the herbs meticulously gathered by humans were like distillers' grains to fine wine. Li Qingshan's innate method of practicing qi had already reached the 6th layer, reaching the highest level of the 2nd layer. The true qi that could be stored in his yang heel meridian was already full. The 7th stage of the innate method of training of qi naturally appeared in his mind, and he began to circulate it in a completely unconscious state. First, it surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint on his ankle. Due to the lack of Li Qingshan's control, it was unable to condense into a cone to pass through the barrier. It all gathered there, unable to advance. However, with the support of the spiritual qi of the world, the true qi surged over like the tide. Before the first had even subsided, another wave would rise. It did not grow tired of it, nor did it stop. It did not require the support of any pills at all, nor did it consume any of the true qi. It surged towards the Zhaohai acupoint endlessly. Even if it were 100 times, it would not shake the dam at all, but what about 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times? Finally, the dam collapsed, and the true qi surged into the yin heel meridian like a flood. Then, it faced the 2nd barrier. Originally, failure at any of the barriers meant that all previous efforts would be wasted, and one would have to start all over again. Therefore, when qi practitioners broke through their meridians and acupoints, they would always prepare as many pills and spirit stones as possible. It was as if they were injecting new water into the river of true qi. However, right now, the river of true qi in Li Qingshan's body was connected to the boundless ocean, and there was an endless amount of spiritual qi of the world. No matter how many times his true qi was blocked by the dam, it would not dissipate. Instead, it would silently proceed, and then another 100,000 times. Extremely slowly and steadily, the acupoints were broken through one by one, reaching the final destination of the yin heel meridian, the Qingming acupoint on his face. The acupoint's owner could not see clearly, so it was named Qingming. Once this acupoint was opened, qi practitioners could see far as if they were near, and small as if they were big. When Li Qingshan opened the yang heel meridian, this acupoint was the only way. There was no difficulty at all. True qi poured into the Qingming acupoint and connected with the yang heel meridian. It was like the convergence of 2 great rivers, forming a wondrous ring. Yin and yang qi flowed through the meridian endlessly. However, Li Qingshan had no idea about any of this. He had actually broken through to the 3rd layer of qi practitioner unknowingly. Probably no one would believe him even if he told them about this. The wind swept through the tall trees, and a withered leaf could not hold on any longer. It fell from the branch and drifted over the white wall, landing on Li Qingshan's shoulder. A soft, white hand extended over and caught the leaf before tossing it aside. Little and held a broom he had found somewhere and swept the fallen leaves in the courtyard into a pile. The puppet and the iron plate corpse were responsible for scooping up the fallen leaves with a wicker basket and tossing them outside the wall. Thump. 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 There were a few knocks on the door. Little and went over and opened the door. 2 disciples of the proud sword sect unloaded several dozen large food boxes from the carriage and placed them on the stone steps outside. A gentle-looking young man said, "Little sister, this is today's food. Is great hero Niao still cultivating?" Little and nodded. She seemed rather unaccustomed to this. In the past, it was always Li Qingshan who dealt with these social interactions. Li Qingshan was in a meditative state, so she had to deal with it. She was still very unused to it. The young man had already come a few times. He knew that Little and never spoke, so he did not mind. He said gently, "Do you want me to deliver the food boxes in today?" Little and shook her head. The young man was rather disappointed. He really wanted to see this great hero Niao, who even his master worshipped like a god, or in other words, treated him like a great enemy. Yu Shuquan did not dare to slight Li Qingshan. As he said, he sent 2 of his trusted disciples to deliver 20 tables of food every day. He had watched these 2 disciples grow up, so they could be regarded as half his sons. He had reminded them countless times about the importance of this matter and the importance of keeping their mouths shut, which only piqued the curiosity of the 2 young men. However, after coming a few times, all they could do was interact with this silent girl. The other young man said, "Little sister, who are you to great hero Niao?" Little and was taken aback. Even if she could speak, she would not be able to answer this question. The gentle-looking young man waved his whip, and the carriage entered the forest very quickly, vanishing from sight. Only Little and stood at the entrance alone, tidying up the food boxes. Suddenly, her heart shivered slightly. Little and opened her mouth. In the carriage, the 2 of them discussed, "Senior brother, I heard from the gatekeeper that Master Niao is 9 feet tall and as strong as an iron tower." The gentle young man expressed his doubt, "Is he really that tall? I always feel strange. How can there be a master with the surname Niao in this world? Why can't someone with the surname Niao be a master? My surname is Ma. I'm not talking about you. Why are you so anxious? Alas, such a good child. When she grows up, she will definitely be a great beauty. It's a pity that she is mute. How pitiful." The carriage had already traveled a very far distance, far beyond the range that ordinary first-class masters could hear. However, in front of the house, little Anne, who was moving the food boxes into the door, heard everything clearly. Her face slightly darkened. She put all the food boxes in a secret room with a lower temperature, waiting for Li Qingshan to wake up and eat. However, Li Qingshan did not wake up. She sat alone on the stone steps, facing the autumn wind and falling leaves. She opened her mouth, clenched her fists, and used all her strength to try to say a word. When she recovered her body, she still could not speak. The disappointment on Li Qingshan's face was engraved in her memory. Although he comforted her and said that it was okay, she never wanted to let him down. Therefore, when he was not paying attention, she practiced hard. However, it did not go well. There seemed to be an invisible barrier across her throat, preventing her from making any sound, even a syllable. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break through it. Her voice was taken away by the witch, and it seemed that she would never be able to get it back. Once again, she failed. Once again, her face was full of disappointment. She was so sad that she almost cried. Could it be that the heavens blame me for being too greedy? Since she could already feel his warmth and could stay by his side openly, she shouldn't be asking for more. After a long time, Li Qingshan opened her eyes and shook her head slightly. How did she accidentally enter meditation? Slowly opening her eyes, she saw Little and holding a broom that was taller than her, sweeping the fallen leaves. She smiled slightly in her heart. She was really bored but also felt a little sorry. He casually asked, "Little Anne, how long has it been?" Little and was absent-mindedly thinking about what to say when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly turned his head and said, "E." Li Qingshan stretched lazily and yawned. "What do you mean by E.S.I.?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Little and, you. It was as if he was the one who couldn't speak. Little and covered her mouth and widened her eyes. She clearly hadn't succeeded. After a few months of hard work, all he lacked was this flash of inspiration. Li Qingshan propped himself up on one knee and gulped. Then, he stretched out his hands and spoke as calmly as he could, "Relax. Let's try again." Little and put down his hand, opened his mouth, and said tentatively, "E." The short note seemed to come from the depths of his chest. Like a drop of water falling into a still lake, it rang out with a long lingering sound. She had a perfect body condensed from the path of white bone and great beauty, and even her vocal cords were the same. Even though it was just a simple note, it was still as pleasant as the strings of a zither. Li Qingshan beamed. "Great, let's try again." Little and also gained a little more confidence. She took a deep breath and said, "E." Her long, drawn-out note was like the sound of a phoenix's flute, lingering for 3 days. Li Qingshan took a step forward and hugged her tightly. "That's great. I knew you could do it." Little and rubbed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Qingshan helped her wipe her tears. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, I'm going to cry too." He pinched her cheek. Come. Say something else." Faced with Li Qingshan's hopeful gaze, Little N's face turned bright red. Finally, she said, "Ah." "What else?" "E." "Ugh." "Ah." Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed her head. "Forget it. Take it slow. It's just like cultivating." Speaking of cultivation, he examined his demon core and discovered that his demon chi had grown a little, but it was very little. Even though the spiritual chi of the world was endless, he could only mobilize a small portion of it right now. In comparison, it was much faster to take pills. However, he suddenly noticed something. Why am I in the 3rd layer of chi practitioner? True chi flowed freely through his heel meridian without any obstruction. He had originally planned to take a while before he could break through to the 3rd layer of chi practitioner, but he had actually broken through without realizing it. This was truly a blessing from the heavens. It was rather sudden, and he was rather confused. Little N gestured with her hands and feet and babbled as she described what had happened. She had been by Li Qingshan's side the entire time, so she knew the changes to his body very well. "So that's how it is." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He did not think too much about how he could understand what she was saying at all. Although he could enter a dormant meditative state through the spirit turtle's method of suppression, he would become completely unconscious. He would only wake up when he sensed danger, so he would not be able to ingest pills and walk the path of a regular demon cultivator. As a result, he normally did not use this state. Although the spiritual chi of the world was like fine wine, there was only a single jug, while chi-gathering pills were like distiller's grains. He could eat an entire vat of them, and as long as he did not run out of them, he could eat as much as he wanted. He could accumulate demon chi extremely quickly. However, he had never thought that this method of demon cultivation would actually have such a wondrous effect on practicing chi. When he broke through to the 2nd layer, he still used the traditional method of chi practitioners. He constantly ingested pills as support to condense true chi and break through, which exhausted him. In the end, if it were not for Little N's help, he would have almost failed. Now, he broke through after a night's sleep. It was clear who was better with a single glance. With a strange expression, he discovered that using the methods of demons to practice chi and using the methods of humans to cultivate as a demon was the best choice. Right now, he needed to be like a regular human cultivator, gathering as many pills as he could to accumulate demon chi. Then, he needed to be like a demon, finding a place to nest and constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of the world to cultivate true chi. The two diametrically opposed paths could actually benefit and support each other. In the beginning, he felt that practicing both demons and humans was a very arduous task, but looking at it now, it was the exact opposite. Li Qingshan only felt enlightened. He laughed aloud and lifted Little and up, twirling her around. I know what I should do now. At this moment, there was a rumble from underground that sounded like thunder, which was picked up by Li Qingshan's sharp sense of hearing. Is it an earthquake? Li Qingshan suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shaking slightly. Could it be that his stomp had caused some kind of change in the earth's crust? After a while, the tremor subsided. Li Qingshan also did not take it to heart. Today was a day of double happiness, and he was in an extremely good mood. He placed Little and on his lap and teased her. After talking for a while, his stomach suddenly growled again. He rubbed his stomach. Is there anything to eat? Little and took his hand and brought him to the secret room. However, she could not help but be stunned when she saw that all the food boxes had been opened, but the things inside had disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "When did you become so good at eating?" Little and hurriedly waved her hands and babbled nonstop. Her babbling was like the sound of spring water, extremely pleasing to the ear. As intelligent as she was already very good at using 2 syllables. It was like a Morse code. Coupled with her expressions and movements, she seemed to be able to express all the meanings. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was like an expert decoder. He could accurately read her meaning and said in astonishment, "There's still a thief who can steal from our heads." When they walked to the other rooms, the rice, flour, and oil had also been swept clean. The jars and jars had been knocked over on the ground. Little and was sure that she had not seen anyone come in. Li Qingshan's heart stirred. He immediately went to the entrance of the cave he had opened and sniffed carefully. As expected, he smelled a strong demonic aura. There were also traces of the ground being turned over. The uninvited guest had just left. Little and babbled and analyzed seriously. Li Qingshan agreed. Yes, I think it's also the work of a demonic beast. Why would a human come to steal food? I wonder which blind demonic beast dared to steal. From us. Then he smiled slightly. You haven't refined flesh and blood for a long time, right? Let's lure it out and make it your dinner to celebrate. Maybe we can even get a demonic core to earn. Little and babbled and expressed her worry. Li Qingshan was filled with confidence. Don't worry, I have a brilliant plan. The sky darkened. The secret room that had originally been emptied was now filled with over 100 jars of fine alcohol. The seals on every single jar were open, allowing the heavy fragrance of alcohol to permeate the surroundings. It suppressed the other smells, such as poison. The alcohol was mixed with various poisons and knockouts that Li Qingshan could find, or more accurately, Yu Shuquang could find. This was the brilliant plan he had thought of. In his past life, he had heard many stories about how fine alcohol could be used to subdue demons and monsters. Li Qingshan and Little and waited in the study. Li Qingshan smiled. What do you think of my plan? Ayaya. Little and raised her thumb to express her admiration. It's not that impressive. However, the two of them kept watch for half the night and did not hear any movement. Li Qingshan said suspiciously, could it be that this guy doesn't like to drink? Little and said, yeah. In translation, it was definitely not like that. All the wine in the food box was drunk. Li Qingshan said, then let's continue waiting. Before he finished speaking, another tremor came from underground. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. This monster is quite big. Let's see how terrifying human intelligence is. He put his ear to the ground and listened to all the sounds coming from underground. All he heard was the sound of wine jars being knocked over and smashed. There were also various other rustling sounds. He waited patiently, waiting for the wine to take effect before he gave the demonic beast a fatal blow. Half an hour later, the sound from underground disappeared. Li Qingshan nodded at Little and pressed a switch, and the bookshelf opened, revealing the secret passage behind. Little and grabbed Li Qingshan and had the iron plate corpse take the lead. Afterwards, the two of them and the corpse rushed into the secret room together. Li Qingshan had already hung his talisman pouch on his waist. There were also a few medium-grade immobilization talismans and all the lightning summoning talismans. He was fully prepared. They rushed into the secret room in a single breath, but when Li Qingshan saw what was inside, his excitement suddenly froze. He grabbed Little and beside him and covered her mouth. He stood where he was, afraid to move at all. P.S. Yaya, begging for monthly votes. Demon General Millipede, no vicious or terrifying demonic beast could make Li Qingshan behave like this. However, what he saw was not a beast, but a person. More accurately, it was a fatty with a fair complexion, lying among the empty jars of alcohol on the ground. His head was smooth and clean, and he wore a pink cloak that revealed his white belly. His body exuded a strong demonic aura and the smell of alcohol. As a result, Li Qingshan made a very simple calculation. What did a demon and a human form equal? Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and swallowed the curse he was about to blurt out. The person who had come to eat his food was actually a demon general. He had only seen 2 demon generals in his life, a cat and a rat. Xianxia was doted on by thousands of people. Even the rat was the king of the Black Rat Mountain. It was bossy and majestic. A mighty demon general would be someone on the same level as Wan Pushi in the human world, standing above billions of people. How could he do something as lowly as stealing food? As a result, he had never considered this from the very beginning. Afterwards, he was viciously slapped in the face by the cruel reality. Perhaps he still held a sliver of hope that the poison in the alcohol would take effect. However, the bald demon general's rising and falling belly and his thunderous snoring completely dispelled all of Li Qingshan's hopes. This bastard was not poisoned at all. He was drunk. Li Qingshan and Little and exchanged glances. Li Qingshan backed off slowly, and Little and controlled the iron plate corpse to back off slowly too. They had originally dug a hole to guard against wolves, but who would have thought that they would make it through a bare hole? They could no longer stay in the matter. Clang! The bald demon general in the pink cloak scratched his belly and knocked over a jar of alcohol. However, it was like a clap of thunder in Li Qingshan's ears. He immediately stopped. Only after a long while did he continue backing off slowly after seeing that there was no more movement. True Qi formed a thick cushion of air under his feet, ensuring that he would not make any sound at all. Under Little An's control, the iron plate corpse landed on the ground nimbly. The bald demon general suddenly opened his eyes. In a strange posture, he wriggled and stood up from the ground. First, he stood on his calves, then his thighs, and then his upper body. He looked at Li Qingshan and Little and with a wooden expression. Li Qingshan only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and then broke through the sky and emerged. It was a fiendish demon's instinct for danger. He was even more convinced that this demon general was not someone he could deal with in his current state. He waved his hand and threw out 10 talismans, all of which were body-securing talismans. 7 of them were low-grade talismans and 3 of them were middle-grade talismans. He did not hope to kill the enemy, but only hoped to freeze the demon general in place for a moment so that he could escape with Little Ann. The bald demon general did not seem like he had completely woken up from his drunkenness. The 10 talismans were stuck to his entire body with great precision. There was even one on his face. Li Qingshan thought about how lucky he was. At the same time, he stuck a middle-grade Swift Breeze talisman on his leg and immediately rushed out of the secret room. As soon as he turned around, his eyes narrowed, and he came to a sudden halt. The bald demon general was standing right in front of him. Their faces were basically right next to each other. The body-securing talismans on him rapidly melted away, until there was nothing left, revealing his wooden face. Only from this angle did Li Qingshan discover that the demon general was not particularly fat. His entire body was round and elongated. As he stood there, he was actually slightly taller than Li Qingshan. He bent over and stared straight at Li Qingshan with his bulging eyes. It was an indescribably terrifying and strange sight. With a thought from Little Ann, he moved his finger, and the iron plate corpse rushed over and grabbed the demon general. Li Qingshan used this opportunity to retreat in a hurry. The bald demon general shuddered, and a pink gas sprayed out from his body. The iron plate corpse that lunged over seemed to have stepped into a pool of sulfuric acid. With a sizzling sound, white smoke rose up from its body. Its tough body that had been refined from refined metal was completely corroded away in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a ball of pale red flames, which flew back into Little An's hand. The iron plate corpse that could kill 6th-layer Qi practitioners had actually only made a single move, and it had not even extended its hand. Li Qingshan was shocked. He became extremely fearful of the pink gas. The bald demon general moved extremely quickly. There was no pattern to his movements, but he could not escape. However, he could not escape just by running. He unleashed his violent demon Qi and immediately became 10 meters tall, smashing through the ground above him. He grabbed Xiaoan and tossed her away. "You go first." The pink gas spread over rapidly, enveloping Li Qingshan. Sizzling sounds rang out everywhere in the secret room. Large swathes of the stone floor softened and collapsed. Pitiful Li Qingshan still wanted to use poison against him. Only now did he witness what true poison was. Within the steaming pink gas, an azure, spherical barrier composed of countless hexagons protected Li Qingshan's surroundings, blocking the corrosion of the pink gas. Li Qingshan eased up inside. Fortunately, the defenses of the spirit turtle's profound shell were tough enough. All he needed to think about now was how to escape. With a stomp of his iron hooves, all of his explosive power poured into his hooves. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch, and his body of steel creaked. He seemed to use this power to rush into the air. However, the bald demon general assumed an extremely strange posture again. He leaned forward and aimed his bald head at Li Qingshan. His tall body shrank drastically, like a spring that had been squeezed viciously before suddenly loosening up. Li Qingshan only saw a blurry figure smash towards him, 10 times faster than he had rushed into the air. Thump! A large crack appeared on the indestructible spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan was sent flying horizontally, smashing through who knew how many walls and becoming deeply embedded in the soil. He was filled with shock. Having just achieved the strength of 2 oxen, he had absolute confidence in his strength, but the demon general was actually more than 10 times stronger than him. The bald demon general bounced onto the ground and rubbed his bald head in a daze. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan, as if he had never thought that he would fail to smash through Li Qingshan's spirit turtle's profound shell. At this moment, 2 prayer beads whistled down from above as they revolved, directly striking the bald demon general's bald head. The demon general raised his head, and a petite figure landed behind him with lightning speed. Green-red flames blazed all over her body. She used all of her strength, turning a portion of her flesh and blood into flames as she stabbed out with the most violent strike of her life. Li Qingshan was surprised instead of delighted. He called out, "Idiot, run." The demon general was not someone that could be defeated with a little trick like this. Ignoring the poison, he threw out a punch as hard as he could. The demon general did not dodge. He said slowly, "Your demons? Why are you hitting me?" Although it was rather muffled, Li Qingshan still heard it clearly. Suddenly, like an invisible hand had pressed a pause button, Li Qingshan's fist stopped before the demon general, while Little N's hidden blade was still 3 inches away from the bald head. Even the descending skull prayer bead stopped above the demon general's head. Li Qingshan slowly pulled back his fist and laughed dryly. "Fair enough. Demons don't fight demons." He shot a glance at Little N. "Why don't you come over here?" Little N stowed the hidden blade away and the prayer beads away and returned to Li Qingshan's side. Li Qingshan reverted to human form and clasped his hands. "May I ask for Sir Demon General's name?" "I am Heishan. I've cultivated in the mountains for 500 years and have barely managed to assume human form. I didn't want to offend Sir Demon General, so I've truly sinned." "I'm Millipede." "What do you mean by offending? What's sinned?" Millipede asked blankly. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He was certain that Millipede was not angry about what had just happened. This fellow's brain did not seem to be working very well. His reaction was very slow. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wasn't a millipede? This fellow was actually a millipede demon. No wonder he was so strong and fast. Furthermore, his reaction was so slow. He had once heard Xianxia talk about demons. Demons with flesh and blood were generally divided into 4 types: scale, fur, feather, and kuan. Scale referred to the water race, fur referred to land beasts, feathers referred to birds, and insects referred to insects. Among them, insects were the most numerous and varied. There were countless insect demons, and no one knew how many insect demons there were in the world. This was because insects were born with no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. That was why there were many demons that could become demons. However, there were not many demons that could form a demon core or reach a higher realm. However, insect demons were usually the strongest. Be it in terms of strength, speed, endurance, or vitality, they far surpassed demons of the same level. An ant could carry 400 times its own weight, while a flea could jump 100 times its own distance. It could jump once every 4 seconds for 78 hours. There was no need to mention the vitality of a cockroach. These tiny creatures at the bottom of the food chain would immediately leap to the top of the food chain once they had the chance to become demons, becoming the most terrifying predators. However, insect demons had a fatal flaw. They had very low intelligence. Even if they could form a demon core and gain intelligence, they would not be able to become intelligent. This was the so-called weakness of intelligence. An idea formed in Xianxia's mind. He questioned, "Millipede, why are you eating my food?" Millipede said, "I didn't know it was yours." "No, it's all mine. It's something from underground." Xianxia asked, "Do you still want to eat?" "Yes." Millipede opened his mouth, and saliva flowed out. Xianxia said, "There's no more food here. There's plenty above ground. Hurry up and eat." Millipede shook his head like a rattledrum. "You can't go above ground." "Why?" A hint of fear appeared on Millipede's stiff face. "It's an order. I can't disobey it." Xianxia was delighted. He had been able to get information out of him so easily. This Millipede was indeed stupid. He was much easier to deal with than that clever Xianxia. Intelligence was always the most important standard for a living being. Humans relied on this advantage to suppress thousands of demons with their own strength. If one's brain was not enough, it would all be for naught, no matter how powerful they were. "There's nothing left here. I'll go up and get you some more, alright?" Alright. Hurry up. Millipede's eyes lit up as he urged. It was that simple. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. It was so simple that he felt a little embarrassed. In order to be more convincing, he asked, "Then what do you like to eat?" Millipede thought about it seriously. Xianxia was nervous. He was afraid that he would say "eat you," and that would be the end of him. Fortunately, Millipede said in the end, "Yellow seeds and white seeds." Xianxia froze for a moment before realizing that he was talking about millet, rice, and alcohol. This guy was actually a vegetarian. Then he remembered that most millipedes in this world were vegetarians. Of course, most monsters did not care about this. Even if it was originally a goat, after eating grass on the hillside for half its life, after becoming a monster, eating meat and drinking wine was not a problem. This guy was probably too stupid to change his eating habits. "I'll go get it now." Xianxia brought Little and with him as he tried to jump into the hole above his head. "Wait." Xianxia's heart sank, but he heard Millipede say, "And colorless water." "Water? I meant a bar. I guess." "Alright, then I'll go get it." As expected, Millipede didn't stop him. He didn't even think of using Little and as a hostage. He urged, "Hurry. Hurry." Xianxia jumped out of the secret underground room. The back garden happened to be above the hole, so the house didn't collapse. He ran out with Little and lay down on the ground. He looked up at the dark blue sky and took deep breaths. It felt like he had caught a huge shark. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, the shark wasn't very smart and couldn't leave the water. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Little and lay down beside him and also looked up at the night sky. Faint clouds floated past, but her expression seemed a little worried. Xianxia suddenly sat up and grabbed her by the armpits, making her stand up. Then he scolded, "You're too disobedient. I told you to go first, so go first. Why did you come back?" Xiaoan waved his hands and argued in a babbling voice. Xianxia glared. "Huh? You just learned to talk, and you're already talking back. You were lucky to be able to help me in the boundless mountain, but that doesn't mean you did the right thing. If I say you're wrong, then you're wrong." I'm doing this for your own good. Little and was so angry that her eyes turned red. She turned her head away and said nothing. Li Qingshan said, "Don't cry." Little An's tears streamed down. Li Qingshan's heart immediately ached. Hardening his heart, he said, "It's useless even if you cry this time. I'll teach you a lesson." Little An suddenly raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan with an expression that he had never seen before. His chest heaved up and down violently, like a volcano brewing lava. He suddenly erupted and shouted, "Ya, how many times will you leave me behind before you're satisfied?" His voice went from indistinct to clear, his expression mournful and heartbroken. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the house. "You." Li Qingshan was completely stunned, as if he had been struck by a lightning talisman. Little and finally said her first complete sentence. This should have been something worth celebrating, but the contents of her words made him feel a slight pain in his heart. Once again, he slumped to the ground, feeling the so-called troubles of growing up. In the large hole in the garden, Millipede asked, "Are you done?" "No." Li Qingshan roared. "Why so loud?" Millipede asked woodenly. "It has nothing to do with you." Li Qingshan roared again. "Just you wait." "Oh." For the first time, Li Qingshan realized the seriousness of the problem. Little and was slowly growing up. She would definitely become more and more assertive, and might even reach the legendary rebellious phase. It was inevitable that there would be friction between a family. No, it should be said that the closer they were to a family, the easier it was to have friction. As the head of the family, he had to consider this point. He had to consider this and pay attention to how he communicated with her. He had to guide her growth, but how exactly should he do it? His mind was a mess again. It was 10 times more complicated than cultivation. So, he lay there and thought about many things. He thought about how his parents had treated him, and about the education he had listened to on TV in his previous life. Li Qingshan sat up abruptly. "Yes, first of all, we have to communicate as equals." He climbed up from the ground and walked to the door. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, but it was empty. The door suddenly opened, and a petite figure jumped into his arms. Li Qingshan was slightly taken aback before breaking out into laughter. He could sense her attachment to him, so he rubbed her hair. "Sorry, I was being too impressive earlier. I've never thought about abandoning you. I just want to protect you." "I, also, want to protect you." Little An's words were still not very smooth, but her expression was very serious. Her expression was extremely cute, and Li Qingshan was both moved and pitiful. He smiled and said, "Okay, King Little An, this little one has already been blessed by you. Come, give me a kiss." He pushed aside her bangs and gave her a big bite on her smooth forehead. The black iron tower-like demon young man and the petite, fair, and tender girl formed an extremely unique scene. Instead of saying something like "the tiger in your heart sniffs the rose" in a sour tone, it would be better to say "the cow chews on the peony, recklessly wasting God's gift." Little An's face was completely red. She stood on her tiptoes and gave him a light kiss on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. The warm, soft feeling lingered there, and he could not help but chuckle. In the big hole, Millipede shouted again, "I'm hungry." Li Qingshan curled his lip. "Let's think about how we're going to deal with this big bro." Little An covered her mouth and giggled. Li Qingshan was rather reluctant to leave the secret place of cultivation that he had just constructed, and Millipede did not seem to be very dangerous either. And when he considered Millipede's habits, he seemed to be a docile and harmless insect. After being touched, Millipede would usually curl up into a ball and play dead. At most, he would release some irritating gas or something. Now that he thought about it, the pink gas that Millipede had released was the result of coming into contact with the iron plate corpse. However, it was not some regular irritating gas, but venom that could corrode metal and corrode bone. If the sect came knocking right now, all Li Qingshan needed to do was take them into the hole and collect their corpses. 9th layer chi refinement, 10th layer chi refinement, they were all useless in front of a demon general. Even if the sect master came, he would most likely lose against a carapaced demon general. After quite a while of consideration, Li Qingshan carried the bamboo basket on his back and arrived in Salt Mountain City with little Anne. He found Yu Shuquang. I'll be leaving for a while. Don't let anyone approach my estate. This was the result of his consideration. Demon generals were far too dangerous. Although they seemed very stupid and could be used as they pleased, it also meant that their actions were unpredictable. But correspondingly, it meant that his actions were unpredictable. If one accidentally angered him, they would meet an extremely miserable end. From a certain perspective, Millipede was even more dangerous than Xianxia in the past. At the very least, Li Qingshan knew what Xianxia wanted. They had even developed feelings for each other. Even if he angered her, she would not kill him. Betting his life on the feelings of an idiot was truly an unwise decision. Before he obtained the power to protect himself, he decided to maintain his distance. I can't afford to provoke him, but can't I just hide? Yu Shuquang jerked awake. El great hero Nyo, where are you going? That's none of your business. Li Qingshan pondered slightly. Obviously, he was going to provoke someone he could afford to provoke. Yu Shuquang said, then go. Go. Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already vanished. He kicked up a fierce gust of wind in the room, causing the door to creak. Yu Shuquang was rather reluctant to part with him. The tiger butcher was terrifying, but he was very reasonable and generous. All he had done was buy an estate and deliver food and drink for a few days, yet he had given him 1,000,000 taels of silver and 100 grasses pill. He was an extremely ideal backer. If he could do a few more things for him and exchange them for some pills and medicines, there was a great chance for him to reach the innate realm. He made his way off the bed and took out an envelope from the drawer. He carefully took out the letter inside and read it under the light. His daughter's letter said that she had ingested the legendary innate pill and had already begun practicing qi. The edges of the letter were frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it countless times. But every time he read it, he would reveal a gratified smile. The little girl who held her cheeks and listened to his stories of chivalry had finally grown up and walked ahead of her father. However, after smiling, he felt a sense of loss and worry. The world of qi practitioners and the world of people of the Jianghu lived in two completely different worlds. In the Jianghu, he was the revered great hero Yu who was chivalrous and righteous. However, even when he faced the weakest qi practitioner, he still had to bow and bend his back and deal with him carefully. Only ignorant commoners would treat qi practitioners like gods. He understood very well that the human heart was just as vicious no matter where it was. He only hated himself for being too used to her admiring gaze and making those chivalrous stories sound too convincing. In the end, that stubborn lass really believed in the path of chivalry. Perhaps he would suffer a great loss if he didn't say anything. When he thought of this, he became so worried that he could not sleep. Sigh, he could not help her at all now. He was not even 40 years old yet, but he felt like he had suddenly aged. He carefully put the letter back into the drawer. His desire to break through to the innate realm was stronger than ever. Starlight shone through the treetops and into the cave, landing on Millipede's dumbfounded face. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He raised his head to look at this rare sight, and his saliva dripped down. It looks like sesame. So slow. Li Qingshan left Salt Mountain City and ran for dozens of li. He found the cave entrance and entered it. He traveled underground and arrived in front of the zombie cave abode. He suddenly stopped and raised his nose to sniff the air a few times. His expression instantly changed. Although it was very faint, he would never forget that familiar scent of cosmetics. It came from that perverted Grandma Shiman. Other than that, there were 3 other different scents of cosmetics. People from at least 4 gates had been here before, and it was very likely that they were the 4 grannies of the 4 gates, which meant that they were 4 ninth-layer qi practitioners. He did not expect them to be able to find this place. He felt that he had been too careless. If he had been trapped in the cave abode by these people, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The tiger snake trap smell would always be something that human cultivators overlooked the most. Li Qingshan possessed a sense of smell that was 100 times greater than regular wild beasts, as well as an instinctive sense for danger and killing intent. It was impossible for him to be ambushed so easily. He erased all of his aura and gripped a wind-entwining blade firmly. He prepared all of his talismans and approached the zombie dwelling slowly. His nose constantly sniffed out the lingering scents in the air, doing his best to determine how many people were hiding in the dwelling right now. He had come exactly for the sect, so how could he flee? Of course, if there were too many people, he would retreat, but if there were too few, he would go and kill them. If he worked with little and, he still had quite a good chance against a 9th-layer chi practitioner. When he finally set foot in the dwelling, it was empty inside. Only the lingering scent gradually drifted away. Why would these great chi practitioners wait for a junior in the pitch-black underground? However, they only waited for a few days before leaving to search for Xianxia's whereabouts. Li Qingshan was slightly disappointed. As it seemed, he still had to go through some trouble. In the middle of the night, Li Qingshan climbed up the Hawkwolf guard silently and arrived before his original residence. Sure enough, there was an aura inside, but it was much more powerful than what he had expected. However, there was no mistaking the scent. Xianxia had actually broken through to the 5th layer. She was even a little faster than him. He got little and to stand guard outside as Li Qingshan climbed up the building alone. He pushed open the window and saw Xianxia meditating and practicing qi. She did not seem perverted at all. Instead, she seemed rather solemn. When Xianxia heard the sound of the window frame, she immediately grabbed her weapon and talismans, assuming a defensive posture. Afterwards, she was surprised. "It's you?" Li Qingshan said, "It's me." Xianxia's body relaxed. She did not ask Li Qingshan why his body had changed so drastically. Her eyes lit up. "You've reached the 3rd layer. You really are a genius." The first time she met Li Qingshan was only a few months ago. At that time, Li Qingshan was only in the 1st layer of the aura refining realm. Li Qingshan said, "Your cultivation surprised me even more." Xianxia said, "Even a loser has his own way of living, but it's a pity that I can't beat you." Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and said, "What if you can defeat me?" Xianxia smiled and said, "You will know when the time comes." Li Qingshan didn't want to dwell on this topic, so he asked directly, "How's the door?" "Lu, who is in charge now?" "Don't ask me. I was implicated because of Xianxia's disappearance, and now I've been expelled from the family. I've knelt on the ground and begged Grandma for a long time, but it's useless. I've been tested for so long in vain, but I didn't even get to learn a set of martial arts. Don't you think it's pitiful?" Xianxia's face was full of bitterness and grievance, as if she didn't kill Xianxia with her own hands. "Implicated?" Li Qingshan sneered, "Same old rules. If you can lure Grandma Shiman out alone to a certain place underground, then everything related to the door in my 100 treasures pouch will belong to you." Xianxia's eyes widened. "You can kill a 9th-layer chi practitioner?" She knew that Li Qingshan had other trump cards, and his strength was at least above the 6th layer, but she didn't expect him to have reached this level. She originally thought that with the speed of her cultivation, it would only be a matter of time before she caught up to Li Qingshan, but at this moment, her confidence suddenly disappeared. Not only did the distance between her and Li Qingshan not shrink, it seemed to be increasing. She also understood why he didn't care about her potential threat. That was because he had absolute confidence in himself. With such a huge difference in strength, no tricks or schemes would work. This man was probably different from any man she had ever met. He was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. "So, it's best if you maintain a bit of respect for me." "That's good for both of us." Xianxia stopped smiling, "I understand." The vice head of the door, Wei Zhongyuan, and the 4 grannies went to the zombie cave to look for you, but they couldn't find you, so they split up to look for you. The building is spread all over the place, and we're well informed. As soon as you appear, you'll be discovered." Li Qingshan said, "You lured them to the zombie cave?" Xianxia said, "I said Xianxia went there to look for you, but I didn't say you killed him. In any case, you've already become sworn enemies with the door, so it doesn't matter to you. You wouldn't be stupid enough to hide there, would you?" Li Qingshan's heart felt stifled, but he said boldly, "Of course not." "Continue." She said it so calmly that he couldn't act up. Xianxia smiled faintly. The building lost 2 building heads in a row, so the door didn't send anyone new. If you want to deal with the door, then I suggest Wei Zhongyuan. He's grieving over the loss of his son, so he's mentally unstable and easy to control. Cultivation? 10th layer Qi practitioner. I refuse. Li Qingshan said resolutely. 10th layer Qi practitioners had opened all the meridians and acupoints in their body, and connected the 12 main meridians and 8 extra meridians. They were only one step away from the foundation building realm. The difference between them and 9th layer Qi practitioners was almost the same as the difference between 6th layer Qi practitioners and 5th layer Qi practitioners. Although he was confident in his own strength, it wasn't to the extent of arrogance. Qian Rongji revealed a disappointed expression. Her plan to use Wei Zhongyuan to break through had failed, but she also felt a lot more relieved. At the very least, Li Qingshan currently didn't have the strength to fight against a 10th layer Qi practitioner. Then Grandma Shiman, but I need time. I need time to plan, and I need time to explain my cultivation. Also, the higher-ups will send a new Black Eagle commander. So what? I'll apply for the Black Wolf commander. As long as I advance to the commander level, even if the door suspects me, they won't dare to casually deal with me without evidence. Of course, I still have to thank you for helping me make room. She was full of schemes in front of other people, but before Li Qingshan, she would always be extremely honest. This was not because she had any special fondness for Li Qingshan. Instead, she had to speak according to the person and speak according to the person. She knew that this was the only way she could work with Li Qingshan and maximize her own benefits. Only then did Li Qingshan remember that she was already at the 5th layer. She did indeed have the right to become a Black Wolf commander. They had joined the Hawk Wolf Guard together. Before he knew it, she had already reached this step. She really was a woman who could not be underestimated. After leaving behind a talisman for contact, Qian Rongji smiled. In a month at the very least, or 3 months at the very most, I'll send Grandma Shiman to you. Li Qingshan nodded. He wanted to use this time to ingest the remaining pills and reach the highest realm of strength he could, so that he could increase his chances of victory as much as possible. Once he won, he could use the pills in Grandma Shiman's 100 treasures pouch to maintain his cultivation speed. The deal between the two of them was for a 9th layer Qi practitioner. Then, Li Qingshan said, "Oh right, can you help me identify these pills?" He had obtained several dozen bottles now, containing several high-level pills. However, he had no idea what their effects were or whether they could be ingested. Qian Rongji was from a clan after all. She had learned proper alchemy from Qian Yannian, so she should be able to identify them. As expected, Qian Rongji's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the pills Li Qingshan took out. She listed out the names and effects of all the pills like she was familiar with them. Most of them had similar effects to Pearl Dew pills, so they could be ingested for cultivation. However, there were also 2 bottles of Qi eruption pills that could instantly unleash one's potential, 2 bottles of concealing pills that could conceal one's presence, and 3 bottles of healing pills that could heal wounds. If he did not recognize their effects, it would be a waste to ingest them. In the end, Li Qingshan took out 3 goose yellow pills. And what are these? Although he did not know alchemy, he could feel that the spiritual energy contained in these 3 pills was very special. It was extremely pure, yet exceptionally gentle and calm. It did not seem like pills used for cultivation. Qian Rongji said, "These are innate pills. They are worth much more than Pearl Dew pills, but they are not meant for Qi practitioners." Li Qingshan was very clear about the value of Pearl Dew pills. They were something that countless Qi practitioners fought over. Since these innate pills were not meant for Qi practitioners, they were meant for ordinary people. Could it be? Qian Rongji said, "That's right. They are pills that can help ordinary people practice Qi. However, it does not have a 100% success rate. It also depends on one's aptitude." Qian Yannian spent a lot of effort to find one for his beloved son. Even after he ingested it, he was still unable to advance to the innate realm. That's why only the big clans would concoct such pills. Li Qingshan understood that if it was not for the fact that they were wealthy and had an endless supply of pills, any Qi practitioner would be more willing to exchange for a few Pearl Dew pills to increase their own cultivation rather than use them to nurture their descendants. He first kept the innate pills and said, "Pick a bottle, consider it as a reward." Without any hesitation, Xianxia chose the concealing pill, which happened to be the one that Li Qingshan needed the least. He then kept all the pills and was about to leave. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, "Is the child with you?" Xianxia said, "I want to see her." Seeing Li Qingshan's hesitation, she took out a bottle of qi-gathering pills. Li Qingshan said, "I won't trade her." His calm words sounded like the ringing of a bell in Xianxia's ears. The hand that was holding the qi-gathering pills suddenly didn't know where to put it. She even felt ashamed of herself. Forcing a smile, she said, "You're all very lucky." Her smile revealed an indescribable envy and jealousy, and even a hint of sadness. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He called Little and in, but she said, "There's no need. You can leave." After Li Qingshan left, Xianxia leaned against the windowsill, a trace of confusion in her eyes. In her heart, there was an indescribable, extravagant hope that someone would say something like that to her. Just once was enough. But would someone say it? Would she believe it even if he said it? She laughed at herself. In her will, the word trust no longer existed. The unlucky should avoid being too close to the lucky. Otherwise, even this determination would be lost, and there would be nothing left of her. She had long since stopped praying for luck. Kneeling on the ground and praying to the heavens was useless, no matter how many times she tried. Praying to others was also useless. It would only encourage their smiles. Everything had to be won with her own two hands. She looked at her right hand. It was beautiful and fair, with 5 sharp fingers. Her eyes gradually regained their calm, indifferent calmness. The corner of her mouth curled into a cold arc. Her right hand suddenly clenched. "Tear the smiles in the sky to pieces." Ha 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 ha. Diving underground once more, Li Qingshan found a huge karst cave with the help of the underground mental map. He said to Little Anne, "Looks like we'll have to work hard for a while. This place can't compare to Salt Mountain City." "All right." Little Anne replied obediently. Her voice was muffled and soft. Apart from the first cry, she couldn't say anything else clearly. However, it was still very pleasant to listen to, like a spring breeze caressing one's face, making one's heart feel at ease. In a forest of stalagmites, Li Qingshan checked the elixirs. Half of the qi deposition pills had already been used, leaving only about 4,000. He had only used 100 herb pill, leaving about 1,000. As for the high-grade elixirs that could be used for cultivation, there were close to 100 of them. The resources could be considered plentiful. Li Qingshan kept a talisman close to his body. This talisman was called a message talisman, and there were 2 of them. As long as one was within 1,000 miles, the other would respond when triggered. Although it couldn't transmit complicated information, it was enough to send a signal. As for what method Xianxia was going to use to lure Grandma Shimin out, Li Qingshan didn't ask. She had to adapt to the situation. In any case, this woman was incomparably familiar with such things. He wasn't worried that she would betray him. Although she didn't have any morals to speak of, she always put profit first, which made her easy to guess. If she betrayed him, just based on the fact that she had colluded with the enemy, the sect wouldn't let her off. He just needed to wait quietly at the right place at the right time. This reminded him of a fairy tale he had read in his previous life. The tiger caught the fox, and the fox said that as long as the tiger didn't eat him, he would bring other animals over. However, the prerequisite for all of this was that the tiger had the ability to eat the animals that the fox brought. He tilted his head back, poured the qi deposition pills into his mouth, and began to cultivate. 6 days later, Li Qingshan began to miss his manor in Salt Mountain City. Not only did he miss the delicious food and wine, but it was also because of Little Anne. In this empty cave, there was nothing for Little Anne to do. Whenever she was bored, she would prop up her cheeks and watch him cultivate. This made Li Qingshan feel very guilty, and he often had to stop his cultivation to play with her for a while. If he were alone, then it did not matter what he did. Even if he used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and went into seclusion for a year or so, it would be nothing. But as long as she was by his side, he wanted to make her live a comfortable life as much as possible. Looking around, all he could see were dark and barren rocks. It was nothing like his ideal place. It was not beneficial to the mental health of children. Li Qingshan made up his mind. Since there's nothing else here, let's go back and take a look. That millipede must have run out of patience and left. The villa was quiet, but the autumn was getting stronger. Li Qingshan pushed open the front door and went straight to the back garden. He pushed aside the sparse vegetation and looked into the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Millipede's eyes were closed as he lay in the cave. He seemed to be dead, as if he hadn't moved at all. Suddenly, he snapped open his slightly protruding eyes. He stared straight at Li Qingshan and said with a muffled voice, "Where's the food?" He completely failed to realize that Li Qingshan had stood him up. Li Qingshan grinned. "I'm coming." Afterwards, he turned around and left with little Anne. He was uncertain whether it was because he had been moved by his gluttonous spirit. Or perhaps it was because he was just too easy to fool, which made him feel rather uneasy. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise and joy. "Great hero Niu. You've finally returned." Li Qingshan nodded. Yep, I'm back. There's something else I need to trouble you with." Yu Shuquang saw how cautious he was, so he said emotionally, "Feel free to tell me, great hero Niu. Whether it's climbing a mountain of blades or plunging into a pot of boiling oil." Li Qingshan interrupted him. "It's not that serious. Prepare 3 items for me and deliver them to the villa." "You mean?" Yu Shuquang could not imagine what items Li Qingshan would ask for. Even if he wanted it, it should not be him. Millet, rice, alcohol. Li Qingshan took out another 1,000,000 taels of silver and slammed it on the table. "That's it?" Yu Shuquang was so surprised that his jaw almost fell off. He was asking for regular food from him in such a formal manner. Li Qingshan said, "Prepare some other grains, fruits, and vegetables. The more, the better. Of course, you can't skip the 20 banquets every day either. You have to do this as discreetly as possible. Don't let too many people know about it. Don't worry, great hero Niu. I'll send people to prepare it immediately. I'll have as much as you need." Yu Shuquang patted his chest and guaranteed. As the chief of the Jianghu, even if he could not find anything else, obtaining some food was a piece of cake. Li Qingshan said in a seemingly unintentional manner, "Oh right, I obtained a few innate pills recently." With that, he turned around and left. The speaker had intentions, while the listener obviously had even more intentions. Yu Shuquang's eyes slowly widened. As a person of the Jianghu, he did not know a lot about the thousands of pills that Qi practitioners possessed. However, there was one that he absolutely had to know about, and that was the innate pill. It was the holy pill that all martial artists yearned for. Who did not want to ascend to the heavens in a single step and set foot in a brand new realm of cultivation? Yu Shuquang wanted it too, and it was not just any random thought. The 3 words that Li Qingshan had casually mentioned were like a carrot tied to the front of a donkey. Even if he knew he would not be able to eat it, he still wanted to give it a try. Not to mention that Li Qingshan had sounded like he could give him one. He immediately gathered a few of his trusted disciples and passed down orders sternly. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had told him to do it discreetly, he almost could not help but carry out this matter personally so that Li Qingshan could see his performance. The efficiency of a powerful local organization was startlingly high when it began operating. An hour later, the items that Li Qingshan wanted began to arrive endlessly. Catch! Li Qingshan picked up a bag of rice and tossed it into the hole. Millipede extended his hand and tore at it. The crystalline rice flowed out with a rustle. His mouth widened to an exaggerated degree, which made Li Qingshan think of a character in a cartoon. In the blink of an eye, a bag of rice had flowed into his mouth. He smacked his lips. Delicious. Afterwards, he continued to stare at Li Qingshan. Eat more if it's delicious. Once you're full, don't bother me. Li Qingshan casually tossed down another bag of rice. Millipede only cared about eating the rice. He did not have the energy to pay attention to him. Another bag of rice went down his stomach, but he still looked as if he had not had enough. Li Qingshan simply tossed down dozens of bags of rice. The charm of the innate pellet had far exceeded Li Qingshan's imagination. Following that, rice, flour, and all sorts of other foodstuffs were delivered by the disciples of the proud sword manor. There were also all sorts of fruits and vegetables, some of which even Li Qingshan did not know the names of. Li Qingshan held a few bags of rice in his arms and a few more on his shoulders. He was like a super dock porter, running back and forth between the front door and the back garden, tossing bag after bag of foodstuffs into the hole. Millipede, who always had a wooden expression, was currently grinning from ear to ear. As a glutton, he saw all sorts of foodstuffs falling from the sky. His mood was similar to that of a money grubber who saw gold and silver coins falling like rain. He was dazzled and did not know what to eat first. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said to Little Anne, "Keep an eye on things. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Remember not to go into the cave. Be careful that I don't eat you too." Little Anne obviously did not take these words to heart. He agreed with a smile and squatted by the entrance of the cave, watching Millipede eat. He found it very interesting. In the evening, the 20 tables of food that Li Qingshan had requested arrived. He brought them to the entrance of the cave and sat down. He opened the food box and began wolfing down the food. It had to be said that watching Millipede eat was very appetizing. Li Qingshan ate above the cave, while Millipede ate below. Little Anne looked down at Millipede and up at Li Qingshan, finding it very interesting. After transforming into a fiendish demon, they could use heaven and earth yuan qi as a substitute for food. Even if they didn't eat for a long time, with the amount of heaven and earth yuan qi a fiendish demon general could absorb, they could still survive even if they cut off their source of food. However, his instinctive appetite would not disappear. It would only grow stronger with time. Humans chose to go without food because there was too much foul air in the 5 grains. It would affect cultivation if it accumulated in their stomachs. However, the cultivation path and constitution of demons were completely different from that of humans. For demons, eating and drinking to their fill was never a bad thing. Their powerful bodies could absorb and digest any foul air. The process of human cultivation was like a sculptor carving an exquisite piece of art. He would carefully choose the most suitable cultivation method and the most suitable pill. Then, he would meticulously divide the cultivation process into many steps and slowly advance towards his goal. He wanted everything to be within his control and constantly improve. Only then would he be able to stand above others and become an immortal. The process of cultivation for demons was like a painter casually painting a landscape. It was rough, bold, and free. The painter was not even the demons themselves, but the creation of the world. It was like a strange rock that had been polished by wind, frost, rain, and snow over thousands of years. It just so happened that it had more characteristics than other rocks, and was known as a demon. Millipede's mouth suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan. Snow-white rice dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He said in a muffled voice, "Wine." Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content when he noticed Millipede's gaze. He tossed the wine jar in his hand down. "For you." Millipede gulped it down, then asked for more. After tossing down 4 or 5 jars of wine, Li Qingshan had drunk quite a bit as well. In his excitement, he forgot about Little Anne's warning and jumped down the cave with the food and wine. He raised his jar and knocked it against Millipede's, then tilted his head back and drank to his heart's content. Millipede stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. He had no idea what he was doing. When Li Qingshan had drunk half the jar, he seemed to suddenly realize something. He hurriedly drank his wine, looking at Li Qingshan as he drank. However, he still let Li Qingshan finish his wine first and laughed. Millipede was immediately displeased. He shoved a jar of wine into Li Qingshan's hands, then picked up a jar for himself and clinked it against Li Qingshan's jar. He hurriedly opened his mouth and drank the wine. The sun set and the moon rose. Moonlight shone into the cave, illuminating the 2 men as they drank. One was bald and dressed in pink, the other was built like an iron tower. Alcohol was a wonderful thing that could bring people closer, but it had to be drunk. Li Qingshan was drinking to his heart's content. He sat in the pile of grain, smelling the natural fragrance of the grain and letting down his guard. Drinking with the silly Millipede was more enjoyable than any banquet he had ever been to. There was no scheming or conflict of interest. Eating was for the sake of eating, and drinking was for the sake of drinking. After drinking over 100 jars of alcohol, the two men's stomachs bulged, and their eyes became hazy. Milliped's shiny bald head was even more dazzling in the moonlight. Li Qingshan couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "You're not bad. You don't have any bad intentions." "No, you don't have any." Millipede smiled foolishly. "You're good too. Underground, do you want to go?" Li Qingshan shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I still have things to do. If you want to eat, come find me. It's my treat." Millipede was a bit disappointed, but after hearing Li Qingshan's words, he said yes. Suddenly, his eyes became hazy, and he fell to the ground, snoring like thunder. Li Qingshan laughed and scolded him. "You eat and sleep, and eat after you're full. You don't have any distracting thoughts. How enviable." He raised his head and yawned, sinking his body into the golden grains of millet. The mountain of millet collapsed, covering most of his body like a blanket. He also fell into a deep sleep. Little and came down and cleaned up the leftovers. He squatted at the entrance of the cave, keeping watch for Li Qingshan. In a daze, Li Qingshan realized he had become a child again. His small hands and feet, wearing clothes full of patches, he ran wildly through the boundless wilderness, chasing the sun in the sky. Sweat poured down, but he didn't wipe it. His feet were pierced by sharp stones, but he didn't care either. He tripped and fell to the ground. He rolled over and got up from the ground. Without stopping, he stared at the sun in the sky. A huge green mountain blocked his way. He couldn't stop in time and bumped into the mountain. However, it wasn't as hard as he had imagined. An incomparably huge bull head stretched out from the side of the mountain. It looked at him with its moist eyes and said in a booming voice, "What's the rush? It's not like the sun will run away." Startled, he climbed up the back of the ox that was like a mountain ridge and looked at the sun in the sky. The sun really did not run away. He touched his waist and found a bamboo flute. It was rough but familiar. He picked it up and played it. The sun and moon alternated. The warm noon sun hung lazily in the sky, shining its warm light into the cave. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and yawned. He saw that Millipede was still asleep. He had no idea when he would wake up. Leaping out of the hole, he felt refreshed. The autumn scenery in the distant mountains was pleasant, making him feel refreshed and carefree. It seemed like he hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. Ever since he came to this dangerous place in Jiaping, he was surrounded by enemies and danger at every step. He could only continuously cultivate and break through again. Even when he was sleeping, he would think about how to increase his cultivation and how to deal with his enemies. The string in his heart had been stretched taut, and a lot of fatigue had accumulated in his heart. Even he himself didn't notice it. After drinking to his heart's content and having a great dream, the string finally relaxed. Thinking back to last night's dream, he laughed and said to himself, "Yes, what's the rush?" He took out the long-forgotten flute from the depths of his 100 treasures pouch. The sound of the flute echoed in the autumn mountains. Millipede opened his eyes, and Little and listened quietly. From that day onwards, Little and noticed that Li Qingshan smiled more often and played the flute more often. He would often pull her along and ask her to teach him how to write, or take her for a stroll in the nearby forest of withered leaves. As they walked, he would suddenly stop and look at Little and with a solemn expression. Little and immediately became nervous. She clenched her fists and thought to herself, "It's coming." Li Qingshan's lips quickly opened and closed. Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin. Little and hurriedly stammered, "Eat grapes without spitting out the grape skin. Don't eat grapes until you spit out the grape skin." This was a trick that Li Qingshan had come up with to train her to speak. It was called Qingshan, teach me jingles, but now Li Qingshan was completely immersed in seeing her red face and the cute side of her lisping out the jingle. He reached out and pinched her little face. "That's what you get for laughing at my ugly handwriting." Little and turned her head away in annoyance, not letting him pinch her. However, she was in an extremely good mood. Although being obedient did not affect his cultivation, she still yearned for his concern and not to be separated by a stone door. Holy Church. In reality, Li Qingshan did not stop cultivating. He still ate the pills every day, but he was much less nervous now. No matter what he did, he paid attention to the path of relaxation. If he was always tense on a daily basis, it would be easy for him to be overly nervous when something big happened, and his mind would not be as sharp. Moreover, his responsibility was not just to protect her. Before he knew it, more than a month had passed. All the qi-gathering pills had been used up, and the demonic aura on Li Qingshan's body had reached an unprecedented level. There was still no news from Qianrongji, but he was not anxious. Instead, he began to eat the 100 herb pills. The first snow of the year came very early. When the first snowflake landed on the tip of Li Qingshan's nose, he was staring at Millipede like a tiger watching its prey. He was glaring at Millipede fiercely, while Millipede was looking at Xiaoan nervously. More accurately, he was looking at the dice cup in Xiaoan's hand. A few wine jars were turned upside down, forming a table. There were bowls of wine on it. Li Qingshan and Millipede sat opposite each other. Little and sat at the side, acting as the dealer. Little and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her lotus-like arms. She smiled and opened the dice cup. Li Qingshan laughed. 15 points, drink. He grabbed a handful of peanuts from the pile of food beside him, peeled them, and tossed them into his mouth. Millipede chuckled, picking up the wine bowl and drinking. Compared to the first time Li Qingshan saw him, he was much more energetic, and a little chubbier. Little and picked up a long peanut kernel and said to Millipede, "Does it look like you?" Her words were clear, like the tinkling of spring water or the humming of a zither. The Qingshan will teach you jingles homeschooling had achieved initial success. Millipede looked at himself, then at the peanuts, and nodded. Yes. Here. Little and placed the peanut kernel in Millipede's palm. Millipede immediately tossed it into his mouth. You ate yourself. Li Qingshan was about to say something, but his expression froze. Little and immediately turned to look at Li Qingshan. Come on. Her jingles were spoken even faster than Li Qingshan's. Li Qingshan smiled at her and took out the messaging talisman. The talisman burned quickly, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. Scattering with the wind. Qianrongji's message had finally arrived. Li Qingshan stood up abruptly, and so did Millipede. His mouth was wide open, his face full of shock. Li Qingshan pressed down on his shoulder and pushed him back down. I'm going out to do something. I'll be back soon. Li Qingshan didn't ask for Millipede's help, nor did he plan to use him against the door. He was a great drinking buddy, and that was all. He had to take care of his own business. Li Qingshan and Little and One Big and One Small disappeared from the cave. Little and even turned around and waved at him. Millipede sat there in a daze. Suddenly, he felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Snowflakes fell into his bowl of wine. He took a bite of his favorite rice, but it seemed to have lost some of its flavor. He scratched his bald head in confusion. In the house, Qianrongji was deep in thought with a frown. She went through the plan in detail, including how to start, how to deal with the aftermath, and how to escape if they failed. She made sure there were no loopholes. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and turned around. You're finally here. Li Qingshan happened to be standing behind her. Apart from the fact that he still seemed extremely sturdy, he had basically returned to his original state. This was the result of strengthening his cultivation of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression recently. He saw the unusual black wolf uniform on her with a single glance. You're a black wolf commander now? Qianrongji stood up and spun around, showing off. How is it? Not bad, right? Not bad. Thank you. Looks like you've been doing well recently. It's been all right. They greeted each other like old friends, using fake etiquette to maintain their fragile alliance. Before Li Qingshan could ask, Qianrongji said, the fish has already taken the bait. According to your request, I'm only fishing for the west gate. Li Qingshan asked in confusion, how did you do it? Luring people out of the door was not difficult, but luring out Grandma Shimen without alerting the other people outside was anything but simple. Qianrongji did not explain. She gently stroked the black wolf tablet on her waist and smiled. This is my job. It's all up to you now. If I don't get what I want, I won't let it go. As long as you do your job, you obviously don't have to worry about me. With absolute confidence, Li Qingshan adjusted himself to a peak condition. He needed a battle. His relaxed nerves were gradually being pulled taut as his battle intent rose up. Qian Rongji changed the topic. Though, I still have to prepare for the worst. Before we confirm the number of enemies, I'd advise you to hide your presence properly. Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Qian Rongji said calmly, no plan is absolutely perfect. Even I can't eliminate all accidents. I don't need to say more about this. Before thinking about victory, think about failure. Of course. Even if Qian Rongji did not say it, Li Qingshan would also prepare for the worst and not completely trust her. She said this to clarify that even if something unexpected happened, it was not her who wanted to harm him. Li Qingshan smiled. Anyway, you only have one life. Cherish it. Of course. Qian Rongji also smiled. She knew that no matter what she said, she would not be able to deceive Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not expect that the place Qian Rongji chose would be here. He lifted the edge of the bamboo hat and looked at the towering Qian family's mansion. It was normal for her to choose a place she was familiar with. However, she had killed nearly 1,000 people here. Ordinary people would avoid it, but she did not. Everything was the best choice. Li Qingshan came to the other side of the mountain and found a cave entrance in the withered grass and fallen leaves. He entered it and gradually widened. In the end, it became a huge natural cave. Li Qingshan measured the height and even tried to transform. Then, he began to make preparations. He constantly observed the cave. First, he pasted 7 talismans on the hidden stalagmite at the top of the cave. Then, he passed the talismans to little Anne. Even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, this time, it was an extremely dangerous beast. You sure cultivate quickly. Grandma Shimen squinted her eyes and studied Qian Rongji. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. The sacred church, a few young men gathered around Grandma Shimen, massaging her limbs. As they looked at Qian Rongji in the valiant uniform of a black wolf commander, they were filled with jealousy. Qian Rongji knelt down and begged, Rongji only obtained the demon's demon core by chance, which is why she's like this. However, it's not a long-term plan at the end of the day. Please accept me back under your wing, Granny. I definitely won't disappoint you. Grandma Shimen gently stroked the face of a handsome young man. If what you said is true, it's not like I can't consider it. Granny does like you very much. She felt extremely delighted to be bowed to by a black wolf commander. The handsome young man looked at Qian Rongji arrogantly, as if Qian Rongji was kneeling to him. Qian Rongji was overjoyed. Rongji definitely isn't lying. When I became a black wolf commander, I discovered through the informants of the Hawk Wolf Guard that Li Qingshan had once appeared in ancient Wine City with that child. I specially sent people to investigate, and we only found where he was hiding after great difficulty. Not only does he possess the zombie Daoist's 100 treasures pouch, but it's very likely that Zhuo Zhibua and the other Hawkwolf guards were harmed by him too. He possesses wealth worth several thousand spiritual stones at the very least. Granny definitely won't be disappointed. This was her scheme. If a measly Qi practitioner possessed great wealth and another powerful Qi practitioner learned about it, they obviously would not contact their companions. Instead, they would find a way to keep the wealth for themselves. Just when Grandma Shimen's wrinkled face blossomed into a smile, an old voice rang out from outside, "Old woman, how could you forget about your younger sister when you have such great benefits?" Grandma Shimen's expression suddenly changed, while Qian Rongji's heart sank. It was Grandma Dongmen's voice. The East Gate Granny leisurely walked in, a delighted smile on her face. Grandma Shimen and Grandma Dongmen had always been enemies. They paid attention to each other's movements at all times. As soon as Grandma Shimen left the prefectural city, Grandma Dongmen sensed her. Suspicious, she tailed her silently. The people who pay the most attention to you are not your friends, but your enemies. Grandma Dongmen ignored Grandma Shimen's gloomy face and said to Qian Rongji, "Qian girl, take us there quickly. That guy is very alert. We can't listen to someone's stupid idea and waste a few days." The Great Wall. Qian Rongji looked at Grandma Shimen awkwardly. Grandma Shimen said with a calm face, "Let's go." Since things had come to this point, it was useless to be angry. She could only take it as a comeback for this old thing. The three of them arrived in the mountains behind ancient Wind City and stopped outside a pitch-black cave. Qian Rongji said, "Grandma, Li Qingshan should be hiding in there. Lead the way." Yes. The blow from the failure of her plan did not throw her off balance, nor did she reveal any openings. She planned carefully. As long as she could prove that Li Qingshan had indeed appeared in ancient Wind City, the two old women should not vent their anger on her too much. And, before she left, she specially told the Eagle leader she trusted that she was going to ancient Wind City with them to investigate the disappearance of Hawkwolf guards. It was basically a protective talisman. If she did not succeed once, there would always be a next time. As long as she kept trying, there would always be a time when she would succeed. Following the winding path, he continued forward until he reached the huge cave. Qian Rongji's expression suddenly changed drastically. She almost cursed aloud. Li Qingshan did not hide his presence. He just sat down on a boulder and meditated casually. Grandma Shimen and Grandma Dongmen walked past her. Grandma Dongmen even patted her shoulder and said, "Well done." She did not notice her pale face. Qian Rongji said with some difficulty, "Please capture that Li Qingshan, grannies. I'll wait outside for now." Grandma Shimen nodded without minding it at all. She only looked at Li Qingshan. "Go wait in the carriage. We'll be out very soon." Grandma Dongmen's eyes lit up. "Old woman, go easy on him. It's rare to see a child as strong as him. Let me try the vitality devouring technique again." The vitality devouring technique. Grandma Shimen's heart skipped a beat. She glanced at Qian Rongji's back and thought. Qian Rongji sensed the sword-like gaze sweep past her, but she did not move faster. Holy Church. Grandma Shimen suppressed her suspicions. She turned around and scolded, "I knew you're going to be horny. I'll give this kid to you. I'll take 10% more of his belongings." Grandma Dongmen agreed with a creepy smile. She looked at Li Qingshan with an extremely greedy expression. "But don't suck it dry. We still have to ask about Xianxia's whereabouts and that beautiful child." Grandma Shimen looked around. She could not find little, and didn't Wei Zhongyuan ask Ma Bai to do the divination? That unlucky child is probably dead. The murderer should be in the north. It's most likely this kid. Qian Rongji's heart trembled. There was actually such an exquisite divination technique in the world. If it was not for Li Qingshan, she would have been exposed long ago. She made her way out of the cave in a single breath. As if she was exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall and sat down slowly. She slammed the wall viciously, leaving behind a deep handprint. If Li Qingshan were captured, then the matter of her killing Wei Yingjia would definitely be exposed. She would have to face the wrath of a 10th-layer Qi practitioner, or even the entire sect. The Hawkwolf Guard could not protect her, nor would they protect her. All she could do now was flee immediately. The further she fled, the better. However, the world was so vast, so where could she run to? She could only flee underground like Li Qingshan. Why didn't Li Qingshan flee? Look at that woman. No matter how high her cultivation is, she's like a dog. The carriage stopped nearby, in an empty clearing with sparse vegetation. A few handsome young men gathered together, pointing at the disheveled Qian Rongji. "You're the dogs." Qian Rongji glanced at them scornfully. The young men were stunned. The youths were stunned. One of them angrily said, "You actually dare to talk back?" Another sinisterly said, "Just because of this sentence, Granny can cut you into 1,000 pieces." They were relying on the West Gate Granny, a big tree. Normally, no one would dare to say even half a word of complaint to them. Qian Rongji smiled. "But the old granny isn't here right now." She walked over with her water-splitting barb. Even if she was fleeing, she had to drag a few of them down with her. What are you trying to do?" The young men were fearful. They backed away slowly, turning around and fleeing towards the carriage. Qian Rongji swung her hand, and there was a flash of light. All 8 of their legs were severed at the base. The horse neighed a few times uneasily and raised its hooves. Qian Rongji glanced at it, and it immediately quietened down. However, there were some who couldn't calm down. A few young men were rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. Xianxia skillfully stopped their bleeding. She channeled a stream of innate qi into each of them, so that they could stay awake and not faint from the pain. They could enjoy the torture. "You bitch, Granny will definitely kill you. Just you wait." "Aha!" The young man in red cried and cursed. The water-splitting barb slashed across his face, cutting off his nose and completely destroying his handsome face. Xianxia patted his bloody face. "I hope your granny will continue to love you, ugly noseless ghost." The other 3 young men didn't dare to curse anymore. They looked at Xianxia with fear and resentment. Their beautiful faces were the most important thing to them. They might be able to recover if their legs were cut off, but once their faces were destroyed, they would completely lose their granny's love. Then, shrill screams like those of evil spirits resounded in the forest. Xianxia cut off another 3 noses and crushed them, cutting off all their hopes. She didn't choose to run away. Instead, she faced the cave not far away and sat down amidst the screams. If Grandma Shiman came out and saw her beloved gigolo in such a state, she would definitely tear her into pieces. However, she had completely calmed down. She knew what kind of person Li Qingshan was. Since he didn't run away, he must be confident that he wouldn't run away. Since he dared to fight, why wouldn't she? At worst, she would just die. Having come this far, she had already disregarded life and death. She would never take a step back. Xianxia's guess was right. Li Qingshan was indeed fighting. When he smelled too. Since entering the cave, he knew that there was a problem with the plan. However, it shouldn't be Xianxia's plot. If she wanted to harm him, she could have summoned all the people in the clan. If it was just Grandma Shiman, he was confident that he could win. However, if Grandma Dongmen was added to the mix, his chances of winning would fall to less than 70%. If he didn't dare to fight when he had 70% confidence, could he still be considered a man? Therefore, he didn't hide. Instead, he sat there and adjusted every inch of his body to its best state. He was like a ferocious tiger preparing to hunt, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. Li Qingshan glanced at the pale-faced Xianxia and confirmed his conjecture. When he heard how the 2 old ghosts spoke again, they basically treated him like a piece of meat on a chopping block. As he moved, his murderousness rose up. Grandma Shiman looked at Li Qingshan, who was sitting still, and said strangely, "This brat isn't running away? He must be scared silly. Don't be afraid, good boy. Grandma won't hurt you." Grandma Dongmen smiled coquettishly as she used her arts of charm. No matter how impressive body-tempering arts were, it was still a piece of cake for her with her strength as a 3rd-layer qi practitioner. Grandma Shiman sneered. She knew that the arts of charm were not very effective against Li Qingshan, but she purposefully did not warn Grandma Dongmen. She was waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Li Qingshan laughed aloud, shaking up the entire cave. The spirit turtle's demon core bobbed up and down in his body, suppressing all stray thoughts. Grandma Dongmen was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan stopped laughing. "2 old and ugly monsters, yet you're acting coquettishly like a little girl. How laughable. Even if you can fool others, can you fool yourself? Why don't you look in the mirror and count how many wrinkles you have?" That immediately stabbed the 2 grannies where it hurt the most. They hated people mentioning their appearance and age the most. Grandma Dongmen was furious. "Brat, you're looking to die." With a wave of her hand, a tremendous, pitch-black true qi turned into a huge, black wave and swept towards Li Qingshan. Bang! 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 The thick stalagmites in the path of the true qi were smashed to pieces. Rubble flew everywhere like a huge, black snake slithering on the ground. It arrived before Li Qingshan in the blink of an eye. It raised its head high and bit down viciously. With a great rumble, the boulder Li Qingshan sat on was smashed to pieces. I've trained before. In addition to the 5 elemental energies, there were also yin and yang energies, which were collectively known as the mysterious yin energy and the mysterious yang energy. This sect cultivated both yin and yang energy. Men cultivated the mysterious yang energy, and women cultivated the mysterious yin energy. Their energies were black and white, and when cultivated to the extreme yin energy gave birth to yang energy, and the extreme yang energy gave birth to yin energy. Pronounce HUN after me *HUN*. Please bear in mind that not only is this not an evil technique, it is an orthodox Taoist technique. The yin and yang qi were ever changing, and the cultivation methods they produced surpassed the true qi of the 5 elements. Moreover, their attributes varied greatly. The zombie Taoist practiced profound yin true qi, but his profound yin true qi was only for refining and nurturing corpses. It did not have the ability to bewitch people or steal their essence. Li Qingshan was secretly shocked. The Xianyin qi had never been known for its ferocity, yet it could have such an effect. 9th layer qi practitioners were indeed not easy to deal with. Suddenly, a shadow enveloped Li Qingshan. A giant black hand viciously grabbed at him. Grandma Shimen opened her right hand and said gloomily, "Let's see where you can run to this time." "Why should I run?" Li Qingshan said proudly. He spread his hands apart and took out the cursive sword calligraphy. Incomparably pure true qi surged madly into it, and the strokes were like blades and swords, lighting up one by one. The last time he tried out the cursive sword calligraphy was in Qingyang City. The innate method of practicing qi was only at the 2nd layer, but now that he had reached the 7th layer, his true qi had increased by more than tenfold. A total of 21 strokes lit up on the cursive sword calligraphy, stabbing into the black hand. Sword qi shot out, and the black hand disintegrated inch by inch. A top-grade spiritual weapon. Grandma Shimen was shocked and shouted, "Black mud vortex." The thick black true qi formed a huge vortex in front of her. It spun at high speed, as if it wanted to swallow everything. This was the strongest protective spell that Grandma Shimen knew, and she was confident that it could withstand the bombardment of any qi practitioner's spells. 21 strands of sword qi pierced into the black vortex at the same time, and the vortex immediately stirred. Grandma Shimen's face was solemn. She operated the spell with all her strength, and the black mud vortex rotated at an extremely fast speed, shattering and annihilating the 21 sword qi. With a roar, the genuine qi vortex collapsed. Grandma Shimen lowered her body, and a sword light flashed past her shoulder, bringing out a splash of blood. Li Qingshan immediately took out a piece of spirit stone. The pure heaven and earth essence qi slowly flowed into his body through his palm, and his true qi quickly recovered. He was also shocked. Originally, he only wanted to block the attack of the big black hand and take the opportunity to escape. He didn't expect the cursive sword 9 astronomy. Advertisement for Zhonwen words. TXT download Supreme Spiritual Weapon? Grandma Shimen's expression changed drastically. This, cursive sword calligraphy, wasn't complete, so even Grandma Shimen couldn't determine its rank. She only knew that it was extraordinary. Her embarrassment turned into anger, and she also felt extremely greedy. "This thing is mine, old woman. Don't fight with me." Grandma Dongman's eyes lit up. She closed her eyes, held a spell with both hands, and chanted. The profound yin true qi all returned to her side, and it surged like black water as if it was alive. A sense of danger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. It must be an extraordinary spell for a level 9 qi practitioner to spend so much effort to prepare. But instead of retreating, he advanced. Holding the wind-entwining saber with a backhand, the acupoints under his feet produced a cushion like true qi, and he stepped on the stone wall as if he was walking on flat ground. He took 7 steps in a row, and jumped above Grandma Dongman's head. With a flash of cold light, the wind-entwining saber was unsheathed with a clang and slashed down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Grandma Shimen's spell had just been broken, and she couldn't save him in time. Or rather, she didn't want to save him at all. She had just made a fool of herself in front of Grandma Dongmen, and she certainly had to make up for it now. She just stood by and watched, thinking, this kid's body refining technique is really powerful. Together with that supreme spiritual weapon, if he suddenly attacks, maybe even a level 6 qi practitioner will fall into his trap. Grandma Dongmen suddenly opened her eyes, clenched her hands, and pointed at Li Qingshan with her index and middle fingers. Snake-binding curse. The black true qi turned into thousands of pitch-black snakes and swarmed up, but the momentum alone was enough to frighten ordinary people. The wind-entwining saber was entangled by dozens of black snakes, and it couldn't move an inch forward as if it was stuck in a swamp. His body was also entangled by layers of snakes, leaving only a human shape. Li Qingshan focused his mind and put all his strength on the wind-entwining saber. His eyes passed through the black true qi and stared at the top of Grandma Dongman's head, and he shouted, "Break!" His arms suddenly expanded violently and turned green. The demonic energy broke through the black snake's restraint, and he slashed down violently. Grandma Dongmen, who had just put on a complacent smile, suddenly froze. This is... Grandma Shimen also noticed that something was wrong. She took out a small crimson needle. Although the needle was small, it was very bright. It turned out to be a superior-grade spiritual weapon. There weren't many superior-grade spiritual weapons in the first place, and needles were even rarer, so it was more difficult to refine. Once it was refined, it would be extremely powerful. Not only was it extremely fast and stealthy, but it could also break through all protective true qi and spells. In a fight, it could instantly kill a qi practitioner without a protective spiritual weapon. The flying needle pulled out a thin red line and almost reached first, stabbing at Li Qingshan's head. One of the skull prayer beads flew over and hit the flying needle. The other turned into a huge skull and bit at Grandma Shimen. Little and rushed out of the floating soil and jumped out of the darkness, stabbing at Grandma Dongmen's back. 3 talismans were stuck on her hands, feet, and sword, increasing her speed, strength, and lethality to the highest level, just to launch this fatal attack. Li Qingshan pretended to be weak in order to find an opportunity to form such a killing momentum. If he could kill one of the grannies first, he would definitely win this battle. Layers of light emitted from Grandma Dongmen's body, enveloping her whole body. The saber slashed and the sword stabbed, making 2 loud bangs. The light trembled, but it didn't break. Li Qingshan and Little and took advantage of the counterforce and jumped back lightly. A nick appeared on each of the saber and the sword. They both felt regretful. Grandma Dongmen had an extremely powerful protective spiritual weapon. The East Gate Granny shrieked and flew to the side. It had been many years since she had experienced such a life-threatening crisis. If she hadn't spent a large sum of money to buy a middle-grade spirit artifact, the luminous heart-protecting mirror, she would have almost died a violent death. When she looked at the luminous heart-protecting mirror again, she saw 2 deep marks on it, and its spiritual energy had been greatly reduced. She was both shocked and furious. Looking at Li Qingshan, he was already 3 meters tall. His body was as black as iron, and there were 2 horns protruding from his forehead. His red hair hung down to his waist. She shouted, "There's something wrong with this kid. Attack with all your strength." She raised her hand, and a comb flew out of her sleeve. It expanded in the wind and flew toward Li Qingshan. The comb was shining with spiritual light. It was also a high-grade spiritual weapon. She didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with. Even the beautiful child was very strange. But she believed that as long as they were serious, Li Qingshan would definitely be no match for 2 ninth-layer aura refining cultivators and 2 high-grade spiritual weapons. However, she saw Li Qingshan take out a talisman. She could tell at a glance that it was a mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman. She sneered in her heart. It wasn't a thunderstorm, so this mid-grade thunder-summoning talisman couldn't even penetrate her protective true qi. She was sure that Li Qingshan had exhausted all his tricks. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. His killing move wasn't over yet. The thunder-summoning talisman was activated, but it did not strike Grandma Dongmen. Instead, it turned into countless tiny bolts of electricity, illuminating the pitch-black cavern. It also illuminated the 8 talismans Li Qingshan had stuck on them. The electricity flowed through them. The 8 talismans were activated at the same time, forming a scorching bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket. It struck Grandma Dongmen in the air. Her weak protective true qi was unable to stop it at all. It was pierced in a single stroke, and her radiant heart-protecting mirror shattered immediately. She shrieked out and fell out of the air as smoke rose from her body. What a vicious kid. Grandma Shimen's face darkened when she saw this. Deep wrinkles appeared on her face. She used a high-grade golden shell talisman to block the skulls that spewed flames. At the same time, she controlled the flying needle to stab Li Qingshan again. It was both swift and urgent. Even the skull prayer beads were unable to catch up. Li Qingshan's face narrowed. He expanded to 10 meters tall and extended his hand to grab the out-of-control comb. He released the spirit turtle's profound shell. With a clang, the flying needle stabbed into the spirit turtle's profound shell and became stuck, unable to advance any further. Grandma Shimin was surprised. Her flying needle had actually failed to penetrate the protective technique. When she looked at Li Qingshan's terrifying figure again, an idea flashed through her head. She cursed aloud, "This is that little bitch's trap." At the same time, Little and arrived before Grandma Dongmen and stabbed down with his sword, giving her no time to catch her breath. With a clang, the sword landed on a patch of golden light. At that critical moment, Grandma Dongmen stuck a high-grade golden shell talisman on herself. High-grade talismans were extremely precious. They were reluctant to use them unless they had no other choice. Little and was emotionless. The hidden blade stabbed down like a storm. His arm had basically become a blur, and the golden light receded bit by bit. Grandma Dongmen was surprised, but she did not panic. She used the opportunity to ingest a healing pill and held a spiritual stone in her hand, recovering her true chi. She was charred all over, but just a few lightning summoning talismans were not enough to kill her. She was utterly furious, powering the spiritual comb desperately. The spiritual comb in Li Qingshan's hand trembled, but how could it rival his strength of 2 oxen? Just when he smiled, there was a sudden flash of light, and several dozen blades of light shot out from the teeth of the comb. They were no weaker than the sword chi from the cursive sword calligraphy. They were all there, unavoidable, and he could not block them with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Clang! 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 There was a series of metallic clangs as the blades of light landed on Li Qingshan's chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Little and did not even look at it. His attacks became even more violent. The thin hidden blade could not be used anymore, becoming riddled with cracks. Grandma Dongmen's golden shell talisman had been weakened to the limit as well. It was on the verge of shattering. Several dozen terrifying wounds crisscrossed on Li Qingshan's body. Some of them were bone deep, but none of them were fatal. Wounds like that were nothing to demons. With a surge of demon chi, the wounds closed up rapidly and vanished. Grandma Dongmen's complacent smile froze on her face. Impossible. Even demons can't have such tough skin. Little did she know that after Li Qingshan achieved the second layer of the Ox Demon's Fist of Great Strength, his Ox Demon Forges its hide had reached a new height as well. I practiced it. As soon as Li Qingshan said that, he arrived before Grandma Dongmen and threw a punch. The golden armor talisman was broken. A mysterious smile appeared on Grandma Dongmen's burnt face. She was holding a talisman between her skinny fingers. Huh? Li Qingshan was startled and felt that something was wrong. The talisman was activated. Cold light bloomed and cold air spread everywhere. Ice crawled up Li Qingshan's arm from his fist and sealed his whole body. His fist moved forward with difficulty, but it finally stopped in front of Grandma Dongmen. Li Qingshan's huge body turned into a big ice cube. His face was still full of shock. The terrifying murderous aura that almost suffocated Grandma Dongmen was also frozen in an instant. Little and was not spared either. He was sealed in ice and could not move. Li Qingshan was not the only one who had a trump card and a trump card. Grandma Shimin sneered, "You are finally willing to use the supreme-grade cold wave talisman." She knew Grandma Dongmen had this trump card, so she usually gave her some leeway. Today, she was finally forced to use it. She could not help but feel happy. The East Gate Granny had survived, but her face was filled with sorrow. Who knew how much effort she had put into cultivating for a century before she managed to accumulate a supreme-grade talisman? This was a true talisman that could save her life. Even if she killed Li Qingshan, it probably would not be enough to make up for her losses. She thought fiercely. If she knew this would happen, she would not have come. Wouldn't it be better to let this old man die in the trap? She looked at Li Qingshan again. Her eyes were full of hatred. She wanted to skin him, break his bones, and torture him to death. Grandma Shimin looked at Little and sighed, "It's a pity for this child. Otherwise, we could erase his original memory and control him with the mind-bewitching spell. We would have one more powerful weapon in our sect." The effect of the cold wave talisman was not only to freeze, but also to freeze the body and destroy the meridians. It was almost equivalent to a strike from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, and it was impossible to survive. Grandma Dongmen said, "This child is very strange, it's good that he's dead. This Li Qingshan is actually a monster. How could he hide his monstrous chi so well? He could even pretend to be a chi practitioner." In the blue and white ice, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly turned. "Holy Church!" Grandma Dongmen exclaimed, "He's not dead yet. Do it now, or we'll all die here today." Grandma Shimin was also shocked. How could this be possible? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qingshan's heart beat like a war drum, faster and faster. His blood vessels expanded, his muscles bulged, and he let out a soundless roar. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared on the ice. Grandma Shimin didn't dare to be careless. She controlled the flying needle and stabbed Li Qingshan's heart with her other hand. She also held a supreme-grade spiritual talisman in her other hand. Suddenly, a streak of golden light shone, dazzling her eyes. Little and turned his frozen flesh and blood back into blazing flames. He stuck a spiritual talisman onto his white bones. It was a high-grade strength talisman of Vajra. A huge golden humanoid broke out of the ice. It had complete facial features and wielded a golden sword. Its effects were definitely not something an inferior spiritual talisman could compare to. At the core of the golden humanoid was a tiny, white skeleton. As it was illuminated by the golden light, it actually faintly shone with a golden hue, giving off a hint of Buddhist aura. It turned around and glared at Grandma Shimin, vaguely giving off the feeling of a Vajra's glare. Grandma Shimin's expression froze. Her mind was shaken, and she was taken aback. She had always cultivated the arts of charm to affect the minds of others, so her mind was naturally powerful. At this moment, she was actually intimidated instead. The path of white bone and great beauty resonated with the strength talisman of Vajra, unleashing unimaginable might. The Vajra warriors were the protectors of the Buddhist kingdom. Even if they were tainted with a sliver of their spirituality, they were definitely not something that any chi practitioner could withstand. Both their strength and mind would be suppressed. The Vajra glared furiously, subduing the 4 demons. The Bodhisattva lowered his eyebrows, showing mercy to the 6 paths. There was no way Little and would let go of such an opportunity. He strode towards Grandma Shimin. The white bones were emotionless, but the Vajra was even more furious. He raised the golden sword high and swung it down with the power to slay all evil. Holy Hall! The threat of death brought Grandma Shimin back to her senses. The golden sword was already inches away from her. She screamed and cast a technique. Profounding true chi surged out of her body and formed a protective barrier of true chi. She made up her mind and also took out a supreme-grade spiritual talisman. She hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should retreat immediately or activate that supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Whoosh! The Vajra slashed through the protective barrier of true chi and severed her hand that held the supreme-grade spiritual talisman. Grandma Shimin clutched her severed arm and cried out in retreat. She wanted to use her true chi to retrieve the talisman, but the Vajra grabbed the talisman with one hand, causing her true chi to miss. Then, it slashed down a second time. She did not dare to stay any longer. She cast a technique to increase her speed and ran out of the cave. However, when she looked up, she saw that Grandma Dongmen was even ahead of her. She could not help but curse in her heart. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom, the ice shattered and shot out. Li Qingshan broke out of the ice and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" He took a step forward and cast the Ox Demon Trample. A crack spread from the soles of his feet and quickly caught up to Grandma Dongmen. However, the target was not her. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. The cave collapsed and completely sealed the cave. Grandma Dongmen had just turned around and did not even have the time to speak. The tiger demon roared and released endless sound waves and wind blades. They swept over and pushed her against the stone wall. Before she could slide down, Li Qingshan caught up. A punch landed on her body. Black mud vortex. Under such circumstances, Grandma Dongmen was still able to cast a technique and offset most of the force. However, she still spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in an instant, Li Qingshan threw out 100 punches and shattered the black mud vortex. He smashed her whole body into the stone wall and turned her into meat paste. When Li Qingshan turned around, he saw that little and was chasing Grandma Shimin in all directions. With the sharpness of her flying needles, she actually pierced through the golden body. However, she did not injure Little And's well-tempered white bones. Grandma Shimin suddenly felt a pair of red eyes staring at her. The huge figure was approaching quickly, and she was covered in the shadow of death. She could not help but feel desperate. Even without Xiao An's extraordinary performance, Li Qingshan was absolutely confident that he could take on the Westgate Granny 2-against-1. While the Westgate Granny had been forced into a corner by Xiao An, he reached out with his huge claw and grabbed the Westgate Granny. He tightened his grip, and her protective true chi shattered. The Westgate Granny followed in the Eastgate Granny's footsteps. She did not even have the time to shriek before she was crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and showed a bright smile. He had won this fight. Because his demonic chi was of the water attribute, the supreme-grade Cold Wave Talisman did not cause much damage to him. Even so, there were large areas of frostbite on his body. If it had been another supreme-grade talisman, he might have been in danger this time. There were also many mistakes in this battle. First, he did not estimate the power of the cursive sword calligraphy. Otherwise, if he had included it in his plan, he would have had the chance to seriously injure or even kill Grandma Dongmen. Secondly, he underestimated the miraculous effects of the Vajra Titan talisman on Little An. Of course, there was no need to demand perfection. Li Qingshan was also constantly learning how to fight in battle. In comparison, the Westgate Granny and Eastgate Granny had made even more mistakes. If they had been prepared right from the beginning and used their full strength instead of fooling around, Li Qingshan's chances at victory would have dropped to 50% at the very least. It was this kind of careless attitude that gave Li Qingshan the chance to strike first. He did not cooperate at all and only responded in panic under the endless attacks. The result of his defeat was practically written in the beginning. But what 9th-layer Qi practitioner would be serious about a 3rd-layer Qi practitioner? His greatest weapon wasn't the cursive sword calligraphy, nor was it the Vajra strength talisman. Instead, it was his outward weakness. At any time, he could take advantage of an unsuspecting opponent to strike first and seize the initiative. The flames devoured Grandma Shimin and Grandma Dongmen's corpses and returned to Little An's body. Then, she slowly condensed a body of flesh and blood. She smiled sweetly at Li Qingshan and handed over 200 treasures pouches, 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and a supreme-grade talisman. Li Qingshan returned to his human form and opened the 100 treasures pouch to take a look. He was shocked. The space inside was vast, something he had never seen before. There were countless medicinal pills, spiritual stones, talismans, and cultivation methods. However, there was not a single chi-gathering pill. Instead, there was a medicinal pill called the Chi-Gathering Pill. Its medicinal power was slightly inferior to the Pearl Dew Pill, but it was 10 times stronger than the Chi-Gathering Pill. There were a lot fewer impurities, and there were 1,000 of them. There were also dozens of other medicinal pills. However, what surprised Li Qingshan the most were the 2 embroidered boxes filled with talismans. Inside were 2 light purple medicinal pills that gave off a strange fragrance. The embroidered boxes were obviously used to prevent the medicinal power from being lost. Li Qingshan did not dare to look too long and hurriedly closed the embroidered boxes. Something that a 9th-layer Qi practitioner treasured so much was definitely not ordinary. When he had the chance, he would carefully inquire about the name of the spiritual medicine. There were many talismans. Apart from 2 or 3 superior-grade talismans that caught Li Qingshan's attention, the others were not worth mentioning. There were only 2 spiritual artifacts, but the difference of 1 grade was at least 10 times the value. Just these 2 superior-grade spiritual artifacts, the Scarlet Flying Needle and the Spiritual Comb, were worth more than the sum of all the spiritual artifacts that Li Qingshan had obtained, apart from the cursive sword calligraphy. Apart from this, there were not many spiritual stones, only a few dozen. They must have used all their wealth on the supreme-grade talismans, superior-grade spiritual artifacts, and the purple spiritual pill. Li Qingshan hugged Little and rubbed his hair. He smiled and said, "We're rich." He gave Little and 100 treasures pouches each. Little and said, "We're rich." Li Qingshan took out 1,000 herb pills and meditated on the spot for a while, recovering his true qi and demonic qi to their peak state. Only then did he raise the wind-entwining saber and open up the cave again. When he and Little and came out of the cave, they saw Qian Rongji sitting on the empty ground not far away. They couldn't help but be surprised. "You didn't leave?" Qian Rongji smiled and said, "I haven't even gotten the things I wanted. How could I leave just like that?" She had a calm expression on her face, but she was actually very nervous. Only now did she relax. She was even more shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. He had actually killed 2 9th-layer Qi practitioners. Although this cultivation technique focused on bewitching the enemy's mind and couldn't be considered good at fighting, the strength of a 9th-layer Qi practitioner could not be faked. In her eyes, Li Qingshan became more and more mysterious and unfathomable. She then looked at Little Anne, who seemed to be filled with mystery. She couldn't help but sigh. This child was still so clean. Yu Zijian, her enchanting voice left Qian Rongji stunned for quite a while. She even smiled. "Hello." However, she only watched from afar and did not approach her. According to their agreement, when Li Qingshan gave Qian Rongji the pills and techniques related to the sect to her, Qian Rongji finally lost her composure. There were 9 bottles of first-rate pills of spring breeze and rain, as well as 3 bottles of profoundine pills specially prepared for cultivators who cultivated profoundine true qi. As for the other pills like pills of passion and pills of calming, there was no need to mention them. However, what caught her attention the most was not these, but a book called The Method of Bewitching Heart. This was a technique specially used to bewitch people with the method of bewitching heart as its foundation. Only the upper echelon of the sect had the opportunity to learn it. Regular disciples could only learn some regular techniques of charm. The method of bewitching people was basically like adding wings to a tiger for someone like her who was skilled at controlling and manipulating people. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Give me 2 bottles of pills of spring breeze and rain." Qian Rongji handed them over generously. When Li Qingshan wanted to give her 2 bottles of qi-amassing pills in exchange, she waved her hand and turned him down. She said fervently, "I can draw out the others too." Li Qingshan cut her off. "You better think about how you're going to stay out of this." The 2 grannies of the sect could not be compared to people like Zhao Liangqing. Their disappearance would definitely lead to a huge commotion in the sect, and they would become extremely careful. Moreover, he would have to be extremely careful in his actions. If he were to face 2 9th-layer aura refining cultivators, his chances of winning would only be 50-50. If he were to face the 10th-layer aura refining vice sect leader and the unpredictable main sect leader, it would be almost certain that he would die. Qian Rongji's smile froze. She had thought through this as well. Once the sect investigated the whereabouts of the 2 grannies, it would not be difficult for them to discover that she had come into contact with them. She needed to deal with them extremely carefully, so how could she take any more risks? Her plan seemed easy, but she was actually dancing on the edge of a blade. "Thank you for reminding me, but I'm still a woman after all. I'm blinded by some petty profits and become short-sighted." "You don't need to thank me, I'm just doing this for myself." Li Qingshan casually threw the 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills into her hands, took Little and with him, and disappeared into the woods. Qian Rongji stared at the gathering qi pill in her hand, reflecting on the gains and losses this time. She considered herself to be resourceful, ruthless, and decisive, but when it came to big matters, she showed her lack of tolerance, and could not compare to Li Qingshan. The distant mountains were covered with pure white snow. The sparkling snowflakes fell on the wine bowl and overflowed. A big hand picked up the bowl of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Qingshan smacked his lips. The taste of the wine had faded and was now even colder. It had a different taste to it. There was no sign of millipede. It seemed that he couldn't wait any longer and had returned underground. Thinking of Millipede's invitation, he shook his head and sighed. What fun could there be underground? After drinking with Millipede so many times in the past few days, he already knew that this was an order from the demon commander. If he thought deeper, it was an order from the #1 demon king of the Green Province, the Dragon King of the Sea. If Millipede reverted to his original form and went to a human city, he would be a monster that could destroy a city. This arrangement was probably to maintain peace between humans and demons. Suddenly, a gust of wind assaulted him from the back of his head. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly, and a snowball brushed past his cheek. He turned his head, only to see Little Anne covering her mouth and snickering. Li Qingshan said, "All right, don't regret it." Before he could finish speaking, another snowball flew over. He was about to tilt his head to dodge, but the snowball also changed direction and smashed into his face, sending snowflakes flying everywhere. A white prayer bead flew back into Little Anne's hand. Li Qingshan wiped away the snowflakes on his face and widened his eyes. "I'm angry." Little Anne stuck out her tongue and fled out of the cave. Looking back, just as expected, Li Qingshan had caught up. He bellowed out, "Great snowball technique." The drifting snowflakes all gathered in Li Qingshan's hand, condensing into a huge snowball several feet in diameter. He pushed it towards Little Anne. "Hiya! Hiya!" The carriage driver waved his whip and urged the horses on, pulling the carriage over the snow. He was dressed in the uniform of the Proud Sword Manor. He was Yu Shuquang's trusted disciple, the gentle young man who was often sent to deliver things. His name was Yu Lian. The carriage turned around a forest and saw a manor surrounded by snowy mountains. The carriage stopped at the entrance, and Yu Lian said, "Master, we're here." A swordsman with a full beard alighted from the carriage. He held his chest high and raised his head in an extremely impressive manner. He was Yu Shuquang. His face was beaming, and he wore red silk robes. Only when he arrived at the entrance did he bow slightly. He knocked on the door gently, rather nervously. "Is Great Hero Nyo here?" Suddenly, he heard a strange sound. He pressed his ear against the door and listened carefully. The sound grew closer and closer. Rumble. Oh no. Yu Shuquang used his movement technique and flew up. A huge, white ball smashed through the vermilion door, brushing past his feet and rolling down the mountain. Yu Shuquang was still shaken. If he had been hit by that thing, he would have lost half his life. However, that thing seemed to be a snowball. However, he had never seen such a large, tough snowball before. Li Qingshan stood in the courtyard and saw Yu Shuquang from afar. He called out loudly, "Great Hero Yu, why have you come?" Yu Shuquang went up in a hurry and bowed. He looked around and was stunned. There were traces of the huge snowball rolling past everywhere. A corridor had been destroyed, and a few of the woodshed in the east had collapsed. What are you doing?" "I'm having a snowball fight." Li Qingshan grabbed Little Anne by the collar. "I'm showing this girl power." Little Anne's seaweed-like, curly hair hung down. She said nothing obediently. She basically seemed rather timid. However, Li Qingshan knew that she was afraid of strangers the most. Once she was in front of outsiders, she would become very quiet. Yu Shuquang shivered. The tiger butcher really was violent. He had actually thrown such a huge snowball at such a cute child. If it struck, she would die. Yu Shuquang was afraid of persuading him otherwise. He even began to hesitate about his original plan. Li Qingshan asked, "What are you doing here?" Yu Shuquang gritted his teeth and fished out an invitation from his sleeve. He had invited Li Qingshan to attend a banquet in the Proud Sword Manor at noon the next day to celebrate Yu Zijian's breakthrough to the innate realm and becoming a chi practitioner. Li Qingshan asked, "Has your daughter returned?" Yu Shuquang said, "Not yet. She'll probably be here tonight." "Then congratulations." Li Qingshan asked Little Anne, "Do you want to go?" Little Anne looked at Li Qingshan hesitantly, as if she was trying to guess what he was thinking. Li Qingshan said, "Then I want to go." It had been quite some time since he had taken her out for a walk. He said to Yu Shuquang, "All right, I'll go. However, I don't want to expose my identity, so arrange a private room for me." Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He agreed in a hurry. At noon the next day, the light snow had just cleared up. However, not a single piece of snow had accumulated on the outdoor square of the Proud Sword Manor. The disciples of the manor had swept it clean. Lanterns and streamers decorated the entire place. Everyone was in high spirits. To the people of the Jianghu, the four great joys of life probably could not even compare to the joy of breaking through to the innate realm. Breaking through to the innate realm represented entering a brand new world, possessing unimaginable possibilities. Perhaps power and wealth were just fleeting, but longevity was what everyone yearned for. A high-level qi practitioner could even live for over 200 years. Yu Zijian had become a qi practitioner, so the status of the entire Proud Sword Manor would rise with her. Regular disciples like them could all benefit as well. And, although Yu Zijian was Yu Shuquang's beloved daughter, she did not possess the arrogance of a young miss at all. Not only was she kind to regular disciples, but she also liked to uphold justice and uphold justice. The people of Salt Mountain City all praised her. When a person like that received the blessings of the heavens, others would always feel happy for her from the bottom of their hearts. However, there were also many young disciples who secretly sighed in sorrow, cutting off the possibility of becoming the son-in-law of the Proud Sword Manor. Perhaps the story of a rich young lady marrying a poor boy could be repeated a few times in real life. However, qi practitioners would never marry a regular person. Sect Master Lu, you've come. Please come in, please come in. Yu Shuquang personally stood at the entrance of the hall to receive the esteemed guest. As he faced his fellow members of the Martial Arts Society, he was so complacent that he almost raised his head to the sky. Yu Zijian sat in the main seat in the hall with some discomfort, accepting everyone's congratulations. She saw the various renowned figures of the Martial Arts Society and uncles greet and congratulate her. She found it extremely strange. As it turned out, becoming a qi practitioner was actually such a good thing. When the banquet was about to begin, Yu Shuquang excused himself to everyone and took Yu Zijian to the back. "Father, where are we going?" Yu Shuquang said, "I'm taking you to see an esteemed guest. You have to be a little more polite when the time comes." Yu Zijian was rather confused. Earlier, when she wanted to be polite, Yu Shuquang would not even let her. He insisted on her maintaining her bearing as an innate master. Just who was it that could make her father treat her so seriously? In a dimly lit room with all the windows and doors shut, Yu Zijian saw an extraordinarily tall, sturdy figure. He wore a huge, conical bamboo hat on his head, and there was a bamboo basket beside him. An extremely sumptuous banquet was laid out before him. Yu Zijian could not sense the presence of a qi practitioner or even a cultivator, but it did not diminish his dignified bearing at all. She became slightly more solemn. Yu Zijian said, "This is, great hero Nyoer." Pfft. Yu Zijian's seriousness immediately collapsed. "Damned girl, don't laugh." Yu Shuquang barked. He was afraid that she would angrily Qingshan. Before he could say anything, Yu Zijian said apologetically, "Great hero Nyo, I'm not laughing at you. Please don't take offense." She also found it very inappropriate to laugh at someone else's name to their face, but the contrast earlier was just too great, so she could not help herself. Li Qingshan's impression of Yu Zijian was limited to the girl in violet beside Hua Qinglu. Now that he heard her speak, he took quite a liking to her. He studied her. Her hair was not adorned with pearls or jade. Her fine, black hair was tied into a thick bun, with 2 strands draping down her cheeks. It made her seem even more clear and beautiful. She was still dressed in bright violet clothes, with a deep violet sash around her waist, accentuating her unique, slender waist. Moreover, her bearing was natural and gentle, and her words were light and casual. Although it had not reached the level of love at first sight, she was still a cute young woman that moved his heart. Just looking at her made him feel refreshed. There was a saying that those who could hear the sound of a hairpin falling through a curtain, yet they did not think about it, were either foolish or intelligent. Fortunately, I'm between foolish and intelligent. Your daughter really is a smart and polite woman. My trip here this time has been worth it. The last time Li Qingshan saw her, he had been surrounded by a group of people from the Jianghu. He was constantly worried about Grandma Shiman outside. Even when he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Hua Qinglu. Now that he saw Yu Zijian again, he was rather surprised. "You're too kind, you're too kind." Yu Shuquang smiled, but he was in thought and sighed. "Don't tell me Li Qingshan is interested in my daughter?" The first thought that crossed his mind was, absolutely not. How could he entrust his daughter to a murderous butcher? However, upon further thought, he felt that it might not be impossible if Li Qingshan really was interested. He had seen Li Qingshan's original appearance before. He knew he was only 16 or 17, the same age as Yu Zijian. He could be regarded as a dignified young man. He had only become like this to hide from powerful enemies. It had already been mentioned before that in the eyes of the experienced Jiang Hu, Li Qingshan's appearance was much more pleasing to the eye than the pale-faced scholar. Coupled with his startlingly powerful ability, he would just have to see what this girl was thinking. However, these thoughts of his were destined to be fruitless. That was because as Li Qingshan studied Yu Zijian studied Li Qingshan as well. The shadow from the bamboo had almost completely hid his dark face, only revealing a beardless chin. Although his yellow robes had been specially made to be several sizes larger than a regular person's, they were still unable to hide his bulging muscles. All young women yearned for love, but the ones they yearned for were graceful gentlemen, handsome gentlemen, not a super fierce man like him. Probably only a thirsty, resentful woman would be interested in someone like him. However, when the sharp gaze that emerged from the darkness swept past her, she could not help but shiver slightly. She lowered her head in a hurry. The gaze seemed to possess a dangerous and invasive nature, such that she dared not look directly at it. As he lowered his head, he saw that the ground was littered with pig and chicken bones. It was obvious that Hero Nyo's mouth had not been idle while he was in a daze. However, he had completely wronged Li Qingshan. The quality of the banquet Yu Shuquang had prepared far exceeded what he usually prepared. Whether it was roasted whole lamb, crystal pork knuckles, or stewed beef, they were all delicious. They were all his favorites as a carnivore. There was even a steamed bear paw, which was absolutely delicious. He spread his belly and ate a lot of food, but he didn't spit out the bones when he ate meat. Instead, like a wild beast, he chewed the bones into powder and ate them together. The bones on the ground were all leftovers from Little An's meal. She followed Li Qingshan, and her appetite for food had increased a lot. When she ate, she chewed slowly and looked elegant, but she was not much slower than Li Qingshan, who was wolfing down his food. However, she refused to eat bones. Although she refined white bones, she had no interest in the bones of cooked animals. Actually, the food she ate did not even reach her stomach. It was all refined with her true flames. She purely wanted to taste it. Yu Shuquang's respectful attitude made her directly treat Li Qingshan as a senior on the level of an uncle. It was impossible for her to develop any romantic feelings towards him. Zijian. Yu Shuquang tugged at Yu Zijian's sleeve. Yu Zijian returned to her senses and raised her head. You're too kind, great hero Nyo. As she listened to Li Qingshan's heavy voice, her heart became even calmer. However, she felt that this great hero Nyo was slightly familiar, so she asked without any hesitation, have we met somewhere before? Li Qingshan shook his head and asked with a smile, do you have 100 treasures pouch on you? I don't, Yu Zijian answered honestly. Originally, Hua Qinglu wanted to give her one, but she was afraid that she would never be able to return the favor, so she did not accept it. And, she had heard that as long as she joined the 100 schools of thought, she could receive her own 100 treasures pouch. This is the first 100 treasures pouch I've ever obtained. I'll give it to you as a congratulatory gift. Li Qingshan took out a rather damaged 100 treasures pouch. It was the one he had obtained from Qian Rongji's dead older brother. Although he found this girl to be quite nice, he did not actually have any delusions that he would give her an extremely precious gift to please her. However, the gift was too light, and it was unsuitable. It would be better if it was suitable. He just happened to have many 100 treasures pouches on him. All chi practitioners could not lack them, but these 100 treasures pouches could not be stored together, so he could only fold them up and carry them on him. He had almost become a disciple of the beggar's gang, and he had an unprecedented number of over a dozen pouches. It was perfect for him to get rid of one this time. Yu Shuquang beamed. He had heard about 100 treasures pouches a long time ago. The 100 treasures pouch was even rarer than spiritual artifacts. Li Qingshan had been so generous right from the start, which made him feel like his hard work during this period had not been for nothing. That's far too precious. Yu Zijian declined in a hurry. She glanced at Yu Shuquang and wondered what great hero Nyo's relationship with her father was. Why had she never heard of him before? Li Qingshan smiled. I'm just afraid you'll find it old. If you don't like it, I have others. You can exchange them. That's not what I meant. Yu Zijian waved her hand in a hurry. Yu Shuquang coughed gently. Great Hero Niu wants you to accept it, so just accept it. Only then did Yu Zijian accept the old 100 treasures pouch happily. Her feelings were no different from Li Qingshan's in the past, but it was exactly because it was old that she was able to accept it calmly. Li Qingshan said, there are still many people waiting up ahead. There's no need to waste time here. You should go. Yu Shuquang said, we'll be taking our leave first. If there's anything you need, feel free to tell the servants. They had left. Li Qingshan took off his bamboo hat and carried Little and out of the bamboo basket, placing him on his lap. Let's keep eating. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, Yu Shuquang's face had already become bright red from drinking. He was currently competing with his good friend, the master of the elation school. At the entrance, a man with a pockmarked face raised his head and stared at the words, Proud Sword Matter. He sneered hatefully. He seemed to be in his 40s, but he wore an extremely luxurious robe around his waist. A treasured blade hung from his waist. Its hilt was made of pure gold, embedded with a cat's eye gem. It was extremely grand. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know he was wealthy. Afterwards, he directly barged in. Who are you? You can't enter without an invitation. Just when the disciples guarding the entrance wanted to stop him, the pockmarked man swung his sleeve. Before he could even touch the disciples, they were all sent flying through the entrance uncontrollably. An innate master. Most of the people who had come to attend the banquet were people of the Jianghu. When they saw this, they all cried out. Only innate masters could externalize their true qi. The pockmarked man stopped in front of the hall. Under the gazes of several hundred guests, he said sternly, Yu Shuquang, you've invited everyone, so how could you forget to invite an old friend like me? You. Shuquang heard the disturbance outside and had already rushed out with his fellow martial artists. He gazed down from the 12th floor and gasped. The crippled madman. The expressions of his fellow martial artists beside him all changed. Beside the individual tables, another young man asked, Who's the crippled madman? Why haven't I heard of him before? The old man who was knowledgeable about the history of the Jianghu said softly, His name is Ma Chaochuan. He's skilled in the 36 stances of the Mad Demon Blade style. He's extremely vicious when he fights, always wanting to drag his opponent down with him. He also has pockmarks on his face, so he's also known as the crippled madman. Does he have some grievances with Great Hero Yu? The Proud Sword Hall was originally called the Mad Blade Hall. In the past, the two of them had fought over the heart of a woman. They had staked their lives on the line. Ma Chaochuan had been defeated in a single move, and he had fled into the mountains and forests ever since. As a result, Yu Shuquang took the woman as his wife and used the Mad Blade Hall as his foundation to rapidly strengthen his organization. In the end, he unified Salt Mountain City. Never did he think that his old rival in love would actually reappear after so many years, and he was already an innate master. Yu Shuquang's expression changed for a while before changing into a smile. He clasped his hands. Brother Ma, it's been many years. Have you been well? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first before laughing aloud. That doesn't sound like something the Mad Sword Hero would say. Where's your arrogance? Where's Zier? Get her to come out and see me. Suddenly, he called out madly, Zier, senior brother, I've returned. I'm already an innate master. However, no one dared to laugh at his madness. His roar was filled with innate true qi, shaking up the hall. Everyone's ears rang as they became shocked. Yu Shuquang sighed. Zier, she, has already passed away many years ago. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. His eyes reddened as he ground his teeth. As she's actually already dead? You must have caused her death. She didn't like you at all. Oh right, she must have discovered that you poisoned me, right? What nonsense are you spouting? My father would never poison you. Yu Zijian stood in the crowd and watched on. When she heard that, she immediately refused to accept it. She parted the crowd and called out loudly. Zier? Ma Chaochuan was taken aback. At a closer glance, he discovered that her age did not seem right. Who are you? I'm Yu Zijian. I'm my father's daughter. And who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the proud sword manner? Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. I'll expose this hypocrite before everyone right now. Back then, I was already a first-rate master, while your father was only at the peak of the second-rate. How could his wild sword defeat my mad blade? If your father hadn't poisoned me, would he have won? Zijian. Just when Yu Zijian wanted to retort, Yu Shuquang grabbed her. That's right. I couldn't defeat you back then. Father? Yu Zijian looked at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. The surroundings were thrown into an uproar. Although Yu Shuquang was not as great as Yu Zijian imagined him to be, he was still a pillar of support for the orthodox path. He was renowned for his chivalry. Ma Chaochuan was taken aback at first. He never expected Yu Shuquang to admit it so readily. He laughed aloud. Everyone heard it. Girl, you heard it too. Just what kind of person is your father? But I wasn't the one who poisoned him. It was Zi. What Yu Shuquang said next made everyone fall silent. My mother. Yu Zijian was stunned. She did not have a particularly deep impression of her mother who had passed away so early. She only remembered her as an extremely gentle, beautiful woman who often sighed. Yu Shuquang often said that she was as kind as her mother. Ma Chaochuan felt like a boulder had been thrown into the lake in his heart, kicking up huge waves. Impossible. You're just spouting nonsense. Junior's sister has always been in love with me, so why would she harm me? Why would she harm me? Yu Shuquang smiled bitterly. You should have known this a long time ago. I never had the opportunity to touch your food and drink. The Holy Hall. This was a doubt that had existed in Ma Chaochuan's heart for many years, but he never dared to look at it directly. He refused to believe that the extremely gentle woman who had grown up with him would do something so cruel to him. Now that he had suddenly received confirmation, his conviction for revenge that he had cultivated arduously for many years suddenly became so pitiful and laughable. He could not help but become furious as tears streamed down his face. He roared at the sky madly. Yu Zijian was originally extremely annoyed with him, but when she heard his howl like a despairing beast, she could not help but feel miserable. She felt great sympathy for him. He must have loved my mother very much. My mother was far too wrong. If she didn't like him, she could have just told him directly. Why did she have to poison him? Don't be sad. So many years have already passed. You'll definitely find a woman better than my mother. Ma Chaochuan stopped howling with that. He looked at Yu Zijian. Her beautiful face filled with sincere sympathy seemed to overlap with the face in his heart. He murmured, You really are like her. Brother Ma, so many years have passed. We're both grown up, so it's time for us to let go of these grievances. Today is a joyous day to celebrate Zijian becoming a chi practitioner. She'll be taking the entrance exams for the 100 schools of thought next year. Why don't you sit down and have a drink? Yu Shuquang hinted. They were no longer regular members of the martial arts society that could be trampled on. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised an eyebrow and revealed a twisted smile, which made his pockmarked face seem even uglier. I want to compete with you again. Afterwards, he pointed at Yu Zijian. She'll be the wager. With a crack, Li Qingshan broke the chopsticks in his hand. That's far too shameless. He had heard the disturbance outside before anyone else. Afterwards, he listened to the grievances of the Jianghu with interest as he ate. It really did go down well with his meal. He felt quite sympathetic towards this pockmarked brother. The feeling of being betrayed by someone he trusted was probably horrible. At the same time, he felt great disdain towards Zi. She had sacrificed her own senior brother Cho for a handsome man. That was far too unfair. The two of them could be regarded as prodigies among men, yet they had taken a liking to such a fickle woman. They really had low standards. Fortunately, Yu Zijian was not as heartless as her mother. However, when they heard Ma Chaochuan's final decision, they completely disagreed with him. This was no longer just revenge against Yu Shuquang. It was revenge against the woman called Zi as well as the entire society. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have a cultivation? You want? Even if you have cultivation, do whatever you want? Don't you even think about it. Yu Shuquang, who had remained calm the entire time, immediately reddened. He drew his sword and widened his eyes. Yu Zijian was the apple of his eye. If anyone touched a single hair on her, he would throw his life at them. Yu Chen. Zijian was, saint or, was to yen, to zi, t is, the sword to tu, t by, yu to up to yen. Yu Chen after shan to he. He to sanat. Tian good, good, good. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Ma Chaochuan repeated 3 times. He showed no fear at all. I've cultivated arduously on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain for all these years just for this day. Those who have nothing to do with this, piss off. If anyone gets in my way, you can just wait for the revenge of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Ah. With that, a series of cries rang out at the same time, rushing into Li Qingshan's ears. His expression was strange as well. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain? Was this the legendary Count of Pheasant's Grace Mountain? The others obviously did not share the same thoughts as Li Qingshan. No one here had been to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain before. They did not even know where it was. However, as long as they were first-rate experts, they would have heard of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and the Burial Mound Mountain were 3 powerful cultivation sections. They were renowned throughout the entire Clear River Prefecture, and they had become the sites of the 3 mountains. Not only were there chi practitioners among them, but there were even foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation guarding them. Their strength went without saying. As long as regular people could join any one of them, they would be like a carp leaping through the Dragon's Gate. Their statuses would be drastically different. No one dared to ignore Ma Chaochuan's threat. To the people of the Jianghu, chi practitioners were existences higher up the food chain. Many of the people who were more on friendly terms with Yu Shuquang backed away silently. Only a few of his good friends remained by his side. They were hesitant as well. Yu Zijian's face was bright red. She was speechless from embarrassment and anger. Seeing this, she scolded, "You're bold enough to kill people recklessly. Aren't you afraid of the Hawkwolf Guard?" She had personally witnessed the might of a Hawkwolf Guard before, so she had an extremely deep impression of him. Ma Chaochuan laughed aloud. The Hawkwolf Guard? Do they care about the lives of you people of the Jianghu? Li Qingshan exhaled gently. He knew that Ma Chaochuan was right. He was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, so he understood this very well. People of the Jianghu who practiced inner force were a special group that existed between regular people and cultivators. The Hawkwolf Guard's attitude towards them was extremely special. The Black Wind stronghold could massacre villages as a show of force and place their names on the blacklist. It had been many years since the Hawkwolf Guard paid any attention to them. However, if a cultivator did that, it would be considered a crime. The commander would directly assign them a mission to deal with it. If the entire clan of people of the Jianghu was destroyed, even if several hundred of them died, the Hawkwolf Guard would only investigate it casually at most. They would never treat it as a proper matter. When people of the Jianghu killed regular people, they would be treated as regular people and treated as such. However, when they were killed by chi practitioners, they would be treated as chi practitioners and ignored. Under Ma Chaochuan's vicious gaze, the master of the Elation sect gulped. Brother Yu, look. Yu Shuquang clasped his hands around. Yu Shuquang, thank you all for your support today, but this is my personal grievance. It has nothing to do with you. Whoever interferes will be making an enemy of my proud sword manner and looking down on me. Everyone was touched and ashamed. Great hero Yu truly was chivalrous. He did not make things difficult for his friends. When they looked at Ma Chaochuan again, they found him to be even more despicable. The master of the Elation sect wanted to say something, but he backed off to one side in the end. Yu Shuquang's side immediately emptied out, only leaving Yu Zijian behind. She tugged at Yu Shuquang's sleeve, feeling both admiration and anxiety. Father. He's a second-layer chi practitioner. First-rate masters had no chance of victory against a second-layer chi practitioner, and she had just ingested an innate pill recently. Although she was a first-layer chi practitioner now, she might not even be a match for a first-rate master like Yu Shuquang in terms of battle prowess, much less Ma Chaochuan's opponent. Stop putting on an act. If you're a man, then come at me. I'll let you take 3 moves first. Ma Chaochuan was furious. This bastard was the best at using false pretenses to win people over. If it were not for his glib tongue, why would Zier? His heart ached. He looked at Yu Zijian again, and his gaze softened. His efforts over the past few years would not go to waste. He would definitely make it up to her. Yu Shuquang gently pushed Yu Zijian away. Don't worry. You can go to the back. He winked at Yu Zijian before turning to Ma Chaochuan. Ma madman, come. Let's spar again. Let's see if your blade of madness is stronger or my sword of madness is stronger. Yu Zijian was taken aback. We're in the middle of a battle of life and death, yet father is telling me to go to the back? What does that mean? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurried off to the back of the Proud Sword Hall without even looking back. Right now, the only person who could save her was Great Hero Nyo. The door to the room was pushed open loudly. Light shone into the pitch-black room, illuminating a broad back. Countless specks of dust could be vaguely seen. Li Qingshan wore a large, conical hat as. He held up a bowl of alcohol, acting like he was drinking it. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, Yu Zijian said, Uncle Nyo, please save my father. Li Qingshan almost spat out his alcohol. Why had he suddenly become her uncle, and it felt like he had been farming for 40 years. So-called men, even if they did not like a woman, they still hoped that she would fall in love with them, let alone the fact that he had a rather good impression of Yu Zijian. He could not help but feel slightly gloomy. However, an extremely gentle chuckle rang out from the bamboo basket beside him. Yu Zijian had seen quite a lot of the world with Yu Shuquang. She knew that only by getting closer to him could she ask for his help. She never thought that this form of address filled with respect would achieve the exact opposite effect. Before Yu Zijian could say anything, Li Qingshan had already said, I heard everything that happened outside. Uncle Nyo, my father. Smack. Li Qingshan placed the bowl of alcohol on the table and said gloomily, I'm not your whatever Uncle Nyo. Don't call me that. Yu Zijian felt wronged. She knew that Great Hero Nyo was afraid of offending the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, so he refused to help. However, Yu Shuquang's life was hanging by a thread. In order to save her father, she could no longer care about her dignity as a woman. She said loudly, then I'll call you Uncle Nyo, alright? I beg you. Li Qingshan's head paused. Whatever you want. He kicked the bamboo basket. Little Anne's laughter was basically infuriating to him. Yu Zijian thought that he had agreed to it. She wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes. Thank you, Uncle Nyo. Let's go. She was tempted to grab his arm. Li Qingshan said, You've heard what your father said. This is your family's matter. I can't interfere. Yu Zijian paled and collapsed on the ground. Then what do we do? Li Qingshan said, But aren't you a chi practitioner too? Yu Zijian raised her head. Her pretty face was like a tearful beauty. The blade and sword collided and sparks flew. There was also a splash of blood, which came from Yu Shuquang's shoulder. Ma Chaochuan let out a meaningless roar. He seemed almost deranged, but the treasured blade in his hand danced about like a storm. The chilling coldness reached several meters away. The spectating members of the martial arts society were all shocked, retreating into a large circle. Yu Shuquang also retreated step by step. He left behind a footprint in the marble with each step. He had launched the first 3 strikes, pushing his sword style and moves to the limit, forming a circle of blurs before him. You'll never be able to match up to me in martial arts. Ma Chaochuan took a step forward and swung his right arm like a willow branch. The treasured blade followed, swinging horizontally and vertically. He swung it 13 times from 13 different angles. Every single strike was as swift as the wind, actually tearing through the air and kicking up a fierce gust of wind, producing a sharp whistle. The sacred hall under the influence of hatred, he pushed his blade style to the limit. He was as wild as the wind, filled with a terrifying bearing of wanting to drag his enemy down with him. Even if the spectators looked down on his actions, they did not dare to look down on his martial arts. On the other hand, Yu Shuquang did not possess any of the might of a wild sword at all. His clothes were tattered, and he struggled to move left and right. Every time the blade pierced through the sword, it would leave behind a wound on him before retreating. He was like a horseman riding through the borders of an enemy kingdom, burning, killing, and plundering. It was like he had entered a deserted land, yet he did not kill them. He wanted to humiliate them viciously. He retorted, "What else do you have apart from martial arts?" Ma Chaochuan paled. He had been stabbed where it hurt. He was ugly, and his words were crude. Apart from his martial arts, he really had nothing else that he excelled in, which was why Yu Shuquang had stolen Zier's heart. He wandered the Jianghu alone. Apart from his martial arts, he had nothing else. He bellowed out, "Die." He channeled his true qi, and the light from the blade pressed down like a mountain. The sword wanted to resist, but it was already riddled with wounds like Yu Shuquang. It immediately shattered when it came in contact with the mountain of blades. "Master! Brother Yu!" Countless calls rang out, but they were not as fast as the blade. No one could stop them. Yu Shuquang closed his eyes helplessly. "Zier, I've come to see you." Outside the Proud Sword Manor, on a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 horses, 2 young men dressed in luxurious silk robes sat opposite each other. They were as arrogant as 2 roosters and were leisurely sipping tea. It was as if they did not know what was happening in the Proud Sword Manor. However, Ma Chaochuan had come to Salt Mountain City on these 2 carriages before disembarking and entering the Proud Sword Manor. The young man on the left said, "Junior brother Ma is just too slow. Why don't you deal with him quickly?" A lifelike tail feather of a rooster was embroidered on his chest. It was beautiful and glorious. It was the symbol of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Only formal disciples at the 3rd layer and above had the right to wear it. His cultivation level was shockingly at the 5th layer of qi refining. Years of accumulated resentment, it's understandable. On the other hand, the young man on the other side was indifferent. That was the indifference of a strong cultivator. 2 tail feathers were embroidered on his chest. That was the symbol of a core inner sect disciple who had surpassed the 6th layer of qi refining. "Humph, you're in such a sorry state for a woman." With his aptitude, he can only reach the peak of the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm in this lifetime. A 2nd layer qi practitioner is enough. Once we take back Salt Mountain City, he can stay here and gather talents for the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, just in case the people of the Green Vine Mountain always get ahead of him. Senior brother is wise. Stop. Yu Zijian called out. Ma Chaochuan suddenly raised his head. A wave of fiery light surged towards him. With a cry, he spun his blade and slashed upwards. There was a boom, and flames exploded. Although Ma Chaochuan managed to avoid being incinerated, he was sent flying. His eyebrows were scorched. He cried out, "Scarlet Fire Talisman." Yu Zijian had already helped Yu Shuquang up. "Father, are you fine?" Yu Shuquang saw how she was alone. Is he unwilling to help? Yu Zijian shook her head. She fed the recovery pill Li Qingshan had given her to Yu Shuquang and commanded the disciples of the Proud Sword sect. Afterwards, she faced Ma Chaochuan. "I'll be your opponent." "Girl, do you think you can become my opponent just because you have a few talismans in your possession? Move aside. Let me kill your father, and then I'll take you to the wedding." As Ma Chaochuan said that, he began to laugh aloud. He found it extremely amusing. However, no one in the surroundings agreed with him. They all glared at him furiously. Originally, Yu Zijian was still rather fearful, but when she saw Yu Shuquang's miserable state, she became furious. "It's no wonder my mother doesn't like a baddie like you." Baddie was a swear word used by children. It would only make adults laugh. However, the second sentence made Ma Chaochuan cry out in anger. "How do you know she doesn't like me? She likes me the most. She's always called me senior brother, since young." As he said that, he almost burst into tears again. He alternated between sorrow and joy, anger and sorrow. He really did seem like a madman. Yu Zijian held a talisman. She was extremely reluctant to do this. Then she thought of what Uncle Neo had said just now. "Once you use this talisman, you'll definitely be able to kill him in a single stroke. You can't be soft-hearted." Ma Chaochuan raised his treasured blade and pointed it at Yu Zijian. Alright, I'll capture you first, and then I'll kill your father. Yu Zijian raised her right hand as she watched Ma Chaochuan charge over. She swung it forcefully from left to right, and a crescent-shaped, golden arc of light appeared. Ma Chaochuan's pupils constricted. Golden crescent slash. However, he had no intentions of retreating. Although the golden crescent slash was an extremely terrifying metal element technique that was swift and sharp, he was confident he could block a golden crescent slash from a low-grade talisman with his blade. However, the golden arc seemed to be much brighter than he had imagined it to be. Before he could think too much about it, the golden arc had completely vanished from his vision. Oh no, that's a mid-grade talisman. With that thought, there was a splatter of blood and intense pain. A mid-grade talisman was equivalent to a technique from a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. Although it lacked a lot of meticulous control and variations, it was definitely powerful enough. It was not something a measly 2nd-layer Qi practitioner could block. However, Li Qingshan had quite a few mid-grade talismans in his possession. Apart from supplementary talismans that could increase his speed and strength, offensive talismans basically had no use at all. No matter how strong or weak the enemy he was about to face, they would not be able to use talismans like this. However, a mid-grade talisman was a god artifact that could determine the outcome of a battle between weaker Qi practitioners. Ma Chaochuan suddenly fell to the ground, but he discovered that he was still conscious. Although the golden crescent slash had left behind a horrific wound on his shoulder, it was not fatal. In the final moment, Yu Zijian's hand moved slightly, preventing her from killing him on the spot. She panted slightly and said to Ma Chaochuan, "You've lost. I won't kill you. You can go." In the secret room, Li Qingshan shook his head slightly. He had told her not to show any mercy. Although he sympathized with this brother Ma slightly, his principles were that as long as he was identified as an enemy, he would not show any mercy. However, he did not blame her. A girl as gentle and kind-hearted as her was quite rare. Helping her was much more enjoyable than helping Qian Rongji at the very least. He shook his head and murmured, "I'll show mercy, but I'll show no mercy." "Uncle Niu," Little and said crisply with a giggle. Li Qingshan's expression seemed like he had been stabbed. He pinched her tender cheeks and pulled them apart. "If you keep calling me that, I'll rip your mouth apart." Little and said vaguely, "Of course." Ma Chaochuan's expression changed several times. He stood up with his blade. "No, I haven't lost. I won't lose again. Don't move." Yu Zijian immediately had no idea what to do. She took out another golden crescent slash talisman. Uncle Niu's voice rang out in her head, "Bring an extra one, just in case." He actually seemed to see through her reluctance to kill him. However, Ma Chaochuan continued forward as if he was courting death. He had already lost once. He could not afford to lose again. "They have talismans, but don't we?" Suddenly, a person called out from outside. A streak of yellow light shot in from outside, sticking to Ma Chaochuan's back. It was actually another mid-grade talisman. A flash of light enveloped him from head to toe. Ma Chaochuan felt his mind rouse as endless power filled his body. True Qi constantly flowed out from his back. He turned around and said gratefully, "Senior brother Song." Yu Shuquang's expression changed drastically. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain actually still had masters here. In the carriage, the young man with the chicken's plume said, "Senior brother, isn't it a little wasteful to use a mid-grade vitality talisman on him? He has the assistance of a master. She's just a little girl at the 1st layer of Qi practitioner, so where can she get 2 mid-grade talismans from? Let's just wait and see. We have to force that person out. Let's see just who's bold enough to oppose the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." Senior brother Song's face was cold. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He had sensed the two presences outside right from the beginning, so he was not surprised by their actions. He said, "Girl, you can't show any mercy this time." His deep, hoarse voice immediately became louder and louder. Everyone only felt like a gust of wind had whistled past, immediately suppressing senior brother Song's presence outside. Yu Shuquang beamed with joy and completely relaxed. The tiger butcher was dangerous, but if he stood behind him and became his backer, he would feel extremely at ease. Everyone understood why Yu Shuquang had specially taken Yu Zijian to the back of the hall just now. The proud sword manor was actually hiding a master like that. Ma Chaochuan and Yu Zijian were like two puppets fighting. The ones who truly controlled the outcome of the battle were the people behind them. Ma Chaochuan roared out. Tremendous Tru Chi pushed up his clothes, and his treasured blade lit up. It gave off a chilling coldness, forcing everyone to take a few steps back. Yu Zijian dared not tarry. With a wave of her hand, she cast down a golden arc of light before her. She dared not show any mercy this time. With a flash of the golden arc, it directly swung towards Ma Chaochuan's chest. With the assistance of the Vitality Talisman, not only had Ma Chaochuan's Tru Chi increased drastically, but even his senses had sharpened. He grasped the trajectory of the golden arc of light, and his treasured blade spat out a streak of light as he swung down. With a great clang, Ma Chaochuan was sent flying. A great nick appeared on his blade, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger had been ripped open, dripping with blood. However, there was only joy on his face. Before he had even landed on the ground, he exhaled Tru Chi from his hand and pressed it against the ground. He shot back up, fusing with the blade as he swung towards Yu Zijian. His eyes were scarlet like he had lost his mind. Yu Zijian no longer had any more talismans to use. She was about to die to the blade. Crack! 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 There was a series of sounds of wood and rock colliding. A figure rushed out of the hall with even greater speed than Ma Chaochuan. It arrived before the stairs, and with a kick, it directly collided with Ma Chaochuan. They both fell out of the air. Although Ma Chaochuan was protected by Tru Chi, he still felt his back ache, and blood sprayed from his mouth. However, the figure did not seem to feel any pain at all. It immediately flipped over and leapt to its feet. Its movements were swift and mechanical. Two sharp blades extended from its arms, stabbing towards Ma Chaochuan. Only then did everyone see that it was not a human, but a puppet. A gleam of light flashed through Yu Zijian's eyes. She felt like the puppet was rather familiar. The puppet and Ma Chaochuan became entangled in battle. Ma Chaochuan's treasured blade landed on the puppet, but it only left behind a deep mark. There was the vague sound of metal colliding. The Mahist puppets were made from 1,000-year-old ironwood. They had been tempered through a special method, so they could not be compared to regular wood. Although he had the assistance of a vitality talisman, he was still forced into a retreat. "Senior brother, what do we do?" Senior brother Song's expression finally changed slightly. Even if he had a few more mid-grade talismans, it would be far too much of a waste. With a great roar, he leapt out of the carriage and took off from the door, rushing into the air. He flew over the spacious square like a great bird. He completely ignored Ma Chaochuan and the others below. He landed on the proud sword hall and pushed off again, directly shooting towards the secret room where Li Qingshan resided. The people of the Jianghu in the square had never seen such a wondrous movement technique before. They all raised their heads and became dumbfounded. Yu Zijian cried out, "Sixth layer Qi practitioner." During the time she spent in the Clear River Prefecture, she had learned a lot about the general knowledge of Qi practitioners. She understood just how terrifying sixth layer Qi practitioners were, which immediately made her worry for Uncle Niu. She rushed towards the proud sword hall. As he rapidly approached her, senior brother Song grabbed and pulled with his finger, and the thick wooden door shattered. He saw the tall, hooded figure inside with a single glance as if he had not sensed anything at all. He still had his back towards him. There was definitely no such a tall, burly man on the three mountains. Senior brother Song immediately realized this. He slammed his palm against the man's back, and Tru Chi surged out of his body. "Uncle Niu." Yu Zijian happened to make her way over. When she saw this, she paled and became filled with sorrow. "It's all my fault. Uncle Niu is going to be beaten to death by the bad guy now." Senior brother Song's face had just lit up when it vanished, as not only did the burly man not fly away, but he basically did not budge at all. He continued to drink from his bowl of alcohol. The Tru Chi he breathed out was like mud in the ocean. It failed to harm the burly man at all. This was the first time he had encountered something so strange. Who are you?" Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. There was a scarlet flash in the darkness under the hat. Senior brother Song wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. His arm, which was almost twice as long as a normal person's, wrapped around his neck with a dustpan-like hand. He felt as if he was trapped by iron and had no chance of breaking free. As long as this hand exerted a little force, his neck would be broken and he would become a corpse. All Yu Zijian saw was Uncle Niao finally stand up. His tall figure was filled with unbelievable power. His head seemed like it was about to hit the ceiling. With a single step, the ground shook, and the dishes on the table flew into the air. "Call me Niao Juxia." He took a step back and pulled back his arm. He roared, "Call me Niao Juxia." He threw martial brother Song like a javelin thrower. With a whoosh, senior brother Song's figure disappeared. He even crashed into the eaves with a loud bang, causing broken tiles to fall to the ground. The martial artists in the square saw that the figure left even faster than the one who came. He drew a parabola and landed outside the door with a loud bang. His mouth was open without him realizing it. Obviously, Niao Juxia inside was more ruthless. Senior brother, are you fine?" Senior brother Song was disorientated from the fall, but he was protected by true qi, so he was not injured. However, he was truly frightened. Just who was that huge man? Before him, he actually felt like he was unable to resist. If he wanted to kill him, he would be a dead man already. He was afraid that he would suddenly change his mind, so he said in a hurry, "Go, go." He actually ignored Ma Chaochuan and immediately boarded the carriage. He whipped off, rushing out of Salt Mountain City. Yu Zijian stared at Li Qingshan in a daze. Just now, the light from outside had landed on him, illuminating his pitch-black, unsophisticated face. His face was much younger than she had imagined it to be. He gave off a dignified air without being angry. His pursed lips made him seem extremely dignified. She was certain that she had never seen a face like that before, but the sense of familiarity did not vanish. Instead, it grew heavier. Could this be fate? A strange thought suddenly crossed her mind, which made her leap in fright. How was this possible? This fate was a little too great. "Thank you, Niao Juxia." Li Qingshan sat back down on the bench and pushed down his bamboo hat. "There's no need to thank me. Go see your father." Yu Zijian turned around and returned to the hall. The entire square fell silent. Everyone gathered their gazes on her, as if they wanted to find out about this Niao Juxia's secret from her. Ma Chaochuan's face was ashen. In his eyes, senior brother Song was a supreme existence on the entire Pheasant's Grace Mountain, yet he had actually been defeated in a single move by the person inside. He did not even dare to fight back. The vitality talisman on him had dimmed and lost its effect. The puppet soldier gripped his arm firmly, pressing him to the ground. Yu Shuquang said, "What else do you have to say?" Ma Chaochuan struggled as hard as he could. His face twisted viciously. "It's the same as last time. It's the same as last time. It's not that I'm weaker than you, but that you're despicable and deceitful. If you have the guts, then kill me. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely avenge me and slaughter your proud sword matter." Yu Shuquang suddenly laughed aloud, but it was not the complacent laughter of a victor. Instead, it was filled with bitterness and self-mockery. "I really don't understand. You're ugly and you're extreme. Apart from your martial arts being slightly better than mine, which aspect of me is inferior to you? Why does Zier just have to take a fancy to you?" Ma Chaochuan said, What did you say?" Li Qingshan was confused as well. Why would there be a woman who would poison the person she took a fancy to in the world? "That's because she knows that if I win, I won't kill you, but if you win, you'll definitely kill me. That's why she resorted to this. She once personally told me that she would marry a madman like you regardless of the outcome. I've already lost before the battle has even begun. I just refuse to accept this. I want to prove to her that I, Yu Shuquang, am fearless even if I have to die for her. However, she just can't bear to see me die for her. How can she let anyone die for her?" When Yu Shuquang reached there, he could not help but burst into tears. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. She had once tried so hard to persuade him not to fight Yu Shuquang, but he became more and more suspicious that she had fallen in love with someone else. He flew into a rage, determined to kill Yu Shuquang. Yu Shuquang continued, after the match, you left without even leaving behind a single message. She was filled with regret. Although she had no choice but to marry me, she passed away in a few years. Ever since then, he grew his beard and swore never to marry again. He focused on raising Yu Zijian. Neither of the two young and stubborn men took a step back. All the woman could do was do what she could, but it was all for naught in the end. Ma Chaochuan came to a realization. The extremely gentle woman had never betrayed him. He had been blinded by his jealousy and suspicion. At that moment, he suddenly hoped that she had really fallen in love with someone else, obtained everything she wanted, and lived happily in this world. Yu Shuquang gazed at the sobbing Ma Chaochuan and the tearful Yu Shuquang as he thought about the kind-hearted woman who had passed away long ago. The sacred church Yu Zijian seemed to understand the pain the three of them felt. She was distressed, but she had no idea what to say. None of them were bad people, so why did they end up like this? Was the will of the heavens playing tricks on them? Suddenly, she heard Niu Jusha's voice ring out, it's not a bad thing to be benevolent, but in life, how can you ask for perfection? Otherwise, you'll only harm yourself and others. You were soft-hearted today, almost causing your father to lose his life and humiliating yourself. If my cultivation was a little weaker, I would have been dragged into this as well. I hope you take this as a warning and don't repeat your mother's mistakes. Yu Zijian looked at the expressions of the people in the surroundings. Clearly, none of them had heard that. She looked at the sky in confusion. Then what should I do? Zijian, oh Zijian. Violet is the color of utmost veneration. The sword is the ruler of all weapons, the wise monarch. Violet Chi comes from the east, sweeping through everything and killing millions. Uniting the world, ushering in eternal peace and achieving great benevolence. Towards the end, Li Qingshan's voice gradually drifted away. Clearly, he had already traveled off into the distance. Yu Shuquang had originally named her Zijian in memory of her mother. The sword obviously represented the proud sword manner. Yu Zijian knew this too, but she never thought her name would have such a meaning. It was like she had been given a new name. She suddenly understood. She subconsciously touched the sword on her waist. For the first time, she felt a vague connection with the cold weapon. Her beautiful face gradually changed. She lost some of her gentleness, but she gained a sense of determination. Sometimes, people only needed an opportunity to mature and change. Allowing the seed to sprout, allowing the sword to emerge from its sheath. Right now, Li Qingshan would have never imagined what kind of fate would be buried in the philosophy of life that he had come up with carelessly, leading to a sudden change in the situation. When his words came true, when she swung her sword and killed millions, only seeking great benevolence in her heart, did he ever regret it? He would rather she return to this moment and place, to return to that gentle, naive girl. Or perhaps he would roar with laughter, praising her for killing well. Li Qingshan returned to the manor outside the city. For the next few days, he took pills and cultivated every day. His days suddenly became dull, but with little and accompanying him, he did not feel bored. It was just that when he drank, he always felt a little lonely without someone to drink with. The next day, Yu Shuquang visited him with Yu Zijian to thank him. He said that Ma Chaochuan had already returned to the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he would not be returning. In the end, Li Qingshan didn't open the door for them. He only said from inside, go. Acting like a hermit expert, he did a perfect job. Because there was nothing much to say when they saw each other. It was impossible for him to say, marry your daughter to me. From that day onwards, the banquets delivered every day were even more sumptuous than before. But when Li Qingshan picked up his wine cup, he would put it down again. After the joyous time of drinking together, he suddenly felt that drinking alone was unpalatable. Suddenly, his expression changed. He walked into the cave and saw a figure slowly walking out of the darkness. It was Millipede. He had a long body and a bald head. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. You finally come. Millipede saw Li Qingshan and grinned widely, smiling foolishly. Seeing him clearly, Li Qingshan was surprised. What's wrong with you? Many parts of Millipede's pink cloak were tattered, and there were many wounds on his face and body. Millipede sat down in front of the round table assembled from jars of alcohol. Afterwards, he fished out a glistening, red fruit from his sleeve and shoved it into Li Qingshan's hand. The fruit was long and round. It seemed extremely plump, and it gave off an exotic fragrance that filled the entire cave. Li Qingshan fished out a messy pile of recovery pills from his 100 treasures pouch in a hurry. Millipede ate it and closed his eyes, collapsing on the ground. His snores rang out loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. During this process, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Even his pink cloak was being repaired bit by bit. This was one of his methods of self-recovery. Li Qingshan looked at the fruit in his hand and suddenly smiled wryly. Isn't this a sweet potato? It could also be called a sweet potato, or a sweet potato. To put it more elegantly, it could even be called a sweet potato, but it was still a sweet potato. However, the spiritual qi it contained was 10 times better than the spiritual ginseng Li Qingshan had obtained in the past. It was a rare heavenly resource with a single glance. For a moment, he and Little and looked at each other in dismay. Li Qingshan was filled with questions. Just where did the sweet potato come from? Just who was it that could injure him? However, he could only ask Millipede when he woke up. Fortunately, Millipede had fallen into a deep sleep, so he woke up very quickly. In less than 2 hours, he opened his eyes and looked at his shiny, pink cloak. He smiled at Li Qingshan. It's nice. Li Qingshan raised the sweet potato in his hand. What's going on? Eat, it's on me. Li Qingshan said, tell me what's going on first. It won't be too late for me to eat after that. Millipede gestured as he explained the situation. Although his words were unclear and his words were incoherent, Li Qingshan still roughly understood the whole story. However, Li Qingshan still managed to gain a rough understanding of the entire situation. As it turned out, the sweet potatoes came from underground, within Millipede's territory. They should have been under his control. However, over the years, another demon general had been constantly invading his territory and had finally gotten his hands on this red sweet potato root. As a result, every time the sweet potato ripened, the 2 demon generals would inevitably fight. Millipede was slightly stronger, but he was alone while the demon general had many subordinates. Every time he was outnumbered, Millipede would lose more often than he won. This time, he finally managed to snatch a sweet potato with great difficulty. Millipede was originally smiling foolishly and happy, but the more he spoke, the more upset he felt. Suddenly, he began to bawl. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that it was not peaceful underground, and demon generals had their own troubles too. He raised his hand and smacked Millipede's bald head. He yelled, stop crying, you good for nothing. You hit me too. Millipede said with a sobbing tone. He curled his lips and cried even harder. Li Qingshan shouted, he has subordinates, but you don't? Millipede shook his head and sniffled. He looked over with teary eyes. Li Qingshan put his arm around Little N's shoulders. We'll be your subordinates. Although he hated troubling his friends, he would not ignore them. You guys. Little N pointed at the sweet potato in Li Qingshan's hand and smiled. This one is more like you. Li Qingshan stood up. Come, let's go down and take a look. Bringing all the food and wine, the 3 of them walked into the pitch-black underground. Li Qingshan had finally begun his demon path and entered a world where demons ruled. Under Millipede's lead, they advanced through the twisting and turning caverns and went downwards. 30 feet, 300 feet, until he could no longer estimate. Li Qingshan had never gone so deep underground before. However, the scene underground was different from what he had imagined. This place was not barren. Instead, it was full of mysteries and contained treasures that Li Qingshan had never seen before. Whoosh, whoosh. The 3 of them crossed an underground river amidst the sound of water. Holy Church! Li Qingshan revealed a surprised expression. He could feel the faint spiritual qi in the river water. He lowered his head and drank a mouthful. His demon qi had actually grown slightly. There were many unknown plants growing on both sides of the river filled with spiritual qi. The spiritual qi they contained clearly told Li Qingshan that these were rare spiritual herbs. Li Qingshan plucked one and placed it in his mouth. Millipede hurriedly said, you can't eat it. It tastes terrible. But it was too late. An extremely bitter taste spread in Li Qingshan's mouth. His tongue was about to go numb. The spiritual qi contained in the spiritual grass clashed with the demon qi in his body, and most of it was lost. Li Qingshan hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of wine and rinsed his mouth. Millipede looked at Li Qingshan and chuckled. There were still traces of tears on his face, making him look even more foolish. When he smelled the fragrance of the wine, his eyes widened, revealing a look of longing. Li Qingshan passed the jar to Millipede, and he gulped it all down. He let out a drunken burp, as if he had forgotten all about his sorrows. Li Qingshan, however, had other thoughts. Most of the spiritual grass in this world could not be eaten directly, but there was no such thing as a useless spiritual grass. The inconspicuous spiritual grass growing by the river was very likely an ingredient needed to refine a certain type of pill. However, the demons lacked the skill to refine medicine, so they treated it as useless. But it was also because of this that these spiritual grass had been preserved and not harvested. As for humans, even powerful qi practitioners, they struggled to venture so deep underground. Although he did not run into a single demon along the way, Li Qingshan sensed 7 or 8 powerful auras at the very least. They sensed Millipede's arrival and avoided him from afar, afraid to approach him. If it had been a human, they would have immediately become prey for these ferocious predators. Moreover, Millipede was an overlord-level demon general, so he probably wouldn't show any mercy to the foreign species that had invaded his territory. Any qi practitioner would be instantly killed if he made a move. Of course, demons could not go above ground, and the underground was also a forbidden zone for humans. As Li Qingshan walked, he felt like he was dead. Suddenly, he raised his head, and a speck of blue light appeared in his vision. It was like a blue star in the night sky, quietly shining with light and forming a beautiful halo. The light was so weak, but in this absolute darkness, when it suddenly fell into the eyes, it actually gave off a beautiful and dazzling feeling. Only when he got closer did he discover that it was a small azure flower growing quietly in the crevice of a stone. Its butterfly-like petals would curl and unfurl from time to time, as if it was alive. Little and gently touched one of them. The petals immediately shrank and the light disappeared. Li Qingshan had never seen such a wonderful plant before. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in it was much richer than the spiritual herbs he had seen just now. As he moved forward, the pitch-black cave gradually widened. The number of azure flowers also gradually increased. 3 to 5 of them formed a cluster, looking exceptionally dazzling. The spiritual qi in the air was getting denser and denser. It had long surpassed the zombie cave. Millipede said, "We're almost there." There was no need for him to say it. Li Qingshan had already sensed it. A blue light shone from the front, illuminating the path in front of him. It was as if there was a blue moon buried underground, quietly waiting for him to unearth it. He suddenly saw the end of the long tunnel. Li Qingshan walked forward impatiently, and the light became even more dazzling. When he reached the entrance, he suddenly stopped and widened his eyes, shocked by the scene before him. In front of him was an open space the size of a football field. Thousands of flowers grew there, emitting blue light in the darkness, illuminating the entire cave. It was a sea of sparkling flowers, and there were many butterflies of blue light dancing on the surface of the sea. It was like a dream. This was a scene that could only be seen in a deep dream. Xiaoan's sleeve came into contact with an azure flower that had completely bloomed beside her. The blue flower suddenly broke free from its leaves and began to dance about. It turned into a beautiful butterfly of blue light, leaving behind a beautiful trail. These butterflies had been born from the spirit herb. They were the spirit of the spirit herb. Little and reached out and grabbed, but the blue butterfly turned into spiritual light and dissipated between her fingers. It reformed not far away and flew away. Little and immediately chased after it, wading through the sea of flowers that was about to drown her. Flower petals danced in the air, turning into countless blue butterflies that circled around her. Li Qingshan called out, "Little Anne." This was Millipede's home. It was his first time visiting, so he had to be polite. These spirit herbs might be extremely important to Millipede. Little Anne suddenly turned around. The blue light illuminated her entire body, making her look like a legendary spirit. Li Qingshan suddenly didn't know what to say next. He looked at Millipede, who was smiling foolishly beside him, and sighed softly. He smiled and said, "You're living in a pretty nice place." It wasn't just beautiful. The spiritual energy here was so thick that he had never seen it before. If he meditated and cultivated here, both his demon chi and true chi would grow rapidly. Millipede said, "What's not bad?" He pointed at the blue butterfly. "This can be eaten, but it's not delicious." Xianxia knocked his bald head. "What else is there in your head other than eating? Such a beautiful thing, even if it was delicious, he probably couldn't eat it." Millipede rubbed his head and continued to smile foolishly. He didn't have any of the dignity of a demon general. When Xianxia agreed to go underground with him, he stopped smiling foolishly. He completely forgot about being bullied by other demon generals. "Don't smile. Be serious. No wonder you're bullied and can't eat sweet potatoes." Xianxia scolded. Since he was determined to help him reclaim his lost territory, they were no longer just drinking buddies. They were comrades who fought side by side. He still had to rely on Millipede's strength from now on. Seeing how foolish he was, he couldn't help but scold him. Millipede immediately pursed his lips and said sternly, "You guys stay. It's fine if you don't eat the sweet potatoes." It was rare that his thoughts were clear and he expressed himself clearly. Xianxia felt his chest heat up. He was very touched. How can my friend not have sweet potatoes to eat? Millipede wasn't smart, but he treated him with absolute sincerity. His cultivation level was high, but he wasn't arrogant. He was many times better than those arrogant, pretentious peddlers at the 6th or 7th level of Chi practitioner. He was the first friend he acknowledged from the bottom of his heart, and he definitely wouldn't disappoint his friend. Friend? Millipede pondered the word. Xianxia patted his shoulder and smiled. Good friend. Good friend. Millipede also patted Xianxia's shoulder. He seemed to understand something and laughed loudly. Friends were even better than sweet potatoes. After walking through the sea of flowers and startling countless butterflies, they arrived at the center of the open ground. There was a huge stone platform without any plants. It was 3 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 7 or 8 feet tall. Millipede lay down on it and stretched his limbs, forming the Chinese character. A relaxed expression appeared on his wooden face as he exhaled comfortably. He glanced at Xianxia and Little and then rolled to the side to make space. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You're inviting us to sleep?" Then, he heard snoring. This guy had already fallen asleep. Xianxia and Little and looked at each other. Was this stone bed really that good to sleep on? Xianxia carried Little and to the stone platform and then tried to lie down on it. However, he sat up as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was full of shock. In that instant, he didn't feel as if he was lying on a hard rock, but on a turbulent sea of spiritual chi. He rubbed the surface of the stone platform with all his might and examined it closely. He saw a faint, resplendent light under the stone platform, as if the most beautiful gems in the world had been melted together. This wasn't the first time Xianxia had seen such a beautiful color. He took out a spirit stone hesitantly and compared it with the stone platform. Finally, he confirmed it. This is a spirit stone bed. This feeling was similar to how a normal person would feel when they saw a golden bed. Their first reaction was disbelief. However, he immediately understood why Millipede had chosen this place as his cave in the vast underground world. All demons' first instinct was no longer to eat and drink, but to search for places with spiritual chi so that they could absorb more of it. However, although the spirit stone bed was large, it couldn't withstand decades or even centuries of absorption by a demon general. A thought that even he didn't quite believe appeared in Xianxia's mind. He walked to the side of the bed and pushed away the dirt. His expression instantly became extremely strange. His guess was correct. This wasn't a spirit stone bed, but a spirit stone mine. This stone platform was just the tip of the iceberg of this mine. If a spirit stone bed could make cultivators' eyes red with envy, then a spirit stone mine could make 2 cultivator sects go to war. That spirit stone mine alone was enough to cause 2 cultivation sects to wage war, causing noble cultivators to die like mortals. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. It was the same in the cultivation world. Spirit stone mines were crystals formed naturally from the spiritual chi of the world. They were usually formed on spirit veins. Most of the spirit stone veins on the surface were controlled by powerful forces and guarded by powerful cultivators. However, spirit stones weren't just equivalent goods. They were also consumables. Over millions of years, many had been excavated by humans. Some had even drained the goose that laid the golden eggs to catch the fish. Even spirit veins had been directly dug out. However, in the depths of the underground world where spirit veins were the most abundant, demons didn't have the habit of using spirit stones to trade. They wouldn't use spirit stones on formations, puppets, or artifacts either. These spirit stone mines that weren't excavated could be recycled, constantly absorbing the spiritual chi of the world and nurturing countless demons and spirit herbs. Li Qingshan thought, fortune truly favors fools. He'd thought that this fellow was poor, which was why he'd come to freeload off him. He hadn't expected him to sleep on a spirit stone mine every day. How extravagant. Millipede had come to freeload off him. Today, it was his turn to freeload off him. It would be a shameful waste if he didn't make use of such a holy land for cultivation. Ninth layer perfection having been given the cold shoulder, Yu Shuquang did not become angry. Instead, he admired Li Qingshan even more. 100 search rope entered the station quickly bullet wide. He had already learned from Yu Zijian that the silly bird who had flown in and out was actually a 6th layer chi practitioner. Back then, he had only returned to his senses after being surprised for quite a while. Just what kind of concept was a 6th layer chi practitioner? It had completely exceeded his imagination. He had heard that with just a thought, a flying sword could circle around, and a first-rate master like him would be beheaded. However, someone like that had not even managed to withstand a single strike from Li Qingshan before being tossed out. He did not even dare to look back as he wondered inside. Just how did Li Qingshan train at such a young age? Was he the illegitimate child of some large clan? Or was he a secret disciple of some cultivation sect? His thoughts ran wild, but he was still unable to get to the bottom of it. All he knew was how fortunate he was to be able to establish a relationship with such an important figure. Father, I just find that great hero you rather familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Yu Zijian's face heated up slightly as she said that. However, Yu Shuquang was surprised. He smiled dryly. How's that possible? It must be your imagination. Li Qingshan had specially reminded him that he could not let Yu Zijian learn about his true identity. How could he disobey him now? Yu Zijian frowned. Really? Yu Shuquang suddenly said, let's go see your mother. What happened yesterday had stirred up the matters that had lain dormant in his heart for many years. He had thought of this since then. However, he only saw off all the guests late into the night yesterday, brushing off all the curious gazes. Yu Zijian gave a gentle response of agreement. Stepping through the snow, the two of them arrived in the east of the city. At the foot of a beautiful hill was a small grave. It was extremely clean, and fresh offerings were placed on the grave. This was obviously Yu Shuquang's arrangement. But today, a person knelt before the grave with a straight back. His magnificent, silk robes had been reduced to a mess by mud and blood, but he did not seem to sense it at all. Ma Chaochuan. Yu Shuquang frowned. As it turned out, he had not left. How did he find out about this place? Yu Zijian gripped the hilt of her sword and secretly raised her guard. Even she had failed to realize that she was very different from before today. Ma Chaochuan turned around stiffly. His face was pale, and his lips were dark. Only when he saw Yu Zijian did his eyes light up. He murmured, Z-er. Although the golden crescent slash had avoided his vitals, it had still severely injured him. He didn't go to treat his injuries, only wanting to die here. Pop-up gallery full text TT download. Yu Zijian said frantically, I'm not Z-er. You better go heal. If this continues, you'll die. Although she was enlightened, no change could be made overnight. The kindness in her heart would not disappear. When Ma Chaochuan saw it clearly, he smiled self-deprecatingly. Years of hatred had vanished in an instant, and he no longer had the strength to continue living. Yu Shuquang said coldly, if you want to die, die somewhere else. Don't die here. Ma Chaochuan's gaze turned cold as he pressed down on his saber hilt. Yu Zijian said, "Father." Yu Shuquang pushed Yu Zijian away and said furiously, "Why did she have to grow up with a piece of trash like you? You're looking to die." Ma Chaochuan drew his blade with a swish. His face surged with murderousness. Yu Zijian blocked Yu Shuquang's way and said anxiously, "Even now, you still don't understand? My mother doesn't want to see you like this. If you die and she learns about it in the afterlife, wouldn't she be sad all over again?" When Yu Zijian said that, it seemed to possess a wondrous charm. Ma Chaochuan was stunned. Yu Zijian persuaded him gently, "You have to live well. Only then will my mother be at ease." Ma Chaochuan slowly lowered his eyes. Girl, you're right." Suddenly, he stabbed his thigh with a backhand motion before pulling it out casually. His face became even paler. Yu Zijian covered her mouth and cried out. All she heard was Ma Chaochuan say, "I said a lot of crazy things to you yesterday. Just treat this as my apology. Hee, someone like me deserves to die in the first place for having lustful thoughts towards her, but I can't drag her down with me anymore. I'll just keep living." Yu Zijian knew that his intense personality could not be changed. She sighed gently. "You might be different from others, but the goodness of a person's heart is even more important than their appearance. You'll definitely be able to find a woman who truly loves you." Ma Chaochuan only sneered. Which woman in this world didn't love a handsome man? With his current cultivation, there was no lack of beautiful women by his side. However, those women only liked his money and power. Other than her, no one else treated him with sincerity. "Even if you really can't get over it, I've heard that there are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation that can definitely heal your face." Ma Chaochuan's expression gradually underwent a wondrous change. A smear of light appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he turned around and stared at the gravestone deeply, as if he wanted to engrave every single word into his heart. Afterwards, he limped off into the distance. Yu Zijian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She smiled, knowing that her persuasion was effective. However, she failed to hear Ma Chaochuan murmur to himself, "There are many wondrous methods in the world of cultivation. There must be one that can save you." This tiny hope landed in his heart that had dried up from exhaustion and despair, but it was like planting a seed. He was only a member of the bottom rung of the cultivation world. Even if there were wondrous methods that could revive the dead, it was not something a mere second-layer chi practitioner could come into contact with. However, the almost extreme obsession and unbelievable delusions of humans were also the source of their power. Yu Shuquang watched Ma Chaochuan's figure gradually grow further away. He was also desolate. He turned around and said to the tiny gravestone, "Do you see that? He's still alive. Don't be sad anymore." He thought of the woman's words again, "Even if senior brother Ma is wrong about everything, he's always been extremely good to me. I can't let him down." He could not help but sigh gloomily. "If only I hadn't been saved by you and had just died outside Salt Mountain City." Yu Zijian seemed to see through his thoughts. She said loudly, "Mother must have liked you, father. I believe she didn't marry you because she had no other choice." Yu Shuquang smiled and rubbed Yu Zijian's head. "Perhaps, but she still can't overcome her own difficulties. Although she was no longer with him, she had left the best gift for him." He made up his mind that he had to ask Li Qingshan for the innate pill no matter what. He was not old yet. He could still take care of her. Thinking up to there, he suddenly said earnestly, "I've never been bold enough to tell you that many of the stories I've told you about my chivalrous deeds are fake." "Ah." Yu Zijian was alarmed. She took a step back and stared at Yu Shuquang in disbelief. Yu Shuquang coughed gently to hide his awkwardness. "I just want to tell you that you can't be a good person in this world. You need to learn to be a little smarter and a little more bad." "Humph, you liar. I'm not a bad person. Just treat it as I'm begging you." "No. Liar." Yu Shuquang said, "Even I, your father, would lie to you, so who wouldn't lie to you?" Yu Zijian was taken aback. Suddenly, she smiled mysteriously. "Father, I don't blame you anymore." "Hmm?" Yu Zijian said seriously, "Although you've lied to me, it's so I can learn the path of chivalry. It's still a great thing. This time, it was Yu Shuquang's turn to be surprised. He knew his daughter the best. Since when could she think like that? Yu Zijian smiled complacently. I want to be a good person. In the depths of the ground, flowers bloomed and butterflies danced in the sea of flowers. The large, stone platform flickered with a magnificent color. Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A cold, heavy spiritual qi directly rushed into the Feng Qi acupoint on the back of his head, pouring into his yin-yang heel meridian. His meridians that had originally been rather empty were now filled with pure spiritual qi of the world, such that he felt a slight prickling pain in his meridians. If it were not for the fact that his body was extremely tough as a demon, it was possible for all his meridians to be severed. He practiced the innate method of practicing qi instinctively in an attempt to convert the spiritual qi into true qi, but he failed. The amount of spiritual qi was just too tremendous, such that he was unable to circulate it easily. The prickling pain in his meridians grew more and more intense, but he was unable to sense it at all. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core began to revolve by itself, shining brightly as it absorbed the spiritual qi to its heart's content while suppressing the excess spiritual qi. Only then did the innate method of practicing qi finally begin to operate, refining the spiritual qi strand by strand and converting it into true qi. The summer ring on his finger also constantly came into play, refining and purifying his true qi once more. The pure true qi surged like the tide. With each breath, it would grow at a terrifying rate. This rate completely surpassed the rate at which regular qi practitioners could cultivate by ingesting qi-gathering pills alone. A cultivator who could absorb the spiritual qi of the world as a qi practitioner, an extremely precious spiritual stone mine, and a Sumera ring that only core formation cultivators had the right to possess. With the three of them combined, it was an extraordinary rate of cultivation. In less than 4 hours, Li Qingshan's body trembled once more. He had reached the 8th layer of the innate method of practicing qi. The flow of his true qi immediately sped up slightly, and the quantity increased by quite a lot too. However, he continued to cultivate. Time passed by bit. After who knew how long in the darkness, Li Qingshan opened his eyes again and looked inside himself. He discovered that he had finally reached the 9th layer of great perfection with the innate method of practicing qi. He had reached the peak of the 3rd layer. This was the first cultivation method he had completed. He felt a faint sense of satisfaction. He wanted to share this good news with others. Looking at Millipede beside him, he was still snoring away. He seemed extremely peaceful, as if he had put aside all his worries in his sleep. However, he never had anything on his mind in the first place. For once, Little Ant had curled up and fallen asleep as well. As it seemed, the spiritual stone mine was extremely beneficial to her. Li Qingshan did not want to alarm them. He raised his right hand and gazed at his huge, pitch-black hand. With every increase in strength, he would become more confident in controlling everything. If he used the cursive sword calligraphy to launch another sneak attack, he might actually be able to heavily injure a 9th layer qi practitioner. He would not have to transform to deal with many problems as a human. This was extremely important. There were many times and many places in the human world that were unsuitable for him to transform into a demon. The stronger he was as a human, the more opportunities he could obtain justifiably. However, if he wanted to continue his cultivation, he needed to find a new cultivation method. He felt like as long as he had a qi practitioner method, he could immediately break through to the 4th layer and open his yang linking meridian. It was just a pity that he had not obtained any of the 5 great methods of practicing qi. He could only stop here for now and wait for the future. Within the Proud Sword Hall, 2 rows of disciples stood to the left and right. They all stared straight ahead, their eyes filled with a hint of eagerness. The weather was extremely cold, but Yu Shuquang's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. He leaned forward and said carefully, "Brother Liu, there really aren't any decent disciples in our Proud Sword Manor that can catch your eye." The person who sat before Yu Shuquang was Lu Fengrui, who had visited a few days ago just now. He waved his hand arrogantly, and Yu Shuquang dismissed everyone. Lu Fengrui smiled. "That's not why I've come this time. Brother Yu, it's time for you to celebrate." "What's there to celebrate in my empty home?" Lu Fengrui said, "I've heard about what happened a few days ago. The pheasants Grace Mountain abused their power to bully others, wanting to steal Brother Yu's property. Fortunately, Brother Yu had the assistance of a master, but that's not a long-term plan. As a result, I specially pleaded with my master to allow the Proud Sword Matter to join the Green Vine Mountain's protection. From now on, anyone who provokes the Proud Sword Matter will be provoking the dignity of our Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang was surprised. He had wished for this a long time ago. He wanted to place the Proud Sword Matter under the protection of a certain mountain. Although he would have an additional master above him, it was still better than the days when any Qi practitioner could kick his ass. However, now that he had met Li Qingshan, and Yu Zijian was about to have a promising future, he was not particularly happy. However, he reacted quickly. He stood up and bowed. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Liu." Lu Fengruwei was very satisfied with Yu Shuquang's behavior. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had actually extended their influence into the territory of the Green Vine Mountain, so the Green Vine Mountain obviously had to respond. He pursed his lips. "That's only one of them. Brother, you will probably be even happier when you hear about the next one. May I ask what it is?" "I heard your daughter has already reached the innate realm, so Master has specially extended his grace and is willing to accept her into the Green Vine Mountain. I'll be taking her back to the mountain this time." Lu Fengruwei was complacent inside. This was killing two birds with one stone. He was the one who came up with this. Not only could he consolidate the Green Vine's influence in the mortal world, but he could also recruit a disciple for the Green Vine Mountain. When Yu Shuquang heard that, he was probably so happy that he wanted to kneel down to him. "Yu," Shuquang said, my son has already promised a good friend of the Hua family that he'll be attending the 100 Schools of Thought next year." Without waiting for him to finish, Lu Fengruwei's face sank. He had never thought that not only would Yu Shuquang thank him, but he would also turn him down. "Oh? Are you saying our Green Vine Mountain can't rival the 100 Schools of Thought? Or do you want to use the Hua family to scare me? How dare you? Then why don't you let your daughter come out to see me?" Yu Shuquang could only order someone to summon Yu Zijian over. Yu Zijian immediately shook her head when she heard that. "No, I've already agreed to Qinglu." Lu Fengruwei saw Yu Zijian. His eyes lit up slightly, but his face remained sunken. My master never speaks so easily. However, there's no way he can take back what he said. You better consider it properly. I said I'm not willing, so I'm not willing. Yu Zijian said in annoyance. Ever since she saw Lu Fengruwei the first time, she had disliked his pretentiousness and his sarcasm. Lu Fengruwei's eyes turned cold. A mere first-layer Qi practitioner actually dared to defy him in public. He was looking to die. Yu Shuquang smiled apologetically at Lu Fengruwei. "Please wait a moment." As he pulled Yu Zijian towards the back, he needed Li Qingshan to make the decision. Lu Fengruwei seemed to see through their thoughts. He still felt like his threat was not powerful enough, so he added, "The Pheasant's Grace Mountain has already gathered people to deal with that Niu Juxia or whatever behind you, but we still stopped them. Just because an independent cultivator who came out of nowhere defeated a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, does he think he can contend with the entire sect?" Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He pulled Yu Zijian to the back and immediately ordered people to search for Li Qingshan in the matter. Yu Zijian also looked forward to the tremendous figure descending from above, grabbing the person surnamed Lu outside, and tossing him outside as well. However, the news they received in the end was that Li Qingshan had already vanished. Yu Shuquang immediately sat down in the armchair and sighed. What am I supposed to do? Yu Zijian experienced the sorrow of powerlessness once again. She gripped the hilt of her sword firmly. Father, I'll agree to him. Yu Shuquang said, how can you do that? At the very least, Yu Zijian would have Hua Qinglu to take care of her in the 100 Schools of Thought. The 100 Schools of Thought was a place of rules. Looking at how Lu Fengruwei behaved, there probably was not a lot of love between fellow disciples on the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian instead comforted Yu Shuquang. Don't worry. The Green Vine Mountain is not necessarily worse than the 100 Schools of Thought. Suddenly, she suppressed her voice. This is just a temporary solution. I'll write a letter to Qinglu. Perhaps she can help me. Yu Shuquang could not help but sigh. His daughter had truly grown up. he said helplessly, that's all we can do then. In the hall, Lu Fengruwei smiled complacently. As long as what was done could not be undone, it would not be that easy for the Hua family to interfere with the matters of the sect. If the little girl obeyed obediently, then so be it. Otherwise, she would probably suffer a lot. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Li Qingshan's resonant voice echoed through the silent cavern. The king has sent me to patrol the mountain. Little An sat on Li Qingshan's neck and sang along with him. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Li Qingshan turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. Patrol the southern mountain, patrol the northern mountain. Little An also turned his head and sang at the top of his lungs. You're wrong, you're wrong. Li Qingshan suddenly shook his head. He shook his head so much that Little An began to move with him. What's wrong? Little An tightened her grip around his neck and grabbed Li Qingshan's ear to maintain her balance. Li Qingshan said, it should be the cave patrol. Little An thought about it. Fair enough. Li Qingshan had already been underground for half a month. He did not recklessly make Millipede fight the demon general. Instead, he carefully familiarized himself with the situation underground. He discovered that Millipede's territory was not just being invaded by the demon general. It was being invaded by all the nearby demon generals. Everyone else had a bunch of subordinates following their orders, but he was alone. Furthermore, he was not very smart. If he wasn't bullied, it would be unforgivable. Li Qingshan also gained a deeper understanding of the importance of territory. The underground world was basically a great treasure trove. Here, he could find spiritual veins and holy lands that were 10 times better than the zombie Daoists' dwelling, spiritual springs that could rapidly recover true qi by drinking them, and various strange spiritual herbs. These lands of treasure were scattered across the crisscrossing caverns. Losing a portion of territory was losing a portion of resources. And the most important resources were all sorts of demons. Theoretically, all the demons in Millipede's territory had to listen to his commands. In exchange, Millipede would not eat them. However, Millipede lacked the skill and wisdom to lead. Even when he gave orders, the demons would only obey him on the surface. They would never show their support. As the saying went, in order to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Right now, Li Qingshan was going to visit these demons one by one. Blackwater salamander Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map he had stolen from the zombie Daoist and unfurled it. This place had completely exceeded the range of the underground mental map. When he channeled his true qi into the mental map, it flashed, but it did not form an image. Instead, it was a blurry speck of light. Something had interfered with it. Little An said softly, it must be because of the underground magnetic field. Li Qingshan said, how did you know? Little An said hesitantly, I think I've read it somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Li Qingshan smiled. It must be a memory from the past. Otherwise, how could she forget which book it was with her memory? Little An immediately fell silent. She showed a rare hint of worry. She had no idea whether it was because of Millipede's spiritual stone bed or the fragrance of the blue iris. The memories in the depths of her mind surfaced bit by bit, bringing her illusionary dreams. Li Qingshan fell silent as well. He thought of the same place as her. It was her hometown in the distant south. She did not know where it was exactly. Perhaps it would suddenly jump into her mind at any time and pull her into the distance. He carried her down and cradled her in his arms like a doll. He stroked her smooth hair gently and kissed the red mole on her forehead gently. The fragrance of sandalwood lingered around his lips. It's not a bad thing to be able to recover my memories. Tell me about the underground magnetic field. I've never heard Millipede mention this before. Little An nodded obediently and wrapped her arms around his neck. The underground magnetic field will affect the use of techniques and spiritual artifacts. The deeper you go, the greater the effect. Li Qingshan casually cast a simple technique. Sure enough, it was slightly more difficult to cast than it was above ground. This really was the home ground of demons. Although demons could use techniques like techniques, they basically relied on their powerful demon qi to force their way through. They did not have the delicate process of casting techniques like humans, so the effects were obviously negligible. So smart. little and smiled faintly. There are also astral winds in the sky. The higher you go, the stronger they get. They can scatter the spiritual energy of the true qi and scatter the souls of people. Really? That's amazing. Also, heavenly flame burning cloud. Li Qingshan listened to her with a smile as he moved forward. It was rare to hear her talk so much. They forgot the hidden troubles and enjoyed the moment together. Then, they looked forward to the fact that there really was a banquet in the world that would never end, and it was prepared for them. Pop-up window full-text TT download. In this dark underground, many of the methods of humans were useless. They could only rely on their instinctive sense of smell, hearing, sense of direction, and memory. The underground cavern was thousands of times more complicated than any maze in the world. No one could be sure where the path in front of them led to. When you were focused on going up and wanted to return to the surface, the cavern might suddenly curve downwards, or you might even run into a dead end. All of your plans would be for naught, and you would have to find a new path. Add to that the threat of demons hiding in the shadows. It was enough to make 9th and 10th layer Qi practitioners tired and anxious, or even lost in the depths of the underground. The dangers here were terrifying, and it was not just about power. However, Li Qingshan was strolling around like it was his own backyard. His sensitive senses allowed him to easily find the path. As long as he released his powerful demon Qi, the other demons would be able to restrain themselves and not attack randomly. The most terrifying demon here, King Millipede, was his strong shield. However, he did not bring Millipede with him this time to suppress the other powerful demons. On the path of demons, the strong were revered. It was not as strict and orderly as the humans. The rule of a fox borrowing the tiger's might was not as effective in the world of demons as it was in the human world. If he could not display enough power, how could he make those arrogant demons submit to him, the commander of the demons? Apart from that, he had a deeper purpose. Li Qingshan advanced along the underground river with faint spiritual qi. The water gradually sank deeper into the ground. He dove into the water and swam forward with the current. An hour later, his field of vision suddenly widened. He saw an extremely wide body of water. He could not see the end of it, nor did he see the surface of the water. There was only the quiet ripples of the black water, as if there were black jade buried underground. When it came to the underground, normal people would naturally think of the boundless earth. Who would have thought that there would be such a rich water source underground? Li Qingshan thought, the person Millipede mentioned should be here. The spiritual qi in the black water was very dense. Although it was not as dense as Millipede's residence, it was still a rare holy land for cultivation. According to Li Qingshan's observations over the past few days, there was a spiritual vein underground. It was in this direction, so it was very likely that there were crystallized spiritual stones in the depths of the black water. He wanted to find the hidden demons. Of course, he was not going to look around randomly. Instead, he followed Millipede's description and the direction the spiritual vein took. All-powerful demons occupied places with dense spiritual qi. Li Qingshan got little and to wait on one side before letting out a deep roar. He completely transformed into his demon form. He had tiger claws, a tiger tail, ox hooves, and ox horns. His head of scarlet hair floated upwards like a ball of blazing fire. His figure had already reached a height of 9 meters. During this period of time, he had stopped practicing qi and focused on practicing the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression. He continued to eat the various pills and borrowed Millipede's bed to sleep a few times. His demon qi grew extremely rapidly, gradually suppressing the ox demon completely. Recovering his original appearance was no longer an issue. Afterwards, he immediately began practicing the second layer of the tiger demon. Practicing the tiger demon was not just about eating pills and cultivating silently. It required intense battles to unleash its potential and break through bottlenecks. As a result, he released his demon qi fearlessly and let out a provocative roar. At the bottom of the water, a pair of lantern-sized eyes suddenly lit up in the depths of the mud. They shone with a vicious light. With a swing of its huge tail, it pushed away the black mud. Its colossal body shot over 30 meters away nimbly, swimming straight towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sensed a demon qi even more powerful than his own in the distance. Just like Millipede had said, this guy was very powerful. It was so powerful that even Millipede was unwilling to make trouble for it in the water. However, Millipede was of the fire element, while Li Qingshan was of the water element. The deep waters were also his home ground. With the spirit turtle's demon core, he moved no slower than he would on land. He sank to the bottom of the water, his hooves digging into the mud and stepping on the rocks. He stared ahead calmly. The demon chi grew closer and closer. He also vaguely made out a huge, vicious figure, as well as a pair of eye-catching demon eyes. The demon must have seen the same thing. Before the demon had even approached him, the water surged over like a tsunami. Of course, this was not just a splash from its body. Instead, it was controlled by demon chi. Li Qingshan's expression remained the same. He did not even use the spirit turtle's profound shell to protect himself. The water surged and rumbled like an army charging towards the enemy, slamming into Li Qingshan viciously and producing a thunderous rumble at the bottom of the water. His fiery, scarlet hair suddenly swept backwards, but Li Qingshan's figure was like a pillar of support, unmoving. Even with the tremendous pressure on him, he did not even frown. The surging water produced countless tiny, white streams of turbulence across his body. A small, colorful fish was lifted up by the water against its will, slipping through one of the streams. Its body was immediately sliced cleanly apart. Even if it was as gentle as water, it could become a terrifying weapon as long as it was strengthened with sufficient speed and power. However, this was only a test and a demonstration. Seeing how its first test had failed, the black water demon did not rush over in a hurry. It watched on from afar. "It's my turn." Scarlet light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. He spread his arms and reached into the water like he was grabbing something extremely heavy. The spirit turtle's demon core revolved as its demon chi expanded to the limit. Suddenly, it pushed forward forcefully, and the water several meters around Li Qingshan suddenly emptied. Li Qingshan seemed to have lifted up a huge ball of water and smashed it towards the demon. The demon swung its tail and shattered the ball of water. It was like hundreds of tons had exploded at the bottom of the water, stirring up the entire lake. However, using water to deal with a demon of the same element obviously would not achieve anything. This was like how ferocious beasts would always roar at each other when they met in the wilderness to demonstrate their might. As if it had confirmed that Li Qingshan was an opponent on par with it, the black water demon swam over. This time, it did not cause any ripples. Wherever it swam, the black water would automatically part for it. It was so quiet that it seemed like it was sliding through space. Li Qingshan finally saw the demon's appearance. It was a salamander, but it had reached a terrifying length of 50 or 60 meters. Its smooth, sticky skin was pitch black like ink. As it swam through the water silently, it was like a ghost in the darkness. It actually possessed an indescribable sense of elegance. It was the ruler of this lake. The first subordinate that Li Qingshan wanted to recruit, the Blackwater Salamander. Two tremendous demon chi constantly clashed in the water. The Blackwater Salamander used the changes in the demon chi to communicate its intentions clearly. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my territory?" Of course, not all demons could speak the human language. However, every single demon had grasped a method of communication after constantly communicating with the spiritual chi of the world over the years. They used the pulses of demon chi to replace their roars. Although it was not as intricate as the human language, it was much simpler and clearer. Li Qingshan was a demon in the first place. After learning a little from Millipede, he comprehended this special method of communication for demons, so he obviously understood what the Blackwater Salamander was trying to say. Li Qingshan eased up slightly inside. Sure enough, powerful demons all possessed a certain level of intelligence. This Blackwater Salamander seemed to be even smarter than Millipede. The Blackwater Salamander swam nimbly in the water and let out a mocking laugh. "Millipede? You're talking about that idiot. Only an idiot would follow his orders. You're an idiot, but I'm not. Sanctuary." Li Qingshan raised his tiger claws. "What if I say that you must obey me? If you catch me, I'll listen to you." "All right." This time, Li Qingshan actually roared. The tiger demon's killing roar followed, tearing a hole in the black water as it charged towards the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander actually didn't dodge. It allowed the tiger demon's killing roar to land on its body. The black water salamander slid away and turned to the bottom of the water, creating a huge hole. However, it didn't cause any damage to the salamander at all. The demonic aura once again let out a mocking laugh. It doesn't hurt or tickle. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He could clearly see that just now, there was a layer of brilliance flowing around its body. This guy's innate divine ability seemed to be able to dodge spells. No wonder it dared to let Li Qingshan catch it. The blackwater salamander twisted its body and spat out a water arrow, creating a sharp and strange whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Li Qingshan. Although it wasn't as powerful as it was just now, it was a true killing move. It could easily pierce through metal and stone. Li Qingshan also dodged. The water arrow arrived before him, but it was blocked by a blue barrier of light. It was the spirit turtle's profound shell. It's neither painful nor itchy. He eased up slightly. The blackwater salamander's cultivation was not low, but its attacks were mainly water-type techniques. It would struggle to get through his spirit turtle's profound shell that was also of the water element. However, even if there were 4 or 5 9th-level Chi warriors like Grandma Shiman, fighting the blackwater salamanders in the deep water would only result in death. Although this guy wasn't a demon general, once he had the terrain advantage, he was extremely difficult to deal with. Seeing that its attack didn't work, the blackwater salamander was shocked. It took another deep breath of water and spat out thousands of water arrows. The arrows pierced through the black water, leaving a straight white trail. Like torrential rain striking glass, the spirit turtle's profound framework trembled gently as if it could shatter at any time. However, despite the rain of water arrows, it remained there firmly, without leaving behind a single mark. Holy Church! Li Qingshan felt his demon chi rapidly deplete. He knew that the spirit turtle's profound theory could not be directly destroyed, but it still required demon chi. There was no benefit in dragging it out any longer. Stepping off the bottom of the lake, he shot off into the air like a rocket. When the blackwater salamander saw Li Qingshan pouncing towards it, it opened its huge mouth, revealing its eerie white teeth, and bit towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thrust his head forward, as if he wanted to let go of his head in the salamander's mouth. However, the 2 extremely sharp horns stopped the salamander from biting down on Li Qingshan's shoulder. The 2 behemoths tangled with each other. The black water surged and demon chi filled the air. Li Qingshan felt pain in his shoulder. The sharp teeth of the blackwater salamander had already pierced into his skin, but he did not care at all. He wrapped his arms around the blackwater salamander and dragged it towards the bottom of the lake. Although he was a water-type demon, he was used to living on land after all. He was not as agile as the blackwater salamander in the water. However, as long as his feet touched the ground, he would be able to use his strength to suppress the blackwater salamander. Originally, the blackwater salamander wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from Li Qingshan's shoulder, but it seemed to have bitten into extremely tough leather. It wanted to move its neck, but it was hugged tightly, unable to break free. It became even more shocked. His demon chi was not as great as his, but why was his strength greater than his? Although the black water was deep, it was still not the ocean. Li Qingshan's 3 zhang tall figure was enough to traverse most of the water. In an instant, his iron hooves once again reached the bottom of the lake. With a wild roar, he threw the blackwater salamander to the ground. He had succeeded in his plan. I won. An oily light flashed across the blackwater salamander's pitch-black skin. Li Qingshan felt something slip from his arms. The blackwater salamander slid out like a ghost. Even his barbed tiger claws could not catch it. You can't catch me. The blackwater salamander mocked as it disappeared in front of Li Qingshan like lightning. Li Qingshan thought, this fellow's innate ability is indeed extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder it did not take Demon General Millipede seriously. Although its attack power is not strong, it is still extremely difficult for others to deal with it in the water. But this was his first battle. How could he give up? He also shot out and chased after the demonic aura. The demonic aura suddenly disappeared. The ripples in the surrounding water grew more and more intense. White waves rolled in the black water, turning the depths of the ground into a world of black and white. Without any warning, and without feeling the ripples in the water, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan and slammed into his waist. Li Qingshan felt a pain in his waist and lost his balance. From the corner of his eye, he saw the blackwater salamander disappear into the water again. Before he could stabilize himself, the blackwater salamander changed direction and slammed into him again. The blackwater salamander drew out countless pitch-black trails, intersecting with Li Qingshan's body. In an instant, Li Qingshan did not know how many times he had been slammed into. He spun around in the water, feeling dizzy. It was as if he had become the blackwater salamander's toy. His entire body was in pain. It was only thanks to his strong body that he had not been slammed to death. A top-level demon was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he did not become dejected at all. Instead, his battle intent burned brighter and brighter. He did not use the spirit turtle's profound shell, as his demon chi was nowhere close to the blackwater salamanders in the first place. If he used the spirit turtle's profound shell, his demon chi would probably run out very quickly. He could only retreat temporarily. However, why would he retreat? He did not get Little and to help him, not because he wanted Little and to hide to one side and launch a sneak attack. Instead, he treated this as a test for himself. This was not a battle to the death where he would resort to every conceivable means. Instead, he was trying to subdue a demon weapon. As a result, not only did he have to win this battle, but he had to win it fair and square. The difference in strength between them was not particularly great. Apart from the slightly weaker demon chi, his strength and abilities even surpassed it. The reason why he could not gain the upper hand was definitely because he had not done enough. Li Qingshan just closed his eyes and was slammed into a few more times by the blackwater salamander viciously. Amidst the great waves, the depths of his heart calmed down instead. It was like a droplet of water had fallen into his heart. Li Qingshan's heart suddenly lit up. It was water. Although he was a water-type demon, he was not good at fighting in water. His method of controlling the water was extremely clumsy as well. He did not make good use of the environment at all, giving the blackwater salamander a geographical advantage for nothing. He floated and sank in the water, no longer trying to control his body. He no longer tried to land on the ground. He was like a creature born in the water, treating the water as his home. His demon chi scattered in the surroundings, forming a connection with the surrounding water. He was no longer as clumsy as when he picked up a huge water ball and smashed it at people. Instead, he monitored the surrounding waters with the sensitivity of a radar. The blackwater salamander broke through the water once again, like a black, ghostly bolt of lightning. Although it did not cause any ripples, it did touch the water under Li Qingshan's control. "It's behind me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned his head, but his movements were not as agile as the blackwater salamander. At such a close distance, even if he discovered it, it would be hard for him to dodge. The blackwater salamander was proud of itself. Just as it was about to slam Li Qingshan around again, Li Qingshan's huge body suddenly moved to the left without any warning. Li Qingshan controlled the water and pushed it away, avoiding the blackwater salamander's attack for the first time. At this moment, he finally felt like he was a little like a demon in the water. When he sensed the blackwater salamander's movement, he clenched his fist, and the moment the blackwater salamander brushed past him, he ruthlessly smashed the blackwater salamander's head. With a loud bang, the water turned into waves and spread across the entire body of water. The furious attack that Li Qingshan had prepared for a long time was not a joke. Even if it was a tough rock or iron, it would still be smashed flat. Just when he was considering if he had used too much force. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The blackwater salamander hugged its head with its two forelimbs and swam far away while swinging its long tail. In that instant, it also used the ability to slide away from the attack, dissipating most of the force. Only then did it not get knocked unconscious by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan floated in the water with his head and feet above his head. Looking at the blackwater salamander, his demon chi fluctuated. "You still don't want to admit defeat? Did you catch me?" The blackwater salamander was furious and actually swam far away. "Even if I can't beat you, don't even think of catching me and making me listen to your commands." Li Qingshan raised his thick eyebrows and adjusted his body. He leaned his body forward and struck a freestyle swimming pose. His 4 limbs suddenly pushed back, and then he controlled the water waves to push himself forward, rushing towards the blackwater salamander. In terms of swimming, how could the blackwater salamander lose to Xianxia? With a wave of its tail, it swam 3 to 4 meters to the side. No matter how it swam, it couldn't compare to its natural agility. Just as it was about to mock Xianxia a few more times, it suddenly felt its tail tighten. Xianxia had grabbed onto its tail, but its tail was the most slippery to begin with. With a flash of light, it instantly escaped far away, not daring to stay any longer. In the extremely vast underground lake, 2 enormous creatures, one fiercely chasing and the other frantically escaping. Even though the blackwater salamander had nowhere to hide, Xianxia was still not fast enough. He couldn't even touch its tail. After 3 days and 3 nights, their speed was as slow as an ordinary fish. They were both exhausted, but they still refused to listen to the drama. Xianxia felt as if he had really become a fish. He had a new understanding of how to use his body to paddle water and how to control the flow of water. To him, water battles were no longer a weakness. Even though he was exhausted, he relied on his ox-like endurance to forcefully hang on to the blackwater salamander, not giving it any time to rest. The blackwater salamander gritted its teeth in hatred and scolded Xianxia. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. A ball of fluctuating flowing fire was quietly burning in the water. Within the flowing fire sat a small skeleton. She also imitated the monsters and used her breath to convey her meaning clearly. Why don't we just kill it and take out its demon core to eat? Beside her, 2 huge skulls opened and closed their mouths, as if they were waiting for a meal to be served. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Don't eat me, I will explode my Yao core. The blackwater salamander instinctively felt a dangerous aura. It knew that it couldn't pass this hurdle. It was dispirited, but it also admired Xianxia's perseverance. The blackwater salamander had been wondering what kind of monster Xianxia was. Holy Church, Xianxia said, you're the thing. He swung his fist down. Even though the blackwater salamander was exhausted, it was still agile and dodged. Xianxia glared at it. You dare to dodge when the leader hits you? Do you want to live or not? Little N's 2 skulls threatened it. The blackwater salamander had no choice but to go forward and hit Xianxia. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. He looked at his number 1 soldier in satisfaction. He didn't expect that he would become a leader in the demon Dao before he even became a black wolf commander. Moreover, the people he led were all top-notch powerful monsters. The blackwater salamander's strength, according to human chi refinement standards, was around the 9th or 10th layer. It wasn't far from becoming a demon general. If Xianxia's strength was calculated according to chi refinement standards, it would already be amazing if he could reach the 7th or 8th layer. He was still very far away from becoming a demon general. It couldn't be helped. Demon cultivation was extremely time-consuming. Being able to reach this level was already a great help from those pills. This victory was completely due to the 3 powerful divine abilities. Seeing that there was no danger, the blackwater salamander stopped to rest. It carefully looked at Little N and said, Leader, that millipede. Xianxia said, call him king. The blackwater salamander said, why did King Millipede want you to beat me up? Xianxia said, not just you. I want to beat up all the monsters on the ground. If they listen to my orders, then I'll let them go. If they don't, then I'll kill them all. Although the blackwater salamander wasn't the strongest monster on the ground, it was the most difficult to deal with. Millipede didn't want to go deep into the water. Even if he did, it wouldn't be easy to subdue him. That was why Xianxia made it his first target. The blackwater salamander glanced at Little and, Leader, this is? Xianxia said, this is the deputy leader. The flames in Little N's eye sockets flickered. He had actually become the deputy leader. Holy Church, Xianxia said, do you know where King Millipede's cave is? I know. On this piece of land, as long as it was a demon with a bit of intelligence, it would probably know. Xianxia said, all right, I will be holding a meeting there in 3 months. At that time, if you dare to not show up, you can forget about staying in this black water lake. He didn't just want to defeat all these demons and subdue them one by one. His most fundamental goal was to turn them into a fighting force that he could deploy. That was why he and Millipede had come up with this demon gathering all the demons who had condensed Yao cores. The Blackwater Salamander had no choice but to agree. With a thought, Li Qingshan took out an uneaten roasted chicken from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to the Blackwater Salamander. The Blackwater Salamander swallowed it in one gulp. The taste of the various seasonings, especially the salt, melted in its mouth. It excitedly swam around Li Qingshan and stared at Li Qingshan. "Leader, do you have any more?" Li Qingshan thought to himself, just as I expected. Although this underground place was a huge treasure trove with all sorts of spirit veins and spirit herbs, the food resources here were far less abundant than those on the surface. However, the food resources here were far less abundant than on the surface. Even a demon general like Millipede could not eat whatever he wanted, much less these ordinary demons. Although they wouldn't die even if they didn't eat for 10 years as long as they breathed in the spiritual energy of the world in this black water, their instincts wouldn't disappear. The carrot and the stick had always been the only way to keep his subordinates in check. Li Qingshan used it appropriately, and it had a miraculous effect. "Humph, when you go, you can eat as much of this as you want." "I will definitely go. I will definitely go." The Blackwater Salamander instantly looked forward to it. If it could eat this every day, it wouldn't mind becoming a demon soldier. Li Qingshan and Little and left the black water and ate a 100-herb pill to recover most of their demon chi. Only then did he ask Little and curiously, "How did you become like this again?" Little and explained. So it was to hide her identity. The Holy Church and the others would eventually return to the surface. If she remained like this, too many pairs of eyes would remember her underground. Who knew when Li Qingshan's identity would be exposed? Furthermore, in this underground world, a non-human appearance was actually more convenient than a human appearance. Li Qingshan was quite impressed with Little An's caution. The human world and the demon world might not always overlap. There was nothing wrong with being more careful. They could communicate through aura anyway. Little An's aura was the rising flames in her body. Let's go to the next place. Outside Salt Mountain City, in the garden behind the Silent Manor. Li Qingshan looked at the light above his head and felt dizzy. He turned to Millipede and said, "I'll go prepare some food and wine for the guests." "You can go back first." Millipede left reluctantly. Li Qingshan brought Little An to the surface and saw that it was a vast expanse of snow. Snow covered the ground and the distant mountains. Clearly, it had snowed a few more times while he was away. Li Qingshan felt at ease. He exchanged a smile with Little An beside him. This expedition against the demons was much smoother than Li Qingshan had imagined. Apart from the tough Blackwater Salamander, there were also a few powerful demons. One of them was a 30-meter-long boulder viper. It was even more powerful than the Blackwater Salamander. It had almost completely replaced its body with stone, making it invulnerable. Furthermore, it had melded into the ground and concealed its aura. Its sudden ambush had almost injured Li Qingshan. However, when Li Qingshan stated his intentions, the boulder viper immediately expressed its willingness to obey Millipede's orders and participate in the demon gathering. The Blackwater Salamander only dared to look down on Millipede because of its geographical advantage. However, even the boulder viper did not dare to face a demon general head-on. Thus, Li Qingshan did not even bring out the carrot or the stick to recruit a second powerful demon soldier. As long as the king had absolute strength, it was easy for the generals who went out to battle. Although there were a few battles, they were mostly close calls. Of course, this was also because Li Qingshan was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Although the strongest demons were afraid of Millipede's strength, they still had to test the waters against Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers. The boulder viper had submitted so quickly because its ambush on Li Qingshan had failed. Instead, Li Qingshan had cracked the stone on its body with a punch. Although Li Qingshan did not dare to say that he had more than a 50% chance of winning in a fight to the death, no demon would fight a demon of the same level for no reason. Everyone thought that humans were intelligent and rational, while demons were bloodthirsty and crazy. However, this was not the case. Wild beasts in the wilderness would not fight to the death with their opponents even if they were fighting for a mate or territory. the loser would not even suffer too much damage. Often, they would use their roars to intimidate their opponents and determine the victor. However, humans would often gamble their lives for women and power. Even if they knew that they were no match for the demon, they would still fight. In the end, they would die without repentance. Sometimes, a small conflict would escalate from insults to fights, and then to fights to the death. It was all for the sake of an illusory dignity. Wild beasts only had survival instincts. They did not have complex emotions like humans. This did not change after they became demons. As a result, Li Qingshan faced a group of extraordinarily rational opponents. Even the powerful demons obeyed him, much less the weaker ones. Almost as soon as Li Qingshan released his demon aura, the lesser demons bowed their heads. It was so simple that even Li Qingshan did not expect it to be so simple. It had only taken him a month, which was far less than he had expected. Millipede was too stupid and easily tricked. He also did not have the awareness to gather his subordinates, which was why he was where he was today. When Li Qingshan made up for Millipede's lack of intelligence, he immediately gained control over the territory. With that, Li Qingshan basically gained several dozen demon soldiers under his command. Only then did his identity as the leader of the demon soldiers become real. Once the demon gathering was over and he established his rule, he could mobilize these demon soldiers. He also had a demon general like Millipede as a friend. If the sect still wanted to deal with him, they would just be digging their own graves. As long as they had not undergone the heavenly tribulation, he could deal with them no matter how many came. Even if the sect master ventured underground, he would have to taste the power of a carapaced demon general. With a beautiful vision for the future, Li Qingshan put on his large, conical hat again and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He let little and in. Although he could return to his normal state, he purposefully maintained his huge figure so that it would be easier for him to move about in the human world. In order to successfully hold the demon gathering this time, a grand banquet was necessary. This matter also fell on Yu Shuquang. In the proud sword manner, Yu Shuquang grabbed Li Qingshan's hand excitedly. "You finally returned." Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yu Shuquang was, so he asked in a hurry, "What happened?" Yu Shuquang told him the whole story, and Li Qingshan said furiously, "You've gone too far. Have you contacted Hua Qinglu?" Yu Shuquang said bitterly, "I've already sent the letter, but I haven't received a reply." Li Qingshan knew that even if Hua Qinglu had done something, it was impossible for her to specially reply and explain to Yu Shuquang. However, this probably would not be so simple. Even if Hua Qinglu wanted to, the Hua family might not necessarily fall out with the Green Vine Mountain over a friendship between children. He had already witnessed the arrogance and brutality of Cultivation sects with his sect. They were even bold enough to kill Hawkwolf guards, let alone forcefully recruit a disciple. Yu Shuquang said, "What do we do now?" "Sigh, it's all because I'm useless as a father." Li Qingshan tried to persuade him, "You don't have to worry too much. She's going to become someone's disciple. At most, she'll suffer a little. She won't be in any danger. It's not a bad thing for her to experience the dangers of the world." The Green Vine Mountain was a proper sect after all, not a den of bandits. Yu Shuquang sighed heavily. That was what he said, but how could he stop worrying? Li Qingshan was rather worried as well. He liked Yu Zijian's straightforwardness and kindness very much. He did not want her to be bullied. A bustling city deep in the mountains, Yu Shuquang was overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply. "I'll do anything you ask of me." As long as Yu Zijian was safe, he was willing to do anything. Li Qingshan said, "Extend your hand." Yu Shuquang extended his hand in doubt. A pill that glistened like jade landed in his hand. Was it not the innate pill that he had been dreaming about? He was both surprised and overjoyed. He clasped his hands deeply again. "Thank you for your generous gift, Niu Jiuxia. May I ask what you want me to prepare?" Li Qingshan said, "Ingest the innate pill first and see if you can reach the innate realm and produce a sliver of true qi. We'll talk about anything else after that." Yu Shuquang immediately ingested the innate pill and sat down to meditate, refining the innate pill. If ordinary people ingested the innate pill, they might not even be able to practice qi. However, it was almost guaranteed for a first-rate master like him. The effects of the pill penetrated every inch of his body, fusing with his profound inner force. Gradually, a wondrous change occurred. The clumsy and heavy inner force gradually became nimble, as if it had broken free from the restraints of his body, extending outwards endlessly. A great sense of joy welled up in his heart. However, Yu Shuquang knew that this was the most important moment. He guarded his mind tightly to prevent himself from suffering from qi deviation. Li Qingshan sat to one side and took out the Buddhist scriptures that little and usually read from his 100 treasures pouch. A while later, he felt his head spin. What emptiness! Namo? Namo? He had no idea at all. He had no idea just how her little head had grown to be so engrossed in something so boring. A while later, Yu Shuquang shuddered. Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. How's it? Yu Shuquang's body relaxed. He was exhausted, but he was unable to hide the joy on his face. This is equivalent to giving you a new life. Li Qingshan interrupted him. Let's skip the pleasantries. I've already said that if you work for me, I won't mistreat you. I have the innate method of practicing qi here. I can pass it on to you as well. With your profound inner force, reaching the second layer shouldn't be a problem. Yu Shuquang's mind was basically overwhelmed by the joy, but he was still experienced after all. He composed himself very soon and erased his joy. He knew that this great kindness could no longer be repaid with just a few words of thanks. He only waited quietly for Li Qingshan's orders. Li Qingshan passed on the innate method of practicing qi to him before tossing an empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. What I want you to do is fill this 100 treasures pouch with various types of alcohol, meat, and food before handing it to me. You have less than 2 months to do this, and I want you to keep a low profile. Yu Shuquang was mildly surprised. The mission that Li Qingshan had given him was just too simple. However, when he followed Li Qingshan's instructions and channeled his true qi into the 100 treasures pouch, he finally became stern. The 100 treasures pouch that Li Qingshan had given him originally belonged to Grandma Dongmen. The space inside was extremely vast, enough to rival several large warehouses. Filling it up would not be too easy, and he had to do it within 2 months. Just slaughtering livestock near Salt Mountain City would not be enough. If he brought it over from other places, he probably would not be able to make it in time, and it would create too great of a disturbance. However, Li Qingshan did not want to attract too much attention, which was why he helped Yu Shuquang become a qi practitioner. Then, he would use his extremely vast reputation to complete this task, which would save Li Qingshan a lot of trouble. Yu Shuquang nodded. I definitely won't let you down. Although this mission was rather troublesome, it was not exactly dangerous. Collecting alcohol and meat would be 100 times easier than finding innate pills. Li Qingshan explained a few more details. After all, the tastes of demons were not completely the same as humans. As a matter of fact, many of them did not like cooked food. They preferred fresh, bloody food. Yu Shuquang committed everything to memory. Li Qingshan thought about how he had nothing else to tell him, so he picked up the bamboo basket, put on his bamboo hat, and made his way out. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "The path of cultivation is boundless. I wonder how much of the swordsman of the past still remains." With that, he strode away, leaving Yu Shuquang standing where he was in a daze. He subconsciously touched the beard on his face. He had grown it when he swore he would never take a wife again. His gaze gradually became determined. Suddenly, he drew his sword, and it flashed past his face. At this moment, the gentle young man who often delivered food to Li Qingshan came in to greet him. "Master, Niu Jiuxia." However, he was stunned by Yu Shuquang's appearance. It was a handsome face. Although it had been sharpened by the passage of time, leaving behind many fine wrinkles, it added a sense of vicissitudes of charm. Seeing his disciple's shocked expression, he laughed a few times. "Go get some wine for my farewell." His mood had never been so clear before, as if he had returned to his youth when he was a wandering swordsman who could ignore life and death. However, he was no longer young. He was no longer carefree and unrestrained. There was something called responsibility on him now. As a father, if he could not even protect his daughter, what was the point of living? Li Qingshan had already arrived outside the manor. He glanced back and smiled. Those who could become first-rate masters, regardless of whether they were good or bad, all they had was willpower. Yu Shuquang was one of the best among them, which was why he could establish the proud sword manor. He needed a few people he could use to help him deal with some matters in the human world. People like that did not need to be too powerful, but they could not be too weak either. Perhaps they could only help him gather some food right now, but they would definitely benefit him even more in the future. He unfurled the mental map of the Green Province and slid the tip of his finger across it. With a thought, the image flickered. In the end, his finger stopped on a small, twisted mountain. The words Green Vine Mountain were written on the side. The twisting strokes turned into mountains that rose and fell, towering and precipitous. Snow-white clouds and mist floated between the mountains, giving it a sense of otherworldliness out of nowhere. What was even more wondrous was that within the encirclement of ice and snow-capped mountains, only this mountain remained lush with vegetation. It was verdant, like a verdant pearl on the white snow. Li Qingshan stood on the snow-capped mountain in the distance and gazed at this. He sighed in amazement at the wonders of the world. Although the formations of the Green Vine Mountain played some role, what truly made the mountain evergreen was the spiritual vein underground. Not only was this place close to Jiaoping City, but it was even close to his hometown, Qingyang City. It sat on one of the branches of the boundless mountains. Of course, close was only in terms of Li Qingshan's current strength. Just the treacherous mountain path alone was enough to cut off the possibility of mortals reaching this place. Even if they managed to reach this place out of luck, there were many mysteries hidden within the mist. Not only would ordinary people not be able to climb up the mountain, but they probably would not even be able to see the mountain. Li Qingshan could see it, but he hesitated over how he should enter it. Was Yu Zijian somewhere on the mountain, currently suffering? Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pondered with a frown. With a stomp, true qi erupted from the bottom of his foot, kicking up a layer of snow. He had already leapt off the cliff. He had already locked onto a lone pine tree that grew horizontally. Using it as a foothold, he had already arrived on the mountain to the side. He wanted to circle around the back of the Green Vine Mountain and see if there was a gap in the mountain that allowed him to enter. By now, the sky had already darkened. Winter nights had always been extremely long, so the darkness was beneficial to Li Qingshan's movements. It would be even better if there was some wind and snow. Perhaps the heavens really were doing what he wanted. Before long, snow began to fall. Li Qingshan concealed his aura, but when he arrived behind the mountain, he was slightly taken aback. A tiny village sat in the valley, glowing with warm, flickering light. Was there actually a village built beside a place where cultivators cultivated? However, Li Qingshan came from a village. Regular villages, or even small cities, should have been shrouded in darkness at this time, just to save some oil and candles. The town was packed with people. People flowed to and fro. It was extremely lively. It was extremely unusual for there to be such a peaceful place in the midst of the cold mountains. When Li Qingshan approached a little closer, he became even more surprised, as there was not a single ordinary person walking about in the town. They were all cultivators. Li Qingshan had never seen so many cultivators gathered together in his life. Although most of them were at the second, third, and fourth layer, they were still cultivators after all. Were they all qi practitioners from the Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan immediately shook his head. There were probably several hundred qi practitioners here. The Green Vine Mountain definitely did not have that many qi practitioners, and the people on the streets all wore different attires. Their clothes all carried different emblems. They did not come from the same sect. And, at a closer glance, many qi practitioners were like peddlers, setting up carpets on the side of the street and calling for customers loudly. They did not possess the dignity of qi practitioners at all. Li Qingshan's curiosity immediately rose to an uncontrollable level. He knocked the bamboo basket on his back. What do you think? Do you want to take a look? The bamboo basket seemed simple, but there was a thick blanket inside. Little Anne sat in there leisurely, leaning against a silk pillow as she read a Buddhist scripture that Li Qingshan found boring with great interest. Let's go take a look. Her reply was very concise. How could she not understand what Li Qingshan was feeling right now? Li Qingshan emerged from the dark corner and made his way towards the village. However, he remained vigilant at all times. He had been scammed by far too many qi practitioners in the past. He had claimed the lives of many qi practitioners as well, so he was even more vigilant towards his own kind than towards the underground demons. When he set foot in the village, everything was just as peaceful as before. Everyone was doing what they were doing. There were far fewer people who paid attention to his unusually large stature than in the regular streets. Li Qingshan's huge stature still attracted a lot of attention. "Sir, do you want to take a look at the fine golden silk used to sew robes? It's only 3 spiritual stones for a tael." Li Qingshan declined with a smile. He turned around and saw a young second-layer qi practitioner calling out loudly from outside a house. "A 5th-layer qi practitioner will be explaining the essence of the innate method of practicing qi. It'll only cost a spiritual stone. A spiritual stone will save you 3 years. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I won't wait for more." Li Qingshan instinctively pricked up his ears. The small house was surrounded by formations. No matter how good his hearing was, he would definitely not be able to hear what the people inside were saying. 2 first-layer qi practitioners were discussing at the door whether they should go in or not. Li Qingshan basically struggled to believe his eyes. He had already considered many possible situations that Yu Zijian could face, such as carrying several hundred kilograms of firewood as she trudged along a snow-covered mountain path, or gazing in the direction of her home in worry. As for her father, Yu Shuquang, he had probably imagined it to be 10 times more severe than Li Qingshan. The sacred church, however, in reality, not only did Yu Zijian not suffer at all, but she even smiled happily instead. She strolled through the streets happily with a few qi practitioners. There were both men and women, some strong and some weak, but they all wore green robes with green vines embroidered on their collars and sleeves. Li Qingshan had seen caretaker Lu before, so he knew this was the uniform of the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Zijian stood among them. Although she was not exactly the moon that everyone revolved around, he could tell that everyone liked her very much. They introduced the various strange goods on the streets to her in a friendly manner. Apart from the fact that her 2 buns had become the hovering void bun that was more in line with female cultivators, she basically did not change at all. She did not seem like she had been bullied no matter what. Yu Zijian sensed the gaze and turned around. She saw Li Qingshan's burly figure that stood out from the crowd with a single glance. Her mouth widened in surprise before turning into joy and joy. She called out, "Niu Jiuxia." She attracted the attention of everyone in the market. She jogged over to Li Qingshan. "Why have you come? Where's my father? Has he come?" As she said that, she looked around Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Your father hasn't come. I've come to see you. Are you, all right?" As long as he was not blind, he could tell that she was fine. Yep. Yu Zijian nodded. "Zijian, is this your friend?" The qi practitioners walked over as well. The person in the lead was a young man at the 6th layer. He asked in confusion. Yu Zijian glanced at Li Qingshan first, as if she was confirming that she could call herself his friend. Seeing how he did not object, she smiled boldly. "Yeah." With that, she glanced at him again to see whether he would become angry or not. The sacred church, how could Li Qingshan turn down becoming friends with a cute girl like that? Yu Zijian introduced them to each other. Only then did Li Qingshan learn that the leading 6th-layer qi practitioner was called Mu Jitsong. Although he seemed rather modest, he gave off a faint sense of superiority. This was not just a sense of superiority from his strength, but also the pride from his sect. The 3 fellow disciples beside him gave Li Qingshan the same feeling to some extent. This sense of superiority was not a bad thing for their sections. Instead, it was a good thing. It demonstrated that they had a very high recognition of the Green Vine Mountain, which was why they took pride in being from the Green Vine Mountain. It was not only did it not as bad, but it also proved that it was to say. And, chi, and, it to say and said, it and said, one and, you said. To say, T Mu Jitsong's heart skipped a beat. He said in surprise, "Don't tell me you're the Niu Jiuxia who threw Song Ming over the wall in a single move." Li Qingshan smiled in tacit agreement. He knew that Song Ming was the so-called senior brother Song. News sure spread quickly. Little did he know that even though the three mountains were allies, they were also competitors. The scandals between their disciples would always spread the fastest. Otherwise, Lu Fengruwei would not have come to the Proud Sword Manor so quickly. The disciples immediately felt deep respect towards Li Qingshan. His face that was as dark as the bottom of a pot revealed a white, toothy smile. It seemed to be filled with unfathomable depth. The only female disciple, Qingjeli, asked curiously, "May I ask which mountain you cultivate on, sir? What's your cultivation right now?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I was born with tremendous strength, and I happened to obtain a body-tempering cultivation method in the mountains. In terms of practicing qi, I'm nowhere near as good as you, Sir Mu. Independent cultivator, body tempering." They quickly concluded these two phrases from what Li Qingshan had said, and their attitudes changed once again. They recovered the slight sense of superiority that disciples of orthodox sects possessed. Body tempering was the same as external martial arts in the Jianghu. It would always be looked down upon. Of course, being able to practice both internal and external martial arts was another matter. Li Qingshan was clearly not one of them. Independent cultivators who did not belong to any sects or clans were like weeds. They were often pressured and beaten up by the people of sects and clans. Although Li Qingshan was large and tall, he had already begun to feel inferior in their hearts. In particular, Mu Zhizong's displeasure towards Yu Zijian's closeness with Li Qingshan had basically vanished completely. This guy's strength is not weak, but he's just a brute. If he can't reach Qi practitioner, what's the use of strength no matter how strong he is? And, he's so ugly. I've underestimated myself by treating him as an opponent. Li Qingshan could clearly sense the many changes in their emotions. His smile did not change, and he sighed slightly over the fickleness of the world. He did not take it to heart. Sucking up to those in power had always been human nature, so there was nothing to be displeased about. However, this was all because Li Qingshan was strong enough, and he was confident enough. Otherwise, it would be unavoidable for him to develop some ill feelings. A person's breadth of mind had always been directly related to their strength. When weaker people tried to act like they were broad-minded, it would often just be to comfort themselves. "I've come to visit her in her father's place. She was forcefully taken away by a senior brother surnamed Lu. Who knows how worried her father is?" Li Qingshan's voice carried a vague sense of questioning. This child was simple-minded, but he had to stand up for her. "You're talking about senior brother Lu? Master has already punished him." The young man furrowed his brows slightly. He was slightly displeased by Li Qingshan's questioning. Li Qingshan became even more surprised. Although he had only seen caretaker Lu once, he should be a powerful qi practitioner who had split open a sea of qi. He wondered just how this girl managed to make the sect master of the Green Vine City punish his beloved disciple for her. Li Qingshan could tell these people were not unreasonable. He glanced at a tea house on the side. It was quiet and elegant inside, and when he saw the signboard on the door, it read Tranquil Tea House. It really did live up to its name. Sure enough, there were not a lot of people inside. It was very tranquil. "This isn't a place to talk. Please come in and have some tea. I'd like to ask Zijian a few things in her father's place." This was the first time Yu Zijian had heard him directly refer to her by name. She found it strange, but when she thought about how he had specially come to visit her for her sake, her heart warmed up. Her ears reddened first, and she pinched the corner of her clothes. She had no idea what to say. All she thought was that Niu Jiuxia really was a good person. This was the first time Mu Zhizong had seen Yu Zijian behave like this. He felt jealous for some reason. He asked with a strange smile, "You want to invite us here to drink tea?" After receiving confirmation from Li Qingshan, he exchanged glances with his fellow disciples beside him. They all smiled strangely. Li Qingshan entered the tea house and understood why they were smiling. He also understood why the tea house was so tranquil. There were a few bamboo signs hanging on the west wall, with the prices written on them. Even the cheapest tea cost 7 spiritual stones, while the most expensive ones cost over 20 spiritual stones. Which qi practitioner would not buy pills for cultivation or talismans to protect themselves with spiritual stones? Instead, they would drink a pot of tea. There were no waiters in the tea house. There was only a single owner, a skinny old man with gray hair. He was also the tea master of the tea house. When Li Qingshan and the others entered, they did not even raise their heads. A few curtains were drawn, separating a few private rooms. The people inside seemed to be talking, but there was no sound at all. Clearly, this was the effect of the formation. Li Qingshan said, "TSK, this tea sure isn't cheap." Yu Zijian pulled Li Qingshan away. "It's too expensive. Let's go somewhere else. There's a steamed bun store on the corner of the street. They use the meat of a three-colored deer as the filling." The three disciples of the Green Vine Mountain chimed in with smiles. "Yeah, there's nothing special about this tea." Their expressions were as expected. Independent cultivators were basically synonymous with poverty. They did not even have enough money to buy pills, so where would they get the money to buy the famous tea from the tranquil tea house? Of course, they did not have any ill intentions, but watching a bumpkin make a fool of himself was always a delightful matter. It was obviously impossible for the group of people to just leave with their tails between their legs. At a time like this, a generous and forthright man obviously had to come and save the situation. Mu Jitsong said, "The tranquil tea house is extremely renowned in the cultivation world. Being able to enjoy a cup of tea from there is basically the greatest enjoyment in life. Since you're here, you might as well take things as you can. Since you're Zijian's friend, I should be the one to treat you since you've come to the Green Vine Mountain." Li Qingshan did not even know about the renowned tranquil tea house, so he was obviously extremely ignorant. Qingjiali glanced at Mu Jitsong affectionately. "Then we'll have to make senior brother pay today." "Zijian, why don't you thank senior brother? Let alone someone from a small place like this, even the few of us haven't tasted something so extravagant before." Only then did Li Qingshan sense Qingjiali's hostility towards Yu Zijian. She was clearly saying that Yu Zijian was a bumpkin just like him. This was just how troublesome humans were. The hostility of demons was on their bodies, but the hostility of humans was in their hearts. However, Yu Zijian just happened to be unable to understand what he was trying to say. She said in embarrassment, "Thank you, senior brother Mu. Actually, I'd like to try what such expensive tea tastes like too. Let's drink the cloud mist tea." The cloud mist tea was the cheapest type of tea. Naive and straightforward women were already rare, but it was even rarer for her to be kind and considerate. She seemed to possess the best aspects of her father and mother. The more he spent time with her, the more he found out about her adorableness and preciousness. Mu Jitsong's gaze became gentler. "Zijian, we'll drink whatever you want." Qingjiali's smile stiffened slightly, while the gazes of the two other disciples towards her seemed to contain a hint of mockery. Li Qingshan snickered inside. This was like a clash between a third-rate master and a great qi practitioner. As soon as they clashed, Qingjiali had suffered a crushing defeat. Qingjiali's appearance was not bad, but she lacked the kind of charm that could move people's hearts. It was just like when it came to the same song, some people could sing it in a normal manner. Although there was nothing wrong with it, it did not matter even if they did not listen to it, while others could sing it to the heart. Just when Mu Jitsong wanted to greet the tea brewer, he was stopped by Li Qingshan. He grinned. "We might come from a small place, but we can still afford a sip of tea. Isn't that right, Zijian?" Only then did Yu Zijian suddenly realize what Qingjiali was trying to say just now. She frowned. Exactly. She was annoyed inside. "You can look down on me, but how can you look down on Yo Jusha?" Mu Jitsong was displeased. Qingjiali immediately said, "Fellow Nyo, it's not easy for an independent cultivator to earn some spiritual stones. You better save it for pills." The other two disciples chimed in as well. "I know what I'm doing," Li Qingshan said indifferently. "I've killed a bunch of qi practitioners like you, and that's all I have. It really is not easy. However, there's no reason for me to let a group of insignificant people like you look down on me." He did not mind being mocked by others, but he could not bear to see them mock Yu Zijian. He said to the tea brewer, "Uncle, give me the most expensive one. Tea that worryless tea or something." Li Qingshan sat down boldly beside a tea table. He was in an extremely bad mood. He could not help it. He had several hundred spiritual stones on him, and he even had a spiritual stone mine underground. If he insisted that he was not a nouveau riche, then he would be lying. The tea brewer finally raised his head and studied Li Qingshan. There were not a lot of people who could afford worryless tea in a town that mainly consisted of tea practitioners. He said indifferently, "Please wait a moment." He began brewing the tea by himself. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain were all stunned. The worryless tea was a famous tea from the Tranquil Tea House. A single pot cost an astronomical 27 spiritual stones. If it were converted into qi-gathering pills, it would be enough for a qi practitioner to cultivate for a year or two. Even Mu Jitsong was reluctant to use that to buy a pot of tea. He smiled dryly. "Fellow Niu, how generous of you." Yu Zijian tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and tried to persuade him softly, "Niu Juxia, that's so expensive." Li Qingshan patted the exquisite wooden tea stool beside him. "I'm drinking it myself. What's there to be afraid of?" These were his heartfelt words. One of his great ambitions in life was to taste all kinds of delicacies. Although tea probably couldn't be counted as one of them, he wanted to try anything that could satisfy his appetite. Since he couldn't drink all the teas in the world, then he would drink the best. And, his principle toward strangers, especially people he did not like, was to not owe anything. Why would he drink the tea that someone else had invited him to? Yu Zijian sat down beside him. She could vaguely sense that Li Qingshan wanted to stand up for her, which made her feel rather mixed. The disciples of the Green Vine Mountain all looked at Mu Jitsong, unsure whether they should sit down or not. They also wanted to try the worryless tea. Mu Jitsong thought to himself, "Since you want to put on airs at your own cost, so be it." Li Qingshan asked Yu Zijian about what happened after they parted. As it turned out, when Yu Zijian arrived on the Green Vine Mountain, she was supposed to start off as a servant disciple obediently. However, during the entrance ceremony, the Green Vine Elder appeared and tested everyone's talent. Her talent was the most outstanding. The Green Vine Elder was delighted, so he asked a few more questions about her origins. If she were a regular girl, she would have been frightened into silence by the majestic hall and the dignified foundation establishment cultivators a long time ago. However, Yu Zijian said, "Originally, I didn't want to come. He forced me to come." She pointed at Lu Fengrui and told him how he had threatened and coerced her to stop her from speaking carelessly. Tears streamed down her face. The children that Lu Fengrui had brought to the Green Vine Mountain from the Proud Sword Manor were close to this senior sister in the first place, so they began to feel homesick. A while later, all the children began to cry in the main hall of the Green Vine Mountain. The entrance ceremony turned into an awkward one. The Green Vine Elder felt rather embarrassed. He pointed at Lu Fengrui and cursed, "If someone else sees this, they'll think that all the disciples of our Green Vine Mountain have been abducted." Lu Fengrui knelt down in a hurry to apologize. Even among his fellow disciples, he was not well liked. No one spoke up for him. They all secretly mocked him. The Green Vine Elder left in a huff, and Yu Zijian turned the tables. As a matter of fact, she could even be described as turning the tables. However, the Green Vine Elder did not tell Yu Zijian to leave, nor did he tell her to join the Green Vine Mountain. As a result, she remained behind for some reason, becoming the only non-disciple of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan guessed that the Green Vine Elder probably wanted Yu Zijian to join the Green Vine Mountain, but he did not want to force her. The Green Vine Mountain accepted disciples, not enemies. Only someone as obstinate and self-opinionated as Lu Fengrui would be so unreasonable. The disciples could tell what the Green Vine Elder was thinking, so they purposefully tried to get closer to Yu Zijian, persuading her to just join the Green Vine Mountain. Coupled with how likable she was in the first place, she had become familiar with everyone in less than a month. Coupled with the protection of an admirer like Mu Jitsong, there was actually nothing an inner disciple like Lu Fengrui could do to her. The Sacred Hall senior brothers and sisters all said that guy was a bad person. They told me not to take it to heart. Mu Jitsong said awkwardly, "Zijian, don't speak carelessly. Senior brother Lu is just a little rash. He's not a bad person." Although he disliked Lu Fengrui, he still had to protect his fellow disciples in front of outsiders. Li Qingshan had no idea how to respond to Yu Zijian's adventures. He could not help but sigh. Some people were born luckier than others. This luck did not come from powerful clans, but a certain ability, the ability to smile at the world. The world was like a mirror. If you smiled at it, it would smile back at you. They were not born with this ability. Instead, they had received the most gentle care and the most correct education from young. Li Qingshan and Qian Rongji were not as lucky. They had both developed vicious personalities from their lives. They used the claws and teeth known as cunning and resourceful and valiant and resolute to fight and kill in this world. This was the strength they relied on to survive. Yu Zijian was not resolute, nor was she particularly resourceful. Her cultivation was pitifully low. However, she could make the mature Hua Qinglu obtain an innate pill for her, and she could make the resolute Li Qingshan run several hundred kilometers for her. This was also her strength. At this moment, the tea brewer served up a pot of fragrant tea. When the tea was poured into the teacups, it was clear and colorless, just like clear water. However, it gave off a wondrous fragrance, which was relaxing. Li Qingshan said, "I'll replace alcohol with tea. Thank you for taking care of Zijian." He drank all the tea, and a stream of heat flowed into his stomach, spreading out. Even his body warmed up. Not only did the fragrance linger in his mouth and teeth, but it basically lingered in his lungs too. Drinking a cup like that on a cold winter night was basically the best form of enjoyment. With a cup, all of his selfish thoughts seemed to have been cleansed away. He became completely lazy. Both the tea leaves and the tea water contained pure spiritual qi, which surpassed regular pills. It was extremely beneficial to both his body and mind. It really is good tea. Mu Jitsong and the others sipped it slowly. They were indescribably relaxed. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, their arrogance had vanished, and they spoke with a little more politeness. As the saying went, it was hard to bear the consequences of being taken advantage of. Even if they mocked Li Qingshan after drinking such a famous tea, they were not that thick-skinned. Qing Jelly's gaze towards Li Qingshan became slightly gentler. She could tell that Li Qingshan was not a poor independent cultivator trying to look impressive. Instead, he was a generous man who truly did not care about 20 or 30 spiritual stones at all. Women would always have a favorable impression of him. Li Qingshan smiled. The tea really does live up to its name of worryless. Only Mu Jitsong was unable to cheer up. He had originally been the center of attention in this small circle, yet a pot of tea from this boorish fellow had stolen all the limelight. How could he just accept this? "Fellow Niu, the way you drink it seems to be a waste of the tea." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Mu Jitsong had been waiting for that. He smiled. He went on a long ramble, talking about the way of tea and the classics of tea, demonstrating his great knowledge. Qing Jelly and the others gave him a few words of support. The two country bumpkins, Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian, just held their teacups, drinking as they listened. When Mu Jitsong's speech came to an end and he wanted to drink some tea to moisten his throat, he discovered that Li Qingshan and Yu Zijian had already wasted all the remaining tea. He was immediately stunned. Yu Zijian said in admiration, "Senior brother Mu knows a lot." Li Qingshan said, "I feel like I've learned a lot too." Yu Zijian continued to drink slowly, but he really drank it like a bull, pouring cup after cup into his stomach. "You're drinking my tea, yet you still have so much to say. There's no need for you to drink it." Qing Jelly and the others felt fortunate that they had acted quickly. They did not forget to drink tea, snatching a few cups from Li Qingshan's mouth. It was enough for half a month of cultivation. The spiritual tea was not like the tea of the secular world, which could be brewed multiple times. The tea brewer had used a technique to infuse all the flavors of the tea into the spiritual water, so none of it went to waste. There was only a single pot. Yu Zijian rubbed her belly. "It's so warm." Li Qingshan said, "Exactly." The two of them looked at one another and smiled. All Yu Zijian saw was that Li Qingshan's eyes had become clear. They no longer had the sharpness from when they first met, but they seemed extremely calm and clear. He had gone from a vicious tiger to a gentle ox, which made him look at her a little more gently. Suddenly, she felt like she could not look at his gaze any more than the sharpness from before. She dodged his gaze and lowered her head. Mu Jitsong felt like everything he had said just now had been for nothing. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fellow Niu, do you understand the profoundness of the way of tea now?" Li Qingshan smiled. I'm a crude person. I can't remember that much. He turned around and said to Yu Zijian, what do you think, Zijian? Do you want to go back with me? Before Yu Zijian could even answer, Mu Jitsong said firmly, no. Without master's permission, Zijian cannot leave the Green Vine Mountain. Chung Jelly tried to persuade him gently, senior brother. She was eager for Yu Zijian to go as far away as possible. However, if two men were to fight over something, it would not just be about the loss of the item, but also their pride. It was not something that could be persuaded by a few words from a bystander. Li Qingshan did not look at Mu Jitsong. He only said to Yu Zijian, what do you think? Yu Zijian immediately became hesitant. In the past few days, the disciples of the Green Vine Mountain had all taken great care of her. If she just left, she would feel like she was letting down their good intentions, and it would probably make things difficult for Niu Juxia. You should think about it. Don't worry about anything else. Just follow your heart. I believe the Green Vine Elder is a reasonable senior. Don't forget about the way I told you when to make a choice. Li Qingshan understood what she was thinking. He patted her shoulder and ignored Mu Jitsong's ugly expression. He stood up and arrived before the tea brewer to pay the bill. He had just fished out 27 spiritual stones from his 100 treasures pouch. The tea brewer said proudly, how's my worryless tea? You might be able to taste it, but it's not like you're chewing on a peony. He specialized in the way of tea. As he watched Li Qingshan drink cup after cup, he was displeased. He finally could not help but say something. Mu Jitsong laughed aloud. You're not just chewing on peonies. Are you playing the lute to a cow? I'm just joking. I hope fellow Niu doesn't mind. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. The tea is good, but the water is just so. Zijian, it's the same with making friends. You have to choose good water, or you'll be ruining the tea. Yu Zijian agreed with a murmur, which made Mu Jitsong's expression change. However, the tea brewer became irritated first. Kid, you're pretending to know when you don't. You're blabbering nonsense. I've obtained this water from the sky spiritual spring on Mount Biluo. Mu Jitsong said, fellow Niu, you probably haven't heard of the sky spiritual spring before. It ranks 97th on the list of spiritual springs of the Green Province. This ranking was not very high, but it was already very impressive to be able to be ranked in the top 100 in the 30,000 miles of Azure Province. The top 96 places were all occupied by famous sects, so how could a small rogue cultivator have the chance to taste it? The tea brewer huffed. Kid, you sure are knowledgeable. You really do come from the Green Vine Mountain after all. Li Qingshan said, so what? The tea brewer said, so what? If you can bring out even better water, then I'll treat you to the pot of tea. Otherwise. He gave off his aura. He was actually a 7th layer chi practitioner. Yu Zijian said in a hurry, Senior, please don't be angry. My friend was just saying. Li Qingshan stopped her and smiled. There are probably more famous springs in the world than a single list of famous springs. Since Senior wants to treat me to it, then I'll accept. He took out a jar of clear water from his 100 treasures pouch and placed it before the tea brewer. This was a spiritual spring that Li Qingshan had found underground by following the spiritual river to its source. The water was cold and sweet, enough to seep into people's hearts. Although he did not know the way of tea, he could sense that the spiritual chi in the water was much denser than some sky spiritual spring. Most of the spiritual springs in the world originated from extremely deep underground. As they flowed to the surface, the spiritual chi would disperse, and the water quality would instead deteriorate. But how many people in the world could go deep underground, and how many people would go deep underground just for a jar of spirit spring water to make a cup of tea? That spirit spring was guarded by one of the strongest demons. Even if chi practitioners went there, they would only be able to survive. If Li Qingshan, the leader of the demon soldiers, wanted to drink some water, how could he refuse? The jar was just an ordinary porcelain jar. Mu Jitsong watched with folded arms, waiting for Li Qingshan to make a fool of himself. Yu Zijian was filled with worry and concern. The tea sommelier casually opened the porcelain jar and looked inside. The resentful sneer on his face suddenly froze. This water? A layer of white mist floated on the surface of the water, and as soon as the jar was taken out, a layer of water condensed on top of it. Mu Jizong walked over impatiently. What do you think of this water? He was also stunned. The spiritual aura emitted from this jar of water was actually not inferior to that of many medicinal pills. The tea sommelier scooped up a cup of water in a hurry and drank it. He shivered. The clear water seemed to be even colder than ice. He refused to believe it, so he scooped up his own water with a copper ladle and placed it in the jar. Before long, the water in the ladle had actually frozen. That's right, that's right. This is ice condensate water. Li Qingshan had never thought the water he had retrieved from the underground spring would actually possess something like this. How is it? Is it better than your water? The tea sommelier said dejectedly, the ice condensate water that ranks 52 is obviously much better than sky spring water. I've misjudged you. I never thought Sir would actually be able to enter the Ice Sight Palace. I've never heard of this Ice Sight Palace. I've said it before. The renowned springs of the world cannot be covered by a mere list of renowned springs. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. As Li Qingshan said that, he was about to stash away the jar of water. Wait. The tea sommelier stopped Li Qingshan in a hurry. What, you're going back on your word? Li Qingshan asked. It's just a cup of tea. I can still afford it. I'm Lu Ziyu. How many spiritual stones are you willing to sell this jar of water for? Lu Ziyu's eyes shone, looking at Li Qingshan eagerly, or perhaps the jar of ice condensate water. The people of the Green Vine Mountain had never expected the situation to develop like this. This Niu Jiuxia had actually taken out spiritual water that completely surpassed the sky spring. Not only did they not spend a single copper coin to drink this extremely luxurious pot of renowned tea, but they even made a profit. Mu Jizong was surprised. Are you old Senior Lu? Lu Ziyu's cultivation was not particularly great, but he was skilled in the way of tea, so he was rather renowned among tea practitioners. It was said that he had brewed tea for many foundation establishment cultivators in the past and was treated as an esteemed guest. Never did they think he would actually appear in the town and manage this tranquil tea house. Lu Ziyu nodded reservedly. Mu Jizong refused to accept this. I've heard that ice condensate water is suited for forging swords and artifacts, but I've never heard that it's suited for brewing tea. Lu Ziyu said, how ignorant. The temperature of ice condensate water is extremely low, so most people think it's unsuited for brewing tea. Little do they know that only when ice and fire work together can the taste of tea be unleashed to the limit. However, it requires extremely great skill from the tea master. He was obviously a tea master with great skill like that. Suddenly seeing such fine water, how could he let it go? Mu Jizong's face darkened, but he could not lose his temper. Li Qingshan said, please name your price, Senior. Lu Ziyu said, 30 spiritual stones. Qing Jelly cried out slightly. The jar of water was actually even more expensive than the pot of tea just now. 30 spiritual stones was a tremendous sum to a measly tea practitioner like her. Li Qingshan said, given Senior's character, you won't go so far as to cheat me. 30 spiritual stones then. Lu Ziyu never expected Li Qingshan to not haggle. He rejoiced inside and nodded while stroking his beard. You're worth teaching. However, I do have a small request. What is it? Senior, please use this water to brew a pot of warriorless tea for me. Lu Ziyu glared at him. Kid, don't be too greedy. He wanted to waste his water and his tea leaves. If he used the ice condensate water to brew a pot of warriorless tea, he would have to sell it for at least 50 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan said, I won't hide it from Senior, I have more than this jar of water. He paused for a moment. I would also like to see Senior's profound tea ceremony. If Senior really won't agree, then I can only keep this water for myself. He sighed and was about to put away the water. Wait. I'm itching to try my hand today. I'll satisfy your small request. Lu Ziyu gritted his teeth and agreed. If only the cost was considered, this price seemed barely acceptable. Listening to Li Qingshan's words, not only did he have more than one jar of water, but he also seemed to know where the spring was. If he could provide him with this ice condensate water for a long time, it would definitely be of great benefit to his tea ceremony. Lu Ziyu couldn't wait to scoop up the water and cook the tea. Every movement was elegant and natural, but he didn't use an open flame. Instead, he held the teapot in his hand and used his own true qi to cook the tea. He precisely controlled the heat, and there was nothing else in his eyes. A moment later, Lu Ziyu let out a light breath and opened the lid of the teapot. A strange fragrance rose and lingered, far superior to the worryless tea from before. The guests behind the curtains suddenly stopped what they were doing and turned their heads. A few qi practitioners on the street outside stopped and sniffed. What is this smell? It smells so good. Lu Ziyu held up the ice condensate water, not caring about anything else. If you have water, you must bring it to me. Li Qingshan replied perfunctorily and left. He didn't expect that the water he found underground could be sold for such a good price. He was still a beginner when it came to the exploitation of underground resources. Holy Church, old man Lu, why are you hiding such good tea and not letting us have a taste? A man lifted the bamboo curtain and shouted. I'm coming. Lu Ziyu took down the bamboo plate from the wall, wiped it with his hand, and added 20 spirit stones to the price. Zijian, are there any places that sell cultivation methods here? Li Qingshan saw how Yu Zijian still needed to think about it, so he was in no hurry. It was rare for him to come across a market where cultivators bought and sold, so he obviously had to take a proper look around and buy a few items that he could use. Mu Jitsong and the others became even more certain that he was an independent cultivator. Only independent cultivators would need to buy cultivation methods. Yu Zijian was troubled. I'm not sure either. Mu Jitsong said, there's one in the corner up ahead. Fellow Niu, it's getting late, so we need to return to the Green Vine Mountain. Let's bid farewell here. Alright. Zijian, take some time to consider it. I'll probably stay here for a few days. Once you've made up your mind, come down the mountain and let me know. Li Qingshan said happily. Since Yu Zijian was safe and sound this time, there was nothing for him to worry about. Even if he really did decide to join the Green Vine Mountain, it was fine. Furthermore, he and Mu Jitsong were on the verge of falling out, so there was no point in gathering again. Mu Jitsong was rather surprised by how straightforward Li Qingshan was. For a moment, he was unsure whether he was interested in Yu Zijian or not. Who would have thought that Li Qingshan's ambitions were in the 9 heavens? Although he would be moved when he saw a beautiful and adorable girl, he would not be too entangled in these romantic affairs. He would just let fate take its course. Yu Zijian said, thank you, Niu Jiuxia. I've already considered it. Li Qingshan was surprised. Really? It's rare for you to make such a decision. Are you going to stay or leave? I've decided to go to the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said calmly, a drastic change from her usual indecisiveness. Mu Jitsong's face reddened. Zijian, you better think it through. Our Green Vine Mountain isn't any weaker than any of the 100 schools of thought. Yu Zijian said sincerely, thank you for taking care of me in the past few days, Senior. Brother Mu. However, I've already promised Qinglu that I'll go to the 100 schools of thought with her to study, and I need to repay her for the innate pill. Then she smiled at Li Qingshan, Niu Jiuxia, is this what you meant by making a choice? Li Qingshan clapped his hands and praised, exactly. It's not like you're a disciple of the Green Vine Mountain, so why don't you come with me right now? Mu Jitsong said anxiously, don't even think about it. Without my master's orders. However, Yu Zijian shook her head. I can't leave yet. Qinglu has received my letter, so she'll definitely find a way to find me. If I leave right now, wouldn't she be coming empty-handed? And, I can't just leave like this. It's already been a month. That friend of yours might not necessarily come. Li Qingshan expressed his doubts over the friendship between the two girls. Qinglu will definitely come. Yu Zijian was extremely certain. I hope she doesn't betray your trust, or it'll be her loss. Li Qingshan smiled. Who said weak people did not have their own perseverance? Being able to trust others was also an impressive ability. If Qinglu really could come and resolve the problem properly, that would obviously be for the best. I'll still be staying here for a few days. If you change your mind, come find me after you leave the mountain. Li Qingshan glanced at Mu Jitsong. By then, it probably wouldn't be so easy for her to leave the mountain again. It was impossible for him to charge up the green vine mountain and face a foundation establishment cultivator. He had to take responsibility for his own choices. Even kind-hearted and cute girls needed to understand this. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and left. Yu Zijian watched as his tall figure merged into the crowd and lights. She said extremely softly, "Thank you," thanking him for respecting her choice. Li Qingshan took out the pot of worryless tea from his 100 treasures pouch and shoved it into the bamboo basket on his back. A soft, white hand accepted it. Little and leaned against the cotton cushion leisurely with one leg crossed over the other. He held a Buddhist scripture in one hand and a purple clay teapot in the other, drinking tea and reading a book by the spout of the teapot. The holy church. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief. At the end of the day, he still did not like dealing with these random people. He was a tiger that roamed the jungle. He had grown accustomed to the feeling of loneliness a long time ago. As he walked through the town, the stalls on the two sides sold a variety of goods. Apart from the common spiritual artifacts and pills, there were also a few fragments of secret manuals that some great cultivator had left behind, or the treasure maps to some mysterious dwelling. Although most of them were just fish eyes, there would be 1 or 2 pearls hidden in there from time to time. A lucky person would obtain them and rise to prominence. This kind of story would always inspire every chi practitioner. However, if one wanted to find a pearl in this story, they would need to have extremely good foresight or luck. Li Qingshan obviously did not have good insight. He was still a country bumpkin in the cultivation community, and he did not like to rely on luck either. Moreover, he didn't like to rely on luck, so he took a quick look around before arriving at the bookstore that Mu Jitsung had mentioned, revealing an expectant expression. What he lacked the most right now was a method of practicing qi. He never thought he would find a place like this. Good things come to good people. There were 2 simple words written on the blackboard, Book Mountain. When he walked in, he almost suspected that he had walked into a tea house again. There were neither bookshelves nor books here. The only book was in the shopkeeper's withered hands. An old man was lying on a rocking chair. There was also a pot of tea on the small table next to him. He flipped another page before putting down the book in his hands. He said slowly, "Fellow Taoist, what book would you like to buy?" Li Qingshan said, "Uncle, I want to buy a method of practicing. Do you have it here?" The old man smiled and said, "If you don't, why would I still open this shop?" He took out a bamboo scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and tossed it to Li Qingshan. "All the methods are on there. Take your time to choose." Then, he continued to bury his head in the book. Li Qingshan opened the bamboo scroll doubtfully and injected his true qi into it. A few words in ink naturally appeared on the bamboo scroll. Body refinement, qi refinement. He tried to focus his mind on the 2 words, qi refinement. The original words in ink seemed to float away as if they were soaked in water. They condensed again and became yin-yang, metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He randomly chose the word fire and more than 10 methods appeared. This was only the first page. There were probably more than 100 methods in total. Other than the Bing fire method of qi refinement, he had never heard of any of the others. He then chose the Bing fire method of qi refinement. The bamboo scroll showed various evaluations of this method. From the difficulty of practicing to the power of fighting, there was everything. Even a layman like Li Qingshan could basically estimate the quality of this method. This roll of bamboo slips was an encyclopedia of cultivation methods. No wonder there were no books placed here. Li Qingshan humbly asked for guidance. "Uncle, I am a loose cultivator. I don't know what method is good. Do you have any recommendations?" The old man smiled. "That depends on which method your body is suitable for. Do you know your yin-yang and the 5 elements?" "I don't know, but it should be water." The old man said, "Our store can test your body for 1 spirit stone each time. Do you want to test it?" Li Qingshan happily paid a spiritual stone. The old man fished out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. There were many profound inscriptions on it, and the twisting and turning lines formed a simple formation. The old man shook his hand and the scroll became 7 feet long. He spread it on the ground. "Sit on it and concentrate." Li Qingshan gently put down the bamboo basket and sat cross-legged in the middle of the formation. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Let's test yin yang first. The old man held the scroll. The formation immediately shone on Li Qingshan's body. It formed a small shadow on top of his head. The old man shook his head. You can't cultivate any yin-yang techniques. It is extremely difficult to condense profound yin true qi. But you don't need to be discouraged. I can tell from your physique that you walk the path of yang. It was late at night, but there were still many people in the market. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone from the bookstore. The pedestrians covered their eyes and said in surprise, "What is this? Is it the birth of some treasure?" A qi practitioner squinted his eyes and looked into the bookstore. What do you know? This is a yin-yang test. What? When I first tested it, the light was only the size of a fist. A few qi practitioners walked into the bookstore. They saw a head-sized ball of white light floating above Li Qingshan's head. The old man praised, "You have an excellent aptitude for the profound yang dao. Cultivating profound yang true qi will be twice the result with half the effort." Li Qingshan said, "Old uncle, do you have any cultivation techniques to recommend? Don't be anxious. Let's test the 5 elements." Although the cultivation techniques derived from the yin and yang qi are all-encompassing, they are difficult to cultivate. You will need guidance from a master. I usually don't recommend rogue cultivators to cultivate them. As the old man spoke, he tested Li Qingshan's 5 elements. When he tested the wood, only a small blade of grass appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man shook his head. This was far worse than ordinary qi practitioners. When he tested the metal, a small sword appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man nodded slightly. When he tested the earth, a huge rock appeared above Li Qingshan's head. The old man's eyes lit up. He nodded even more. The earth element was above the yang element. A set of the Wu earth unyielding qi art was enough. When he tested his fire, a small ball of fire condensed above Li Qingshan's head. The old man thought it was a pity. His fire element was extremely mediocre. If it were as good as earth, then he could dual practice yang and fire. The true yang method of fire had been prepared for him. It was also rather strange. Normally, people with a powerful yang element would not have a particularly weak fire element. Could it be? The old man immediately thought. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. Water and fire would restrain each other. Just like the yin and yang qi, if one was strong, the other would be weak. Then, this kid's water element should be good. Because Li Qingshan thought he should have the water element, the old man tested his water last. A blue light filled the bookstore. Even though the old man was experienced and knowledgeable, he was shocked. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His mind was blank, but he felt like he had returned to the black water, where he had chased the blackwater salamander for 3 days and 3 nights. His heart condensed into water. His front, back, left, right, and every direction became flowing water. Like a tangible wave, it surged into the surroundings endlessly. The qi practitioners in the shop retreated subconsciously, circulating their true qi to block it. Only when the huge wave passed through them did they realize it was just an illusion formed from blue light. The wave even surged out of the bookstore, reaching the streets. The qi practitioners on the way were all extremely shocked, looking at one another in shock. What's going on? How can such a powerful illusion appear when testing the 5 elements? Who knows how many talented geniuses there are in this world? There's nothing we can do to be envious of them. Stop wasting time. Go buy some pills and prepare to enter secluded cultivation. We have to stand out in the herb gathering ceremony this time. The qi practitioner beside him glanced at the bookstore again before pulling his companion away. The old man said slowly, "You can rise now, sir." Li Qingshan stood up and said politely, "What do you think, uncle? Which cultivation method suits me?" To cultivators, choosing a suitable cultivation method was basically 10 times more important than choosing a suitable wife for mortals. If mortals married the wrong wife, they could still get a divorce. If it really did not work out, they could only endure it for a few decades at most. However, if cultivators chose the wrong cultivation method, they might lose a few hundred years of their lifespan, or they might die a violent death in battle. Li Qingshan was extremely cautious about this. He was not knowledgeable himself, so he obviously had to consult an expert. The old man stowed the formation scroll away slowly and said, "I've tested the constitutions of many independent cultivators for so many years. The number of people with such great talent in the innate 5 elements can be counted on one hand. If you cultivate Gui water true Qi, you'll definitely be able to advance valiantly and advance at a tremendous pace. The water element techniques you use will also be far more powerful than regular people." Li Qingshan knew he was not some talented genius. This was probably due to the effects of the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression. When he practiced a certain demon's ability, he seemed to possess the nature of that demon. The spirit turtle was a divine beast of the water. Controlling the ocean was as easy as a child playing in a bathtub. The sacred temple, even if Li Qingshan had only inherited a sliver of the spirit turtle's intelligence, it would be perfectly normal for him to possess talent like this. His talent in metal and earth was probably related to the ox demon and tiger demon's divine abilities. Other cultivators probably wouldn't believe him. Apart from a small number of spirit herbs, no one had ever heard of a cultivation method that could change one's talent. Talent was a gift from the heavens. Although hard work could make up to it, it was not enough. However, the abilities that the black ox had taught Li Qingshan had completely changed his body and race. His so-called talent had instead become insignificant, not even worth mentioning. "Sir, I method." "Who is, Gui, is. Alit, method, said, method, Qingshan, and Saint, 1. The old man's eyes flickered. "Actually, with your talent, it's nothing difficult for you to find a sect that specializes in Gui water true Qi. You don't have to buy a cultivation method from me. For example, a certain school in the 100 schools of thought specially requires their disciples to specialize in Gui water true Qi. I just happen to be acquainted with their school leader." Li Qingshan said in admiration, "Uncle, you really are kind-hearted. You really are a scholar after all. However, I'm used to being free and undisciplined. I don't want to be restricted." He lowered his head and studied the bamboo slip again. With a thought, the various water element cultivation methods were all listed out. These cultivation methods were not too expensive. The more expensive ones were only a few dozen spiritual stones each, while the cheaper ones could be bought for around a dozen spiritual stones. Just now, the spiritual stones he had earned from selling water were enough for him to buy the Gui water method of condensing Qi. Qi practitioner was still at the initial stage of cultivation after all. Qi practitioner cultivation methods were not some divine arts or secret manual, so it was obviously impossible for them to be ridiculously expensive. Moreover, only a nouveau riche like Li Qingshan would think that a few dozen spiritual stones were not expensive. It was unknown how many years it would take for an ordinary individual cultivator to accumulate enough spiritual stones. Therefore, on the catalogue, there were several spiritual stones marked. The entire set of cultivation methods was sold separately. For example, the first 3 levels of the Gui water method of condensing Qi only needed 5 spiritual stones. The few Qi practitioners in the shop exchanged glances and whispered a few words. "In that case, let this old man think about it. You can take a look for yourself first." The old man lowered his eyes as if he was disappointed that Li Qingshan insisted on buying his cultivation method. However, he also seemed to be relieved. He stroked his beard and pondered. Such a good material, as long as he chose the right cultivation method, he would definitely have a boundless future. Li Qingshan was filthy rich. He immediately found the most expensive water cultivation method. Although the most expensive was not necessarily the best, it was definitely not too bad. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean is worth 110 spiritual stones. It has a very high requirement for talent. When testing the 5 elements, you need to conjure a wave at the very least to be able to practice it. The difficulty of practicing it is also marked as extremely difficult, but after practicing it, your true Qi will surge like the tide, boundless. However, it was labeled as incomplete at the back. Even if it was incomplete, it could still be practiced to mid-foundation establishment. This cultivation method was no longer just a method of practicing Qi, which was why it was so expensive. No, this price was already a bargain. Li Qingshan thought, I cultivate the spirit turtle's method of Qi suppression as a demon. Wouldn't it be a perfect match for me if I practiced the arts of the boundless ocean as a Qi practitioner? Uncle, how about I practice the arts of the boundless ocean? The arts of the boundless ocean was originally a core cultivation method of a sect called the Ocean Sect. Once you practice it to the 9th layer, you can condense an ocean pearl in your body, which is about the same as the golden core of Taoism and the Saraira of Buddhism. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up even more. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation, he would be a great master in this world. Even if he did not run amok, he would be able to move about freely. He never thought he would actually come across a cultivation method like this in this tiny bookstore. Wasn't this luck equivalent to buying a god artifact from a street stall or picking up a divine beast from the side of the road? However, I don't recommend you practice this cultivation method. Li Qingshan was surprised. Why's that? Even if it was incomplete, he could find a way to gather the complete one. Once he reached foundation establishment, his strength as a demon would definitely become even greater. As long as he found the Ocean Sect, he refused to believe he could not obtain the second half, whether it was through trickery or by force. The old man seemed to see through Li Qingshan's thoughts. He sighed. The Ocean Sect has already been annihilated in the cultivation world 1,000 years ago. Otherwise, why would I be bold enough to sell the sect's secret manual? Annihilated? Who annihilated it? Rather than saying that it was annihilated, it would be more accurate to say that it was unable to recruit suitable disciples. The one who sold this half of the cultivation method to me was a descendant of the Ocean Sect. His aptitude was not enough to cultivate this cultivation method, and I don't know where the second half is. I've been trying to find out all these years, but I've found nothing. Otherwise, the value of this book would be more than 10 times higher. Li Qingshan was immediately disappointed. Even the old man who specialized in buying and selling books had said so. If he wanted to find it, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, he still held a glimmer of hope. Perhaps I can try to use this incomplete manual to cultivate to foundation establishment first. At most, I'll just switch to another cultivation method. The power of this cultivation method was truly tempting. At this moment, among the few Qi practitioners in the bookstore, a middle-aged man with a red face and a red robe said, "Fellow Taoist, there's something you don't know. Not to mention how difficult it is to reach foundation establishment, the stronger the cultivation method, the more unique the nature of the true Qi. When that time comes, it will be difficult for you to switch to another cultivation method." Li Qingshan was no fool either. He immediately understood what he meant. They were both water, but there was the water of the ocean, as well as the water of the clouds and mist. Although they were both derived from the word water, they were like the many branches of a large tree. The higher they extended, the further apart the branches would be. Jumping from one branch to another would become more and more difficult. It was just like the old granny of the blacking true Qi. If she wanted to learn the art of refining corpses, she would be asking for trouble. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. May I ask for your name? The red-faced man said, "I don't deserve my name. Fellow Taoist can choose a cultivation method first. Later, I'd like to invite fellow Taoist for a drink. Please don't refuse." Li Qingshan nodded slightly. The old man said, "That's right. The more profound the cultivation method, the more guidance is needed from a senior. Seeing that fellow Taoist doesn't lack spirit stones, I have a cultivation method to recommend." The old man took the cultivation method catalog from Li Qingshan's hand and chose a cultivation method for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a look and could not help but smile bitterly. It was actually another Gui water method of condensing qi, but upon closer inspection, the Gui water method of condensing qi was actually priced at 95 spiritual stones. It was more than 3 times more expensive than the regular Gui water method of condensing qi. It was labeled with the words "General Reference." He could not help but raise his head and look at the old man. The old man said, "The Gui water condensation method has been improved by countless people. It can be considered a royal cultivation method. Not only is it easy to cultivate, but the Gui water true Qi cultivated is also the most moderate. If fellow Taoist can cultivate it to the highest realm, you can use it as a foundation to cultivate almost any advanced water cultivation method. But fellow Taoist is a rogue cultivator. Without the guidance of a master, it can be considered to be innately disadvantageous. This Gui water condensation method records the cultivation experiences of many great cultivators. It will definitely be of great help to fellow Daoist. Li Qingshan nodded. It turned out that not only was this a cultivation method, but it was also a cultivation note. Of course, following the path of predecessors was much easier and safer than finding one's own path. Moreover, the old man was very far-sighted. If Li Qingshan could cultivate this cultivation method to the highest realm, his vision would no longer be limited to this store. He would have the opportunity to encounter more advanced cultivation methods. But this price is a bit too high. The red-faced man agreed and said, yeah, who would buy such an expensive cultivation method? Even if he and his companions put it together, they wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit stones. The old man smiled and said, knowledge is priceless. Moreover, this general reference manual has 7 more water element spells than the ordinary Gui water qi condensation technique. Whether fellow Daoist wants to pick herbs or fight with others, it will be very useful. The red-faced man shook his head. Learning too many spells will distract you from other things, which is not good for your cultivation. The old man said, this is true for normal people, but with your talent in the water element, it will be much easier for you to learn these spells than normal people. Of course, this depends on your choice. I also have a version without these spells for only 60 spirit stones. If you don't have the cultivation notes, 30 spirit stones will be enough. The red-faced man was speechless. Geniuses and normal people were indeed not equal. Li Qingshan thought for a while and decided, okay, this is it. I'll buy it. He immediately counted out 95 spirit stones and gave them to the old man. He didn't need a few dozen spirit stones, and the cultivation method was related to his future development, so he didn't need to be stingy in this place. The rosy-cheeked man and his companions were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had taken out almost 100 spiritual stones just like that. He did not seem like an independent cultivator at all. No, even if he was a disciple of a sect, it was rare for him to be so generous. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became more and more enthusiastic, which made them even more determined to befriend him. The old man was also full of smiles. He took out a jade scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and gave it to Li Qingshan. No shop owner didn't like a straightforward customer, so it was worth the effort he put in to explain the method. The jade scroll was white and slightly yellow. There were many mysterious runes engraved on it. Although it was only a thin piece, it felt heavy in his hand. Li Qingshan tried to immerse his mind into it, and the 10 stages of the Gui water condensation qi method all appeared, corresponding to the 10 stages of training qi. Among them, the first stage was for those who directly practiced the Gui water condensation qi method. The content was similar to the simplified version of the innate training of qi method. The real core of the method was the last 9 stages, corresponding to the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 standard meridians. He skimmed through it and found that the Gui water condensation qi method was much more complicated and mysterious than the innate training of qi method. His comprehension was average, and his education was mediocre. If he didn't have the notes, it wouldn't be easy for him to understand the profound meaning within. He took the right step. Not bad, this is exactly what I want. Thank you for your advice, uncle. Li Qingshan first put the jade scroll into his 100 treasures pouch. When he returned, he would compare it to the notes of various famous experts and slowly study it. You're too polite, fellow Daoist. The old man was also very satisfied. He thought of something and said, my store doesn't only have cultivation techniques. We also have all kinds of ancient books. I even have a few mental maps here. Fellow Daoist, you should take a look. If you're planning to go on an adventure, you'll need a mental map. Li Qingshan chose the cultivation method that he was going to cultivate, and his heart calmed down. He had the mind to think about other things. After listening to the old man's words, he asked, do you have a mental map of Qingzhou? The old man was mildly surprised. He smiled. You sure are ambitious, fellow. I only have the mental map of the Clear River Prefecture here. Qi practitioners normally don't need such a large mental map, so this should be enough for you. Sanctuary. Since you don't have it, then forget it. Li Qingshan only wanted to find out how much the mental map of the Green Province Gu Yening had given him was worth so that he could return the favor in the future. He did not like owing people anything, no matter what it was. The old man said in a hurry, "If you need a larger one, you can stay here for a few more days. I can find a way to get a mental map of the Rui Commandery, but the price." Li Qingshan smiled. There's no need. He had already thought it through. To Gu Yening, this was just something she had done casually. She had probably forgotten all about it already. Even if he wanted to return the favor, was he supposed to use spiritual stones to do so? He would just be looked down on for no reason. Thinking about it now, the bag of spiritual stones that Gu Yening had specially given to Wang Pushi outside Qingyang City definitely was not inferior spiritual stones. It could even make a foundation establishment cultivator feel extremely grateful, to the point of even being afraid to accept it so easily. Its value was probably much greater than all of Li Qingshan's possessions combined. However, there would be a day when he would stand before her. In the eyes of regular cultivators, these distant, unreachable goals did not make him depressed or discouraged. Instead, they filled him with endless fighting spirit. At the very least, he had taken another firm step forward now. Li Qingshan added, "I'm still inexperienced, so I only have a smattering of knowledge regarding the cultivation community, such as some spiritual spring register. Are there any books here that specialize in this aspect so that independent cultivators can make up for some common knowledge?" Coming out this time, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of his severe shortcomings in this aspect. The spiritual spring register was still a small matter. There were so many spiritual herbs underground, yet he could not name a single one, nor did he know their value or how to use them. Now that he had come across such a great opportunity, he obviously had to make up for it. The old man smiled. "You've come to the right place." He took out a bamboo slip and passed it to Li Qingshan. It was also a catalogue. Apart from the spiritual spring register, there was also the spiritual artifact register and the demon beast register, which broadened Li Qingshan's horizons. There was also the classic of Materia Medica, which recorded the appearance and properties of spiritual herbs. It was something that Li Qingshan urgently needed. The importance of this knowledge to Li Qingshan was no less than a cultivation method. However, these books were far more complicated than cultivation methods. Aside from the classic of Materia Medica, there were several dozen other books that described spiritual herbs. The authors of every single one of them were different, and there were even many differences in their descriptions of spiritual herbs. "Do you have any recommendations, uncle?" "It'd be best if it's something like the General Staff Department's encyclopedia." "Of course." As a result, Li Qingshan spent almost another 100 spiritual stones and bought a jade slip. The name of the jade slip was the Book of All. Apart from introducing the various spiritual herbs and spiritual artifacts in detail, the book also recorded the knowledge of human geography, the detailed history of the Great Xia Empire, the anecdotes of various famous people, and even gossip like beauty charts. It truly was all-encompassing. With the book in hand, Li Qingshan felt like his future was becoming clearer and clearer. The Qi practitioners became even more surprised. The rosy-cheeked man said, "How extravagant of you, sir." He had taken out 200 spiritual stones without even batting an eyelid. Was he really just an independent cultivator? The old man's smile grew even wider. It was rare for him to come across such a large deal. It really had been the right decision to come to the Green Vine Mountain this time. "Is there anything else you need, sir? However, I really can't think of anything else I can sell you." Li Qingshan said, "Are there any books that record Buddhist scriptures here?" "There are." The old man immediately fished out a jade slip from his 100 treasures pouch. "The name of this book is the Scripture Pavilion. It's a compilation of Buddhist scriptures compiled by the great masters of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. I'll give it to you for free." "Then I'll be thanking you, uncle." Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip. Right when he was about to bid farewell, the old man suddenly grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve and shoved a paper book into Li Qingshan's hands. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but the old man said, "Don't ask anything. Read it when you get back." His expression was slightly unnatural. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. He stowed the book away in his 100 treasures pouch. Li Qingshan ignored the curious gazes of the Qi practitioners. All he said was, "What's the matter, everyone? Please go ahead." The red-faced man did not ask too much. He waved his hand generously. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's talk in the tea house. Tea is tasteless. Is there a place to drink alcohol here? I'll be the host today." The Sacred Hall. Li Qingshan was in a great mood now that he had dealt with a few matters on his mind. The red-faced man smiled as well. "I prefer alcohol a little more. The 100 Flavors restaurant is just up ahead, but you can't fight with me over being the host." Li Qingshan held the jade slip of the Book of All in his hand. Many pieces of information about the 100 Flavors restaurant immediately appeared in his head. This was an extremely renowned restaurant in the cultivation community of the Clear River Prefecture. The chefs there were actually all Qi practitioners. Their cooking was similar to how Lu Ziyu brewed tea. They used methods that only Qi practitioners knew, and they used ingredients that regular people rarely saw. Li Qingshan smiled. Sure enough, this item was useful. It was like he had gathered the knowledge of several dozen know-it-alls into this thin jade slip. To an independent cultivator who had only just begun cultivating like him, it was basically a welcome gift from the heavens. However, independent cultivators who were willing to spend almost 100 spiritual stones on something like this were extremely rare. Disciples from sects all had masters who taught them the common knowledge of the cultivation community, so it was even more impossible for them to spend so much money. In the 100 Flavors restaurant, a few people sat down at a long table by the window. The red-faced man said, "I'm Han Xiong. These are my friends." He introduced Li Qingshan one by one, and the Qi practitioners all bowed. Li Qingshan nodded and returned the greeting. He introduced himself. "I'm Niu Juxia. May I know why you've invited me here, fellow Han?" He also thought that calling himself Niu Er was a little too perfunctory, so he just listened to Yu Zijian and called him Niu Juxia. "Don't tell me you're that Niu Juxia who defeated the inner disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, in a single strike?" Han Xiong felt deep respect and could not help but use honorifics. Li Qingshan did not expect that he would be so famous, so he humbly replied, "I was just lucky." The other 3 Qi practitioners, on the other hand, were surprised and confused. Unlike Han Xiong, they asked, "Brother Han, what's going on? Are you talking about that golden rooster gentleman, Song Ming?" Li Qingshan almost broke into laughter. What golden rooster gentleman? That was even worse than tiger descending the mountain. Han Xiong explained to his companions. Li Qingshan didn't want to interrupt, so he looked at the restaurant. Just like the other buildings in the town, it was made of pure wood and emitted the unique fragrance of wood. The decorations were not luxurious. Instead, they were very plain. There wasn't even a single painting. It made people feel like they were here to eat and drink. The owner obviously had absolute confidence in his culinary skills. Just at this moment, a waiter walked over with a tray of dishes. He wore a square hat on his head and a white scarf on his shoulder. He deftly placed a pot of wine and a few delicate dishes on the table. His voice was full of enthusiasm as he introduced the origins of these dishes. His actions and speech were all very standard, but also somewhat mechanical. Li Qingshan took a closer look and realized that this was not a waiter at all. It was clearly a humanoid puppet, but it was very intricately made. It wore the clothes of a waiter, and its exposed skin was covered in some kind of paint. It looked exactly the same as a human's skin. It was clearly not the type used for battle. Presumably, this market did not allow ordinary people to enter, but Qi practitioners were not willing to do the work of serving food and wine. Thus, they ordered these waiter puppets from the Mo family. Holy Hall. At this time, Han Xiong finished explaining Li Qingshan's glorious achievements. The gazes of the Qi practitioners as they looked at Li Qingshan were filled with respect. The strongest among them, Han Xiong, was only at the 5th layer of Qi refining. Even if they combined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat any of the inner disciples of the 3 mountains. They had originally thought that Li Qingshan was a little inexperienced Qi practitioner. Who would have thought that he was such a powerful figure? Han Xiong stood up and poured a cup of wine for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan sat there without moving. He raised his cup and gestured slightly before downing the wine in one gulp. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, can you tell me why you're here now?" Han Xiong also hurriedly downed the wine in his cup. "We're all members of the Truth-Seeking Society. This time, we're sincerely inviting you to join us, fellow Taoist Niao." What kind of sect was the Truth-Seeking Society? Li Qingshan quickly immersed his mind into the Book of All, but found nothing. Han Xiong said, "Fellow Taoist Niao, you don't have to worry. The Truth-Seeking Society is merely an association of itinerant cultivators. It's not some big sect, so the Book of All wouldn't have any records of it." An association of itinerant cultivators? This was the first time Li Qingshan had heard of such an association. He asked curiously, "Actually, I've never really understood what exactly is an itinerant cultivator." "That's what you don't know, fellow Taoist Niao. Itinerant cultivators don't just refer to cultivators who cultivate alone. As long as they don't come from a clan or sect, they're all itinerant cultivators." Li Qingshan said, "With fellow Han's cultivation at the 5th layer, it's more than enough for you to establish your own clan or sect." Han Xiong smiled bitterly. "Without my own heritage and legacies, how can I call myself a clan or sect? Normally, if a clan or sect doesn't have a foundation establishment cultivator, then even if you gather 100,000 Qi practitioners together, you'll still be an itinerant cultivator. You won't receive the recognition of the cultivation world. Speaking of which, my Han family is basically like a local tyrant in Wanshan City, 500 kilometers to the northeast. But in the entire cultivation world, we're not even worth mentioning. We're often ostracized and humiliated by sect disciples, which is why we've formed associations to protect ourselves." Li Qingshan said, "With fellow Han's strength at the 5th layer, can't you find a sect and join it?" He pointed at the towering mountains outside the window. "Like this Greenvine Mountain." Han Xiong sighed. "I'm so old, and I don't have startling talent like Brother Niao, so which sect will accept me? I can only explore it bit by bit on my own. What do you think, Niao Juxia? Do you want to take a look at our Truth-Seeking Society?" Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with him. The sect disciples he had seen so far were all young, yet they were already at the 5th or 6th layer. Judging from Han Xiong's appearance, he was in his 40s or 50s at the very least. His talent definitely could not be considered great. He vaguely remembered that Zhou Wenbin had said that sects usually only accepted young disciples. They had to grow up on the mountain, receive the teachings of their masters, and be taken care of by their senior brothers and sisters. Only then would they have a sense of identity and belonging to the sect. This was also the foundation of the existence of a sect. Li Qingshan weighed his words in response to Han Xiong's invitation. "I'm afraid I don't have the time. And, I might even join a sect in the future." Seeing that Li Qingshan did not explicitly reject him, Han Xiong became even more enthusiastic. "The Truth-Seeking Society is not a sect, so we won't ask you to do anything. We just gather once in a while to exchange our experiences in cultivation or exchange resources. It won't waste any time." The 3 practitioners beside him echoed, "That's right, that's right. Everyone gathers together to drink and chat. It's so joyous. Last year, we even organized a group of people to enter the boundless mountains and found a few hundred kilograms of black iron essence." Li Qingshan had a better understanding of the nature of this truth-seeking society. Han Xiong said, "How about this, after a while, we will have a gathering in the quiet Spring Valley. You can go and take a look. If you don't like it, we won't force you. Let me think about it." Li Qingshan raised his wine cup and said no more. Han Xiong exchanged glances with his 3 companions and said no more. "Come, let's drink." Li Qingshan looked out of the window at the brightly lit market and the endless stream of Qi practitioners on the streets. He asked curiously, "Is this place always so lively?" Han Xiong said, "How is that possible?" "It's because the decennial herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains is approaching. That's why so many Qi practitioners are here to prepare." Li Qingshan was confused. The herb gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains? What does it have to do with normal wandering cultivators? Han Xiong said, "The disciples of the 3 mountains are strong. They go to gather herbs and attract the attention of the demons. We wandering cultivators have the chance to fish in troubled waters. Aren't we being used by the three mountains as bait to attract the demons? Li Qingshan turned around and saw the fourth-layer Qi practitioner named Zhou Wei smiling coldly. Han Xiong said, anyway, the more people, the safer it is. Safer? I don't think so. Countless Qi practitioners die underground during the herb gathering ceremony. How many of them die to the demons? Underground? Isn't it the boundless mountains? Li Qingshan was surprised and put down his cup. Han Xiong smiled. Brother Niu, you really don't know anything. Almost all the spiritual herbs in the boundless mountains that can be harvested have been harvested. If we go deeper, we'll attract a demon general and all the Qi practitioners will die. Who would dare to go deeper? Li Qingshan had an ominous feeling. He continued asking, are there no demons or demon generals underground? Han Xiong said, of course. Speaking of which, some underground places are even more dangerous than the boundless mountains. However, it's much safer to go underground and head southeast. Wasn't that the territory ruled by Millipede? Li Qingshan asked hurriedly, why is that? He had already vaguely guessed the answer. Han Xiong was happy to show off his knowledge. If you ask someone else, they might not be able to tell you the answer. However, the leader of the Truth-Seeking Society has a friend who is a core disciple of the Burial Mound Mountain. That's why I know. If we were to gather herbs in other places, if we were to slay demons and hunt for their fey cores, we would definitely attract the attacks of demon generals. It would be lucky if 9 out of 10 people could survive. However, this place rarely attracts demon generals. Furthermore, the herb gathering ceremony will only begin in 1 or 2 months. Do you know why? Why? Because we have to wait until the weather is at its coldest. It's said that the demon general will enter hibernation at that time. It's the best time to kill demons and harvest spiritual herbs. It doesn't matter even if we turn the underground upside down. Li Qingshan was suddenly at a loss for words. He knew that Millipede's 2 hobbies were eating and sleeping. Even if it wasn't winter, he would probably be lying on the stone platform without moving most of the time. That was why Qi practitioners could take advantage of him. But why had he only heard Millipede talk about the pressure from the other demon generals? He had never heard of the threat from the surface. Why should we be afraid of demon generals? Aren't the leaders of the Three Mountains Foundation establishment cultivators? As long as they work together, they should be able to kill even a demon general. Han Xiong's eyes widened. Fellow Taoist Niu, you don't even know about the Treaty of Kings? The sudden increase in volume startled the Qi practitioners at the neighboring table. They all looked over at Li Qingshan with shock and disdain. It was as if it wasn't that Li Qingshan didn't know about the Treaty of Kings, but that he didn't know that the sun was round. Zhou Wei said, fellow Taoist Niu, it's not strange that you haven't heard of it since you've only just left the mountain. The Book of All must have extremely detailed records about it. Why don't you take a look? Li Qingshan gripped the jade slip and sank his thoughts into it. He immediately received all the information about the Treaty of Kings. The information was very complicated. If he were to read it one by one, he would probably not be able to finish it even in 3 days and 3 nights. However, after skimming through it, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He understood why the other Qi practitioners were so shocked. Qi practitioners who did not know about this could be said to have not even begun to understand it. The Treaty of Kings originated from the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. Legend had it that he had the bloodline of demons. When he conquered the world, he received the help of many powerful demons and established the Great Xia dynasty. After establishing the Great Xia dynasty, the most important and illustrious titles were the Human King of the 8 provinces and the Demon King of the 10 territories. The founding emperor presided over the Treaty of Kings. After 100 days of discussion, they signed a treaty that divided the boundaries between demons and humans. The 2 races would never invade each other. What deterred Millipede from taking a step above ground was not the demon commander above him, nor was it even the Dragon King of the Sea in the Green Province. Instead, it was the treaty from several millennia ago. However, low-level demonic beasts had limited intelligence, while there were far too many Qi practitioners, making them very difficult to restrain. As a result, whether it was demonic beasts charging above ground or Qi practitioners venturing underground, they were all tolerated and tacitly agreed to. Of course, if they were killed in the other party's territory, they would just be seeking death. The treaty truly restricted humans and demons who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation, whether it was Foundation establishment cultivators venturing underground to kill demons or demon generals venturing above ground to kill humans. The best outcome was the offender being hunted down by the combined efforts of the two races. The worst outcome was the flames of war reigniting, and all humans and demons would be sucked into it. Today, 3 Foundation establishment cultivators ventured underground to kill a demon general. Tomorrow, it was possible for a demon commander to appear and slaughter all the Qi practitioners on the Green Vine Mountain and in the town. Even with how boldly Xianxia was, he shivered at the thought of that. However, when he heard that Foundation establishment cultivators would not venture underground, he eased up slightly. However, his mind was in turmoil. As the leader of the demon soldiers, demons were all his subordinates. He could not allow anyone to slaughter him. As for the various resources underground, he had absolute control over them. He would never hand them over to someone else. If he were a pure demon, he would obviously return underground immediately and gather the demons. He would lay down a trap and slaughter all the invaders. That way, he would be able to obtain many hundred treasures pouches. However, he was still a human at the end of the day, so this decision would not be so simple. For a moment, he was even in the mood to eat. He became patient again and asked Han Xiong about more matters regarding the herb-gathering ceremony before bidding farewell. Han Xiong could tell that Li Qingshan's interest had waned, so he did not force him to stay. Instead, he tried to persuade him to pay a visit to the quiet spring valley. After asking about the time and location, Li Qingshan agreed in the end. It was no longer just for the sake of broadening his horizons. The quiet spring valley was not far from here. The gathering was before the herb-gathering ceremony. No matter what his decision was, he had to pay attention to the changes here. Arriving downstairs, Li Qingshan ordered another table of food and wine. He put them into his 100 treasures pouch to take away. It was late at night. Li Qingshan found an inn to stay for the night. He spent 5 spirit stones and booked the best room. Under the guidance of the owner, he opened the old door. The space inside was much larger than he expected. He knew that some kind of formation had been used to increase the space inside. Although it was winter, the room was as warm as spring. The room was covered with a thick silk carpet. The patterns on the carpet did not seem to be patterns, but some kind of formation. It caused the spiritual energy in the room to be slightly denser than it looked. There was a jade screen embroidered with an exquisite beauty holding a pipa. When the owner knocked on the screen, a moving sound of stringed instruments could be heard. There was a praying mat in the room that was said to be able to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was said to be very helpful for cultivation. There was actually a huge bathing pool in the room. Not only could it gather water by itself, but it could even use 2 glyphs to control the water temperature. Not only had Li Qingshan never seen the various gadgets made by Qi practitioners before, but he had never even thought about them before. They were not exactly technologically advanced, but they were definitely extremely comfortable. Before the owner left the room, he suddenly stopped. He smiled in a way that all men understood. If you find it hard to sleep alone, I do know a few young and beautiful female cultivators. All you need are a few spiritual stones. He treated Li Qingshan as a generous, yet inexperienced, wealthy customer. Li Qingshan immediately had no idea how to react. He felt like he had crossed over to another world in this situation. However, he had no idea whether the police, the Hawkwolf Guard would come to inspect the room. He waved his hand in a hurry and declined righteously. There's no need. I want to rest. The owner showed a rather regretful expression. He said reluctantly, there's a communication talisman in the room. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Li Qingshan closed the door and exhaled. He placed down the bamboo basket on his body and opened it. You can come out now. Little and extended her hands towards him. Li Qingshan said, can't you come out yourself? However, he had already scooped her up and placed some food and alcohol on the table. Let's eat. He casually took out the jade slip from the scripture depository and passed it to Little and before sitting down to one side. He leaned on his hand as he watched Little and eat. However, his mind had already wandered off somewhere. He was not even in the mood to take out the gui water method of condensing qi. Little and said softly, "Aren't you going to eat?" Li Qingshan said, "I've already eaten." However, Little and had already delivered a piece of fish to his mouth. "You really are becoming more and more disobedient," said Li Qingshan as he ate the fish. "What do you think I should do?" Little and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Li Qingshan said, "That shitty herb gathering ceremony, of course." Little An's face was filled with surprise. "Aren't you going to kill them all?" Li Qingshan was taken aback. "Since when did I say that? It's not like I know them, and they're not here for me either. Starting a massacre like this isn't too good, is it?" Little An lowered her head. "But I don't know them either." To her, that reason was enough. No, it should be said that she did not need any reason at all. Apart from the man before her, anyone else could die. Strangely enough, because of each other's existence, neither of them could become great demons who did whatever they wanted. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said seriously, "You can't kill people you don't know." After saying this, he felt like his whole person had been sublimated. He felt like he had fulfilled his duty as an educator. "So I am such a kind person?" Little An blinked, not knowing if she understood or not. Holy Hall, however, Li Qingshan already had a plan in mind, so he was no longer worried. He walked behind the screen and took off all his clothes, revealing his well-defined, sturdy body that seemed like it had been forged from iron or stone. With a shake of his shoulders, he leapt into the swimming pool-like bath with a plop. The hot water gushed out of the bath and over his chest. Li Qingshan let go of his hair and leaned against the side of the bath comfortably. He took out the jade slip for the gui water method of condensing qi from his 100 treasures pouch and studied it carefully. The first level was the simplified version of the innate training of qi method. With a glance, he knew it didn't take much effort. But from the second level onwards, it was a bit difficult. He originally thought that he only needed to convert the qi in his body into gui water qi, but after studying it carefully, he found that it wasn't that simple. It was the same as cultivating the Xianxia meridian, but the requirements weren't as simple as connecting the meridians. The 5 organs corresponded to the 5 elements, and the kidneys controlled water. The gui water condensing qi method needed to sense the kidneys and absorb the essence of gui water. But how to sense it and absorb it was a mysterious ancient text. If he didn't have the foundation of the innate training of qi method, he would definitely be at a loss. Although it was a bit better now, he still felt that it was very difficult to understand. Luckily, he bought the version with annotations. The notes of the seniors were much easier to understand, so he could at least feel his way forward. But the content of the handwriting was more than 10 times that of the gui water condensing qi method. After looking at it for a while, he felt dizzy. He couldn't help but admit that he had nothing to do with talent or intelligence. He submerged his head into the water and floated in the ripples. His mind also calmed down, and a thought occurred to him. His comprehension was not good, but didn't that mean that there was a genius child beside him that even the green bull praised? Li Qingshan said, "Little An, have you finished eating? Come take a bath." From drinking tea to eating, he would never forget her in any kind of comfort. Takitara Little and immediately came in front of him, took off his clothes and jumped into the water. Li Qingshan handed the jade slip to her. "Help me study it." Then, he took out the book that the old man in the bookstore had carefully handed to him. At that time, he had taken it in a hurry, so he didn't even have time to read the title of the book. His heart was filled with anticipation. What exactly was the book that the old man had given him so cautiously? Could it be that it was some kind of special cultivation technique that the other party saw that he was talented enough to shoulder the heavy responsibility of saving the world, so he gave it to him without accepting any spirit stones? The binding of the book was extremely exquisite, and the stitching was meticulously done. It exuded a faint scent of ink, and the paper used was also of the highest quality. When he held it in his hand, he felt that it was a bit heavy. But by the standards of a divine cultivation technique, it was a bit too new. No matter, he had to take a look at the book first. On the bright and clean vermilion cover were the 3 elegant words accompanying a flower's sleep. It was slightly different from the name of the secret technique that Li Qingshan had imagined. He flipped to the next page and saw the words Chapter 1, Hua Sanyang mistook her lover. Then, there was a poem that went, the affairs of the world are never free. 1,000 thoughts of love, a moment of enmity. Lovers, who are willing to die for love. First make enemies, then reunite. What the hell is this? Li Qingshan was startled. The book that the old man had given him so carefully was actually a novel. He didn't believe it, so he patiently read on. Then, it turned out to be a very boring story. If it was just boring, then it wouldn't be a big deal. The more he read, the more he felt that something was wrong. The descriptions of sexual intercourse were very bold. Of course, for a transmigrator like Li Qingshan, the white steamed buns and purple cured meat really didn't have the slightest bit of excitement. But in this era, it should be considered rather out of line. After flipping through a dozen or so pages, almost all of the male characters and all of the female characters had a go, but it didn't make the book any less boring. Until he flipped to the 15th page, an exquisitely drawn erotic picture impressively appeared in front of Li Qingshan. This erotic picture, not only were the lines meticulous, even the expressions were vivid. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Li Qingshan felt that the drawing was very good. Then, he didn't have the patience to read it page by page. He casually flipped through the pages, and there were many more erotic pictures like this at the back. Li Qingshan was finally convinced that the book in his hands was indeed an erotic book. But this didn't make sense. That seemingly virtuous and amiable old man was so careful just to give him an erotic book? Even the weakest Qi practitioner was a person of high authority among mortals. If he had the time to read this thing, wouldn't it be simpler and more direct to find a famous prostitute in a brothel? Could it be that the old man was a book lover and appreciated some of the cultural connotations in the book, so he wanted to share it with me, but was afraid that I would look down on this book because of that kind of content? This was the only reasonable explanation. But the content of this book was clearly very clumsy and had absolutely no cultural value to speak of. Li Qingshan was confused. He was 10 times more confused than when he was reading the water condensation method. There must be a secret hidden in this matter that he didn't know, but it was deliberately hidden in this kind of trash book. Li Qingshan touched it with his hand. There was no interlayer. He injected true qi. There was no reaction. He shone it against the light. There was no image. He poured water on it. It was wet. Inside and out, he tried all kinds of methods, but this was just an ordinary book. Could it be that there was some kind of code hidden in the content of the book? But even if there was, he didn't have the chance to read it correctly. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough wisdom, look for little Anne. He glanced at little Anne and saw that she was concentrating on studying the water condensation method. He then looked at the book in his hand. If she found out that he was reading this kind of book, wouldn't it be embarrassing? He immediately dispelled this idea. If it weren't for little Anne beside him, he would have done the positions in the erotic pictures to see if there was some kind of qi circulation method. What are you looking at? Little Anne suddenly came over. Her long wet black hair was winding down on her white jade-like shoulders, floating on the water. It looked more like some kind of aquatic plant. Li Qingshan closed the book tightly. He said with an unnatural expression, nothing. Ah, have you finished studying it? He inexplicably remembered the old man's expression when he gave him the book. Little Anne curiously looked at the book in Li Qingshan's hand. She had already completely understood the second layer of the water condensation method. Then, she taught it to Li Qingshan in words that couldn't be more straightforward. Li Qingshan suddenly felt enlightened. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her. He praised, "You're so smart. Why didn't I think of it?" Little Anne's face was flushed. In the dense water vapor, she vaguely revealed her originally distant beauty. Li Qingshan seemed to suddenly realize the difference between men and women. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, we won't be able to bathe together." Little Anne raised her head. "Then I will never grow up." "Don't be silly. How can a person never grow up? I'm not a human." Li Qingshan didn't take this childish words to heart. "Well, we are not human. But we still have to grow up." Little Anne pouted. Li Qingshan said, "But after saying so much, you forgot the most important thing. How to transform the true qi into Gui water true qi." Little and said, "Can't you directly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth?" Li Qingshan scratched his head. "It turns out that I'm really not smart enough." His monster core was of the water element. How he cultivated the monster core, he could cultivate the Gui water true chi. He only needed to rely on the infinite heaven and earth. Why should he think about his small self? He wasn't stupid. Rather, he had been conditioned by his habitual thinking, and regarded cultivation methods as the golden rule. However, the advice given by the seniors who had written their own notes were all for ordinary chi warriors. They would never have thought that there were chi warriors who could directly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in this world. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, the uncle who sold the book gave me a book. I think there should be a lot of mystery in it, but I can't understand it." Little and asked curiously, "Is it the one just now?" "Yes." "Can't you show it to me?" "Absolutely not." Li Qingshan shook his head. Little and said disappointedly, "Then you can ask him tomorrow." Li Qingshan was stunned again. It's not like the bookstore can grow legs and run away. I'll just pay another visit tomorrow. Why did I suddenly become stupid today? It must be that reading this stupid book has affected my IQ. Little and hesitated. In the end, he didn't say that he hadn't read the book just now. Li Qingshan said, "By the way, this is for you." He handed the jade scroll called Scripture Pavilion to Little and accepted it with shyness and joy. Li Qingshan took out the Book of All and looked up information about a few spirit herbs according to his memory. As he expected, every spirit herb could be used as medicine. Among them, the most valuable were the flowers in Milliped's cave that could turn into butterflies. They were called blue butterfly flowers, and they were an indispensable main ingredient in refining a precious type of medicinal pill. The name of that precious medicinal pill was True Spirit Pill. Then, Li Qingshan casually looked up the information on True Spirit Pills and suddenly found them to be rather familiar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Weren't True Spirit Pills the two unknown pills he had obtained from the two grannies in the sect? The effects of the True Spirit Pill were extremely simple. It could convert true chi into spiritual chi. It was a holy item that chi practitioners needed to break through to foundation establishment. The two grannies had carefully stored it away, probably so that they could use it when they reached the peak of chi condensation. However, it had benefited Li Qingshan. It was easy to imagine the value of this spirit herb that Millipede said was not tasty. Unfortunately, the Book of All only briefly introduced the medicinal properties of the True Spirit Pill and how to use it. There was no pill recipe or method of refining it. The truly valuable information would not appear in this kind of common book. The arts of the boundless ocean, Li Qingshan thought, perhaps it's time to change to a pill cauldron, and pill recipes would be a must. However, his alchemy had only scratched the surface from Qianrongji, so there was no need for him to be overly hasty. At the very least, he already knew how to use these treasures now. The contents of the Book of All were extremely vast and varied. Just a single piece of information was enough for Li Qingshan to stare at for quite a while, broadening his horizons. However, he also gradually discovered that most of the information recorded in the Book of All did not exceed the boundaries of the Clear River Prefecture. Once he left this range, the information would become extremely simple and general. However, it was already very difficult to record the many matters that spanned 1,500 kilometers in the Clear River Prefecture. Calling it the Book of All was not an exaggeration. The 9 provinces were so vast, spanning who knew how many kilometers. Even the most powerful cultivators could not traverse through it all, so how was it possible for there to actually be a book that covered everything? It was the same principle as mental maps. Even if there really was a book like that, what value would it have to a measly chi practitioner? There were thousands of cultivators, but just how many of them could make it out of the Clear River Prefecture? Just how many of them could make it out of the Rui Commandery? However, Li Qingshan believed there would be a day when he could use these eyes to see everything in the world. Before he knew it, his mind drifted back to the tiny village and recalled that arrogant vow. I want to traverse the 5 lakes and 4 seas, the 9 provinces, taste all the delicacies in the world, drink all the fine alcohol in the world, practice the fiercest abilities, fight the strongest enemies, and sleep with the most beautiful women. Only then will my life not be in vain. Looking at it now, that was just the desire of a person with nothing to gain everything. Perhaps it was very vulgar, but this was the most primitive, instinctive desire hidden in the hearts of every man. When a spark lit up in a restless heart, it would drive that frail body to conquer, to destroy, to create. The most beautiful woman? Li Qingshan grinned. Originally, he had only said it casually, but the book of all really seemed to have a most. The beauty on the list of beauties was, as expected, the one at the top of the list was the beauty in snow-white clothes, the female eagle that overlooked thousands of mountains. Although the portrait on the wall could not express 1% of her charm, it once again evoked Li Qingshan's memories of the past. He praised sincerely, "Hey, what a beauty!" Little and withdrew his consciousness from the jade slip and raised his head. What beauty? Nothing? Li Qingshan put away the jade scroll. Since he had seen the first one, he was sure that there were no major changes to his goal for the time being, so there was no need to look at the rest. Humph. Little and turned his head away. You've even learned to get angry. Li Qingshan smiled as he pinched her nose. Little and shook her head and struggled in his arms, but her face was full of smiles. Li Qingshan hugged her tightly and pinched her nose. My little and will also be a great beauty in the future. Really? Little and said with a heavy nasal voice. Didn't you hear what that damned old woman said? Heavenly fragrance and beauty? I guarantee it's true. I think even that Gu girl can't compare to her. Gu girl? Gu Yening. Li Qingshan was surprised. You know her? Little and nodded gently. Li Qingshan propped up his cheek. But to be honest, Xianxia isn't bad either. Forget it. Children won't understand what you're saying. Little and made a face and stuck out her tongue. Li Qingshan soaked comfortably in the hot water for an entire night. He felt 10 times more comfortable than lying in bed. To him, water had already become as close as a friend. As such, he practiced the second layer of the Gui water method of condensing qi. He entered a meditative state with the spirit turtle's method of qi suppression first before slowly absorbing the spiritual qi of the world and circulating it according to the mental cultivation method of the Gui water method of condensing qi. The true qi in his body was converted into Gui water true qi strand by strand. When the sun rose, Li Qingshan had already reached the second layer of the Gui water method of condensing qi. He only needed to convert the first few layers, using the Gui water method of condensing qi to cover up the innate method of practicing qi, so it did not take a very long time. However, as soon as the sun rose, Li Qingshan could no longer sit still. He leapt out of the bath, put on his clothes, and carried the bamboo basket on his back. He took Little and with him and went straight to the bookstore. The old man was still the same old man from yesterday. He lay on the rocking chair leisurely, reading the book from yesterday. When he saw Li Qingshan enter, he seemed to be surprised and leapt up. Is there anything else you need, sir? Li Qingshan cut to the chase. Uncle, the book you gave me yesterday. What book? Why don't I remember? The old man's expression became unnatural again. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes and said slowly, I used various methods and comprehended it for quite a while, but I couldn't get to the bottom of it. That's why I've come to ask for your guidance. Don't tell me you're messing with me. He did not speak as politely as before now. The old man coughed gently. I think I remember it again. Then, what do you think? Li Qingshan said, the erotic drawings are passable, but the writing is bullshit. The old man smiled bitterly. If that's the case, then just pretend you don't have it. Junior brother, oh junior brother, don't blame me for not helping you. Originally, I thought he was a crude person, so he might not be able to tell that the book was bullshit. In other words, you really are messing with me. Li Qingshan thought about the effort he had expended, and his expression became worse and worse. The old man laughed. Fellow Taoist, this old man has something to give you, but I forgot to give it to you yesterday. It can't be this kind of trash again. Li Qingshan abruptly stopped mid-sentence. What the old man shoved into his hands was actually the cultivation method for the arts of the boundless ocean. He hesitated for a moment. Uncle, this item is a bit too valuable. I didn't come here to swindle you. The old man raised his hand and shook his head with a smile. In this market square, who can swindle me? Aren't they afraid of the school of miscellany street patrol? I really did want to give you this book yesterday. Those 2 books made me quite a bit of profit. No matter how valuable a book is, if no one reads it, it's all trash. His withered hand patted the A-flower sleep. If a book isn't read because it's written too badly, then that's nothing. But if a book is clearly written extremely well, but because the standards of the people in the world aren't high enough, it would fall to this state, like a pearl covered in dust, or a beauty lost. Isn't that too much of a pity? Li Qingshan was also slightly moved. Uncle, you really are a book lover. The Arts of the Boundless Ocean was definitely not a bad cultivation method. It was just that it had too high of a reader, which caused the number of readers to dwindle. The old man continued, when I look at you, I feel that perhaps one day, you will be able to find the second half of this book and let this extraordinary and refined cultivation method once again appear in front of the people of the world. If you don't mind, when the time comes, you can show me the second half of the book. I'll be satisfied. Li Qingshan accepted the jade slip and proudly cupped his hands. Uncle, if I'm lucky in the future, I'll definitely return the entire Arts of the Boundless Ocean to you. The old man happily said, then this old man will definitely live for a few more years and wait for you. P.S. Alright, I'll call it a day in August. Plus, I'll have my dreams fulfilled. I feel like next month will be even more exciting. Back at the arms shop, Sun Fubai was actually quite surprised. Normally, when a person obtained a rare technique, it would be extremely precious. Even if it was his wife, children, or close friends, they wouldn't be allowed to see it. What Li Qingshan obtained was only a remnant of a scroll that was worth 100 or so spirit stones, and the value of the entire scroll was at least 10 times that. Such generosity and lofty sentiments really made him sigh in amazement. This was because Li Qingshan had his eyes set on the 9 heavens. No matter how precious a technique was, it was just a process to him. Once he took this step, who knew how long the road ahead of him was waiting for him? One's vision determined one's breadth of mind. In the bookstore, Li Qingshan chatted with the old man for a while. He found out that the old man's name was Sun Fubai. Sun Fubai was knowledgeable and experienced. After the conversation, Li Qingshan also felt that he had benefited a lot. As they chatted excitedly, Sun Fubai gave Li Qingshan a few more books. They were all bound paper books. The paper had already turned slightly yellow, and the edges were even curled up. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment. Sun Fubai smiled and said, "Don't worry, these aren't those kinds of books. These are my favorite historical books." Li Qingshan relaxed and casually flipped open the book. In the blank corners of the book, there were many notes written in red. It was obvious that these were the books that Sun Fubai usually read. For a book lover to give away the books that he usually read, it was really a great gesture. He said respectfully, "Thank you, uncle, for your generous gift." Sun Fubai said, "The youngsters these days only think about the secret techniques that can make them stronger overnight. How would they know the true essence of the books? I can see that you are brave and valiant, you have a heroic spirit, and you are quite talented as a chi practitioner. In the future, you will definitely be able to stand out in the cultivation world. However, if you don't understand the ways of the world, no matter how strong you are, you will still be a boorish man who is controlled by others. You can read these books carefully, they will definitely be of great benefit to you." Li Qingshan said, "I've heard people say that reading history can make you wise, and martial arts and secret manuals can only make people stronger, but real books can make cowards brave and stupid people smart. This kind of effect is something that no cultivation method can compare to. This kind of power is true power." Sun Fubai was very pleased. "It's good that you understand this." At the center of the market was a lone 3-story building that was not adjacent to any other shops. Although it was a relatively tall building in the entire market, the building was still very inconspicuous. The vermilion paint on the upper floor was peeling, making it look extremely old. Each bead hanging at the door was a precious jewel worth thousands of gold in the mortal world. It was a bit of a waste to use it as a door curtain. Moreover, because no one took care of it, its color had already turned yellow and dull. Only the 3 gilded words "Sundry Goods Store" on the black signboard were still shining brightly. There were countless general goods stores in the world, so it wasn't all that strange for a large city to have several dozen general goods stores. However, there was only this one store that could be opened in this market where cultivators traded. Moreover, in this market, there definitely wouldn't be a second general goods store that existed. The moment Li Qingshan lifted the curtain and entered, he felt as if he had entered another world. In front of him was an inconceivably wide hall. The marble floor was smooth and shiny, and the noise on the street was completely blocked out by the curtain. There were a few elegant women dressed in palace attire sitting at a tea table in the hall, chatting softly with each other. If one raised their voice even slightly, it would create an echo effect in the hall. It was also a space expansion technique, but it was more than 10 times better here than in the inn. When the women in palace attire saw Li Qingshan, they exchanged glances and made excuses, seemingly unwilling. In the end, a beautiful woman helplessly stood up and dragged her palace attire over to greet him. "What does fellow Taoist want to buy?" Her face was lightly powdered. Although her smile was bright, it could be seen at a glance that she had been trained. Moreover, it was difficult to conceal the unwillingness on her face. This woman in palace attire was actually a third-layer chi practitioner. It was admittedly ingenious to use puppets as waiters in the 100 Flavors building, but it was even more impressive to have a chi practitioner act as hostess. It was indeed worthy of being the center of the market, the headquarters of the School of Miscellany. Li Qingshan learnt quite a lot about the market from Sun Fubai. The name of the market was the Town of Flowing Clouds. It was not fixed to a single location. Instead, it constantly moved between a few locations with relatively more chi practitioners. It was like a market for mortals, but they would stay for much longer. The reason why the market was located below the Green Vine Mountain this time was because the herb-gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains was approaching. It had attracted many chi practitioners, who were prepared to explore the underground. Before the grand ceremony, talismans and spiritual tools that could increase one's strength were already selling like hotcakes. After the grand ceremony, chi warriors would bring out all kinds of minerals and spiritual plants from the underground world, which would bring a new wave of sales. All of this was managed by the School of Miscellany of the Academy. They were responsible for the safety of all the chi practitioners in the market, as well as maintaining normal transactions. Otherwise, why would high-level chi practitioners negotiate with low-level chi practitioners? It would be much faster to just kill them and search for their corpses. Although the chi practitioners in the teahouses and restaurants did not belong to the School of Miscellany, they all needed to pay a sum of spiritual stones to the School of Miscellany every year. Only then could they operate here. When Li Qingshan asked where he could go to buy spiritual artifacts, Sun Fubai immediately recommended the store of miscellaneous goods. Although it was slightly more expensive than the stalls, the quality was relatively guaranteed. Li Qingshan did not lack spiritual stones, nor did he have a discerning eye, so this was obviously the most suitable place. Li Qingshan said, "I want to buy a weapon." The women in the teahouses giggled softly. "What weapon? Can't you just call it a spiritual artifact? You can tell with a single glance that you're a country bumpkin who's just emerged from the Jianghu. Don't tell me you've come to buy inferior spiritual artifacts. Ru Ping's going to make a fortune this time." Although she had suppressed her voice, Li Qingshan still heard everything clearly. As it turned out, this woman was called Ru Ping. That sure was familiar. As it turned out, these female cultivators were not just responsible for welcoming guests. They were also responsible for sales. It was no wonder they were so snobbish. "Please follow me." Although Lu Ruping couldn't hear what her companions were saying, she knew they were laughing at her, so she said coldly. Lu Ruping swayed her hips and climbed the stairs. Her swaying buttocks made Li Qingshan involuntarily think of the innkeeper from last night. He wondered if this was one of the female cultivators he'd introduced to accompany him to bed. He turned around and looked towards the main hall. Perhaps all of them are here. A Taoist wearing an azure robe walked through the door. Both his Taoist robe and the ancient sword on his back shone with spiritual light. In the world of chi practitioners, this was the appearance of a rich person. The women in palace robes almost all went up to welcome him. One of them with a sweet appearance said loudly, "It's my turn." Only in the end did she go up. Like a victorious hen, she arrived before the Taoist. Her smile was much more sincere. Although it was impossible for him to have someone accompany him to bed no matter what because of little Anne's presence, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, he did not ask for one, or it would be far too unfair to him. He was still a virgin after all, so how could he allow himself to be ruined in the hands of a woman like that? Arriving before a room on the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn away by a signboard. To no surprise, the words Arsenal of Arms were written on the signboard. Back in Xinjiang City, hadn't he bought the tyrant's spear from the Arsenal of Arms? He had never thought he would actually see a branch in the city of cultivators. However, most Qi practitioners did not care about the gold and silver of the mortal world. Was there a need for a shop that sold spiritual artifacts to sell weapons in a remote, small city? The fact that they could open a store of miscellaneous goods in the school of miscellany demonstrated their strength. Lu Rupiang introduced with a professional smile, "The Arsenal of Arms is renowned in our Clear River Prefecture and even the entire Rui Commandery. All the weapons here have been tested by masters, so they're definitely of the best quality, unlike those small stalls outside where the quality varies. They say they're low-grade spiritual artifacts, but they'll crack after a few clashes with others. Then I'd like to take a look." As soon as Li Qingshan set foot in the store, his heart shivered. All of his hair stood on end. He felt like an army that had fallen into an ambush. Vicious killing intent swept over him. He took a step out instinctively, and all of his bones crackled. His aura rose up abruptly, like the will of an army with a commander at the very front, ready to kill his way out of the encirclement. However, Li Qingshan immediately saw that there were no ambushes in the surroundings. There were only thousands of weapons arranged neatly on the weapon racks, stretching as far as the eye could see. A rough-looking, middle-aged man stood in the center of the weapon racks, staring at him in shock. "Sir, what's wrong?" Lu Rupiang took 3 steps away from Li Qingshan and looked at him carefully. Just now, in that single moment, this man with a peculiar figure who gave off an extremely honest and gentle feeling had suddenly turned into some sort of vicious beast, ready to pick a person to devour. For the first time, she felt that perhaps this man was not as simple as he seemed. Only then did Li Qingshan realize the origins of the sharp killing intent. It came from these weapons. He erased his aura and asked in confusion, "Didn't you sense it?" Lu Rupiang was stunned. "Sense what?" The rough-looking man walked over. "It's easy to sense the killing intent from people, but it's not easy to sense the killing intent from weapons. If you haven't gone through a few life and death situations and taken several dozen lives, how can you be so sensitive?" He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. "I can tell with a single glance that you're someone who understands weapons. May I ask for your name?" Li Qingshan said, "My surname is Niu." "And how should I address you, sir?" Nice surname, nice surname. You really are as majestic as an ox." "My surname is Zhang, so there's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Little Zhang." The woman laughed. "Old Zhang, you're pretending to be young again. Aren't you ashamed?" Little Zhang said, "Cultivators all pursue longevity. I don't have any hope in this life, so why don't you let me talk about it? Isn't that right, Sister Ping?" The shopkeepers in charge of the shops here were mostly not young Qi practitioners. Their cultivation speed was ultimately not faster than natural aging. There was basically no possibility for them to continue improving, so they chose to live a more leisurely and comfortable life. Lu Rupiang spat. "Who's your Sister Ping? Don't talk nonsense. I brought you a guest. Hurry up and help him choose a weapon." Just as Li Qingshan was about to speak, Little Zhang raised his hand. "Don't be in a hurry. Let me guess, what weapon do you want? P.S. I'm in Xianxia right now. I'm out to play, but staying alone in an apartment for a day, writing 8,000 words while eating instant noodles at noon, then going to an internet cafe to post chapters. What kind of mental illness is this? I'm begging for guaranteed monthly votes. With your support, the moral emperor won't die." Long whale water-sucking knife Li Qingshan smiled and said, "All right, then go ahead and guess. Judging from fellow Daoist's physique, the weapon you've chosen is definitely not an ordinary one. Rather, it's a heavy weapon suitable for close combat that body refiners use. I wonder if my guess is correct?" Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Yes. Little Zhang, your eyesight is not bad." As his strength grew, his requirements for weapons would also become higher and higher. The wind-entwining knife was already completely inadequate, and he hadn't reached the 6th layer of qi refining yet, so he couldn't wield a mid-grade spirit weapon. Moreover, even if he reached the 6th layer of qi refining, he might not necessarily use a small sword or a small knife as his main weapon. This was because at that time, his physique would definitely reach a new peak. Using a wind-entwining knife to directly chop someone would be much more efficient than riding a sword. Therefore, his requirements for weapons were not ordinary. Little Xiang saw through his needs at a glance and knew that he wanted a heavy weapon. This also meant that they had such a weapon here. How could he not be happy? When little Xiang heard that Li Qingshan was willing to call him that, he also beamed with joy. He lightly waved his hand, and a series of mechanical sounds rang out in the room. The weapon racks actually slid rapidly, changed positions, and suddenly stopped. A weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. Sure enough, it was filled with huge swords and axes. Li Qingshan casually picked up a great spear and weighed it in his hand. He asked, "Don't tell me there aren't any mid-grade spirit weapons here?" However, all of them were low-grade spirit weapons. Little Xiang smiled and said, "Of course there are. Ordinary qi refiners couldn't afford mid-grade spirit weapons, so they usually only brought people to see low-grade spirit weapons." With a clap of his hands, another weapon rack slid in front of Li Qingshan. The spiritual light of the spirit weapons on it was even denser. If you hadn't come here, it would really be difficult for you to buy a mid-grade spirit weapon for close combat. Lu Ruping's eyes immediately lit up. Under her guidance, she would also get a share of the profits. Of course, she hoped that Li Qingshan would buy more and more expensive things. That was why when Li Qingshan first came in, she wasn't too willing to entertain him and wanted to switch places with her companions. This was because Li Qingshan's attire, even in the mortal world, didn't look like a rich person. In the world of cultivators, he was the standard poor ghost. From top to bottom, there was not a single thing that shone with spiritual light. At this moment, he thought to himself, you really can't judge a book by its cover. The smile on his face instantly became more sincere. Li Qingshan looked at the middle-grade spiritual weapons with a satisfied look on his face. Look at this broken gold sword. It's made of pure gold and weighs 210 kilograms. It can use the golden crescent slash. It's supposed to be a two-handed sword, but I can see that you can use it with just one hand. Not only is it powerful, but it's also agile. Isn't it beautiful? Little Xiang said as he patted the huge golden sword. Li Qingshan asked, "How much?" "I'll only sell it for 75 spiritual stones." As a result, Li Qingshan gained an estimate of the price of a middle-grade spiritual weapon. If he used the standard of exchange with the contribution of the Hawkwolf Guard, it would be around the same price. However, he shook his head. "I'm not too good with swords." Lu Ruping chimed in, "Look at how beautiful this sword is. If you carry it on your back, you'll definitely look extraordinary." Little Xiang shot a glance at her. Choosing a weapon for a man is even more important than choosing a wife. Women, don't butt in. He could tell that Li Qingshan was someone who truly killed people with a weapon. He was not some young master from a sect or clan who could be fooled by a single word of extraordinary. Lu Ruping curled her lip. Sure enough, she shut up tactfully. "If you're so capable, then sell it yourself. It's just a middle-grade spiritual weapon. I don't even want to waste my breath on it." Little Xiang introduced a few more weapons. None of them weighed less than 100 kilograms. Li Qingshan was very tempted. If he could wield a heavy weapon like that in battle, he could probably pierce through any protective true qi. However, after quite a while of consideration, he suddenly asked, "Do you have any high-grade spiritual artifacts?" Little Xiang was slightly surprised. "Sir, I do have a few high-grade spiritual artifacts here, but they're all treasures of the shop. They'll cost several hundred spiritual stones at the very least, with some going for over 1,000. Normally, I don't show them to regular qi practitioners unless they're truly interested in buying them." Li Qingshan smiled. "If I don't show them to you, who'll buy them? Do you think I'm not sincere?" Lu Ruping's gaze towards Li Qingshan immediately softened. A single high-grade spiritual artifact was equivalent to 10 mid-grade spiritual artifacts. It was a rare business deal. Little Xiang studied Li Qingshan and smiled. "Fair enough. Please come with me, sir." The three of them came to an extremely tightly sealed secret room. Little Zhang took out an item from his 100 treasures pouch. "Sir, please take a look." This item was not made of metal, wood, or stone. It was azure blue in color, like ice. It was carved into the shape of a whale, and there was a spiritual light on it. It was indeed a high-grade spiritual artifact. Among high-grade spiritual artifacts, there are even fewer suitable for close combat. There's only one, and it's worth 852 spiritual stones. Li Qingshan had never seen such a strange weapon before. Hearing the price, his heart sank slightly. A high-grade spiritual artifact was actually this expensive. He only had a little over 300 spiritual stones left on him, and he could only buy a third of it. Moreover, he still had to save some to buy pill cauldrons and pill recipes, so he immediately ran out of money. His expression did not change. "How do I use this?" Little Zhang saw that Li Qingshan really wanted to buy it, so he couldn't help but become even more enthusiastic. He exchanged glances with Lu Ruping. This time, he had met a rich customer. "This item is called Whale's Ingestion of Water. You can use it however you like. Let me demonstrate it for you." As he spoke, he took out a large water jar from his 100 treasures pouch. The jar was filled with water. Little Zhang placed the whale's ingestion of water into the jar. The blue whale immediately opened its mouth, and in an instant, it sucked all the water in the jar clean. "Watch carefully, sir." He raised his hand, and the whale's mouth spat out the water again. It condensed into the shape of a water blade, and suddenly froze, forming an ice blade. The whale's body became the blade's handle, and cold air filled the secret room. Lu Ruping couldn't help but shiver, and said, "How magical." Although Li Qingshan knew that she was acting, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Not only had he never seen a weapon like this, he hadn't even thought about it. "Now, this is the whale's ingestion of water blade," Little Zhang said, and waved his hand again. The ice blade melted into water, forming an ice sword again. "This is the whale's ingestion of water blade. No matter what weapon you want, whether it's light or heavy, it's all up to you. What do you think?" "All right." Li Qingshan nodded. Normal weapons were all made of metal, and it was rare to see a pure water element weapon. If he used Gui water true qi to control it, it would definitely have a good effect. This was practically a weapon tailor-made for him. If a man really chose a weapon like choosing a wife, then he could be said to have fallen in love at first sight with the whale's ingestion of water. However, he was also worried. This ice blade is so fragile. Won't it shatter when it collides with metal? Little Zhang said, "Sir, you don't have to worry. The weapon formed by the whale's ingestion of water is comparable to profound ice, and stronger than fine steel. To tell you the truth, the material of the ice blade formed by the whale's ingestion of water is a little weaker than normal high-grade spirit weapons, but it's definitely stronger than middle-grade spirit weapons. As long as it's not shattered in one hit, no matter how many cracks and gaps there are, it can immediately recover. There's no need for an artificer to maintain it." Lu Ruping said, "Then it'll really save a lot of spirit stones and trouble. A simple repair of a high-grade spirit weapon would cost dozens of spirit stones." Little Zhang struck while the iron was hot. "And if you infuse it with spirit water, it'll be even more powerful. Since you're willing to buy such a weapon, wouldn't you be willing to buy some spirit water?" Li Qingshan's heart stirred. Wouldn't he be guarding an underground ice spring? He raised his hand and flicked the blade with force. A loud clang, like the sound of metal clashing, reverberated in the secret room. Lu Ruping couldn't help but cover her ears. Little Zhang's perlicue shook violently. Only a white mark was left on the blade. He couldn't help but praise, "Sir, you're really strong." Li Qingshan knew he wasn't lying. Not only did he use his full strength in that flick, he also used his true qi. The 100-tempered saber was also shattered, but it only left a white mark on the ice blade. If it was replaced with the ice-congealing water, there was no need to worry about the hardness. He could even hang it on his waist, making it convenient to use at any time. Moreover, he could condense a saber even bigger and longer to display his advantage in strength. He could even condense a mace that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. With a smash of the mace, any true qi magical protection technique would be like a piece of paper. For a moment, Li Qingshan's mind was filled with the various advantages of the whale's ingestion of water. He really admired the weapon craftsman who made this weapon. Other than that, what other uses does it have? Although Li Qingshan's expression didn't change, little Zhang had seen countless people and could already tell that he really wanted to buy it. That was why he was being so careful. Little Zhang was overjoyed. He immediately opened the secret room and brought Li Qingshan to the training ground that was specially used to demonstrate the functions of the weapon. He pointed at the steel target in the distance. All the ice water was sucked into the belly of the whale. The whale opened its mouth and suddenly shot out countless tiny icicles. In an instant, the steel target was pierced with countless black holes. Whether it was power or momentum, it was even fiercer than the 1000-mechanism crossbow. Moreover, it had more than 30 rounds of ammunition. It could be used for both close combat and long-range attacks. Li Qingshan already wanted to snatch the whale's ingestion of water and use it himself. Little Zhang looked at Li Qingshan's expression and the smile on his face became wider. The whale's ingestion of water in his hand suddenly flashed and gradually gathered in the mouth of the whale. With a bang, a ball of water shot out and hit the target that was riddled with holes. The target exploded with a loud bang and was blown into pieces. Li Qingshan said in shock, "Gui water godly thunder." Last night, he had browsed through the Gui water condensation method and the related spells that came with it. There were mostly defensive, healing, and trapping methods. Gui water true chi wasn't very good at attacking. Among the many spells, Gui water godly thunder was the most powerful and important spell. Little Zhang said confidently, "Fellow Niu, what do you think?" Li Qingshan said, "It's a good item, but can you give me a better discount on the price?" Without waiting for Little Zhang to speak, Lu Ruping said, "Fellow Daoist, feel free to ask. Every item in this miscellaneous goods store has a price tag that can be found in the main catalog. Whether it's a spirit stone more or a spirit stone less, it's not allowed. It's to save you a lot of trouble. We definitely don't cheat anyone. P.S. For the remaining 2,000 words, please come earlier tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Although it's outside, I'll do my best to keep the pace of updating from 8 to 6. The time might be messed up, but the updates will be maintained. Please rest assured, everyone." The price of the Yao core, Little Zhang said, "Actually, I can tell that fellow Daoist is determined to get this item. If it was a vendor outside, they would definitely take the opportunity to increase the price. With fellow Daoist's personality, you would most likely be at a disadvantage." Li Qingshan agreed. Whether it was his previous life or this life, he had no talent in bargaining. He didn't want to take advantage of others, he just didn't want to be cheated. "Alright, I'll buy this item." Little Zhang beamed, and Lu Ruping revealed an expression of ecstasy. This time, those little bitches were going to regret their decision. Li Qingshan said, "However, I don't have enough spirit stones." Little Zhang's smile froze. "Fellow Daoist, you really know how to joke." Lu Ruping's expression instantly turned cold. Li Qingshan said, "Other than selling items, does this place also buy items?" Little Zhang said with a bitter expression, "The arsenal of arms does buy some weapons, but the price is definitely cheaper than buying." He didn't believe that Li Qingshan could afford the whale's ingestion of water. Could he even take out a high-grade spirit artifact to trade for it? It was rare for a great practitioner to have a high-grade spirit artifact. No matter how he looked at it, Li Qingshan didn't seem to be one. What a waste of effort. Who knew that Li Qingshan really did have a high-grade spirit artifact, and not just one? The Coleman needle from the two grannies, as well as the cursive sword calligraphy, had a total of 3. However, he couldn't sell any of them right now. Lu Ruping couldn't help but mock, "Although this is a miscellaneous goods store, we don't buy all sorts of things. There's a pawn shop just downstairs. Fellow Daoist can try his luck there." Li Qingshan asked in return, "How many spirit stones can I pawn the Yao core for?" Little Zhang was stunned at first, then he exclaimed, "Yao core? You have a Yao core?" Lu Ruping frowned. "It's not that easy to get a Yao core. Don't tell me you mistook it for some jewel?" Li Qingshan then took out the beast core he obtained from General White Fang of Black Rat Mountain from his 100 treasures pouch. "I would also like to ask the two of you to appraise this and see if it is a beast core or not." The earthy yellow demon core did not have any particularly bright spiritual light, but it contained the heart and blood of a demon for hundreds of years. Little Zhang and Lu Ruping spent most of their time in this grocery store. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their eyesight was top-notch. They could tell at a glance that this was the legendary demonic core. Lu Ruping couldn't help but extend her hand to touch it, wanting to take a look. However, Li Qingshan had already put the Yao core back into the 100 treasures pouch. Then I'll go ask around at the pawn shop. Lu Ruping hurriedly pulled on Li Qingshan's sleeve and bowed in apology. I misunderstood you just now. Please be magnanimous and don't offend me. Wait a moment, I'll go invite our head shopkeeper over. She intentionally or unintentionally revealed the snow-white peaks inside her collar. If the head shopkeeper found out that she had chased away a customer who wanted to sell a Yao core, then she wouldn't need to stay here anymore. Moreover, in this period of buying and selling, she could earn spirit stones that she normally wouldn't even earn in a month. She raised her head and looked at Li Qingshan with a pleading expression. That robust figure seemed to be filled with masculine charm. Even if he had any special requests, it wasn't like she couldn't consider it. Li Qingshan glanced at the collar and knew that although 5 buckets of rice couldn't make people bow down, 1 Yao core was enough. Perhaps it could even do more. Little Zhang also said, fellow Taoist, you must stay. I already knew that this whale's ingestion of water was prepared for you. Actually, I wanted to give you a discount, but I'll have to wait for the head shopkeeper to come before I can make the decision. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and realized that he had underestimated the value of this Yao core. He had originally thought that it was roughly worth a high-grade spirit artifact. However, a high-grade spirit artifact clearly wasn't enough to make these two people become like this. Li Qingshan had simply used the spiritual qi contained in the Yao core to estimate its value. However, he didn't know that a Yao core was also a necessity to refine some precious spirit pills. It was a sacred medicine that could increase the true qi and spiritual qi of a certain attribute. The thousands of years of peace between the human race and the demon race had directly caused this kind of resource to become rare. Qi practitioners ventured deep underground not only to harvest spirit herbs, but also to display enough strength. Basically, the demons would choose to escape. However, Qi practitioners would most likely set up formations to trap the demons in their nests. Of course, it wasn't to slay demons for no reason, but precisely for this Yao core. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment, then said, all right. Then, I'll wait here for a while. Lu Ruping swayed her hips and quickly left. Not long after, she brought back a stout old woman. Her true qi had actually reached the 9th layer of qi practitioner. Her face was full of wrinkles, and she didn't have the strange arrogance of a granny, nor did she have the lowly feeling of a procuress. Instead, she had an air of nobility about her as she welcomed everyone with a smile. I am sure Pepe. Fellow Taoist, are you selling a Yao core? Li Qingshan said, that's right. Sure Pepe said, can you take it out for me to take a look? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment, then handed the Yao core to Sure Pepe. Since the School of Miscellany could establish such a large market square and do so many businesses, they definitely wouldn't destroy their own reputation for a Yao core. Sure Pepe carefully examined it. Lu Ruping's face was full of nervousness. After a moment, Sure Pepe said, fellow Taoist, the quality of this earth attribute Yao core is very good. Li Qingshan said, may I know how much it's worth? Sure Pepe said, about this, I have a suggestion. Fellow Taoist, listen to it. Before the herb gathering ceremony, there will be an auction in our store. If this Yao core is auctioned, it will definitely fetch a lot more spirit stones. We'll only take half of the profit. Even foundation building cultivators would appear at the School of Miscellany's auction. If they didn't have a few valuable items, wouldn't they be looked down upon? And people who could casually take out a Yao core would definitely be rich. If they could participate in this auction, they would be able to raise the price even more and set off the scene. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Qingshan said hesitantly, but I'm still in a hurry to use spirit stones to buy things. He wasn't too willing to give this precious Yao core to someone else. Sure Pepe waved her hand and said to Lu Ruping, today, as long as this fellow Taoist's spending doesn't exceed 2,000 spirit stones, feel free to directly get the item for him. If fellow Taoist Yao core can't be auctioned for this price, then put it on our tab. Lu Ruping bowed gracefully. Yes, head shopkeeper. Li Qingshan hid his astonishment. The value of this Xiao core was truly beyond his expectations. However, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression darkened slightly. Sir Peipei frowned and said, "Is there anything else fellow Daoist isn't satisfied with?" Lu Ruping said, "Little Zhang agreed to give him a discount for this high-grade spirit artifact." Little Zhang rubbed his nose. Sir Peipei asked, "Then we'll round it up and count it as 800 spirit stones for fellow Daoist." Li Qingshan said, "Since that's the case, then we'll do as senior says." Just now, what he was thinking about wasn't this. Instead, he was thinking that there would probably never be a day where humans and demons could coexist peacefully. He also had a treasure in his body that was worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Sword Chi 9 Astronomy Complete Text. Every word is below. Now that they had obtained another important auction item, they would be able to attract even more Chi warriors to the auction. Fellow Daoist, it's best if you save some spirit stones. I'll prepare a VIP seat for you during the auction. There will be many rare treasures. It would be a pity if you miss out on something you like because you're short of money. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. What treasures will there be? Do you have a catalog? Perhaps he would be able to find the second half of the Arts of the Boundless Ocean. Although he knew the chances were slim, he still kept it in mind. Sir Peipei said, "It's not convenient for us to reveal the specifics, but we've advertised some of the extremely rare items. We'll be adding this Xiao core soon. You can ask Ruping about these. Fellow Daoist, feel free to ask me." Lu Ruping smiled faintly, gentle and elegant. Her gaze towards Li Qingshan was even more affectionate. If Li Qingshan hadn't seen her change her expression before, he really would have been fooled by her. Sir Peipei handed a jade lot to Li Qingshan. "Fellow Daoist, remember, this item cannot be lost. We only recognize the lot, not the person. If someone else brings this lot, we'll also give them the spirit stones." Li Qingshan sank his consciousness into the jade lot, and a certificate immediately appeared. "I'll take good care of it." Then he extended his hand towards Little Zhang. Little Zhang quickly placed the whale's ingestion of water into Li Qingshan's palm. A cold aura pierced his body, but it was extremely comfortable. As his true chi flowed into it, he immediately felt a connection with his blood vessels. However, there was a slight delay, as if his blood vessels were clogged with blood clots. Little Zhang said, "If you want to achieve the best effects of a high-grade spirit weapon, you need to spend some time refining it with true chi. Only then will you truly be able to use it as you wish and be invincible." Li Qingshan nodded. He didn't put it into his 100 treasures pouch, but held it in his palm. He played with it casually, sending his true chi into it bit by bit. This sparkling and translucent ice whale was as exquisite as a work of art. No one would have thought that it was a weapon. Sir Peipei took her leave, and Lu Ruping said gently, "Daoist friend, if there is anything else you need, just let me know." Li Qingshan asked casually, "What if I say I want you?" Lu Ruping blushed. "Hey, fellow Daoist, how can you talk nonsense? Besides, what's so good about me, /web/John when word by word take me?" Little Zhang chuckled as he watched from the side. It was obvious that he was already used to such a scene. He was also extremely happy to be able to sell a high-rank spiritual weapon. He teased, "With your spending today, our Ruping would not be able to refuse no matter what you want her to do. Old man Zhang, if you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Lu Ruping glared at Little Zhang, but she didn't seem to be angry at all. When Li Qingshan and Lu Ruping went downstairs, the few women in palace attire who were greeting the guests all heard what happened upstairs and raised their heads at the same time. Lu Ruping held her head high and puffed out her chest. Her expression was very different from her cold attitude when she went upstairs. She intentionally walked very close to Li Qingshan, wishing that she could stick her body to him. The fragrance of her cosmetics made Li Qingshan's nose itch. Although Li Qingshan had heard plenty about women finding sugar daddies throughout his 2 lives, he still could not help but be surprised when he became a sugar daddy like this. A woman could actually achieve something like this. Just how different were they from prostitutes and brothels? The eyes of the women in palace attire were full of envy and jealousy. How could Ruping be caught up in such a good thing? If they had gone up to greet him just now. When they looked at Li Qingshan, their gazes were very different. There was reverence in them that could intoxicate any man. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this was the treatment of the strong. No matter what era, or what world, the strong showed their might and the weak relied on them. The strong gained, and the weak lost. Only losers would lament the fickleness of human nature, the weak would complain about the cruelty of society, and the strong only needed to grit their teeth and become stronger. After comprehending this point, that slightly uncomfortable feeling completely disappeared. He played with the ice whale with a carefree smile on his face. In Lu Ruping's eyes, she felt that he was even more charismatic. Of course, this was the charisma of an expert. Li Qingshan brought Lu Ruping to the tea table and pulled out a chair for her. Lu Ruping was naturally flattered and smiled in a very reserved manner. After Li Qingshan took a sip of tea, he asked about the auction. Lu Ruping naturally told him everything she knew. She told him all the auction items. Among them, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, rare and exotic beasts. There were 7 or 8 high-grade spiritual weapons alone. Lu Ruping also secretly revealed that the ultimate treasure of this auction was a supreme-grade spirit artifact. The starting price was 5,000 spirit stones, and it was estimated that it would sell for more than 10,000 spirit stones. Although Li Qingshan was tempted, he knew that this was not something he could afford. Even if he could afford it, he would not dare to buy it. Those who could take out so many spirit stones were at least Foundation establishment cultivators at the level of the 3 mountain sect leaders. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth was purely seeking death. He would probably be killed the moment he stepped out of the market. Are there no cultivation methods to be auctioned? Lu Ruping shook her head. Li Qingshan lowered his head and sipped his tea, muttering to himself in silence. It made sense. How could he come across such things so easily? Otherwise, wouldn't all of Sun Fubai's years of effort have been fed to the dogs? However, he was not discouraged. The heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. His footsteps would definitely be much broader than Sun Fubai's. Lu Ruping saw that Li Qingshan was disappointed and hurriedly said, "There are no cultivation methods, but there is a piece of calligraphy." Li Qingshan asked casually, "What calligraphy?" Lu Ruping said, "It's called the sword chi calligraphy or something. Apparently, it was left behind by some ancient sword immortal, but in my opinion, it's just a middle-grade spiritual artifact. It's all over the place, so it must be an excuse for the auction. Only an idiot would be tricked into buying it. If you want to use it, of course a high-grade spiritual artifact is the best." Li Qingshan looked at the rippling green water in the cup and saw his expression change slightly. Without raising his head, he said, "Indeed, only an idiot would buy it. But since the sword chi calligraphy is a middle-grade spiritual artifact, what use does it have?" Lu Ruping said disdainfully, "It's just like its name. It can emit a few flashes of sword chi." The tea rippled. Li Qingshan held back his excitement and chatted with Lu Ruping a little more. However, he learned that Lu Ruping's background was very similar to Qian Rongji's. They both came from a small clan that could not be regarded as a clan. Their talent was limited, and they could not use much resources either, so he could not help but sigh and grumble. Li Qingshan said, "It's said that the Hawkwolf Guard doesn't care about identity. Any chi practitioner can join. Why don't you try it?" Lu Ruping said in surprise, "The Hawkwolf Guard? That's a place where people die every day. And, I'm not trying to boast, but I can earn much more than regular Hawkwolf Guards in a single month in this store of miscellaneous goods." Fair enough. Li Qingshan understood that she was completely different from Qian Rongji. She was nowhere near as discerning and vicious as that woman. However, if the world was filled with women like that, then men would no longer need to live. Lu Ruping could not help but say, "What else do you want to buy? Why don't you cut out a set of good clothes? My eye for clothes is very good. I'll pick out a few for you." Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile, "No, I want to sell a few more things." Lu Ruping was stunned. In the end, Li Qingshan sold all of the several hundred talismans on him aside from the high-grade and supreme-grade talismans to the store of miscellaneous goods. He earned another several hundred spiritual stones. It was close to the herb-gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains, so the value of talismans was very high. He had sold them all without any qualms. Originally, Li Qingshan wanted to buy a pill cauldron, but he gave up on that for now. He was in no hurry to refine pills right now anyway. If the sword chi diagram really was a part of the cursive sword calligraphy like he had expected, then he had to obtain it. He could not allow it to end up in the hands of others. The cursive sword calligraphy in his possession basically hovered between high grade and supreme grade. If he could find another piece and complete it, then he would be able to obtain a supreme grade spiritual artifact worth over 10,000 spiritual stones. As for the cursive sword calligraphy, its actual value was probably far greater than that. Even Oxen had praised it a little. In the past, he might not have understood what that meant, but he understood very well just how great Oxen's standards were now. Normally, a mid-grade spiritual artifact would not be worth more than 100 spiritual stones. However, he could not treat everyone else as idiots. He could not guarantee that no one would be able to tell what was going on, so he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. He had to gather as many spiritual stones as he could to ensure that he could obtain it. With that, Li Qingshan ignored Lu Ruping's disappointed gaze. He made his way out of the store of miscellaneous goods and was about to leave the town. As he made his way through the bustling streets, he glanced back at the verdant green vine mountain again. He had no idea whether Yu Zijian would be able to wait for Hua Qinglu or not. Not everyone was worth waiting for, so he chose not to wait for anyone. However, he also hoped that she would be able to wait for the person she wanted to wait for. He arrived at the bookstore with the bamboo basket on his back and bid farewell to Sun Fubai before returning to the inn to check out. He turned around and left the inn, but he suddenly stopped. Yu Zijian stood in the sunlight outside the inn. Her smile was even more resplendent than the sunlight. She held the hand of a girl who seemed to be rather reluctant. She was Hua Qinglu. Li Qingshan smiled in relief. This was the value of human trust, wasn't it? If you could trust others bravely, even if you were deceived 100 times, you would still be able to make true friends. Although the path he walked was a lonely, courageous path, he still admired her bravery and decisiveness. Niao Jiuxia, this is Qinglu. Yu Zijian basically dragged Hua Qinglu over to Li Qingshan and introduced her to him excitedly. Hua Qinglu remained as cute as ever. She clasped her hands at Li Qingshan in a graceful manner and said, I never thought the people of the Green Vine Mountain would be so bold. Thank you for taking care of Zijian during this period of time. Fei Li looked at Li Qingshan's tall figure and wondered inside. He had no idea how Zijian knew such a strange person. Li Qingshan said, that's no problem. Zijian, since your friend has already come, I don't have to worry anymore. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. I'll tell your father that you're already safe and sound. That's right. Before the two of them could reply, Li Qingshan strode off, vanishing into the crowd in the blink of an eye. Hua Qinglu was young, but she was much more meticulous than Yu Zijian. If he came into too much contact with her, she would probably see through his disguise. Hua Qinglu muttered, Zijian, that guy is so rude. Is he really helping you out of kindness? Though, his back seems a little familiar. That's because Niao Jiuxia is very friendly. Why would he have any ill intentions? Yu Zijian defended Li Qingshan in a hurry. Hua Qinglu shook her head. You're young and ignorant. Be careful, or you'll end up being sold off. You'll still have to worry about it. You're the one who's young and ignorant. Niao Jiuxia is a good person, so why would he harm me? Yu Zijian widened her eyes. Forget it. I can't persuade you otherwise. Hua Qinglu turned around and left. Yu Zijian asked in a hurry, Oi, where are you going? Hua Qinglu raised her chin and pointed at a nearby mountain. The Green Vine Mountain, obviously. Li Qingshan returned to the Proud Sword matter. Yu Shuquang was no longer there, having gone out to collect food and drink. Li Qingshan thought about how Yu Zijian would return very soon anyway, so he did not take it to heart. He ventured deep underground from the manor outside the city. He was as familiar with this area as he was with his own back garden. He knew every single demon here. Now that he had transformed into his true demon form, he didn't have to worry about any demon being blind enough to attack him. Instead, there were quite a few who were tactful enough to come out and greet him. "Leader, you're back." Li Qingshan nodded slightly sternly, maintaining his dignity as a leader. However, he thought inside, many of these guys are about to lose their lives to the demon cores in their bodies. Whose fault is that? If he was still a human, he probably wouldn't even consider such a problem. He would kill demons and hunt for demon cores as a matter of course. But when his body turned into a demon, he received the demon's help, and became the demon's friend and leader. His thoughts also gradually changed. Passing through the deep and serene cave, they walked for an unknown period of time. A blue light flickered in the endless darkness, like the only bright star in the pitch-black night sky. Li Qingshan was like a wanderer who had finally returned home. A look of relief appeared on his face as he quickened his pace. Before he even entered the cave, he heard a heaven-shaking snoring sound. Li Qingshan shook his head. "You bastard, I've really seen through you. There was no need to hibernate, just like there was no need to be a vegetarian." However, he still maintained his primitive instincts. Probably because he didn't sense any danger, Millipede turned over on the stone platform and didn't get up. "Sleep a little longer if you can." Li Qingshan didn't wake him up. He sat on the edge of the stone platform, his back pressed against the cold stone. Feeling the ripples of spiritual light, he slowly entered a meditative state. Little and took out the Book of All and read it carefully. No matter how rich the information in the book was, it still couldn't compare to the reaction of the human mind. The Book of All, in the darkness, the blue butterfly flapped its wings a million times, and a month quietly slipped away. Suddenly, a howling gust of wind swept through the quiet cave. The butterfly fluttered, and the sea of flowers swayed. At the end of the gust, Li Qingshan took a deep breath and stood up. Looking inwardly at his body, he revealed a satisfied smile. He had already converted all the true qi in his body into Gui water true qi. At the same time, he had opened a meridian and reached the 4th layer of qi refining. His true qi was unprecedentedly strong. He took out the cursive sword calligraphy and infused it with true qi. Sword qi shot out, silently piercing the stone wall. A blue butterfly fluttered in the air for a moment, then suddenly split into two. This kind of power would be able to instantly kill a 6th or 7th layer qi practitioner. Even a 9th layer qi practitioner would be in great danger. If he could really restore the cursive sword calligraphy to its original state, he looked forward to seeing just how strong it would be. Calculating the time, it was about time to attend the auction. Little and had already taken the initiative to stand in the bamboo basket. Li Qingshan said, "You stay here this time. It's quite troublesome for me to carry a big bamboo basket all the time, mainly because it's too eye-catching." Which qi practitioner didn't have 100 treasures pouch? He just had to carry a big bamboo basket. Whether it was in the bookstore or Lu Rupeeing, he had asked about it indirectly. Although it was mostly out of curiosity, it was hard to guarantee that someone with observant eyes would notice anything. He promised, "If there's anything good to eat or drink, I'll definitely bring it back for you." "You think I'm annoying?" Little and pouted. "That's not what I meant." "You are. Be good." "No." Li Qingshan glared, then let out a breath. Calm down, communicate, communicate." He crouched down. "Then why don't you want it?" "I don't want to be separated from you." Little and lowered her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "Just for a little while." "Not even for a little while." "Then I don't care." Li Qingshan strode out of the cave, startling a flock of butterflies. After a few steps, he turned back and saw that she was still standing in the bamboo basket, not crying or making a fuss. She only looked straight at him, as if waiting for him to take her. He hardened his heart. "I really don't care." When he reached the cave entrance, he couldn't help but turn back. However, her expression and posture hadn't changed in the slightest. If he really left like this, she could keep waiting for him like this. He sighed helplessly. "Come with me." Together with the bamboo basket, they flew up and landed in Li Qingshan's hands. Little and had a triumphant smile on her face. Li Qingshan pinched her soft cheeks. "I knew I couldn't be polite to you." Little and said, "If I'm not by your side, I can't protect you." Li Qingshan was suddenly speechless. Holy Church. Leader, please save some for me. Croak, croak. A frog was so anxious that it jumped and spoke human language. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll roast you and eat you. Li Qingshan held the whale's ingestion of water and put it into the mouth of the ice-condensed water spring. He swallowed to his heart's content. Now he had already absorbed 3 large vats of water, but it still didn't feel full. Although the frog was very anxious, it couldn't do anything. Only when the whale was full of water did Li Qingshan take it out with satisfaction. He took out a pearl dew pill and threw it to the frog. Here, this is for you. He wouldn't really look down on it. This frog was one of the strongest demon soldiers under him. If other chi practitioners dared to take the spring water, even if they didn't die in its hands, they wouldn't be able to bring back even a drop of spring water. The frog coiled up like a snake and swallowed the pearl dew pill. Croak, thank you, leader. Although the spirit water was full of spirituality, it still couldn't compare to the high-quality medicinal pills made by humans. You stay here and don't forget the gathering. Li Qingshan said again and walked back into the cave. Croak, croak, I won't forget. The frog croaked and jumped into the ice-condensed water. Li Qingshan strode through the cave. He shook the crystal whale in his hand, and with a clang, it spat out a huge blade. It even condensed a beautiful crystal handguard. It was the perfect weapon that could unleash Li Qingshan's advantage in strength. It was suitable for the length and size of his swing, and it was extremely heavy as well. It weighed over 500 kilograms. Even Li Qingshan could not use it with a single hand. Recently, he had constantly poured Gui water true qi into the whale's ingestion of water. His aura had already completely linked up, without any sluggishness anymore. It was like it had truly become an extension of his body. When he condensed the blade, he no longer needed to spit out water first and then condense it slowly. Instead, he could condense it instantly. However, the 4th layer Gui water true qi was still slightly insufficient to unleash the power of a high-grade spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan arrived in the Proud Sword Manor. Yu Shuquang had already returned, handing a full 100 treasures pouch to Li Qingshan. He wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Li Qingshan checked the 100 treasures pouch and smiled in satisfaction. Then he asked, "Why don't I see your daughter?" Yu Shuquang said in surprise, "Didn't she go to the Green Vine Mountain?" "How did she return?" Li Qingshan frowned. "In other words, she still hasn't returned?" Was the Green Vine Elder really not going to give face to the Hua family? Yu Shuquang said, "It's not like she hasn't returned. Have you seen her?" As a result, Li Qingshan told him about his meeting with Yu Zijian below the Green Vine Mountain. Yu Shuquang sighed. "Thank you for your efforts. As long as she hasn't been bullied, I don't have to worry as a father. As for whether she goes to the 100 schools of thought or the Green Vine Mountain, that's probably not something we can control anymore." Li Qingshan said, "I'll be going to the Green Vine Mountain again very soon to see what has happened. Just wait here for my news." He passed another empty 100 treasures pouch to Yu Shuquang. "We still need to gather food, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. Just keep an eye out and be careful not to alarm too many people." The underground demons had an endless demand for food on the surface. It was also a great method for him to control his subordinates as the leader of the demon soldiers. He obviously needed someone to help him with this. Yu Shuquang said, "That's easy. The Proud Sword Manor has already bought over a dozen large restaurants and controlled a few large grain merchants. It'll be much easier for us to do this in the future." Li Qingshan smiled. "How thoughtful of you." He had not spent so much effort on Yu Shuquang for nothing. He just happened to be in need of a subordinate who could draw inferences. He did not have the time or energy to establish his own network in the human world, but Yu Shuquang did. Otherwise, he would never have been able to establish such a large Proud Sword Manor. He passed all the silver notes on him to him. "Go ahead with this. You don't have to worry about the silver. In the future, you definitely won't just be leading people of the Jianghu." Yu Shuquang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled. "If I'm not a person of the Jianghu, am I supposed to be a chi practitioner? With my talent, how am I supposed to be able to do that? I've reached the innate realm quite late too. It'll be impressive if I can reach the 2nd layer." Li Qingshan's face sank. If you're satisfied with the second layer, then ignore what I said. Second layer Qi practitioners were existences at the very bottom among Qi practitioners. Not only would a subordinate like that not be able to help him out much, but he would probably have to constantly deal with problems for him. It would be pointless then. Yu Shuquang looked into Li Qingshan's eyes. His pitch-black eyes seemed to burn with flames. The ambition and confidence hidden within them made Yu Shuquang's heart shiver slightly. Before this person, there was no need for him to feign modesty. It was the exact opposite. He needed to demonstrate sufficient ambition and confidence. Only then could he catch his eye, and this just happened to be what he was good at. I've heard that if you practice Qi, and practice Qi again, you can break through a certain barrier and step into the world of immortals. I want to try. Only then did Li Qingshan smile. He placed a pill of spring breeze and rain into Yu Shuquang's hand. That realm is called Foundation Establishment. It means that everything has just begun. There was a hubbub of voices in the town. Streams of people mingled and brushed past one another. Qi practitioners that regular people would rarely see were everywhere. Everyone's faces were filled with anticipation and nervousness. The herb-gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains that happened once every 10 years was about to begin. It was set to be in 3 days' time. The great adventure of the underground world was about to begin. It was filled with opportunity and danger. Some people would strike it rich overnight, while others would die nameless. Everyone hoped that they were the former, while they hoped that everyone else was the latter. They had made sufficient preparations for this. Their gazes towards one another had already become extremely cold. The tranquil tea house that was usually extremely quiet was actually filled with guests. Lu Ziyu, who brewed tea, was basically so busy that he could barely move. Qi practitioners of the 6th layer and above had already become a common sight. Only they could afford to drink such a luxurious item. The situation was basically the same for the other stores. Business was extremely good. However, only the store of miscellaneous goods remained completely deserted. When people surged over there, they would be pushed away by an invisible barrier, unable to approach it at all. Unless they held an invitation, only great Qi practitioners at the 6th layer or above could directly step through the formation and enter the building under the envious and admiring gazes of the crowd. Li Qingshan had arrived extremely early. He was already seated in the VIP seats, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Looking outside, every single compartment was shrouded in a layer of smoke, blocking any probing gazes. At this moment, Lu Ruping walked in with a smile. Li Qingshan immediately said, "You can leave. I don't need your service." Lu Ruping's smile stiffened, but she saw how determined Li Qingshan was, so she could only leave. She thought, if you're heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. The bamboo basket opened up slightly, revealing little Anne's clear, crystalline eyes. "Did you not let me come because you wanted to?" "Pa." Li Qingshan pressed down on the bamboo basket. "What does a child know?" A gong resounded through the hall. Sher Pei, dressed in a purple silk gown, strode onto the stage. She first bowed in all directions, expressing her gratitude for everyone's presence. Then, she introduced herself and announced the start of the auction. One item after another was auctioned. From the initial stack of low-grade spirit talismans to mid-grade spirit artifacts, the value of the items grew higher and higher, and the competition became fiercer. Li Qingshan calmly waited for the only item he wanted, the Sword Qi Scroll, to appear. The next item is the Sword Qi Scroll written by an ancient sword immortal. It can emit sword qi. Although it's only a mid-grade spirit artifact, it contains the supreme Tao of the sword. Moreover, this Sword Qi Scroll should only be a fragment. If someone can find the other fragments and put them together, it won't be as simple as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The bidding starts now. The starting price is 100 spirit stones. As the scroll of calligraphy was unfolded, Li Qingshan's pupils suddenly shrank. Yes, this was it. Although he didn't understand calligraphy, the twists and turns of the strokes contained in it were exactly the same as in the cursive sword calligraphy. After confirming one last time, he looked at Little and was proficient in calligraphy and swordsmanship, so he definitely wouldn't be wrong. As Little and nodded lightly, Li Qingshan smiled. Although the starting price of 80 spirit stones was slightly higher than a regular mid-grade spirit artifact, it was still auctioned as a mid-grade spirit artifact. The 1,000 spirit stones he had prepared should not be a problem. As Sherpepe announced the starting price, there was a brief silence in the hall. 100 spirit stones to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact was really not worth it. Apart from a very small number of people like Xianxia, those who could sit in the hall were all experienced and knowledgeable chi practitioners who had participated in countless auctions. They were already very immune to the so-called ancient sword immortals. There were so many ancient cultivators who didn't pass down a few things. Even if this sword chi calligraphy had really shone brilliantly in the past, it was now just a mere mid-grade spirit artifact. No one dared to hope that they could find the other parts of it. Even if they found them, how could they piece them together? This item was similar to the arts of the boundless ocean. It seemed to have great potential value, but this value was really too uncertain. Most chi practitioners pursued practicality. Xianxia smiled slightly. Just as he was about to make his first bid, he suddenly heard an indistinct voice from a seat not far away, 200 spirit stones. The moment he made his bid, it was as if he was determined to win, directly dispelling the thoughts of many chi practitioners who wanted to make a casual bid. Sherpepe said, "All right, this fellow Taoist has made a bid of 200 spirit stones. Are there any other fellow Taoists who are willing to make a higher bid?" This sword chi calligraphy had been appraised by her and she believed it to be a rare item. That was why she intentionally set the price a little higher than a normal mid-grade spirit artifact. If a rare item couldn't be sold for its value, then she would rather it not be auctioned and wait for another day. Xianxia sighed lightly. As expected, he wasn't the only one who could see the value of this item. He also made a bid, 300 spirit stones. The voice passed through the fog and immediately became distorted and indistinct. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Sherpepe took a deep look at the private room. She believed that it was Xianxia's room. A smile appeared on her face. It seemed that this rare item could be sold for its proper value. As expected, after a moment of silence, the guest in the other private room made another bid, 400 spirit stones. He actually directly raised the price to 100 spirit stones. The crowd was silent at first, then became slightly noisy. 400 spirit stones was already enough to buy a slightly inferior high-grade spirit artifact. Why would someone use it to buy a mid-grade spirit artifact? Could it be that this sword chi calligraphy really had some secret? Or was it someone hired by Xianxia to intentionally raise the price? Although there were many people who were tempted, no one dared to risk the spirit stones in their 100 treasures pouches. They could only silently watch the two people bidding. They were slightly surprised that the first round of bidding had already begun before the high-grade spirit artifacts appeared. Xianxia frowned and calmly said, 500 spirit stones. Xianxia also heard it, but he didn't care and continued, 700 spirit stones. 800 spirit stones. Holy Hall. Xianxia directly said, 1,000 spirit stones. The scene fell into a momentary silence. Even for a superior grade spirit artifact, it was extremely rare for it to be worth more than 1,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the sword chi calligraphy really had such an extraordinary ability? Everyone had the same thought, but at this moment, no one dared to make a bid. If they made a bid and really spent more than 1,000 spirit stones to buy this medial grade spirit artifact of unknown uses, then they really wouldn't be able to cry even if they wanted to. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? If there isn't, this sword chi calligraphy belongs to this fellow Taoist. Sherpepe's eyes turned, and her wrinkled face was full of smiles. There was no more sound from within the thick fog. It was unknown whether it was because she felt it wasn't worth it, or because she had other plans in mind. Sherpepe said to Xianxia, fellow Taoist, the sword chi calligraphy is yours. A moment later, the sword chi calligraphy was delivered to Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't wait to open it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and the sword chi was fierce. It was just that it was half the size of the cursive sword calligraphy, which was why it could be considered a medial grade spirit artifact. It seemed that when this calligraphy was separated, it wasn't equal. The problem now was, how was he going to fuse them together? Xianxia tried to take out the cursive sword calligraphy and stack it with the sword chi calligraphy. He shook it, but they didn't seem to have any intention of fusing, which made him slightly disappointed. But he immediately pulled himself together. His current cultivation was too low, and it was very difficult for him to control a superior-grade spirit artifact. He couldn't refine a supreme-grade spirit artifact at all. Otherwise, the cursive sword calligraphy wouldn't be as simple as just releasing sword chi. Only when his cultivation increased and he refined both spirit artifacts at the same time would he be able to try again. Little and watched eagerly. Li Qingshan casually passed the sword chi book to Little, and Li Qingshan glanced at the room shrouded in mist and muttered to himself, "Why does this person want to buy this sword chi book?" Little and immediately began to study the sword chi book. He lay on the floor covered with a thick silk carpet, his left hand supporting his chin, and the fingers of his right hand forming a sword. Within an extremely small area, he moved quickly, leaving behind a series of stagnant afterimages. It looked like he was performing a sword dance, but it also looked like he was writing, but it was extremely rhythmic and beautiful. Her comprehension of the cursive sword calligraphy sword intent had increased by another level. When he heard Li Qingshan's words, Little and tilted his head and said, "Perhaps he's the same as me." He suddenly stabbed out with his finger sword dozens of times, tearing through the air and stirring up a fierce wind. The wind immediately howled in the room, causing Li Qingshan's clothes to flap in the wind. Li Qingshan suddenly understood. Yes, this was the most likely reason. If they didn't obtain a part of it, no chi practitioner would be willing to risk a few hundred spirit stones. At this time, there were a few soft knocks on the door. Li Qingshan opened the door, and Lu Ruping said, "Just now, the fellow Daoist who was bidding against you wants to see you." Li Qingshan said, "All right, I also want to see him." He became more and more certain of his speculation. If he put together a piece of the sword chi book, then the cursive sword calligraphy would definitely be a supreme-grade spirit artifact. If he could obtain another fragment, then what would it be? A legendary spirit artifact? Lu Ruping backed out obediently. She actually had no intentions of pestering him anymore. After leaving the room, she smiled disdainfully, but she was in no hurry to pass on the message. Instead, she turned in the direction of another room and knocked on the door. A young man opened the door. To no surprise, it was Mu Jitsong. When he saw her enter, he directly asked, "What took you so long?" Lu Ruping said coquettishly, "The customer who was bidding earlier wants to see this guy surnamed Miao, so he's a little late." "Senior brother Mu, please don't take offense." Mu Jitsong did not take this matter to heart. He turned around and said, "Senior brother Song, I never thought this bastard would actually be so rich. If he sells that demon core, he'll have 2,000 or 3,000 spiritual stones on him at the very least. Senior brother, you can say that this is a blessing in disguise." The Sacred Hall. The person who sat there was actually the senior brother Song of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, Song Ming, who had been tossed out of the wall by Li Qingshan in a single move. Lu Ruping helped him out. That's not all. He just spent 800 spiritual stones to buy a high-grade spiritual artifact, and he used a talisman to exchange for a few hundred spiritual stones. Originally, in the School of Miscellany, the transactions of customers were all kept a secret, or they would be severely punished. However, she had failed to curry favor with Li Qingshan, so she became resentful. Mu Jitsong just happened to come at this time to ask about Li Qingshan, so he told her to report to him immediately as soon as she saw Li Qingshan. He promised her some benefits. When Lu Ruping saw Li Qingshan step into the store of miscellaneous goods, she immediately turned around and told this to Mu Jitsong, who was in another compartment. As for Mu Jitsong, he had other plans. Song Ming sat there without moving. He glanced at Mu Jitsong and said, "You purposefully told me this information. Just what are you planning?" Mu Jitsong walked over and patted Song Ming's shoulder. "The disciples of the Three Mountains are like birds of a feather. Senior brother, how can I just stand by and watch you be humiliated? I just happened to come across this thief a while ago, so I wanted to kill him and get him out of here. Unfortunately, I don't think you're this bastard's opponent, so it's even more impossible for me to defeat him with my cultivation. Now that the people of your esteemed sect are nearby, there's really no better opportunity for revenge." Although he was smiling, killing intent flickered inside. Niao Juxia, oh Niao Juxia. Originally, we wouldn't have had to go this far, but since you're still bold enough to take Xianxia away, don't blame me for being merciless. You're just a mere independent cultivator, yet you're so arrogant. Even if you don't die to my hands, you'll die somewhere else. I'll just treat it as sending you off in advance. Song Ming clenched his fists as his face paled. After the battle, he had become renowned in the Three Mountains. He was often mocked by others, which was basically the greatest humiliation he had ever experienced in his life. He could not swallow this no matter what. Now that he thought about how his enemy was nearby, his eyes reddened even more. And the 3,000 spiritual stones were enough to interest any Qi practitioner. No matter what Mu Jitsung's scheme was, he had to try it. In the end, he asked carefully, "Doesn't your Green Vine Mountain want a piece of the pie for something so good?" Mu Jitsung said, "Our Green Vine Mountain is the host. If we work together to kill an independent cultivator before the herb gathering ceremony, it'll probably make everyone panic and affect the progress of the ceremony. I wouldn't dare to do that even if I were bolder. However, if it's a personal grievance, then there's nothing to say. Not to mention, will senior brother Song not give me a piece of the pie?" Song Ming's expression changed. Suddenly, he snorted coldly and left the room. "Help me keep an eye on him," Mu Jitsung said, rupeeing, "Keep watching him. Once it's done, you'll get plenty of benefits." Lu Rupeeing stuck close to him and fawned over him. She said softly, "I knew that brute wouldn't be able to escape from your schemes." Mu Jitsung became impatient. He pushed her aside and made his way out. Lu Rupeeing stamped her foot viciously. None of these men were good. Li Qingshan had no idea about the schemes and schemes outside. The auction had broadened his horizons. He gained a rough estimate of the value of spiritual artifacts and spiritual herbs. However, his item had yet to be auctioned. He wanted to see just how much the demon core was worth. A while later, an earthing yellow demon core was placed on the stage. A 7th grade earth element demon core. It can be used to make earth element pills. The starting price is 1,000 spiritual stones. Sher Pei gave a series of introductions to the functions of the demon core. In the end, she announced the starting price just now. Just the starting price was even higher than regular high-grade spiritual artifacts. Not only was it rarer, but it could be used in a wider range as well. Sher Pei looked at the few viewing boxes with the best seats at the very top. It had been extremely quiet the entire time, as if there was nothing there that could interest the people inside. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He considered whether he should make a few bids and add fuel to the fire. However, he discovered very soon that there was no need for that. Finally, the first bid was heard from the few viewing boxes at the very top. 1,200 spiritual stones. 1,500. 1,600. The price of the demon core rose rapidly. The smile on Li Qingshan's face grew wider. He hugged Little and rubbed her radiant face. "Haha, we're rich." The noisy and lively venue quietened down once again. The auction had ended, and the lights on the stage dimmed. However, Li Qingshan could still clearly see the remaining aura in the air. The enthusiastic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated. Li Qingshan was still sitting in the viewing box. He didn't leave. He was reminiscing about the bidding war just now. Of course, it didn't have much to do with the demon core. It was a supreme-grade spirit artifact in the shape of a small bottle. The base price was 3,500 spirit stones, and the base price of each bid was 500 spirit stones. Every time the price was raised, the Qi practitioners below the stage would blush and their hearts would race. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators were calm and collected, bidding in a relaxed and composed manner. From the beginning to the end, whether they won or lost, there was not a trace of anger in them. There was absolutely no Qi practitioner who dared to participate in such a dull bidding war. In the end, the supreme-grade spirit artifact was sold to the guest in the western room at the price of 9,500 spiritual stones. The one who won in the end even calmly said, "You let me win." Li Qingshan admitted that he didn't have this kind of demeanor. It had nothing to do with breadth of mind and bearing. It was purely due to the difference in strength. He increasingly felt that whether it was a human or a demon, only after they had passed the first heavenly tribulation could they be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. It was like a child learning how to walk and talk. They could stagger towards their goals and express themselves. Previously, chi practitioners and demon beasts were just learning how to crawl on the ground. Of course, the demon core finally met Li Qingshan's expectations. Just as Sherpepe had expected, the Earth Attribute Demon Core was sold for more than 2,000 spiritual stones. In the end, it was sold for 2,600 spiritual stones. Adding on the spirit stones he had prepared from selling the spirit talismans, Li Qingshan's spirit stones had once again reached 2,000. He was even richer than before he had bought the whale's ingestion of water. Sacred Hall. The reason why he was still sitting here was because he was waiting for the chi practitioner who wanted to buy the sword chi calligraphy. If he really did have another copy of the cursive sword calligraphy, then he would use these spirit stones to buy it from him. Footsteps came from outside the door. Li Qingshan opened the door and found Lu Ruping standing there. Congratulations, fellow Taoist. Not only did you sell the Yao core for a high price, you also obtained what you wanted. Li Qingshan glanced at the empty space behind her. Where's that person? Lu Ruping said. That fellow Taoist suddenly changed his mind. I'm sorry for making you wait. If there's nothing else you want to buy, please leave. Li Qingshan was a bit surprised. Could it be that that person didn't want the sword chi calligraphy anymore? Or was his speculation wrong? That person had been sent by the School of Miscellany to raise the price. Lu Ruping's change in attitude made him even more suspicious. He said, "See you again," and brushed past Lu Ruping. Lu Ruping's back was facing him. Her lips opened and closed, but no sound came out. She said, "See you again." She combed her hair and said in her heart, "But I still have to thank you." All she had done was sell Li Qingshan's appearance to the chi practitioner, and she had received 20 spiritual stones. It was rare to come across such a lucrative deal. Ever since she met this Niu guy, she could be said to have been rolling in money. Whether it was from the School of Miscellany's rewards from his business or selling information about him to others, she had made a lot of money. However, she didn't notice that Li Qingshan had inadvertently turned around and looked at her back. His eyes flashed with a cold light. There were many people who could be vicious and merciless, but there were very few who possessed both intelligence and foresight. Qian Rongji was one, but there weren't many Qian Rongji. At the very least, she hadn't truly seen through Li Qingshan's personality. A favor of a meal must be repaid, and a grudge must be avenged. The sun shone weakly on the street, far from being able to offset the chill brought by the fierce cold wind. As long as one was a chi practitioner, they would be able to ignore this degree of temperature change, let alone Li Qingshan's demon body. However, he felt a deep chill. It wasn't because of the temperature, but because he sensed danger. This was a keen instinct that he had gained after transforming into a fiendish demon. As his cultivation increased, it became even sharper. This sharpness was no longer a so-called sixth sense. Instead, it directly benefited from the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. Shamans were adept at using tortoise shells for divination and foreseeing the astronomical phenomena and the future. The tortoise carried the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams on its back and possessed extraordinary spirituality. As his cultivation increased, this spirituality gradually revealed itself. Although it could not foresee the future, it could still sense evil. Li Qingshan exhaled softly. He raised his head and closed his eyes. The clamor around him disappeared without a trace. A faint feeling of being watched surfaced in his heart. Not only did the person watching over him possess extraordinary cultivation, but they were also extremely skilled at concealing their presence. Even if he did not pay close attention, he would struggle to discover them. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. He did not hide in the safe town. Instead, he made his way out of the town. Danger would not disappear with time. He could only face it bravely. He stepped out of the town, and the ground sank slightly, forming a circular pit. It was like he had stepped on a trampoline. Li Qingshan shot over 100 paces away. His large figure charged towards the pure white snowy mountains with unbelievable speed. He turned around a mountain pass and vanished. The forest rushed towards him before retreating quickly. He dodged them all nimbly. If he really could not dodge them, he would directly smash through them. However, he refused to stop at all. He did not even use the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to hide his presence. 1,000 paces away, a masked man in black stopped hiding and pursued him. Li Qingshan glanced backwards, and his eyes narrowed slightly. An 8th-layer Qi practitioner. However, that was not any danger at all. It should not have given him such a great sense of danger. Was that all? He did not stop at all. Instead, he pushed himself forward with all his might. His body leaned forward and his hands would touch the ground from time to time. He was like a vicious, black tiger, running through the mountains and forests, assuming the form of the tiger demon. The sacred hall. The masked man cursed inside. He was determined to obtain the sword Qi calligraphy, but he never thought someone would interfere. Originally, he wanted to meet with Li Qingshan and take the sword Qi calligraphy back no matter what. However, upon further thought, if he bought it, he would have to spend over 1,000 spiritual stones at the very least. That was basically cutting off his flesh. As a result, he became interested in killing and stealing. In order to avoid alerting Li Qingshan, he went as far as to spend 20 spiritual stones to buy information on Li Qingshan from Lu Ruping. However, he did not expect that kid to be so vigilant. As soon as he left the market, he ran with all his might. His speed was surprisingly fast. However, he sneered inside. If you hide in the town, I won't be bold enough to touch you, but if you run out, you'll just be digging your own grave. It won't be that easy to shake him off. He used his movement technique and true Qi revolved around him, shooting towards Li Qingshan like a black arrow. In a snow-covered valley, the surrounding trees were all withered. Like a black spear, it pierced straight into the sky. Li Qingshan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He stood knee-deep in the snow. His body naturally emitted spiritual energy. Any Qi practitioner could tell that he was in the 4th layer of Qi practitioner, and he was very tired. Why aren't you running anymore? After a short pause, a cold and proud voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. All he saw was a masked man in black walking through the snow, emerging from the jungle. He did not leave behind a footprint in the thick snow as he stared at him coldly. Although he had pursued him for several dozen kilometers, his true Qi had basically not been depleted at all. Li Qingshan turned around and asked in shock, "Why are you chasing me?" The masked man said, "Hand over the sword Qi calligraphy." Li Qingshan frowned, "I don't know what the sword Qi calligraphy is. Information about his identity should be kept a secret." The first person he suspected was Lu Ruping. He did not know if it was the rules of the School of Miscellany, but he had become her exclusive guest. She was the one who took care of everything in the store. However, he did not dare to be completely sure. But what if it was really that woman? He did not care about being schemed against. He was not that broad-minded. The masked man said sternly, "You still dare to lie to me. If I say it's you, then it's you." As he spoke, a black cone-shaped stream of air formed in front of him and shot towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan dodged in a sorry state and fell into the snow. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait, it's me. I'll give it to you." The masked man laughed, "At least you know what's good for you." Li Qingshan reluctantly took out the sword Qi calligraphy and asked, "Tell me, who told you that I bought the sword Qi calligraphy? Was it that woman who passed the message?" The masked man casually grunted and looked at the sword Qi calligraphy with excitement. He did not know if he had thought of the same thing as Li Qingshan when he obtained the sword Qi calligraphy. Li Qingshan said hatefully, "I won't let her go." The masked man thought to himself, "Why would I let you go?" He changed the topic, "Also, hand over your 100 treasures pouch." Li Qingshan shouted, "Don't even think about it." The masked man said, "Then I'll take it myself." He patted his waist and a shining small sword flew out, heading straight for Li Qingshan's head. He was a bit careless. The flying sword of an 8th-layer Qi practitioner could deal with a 4th-layer Qi practitioner as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The reason why he said so much was just to be cautious. He wanted to test if Li Qingshan had a powerful master to back him up, so he did not offend someone he could not afford to offend. After testing and confirming that Li Qingshan was indeed a normal loose cultivator, he did not hesitate to kill him. A ray of light reflected off the sunlight and dazzled the masked man's eyes, turning into a rainbow. It only took an instant. The sound of metal clashing and sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword spun and flew high into the sky. A black cloud shrouded the masked man's head. He raised his head in surprise and saw a pair of eyes filled with killing intent. Then he saw a long blade made of ice. In a daze, he seemed to see a huge black tiger pouncing towards him with an ice crystal blade in its mouth. Heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan threw himself onto the snowy ground and quietly held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand. The ice blade formed, and the moment the flying sword was about to hit him, he swung the blade upwards and sent the flying sword flying. Without any hesitation, he threw himself forward and exerted strength in his limbs. He was like a tiger pouncing on its prey, pouncing towards the masked man. This kid hid his strength. The black-cloaked masked man was worthy of being an 8th-layer chi practitioner. In an instant, he broke free from the restraints of the killing intent. As this thought flashed through his mind, he crossed his hands several times, then raised them up. Raising fire to burn the heavens, a black energy howled and spiraled out. The blade and the black energy collided fiercely, giving off an ear-piercing sound. It was like a chainsaw cutting through metal. Ice shards flew everywhere. Li Qingshan let out a wild roar and poured all of his Gui water energy into the blade. He did not hold back at all. He gathered all of his essence, qi, and spirit into the blade and chopped down with all his might. It was like a volcano that had been suppressed for 1,000 years had finally erupted. An extremely comfortable feeling welled up in his heart. Regardless of the outcome of this strike, he already felt extremely carefree. The ice crystal blade was also extremely carefree. It broke through the black energy vortex. The masked man turned pale with fright. This was definitely not the strength a 4th-layer chi practitioner should have. The blade cut through the protective energy, giving off a sharp whistling sound. A stream of blood splattered onto the pure white snowy ground. Following that, a strong wind swept away the snow within a radius of several feet, revealing the black frozen ground below. On the frozen ground, there was a deep blade mark. Li Qingshan held the blade and stood upright. He gently touched the frozen blood on the blade and raised his head to look at the top of the forest. The masked man covered the wound on his chest and looked down. Their eyes met. It was like an invisible blade and sword clashing in the air, fiercely colliding countless times. A startling sword. The black-cloaked masked man formed a sword seal. His eyes were filled with cold fury, and he no longer dared to be careless. Although he had taken advantage of his carelessness, he definitely could not face an enemy who could injure him in one strike with the same attitude as a 4th-layer chi practitioner. However, he was not worried. If he wanted to use a close-range weapon to fight against a flying sword, it would only be possible if he had an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, he would definitely be slaughtered. Li Qingshan also knew this. He shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ice saber suddenly turned into an ice shield. With a series of clanging sounds, the flying sword changed directions dozens of times and hit the ice shield dozens of times. Not only did it not break the ice shield, but it also froze over, and its speed became slightly slower. The flying sword shook once again, and its speed recovered. It continuously searched for Li Qingshan's weakness like a snake or a bird. However, the whale's ingestion of water was filled with ice condensate water, and the ice shield it formed was half a foot thick. It covered most of Li Qingshan's body. Although the flying sword was extremely agile, it could not break through it in a short period of time. A high-grade spirit weapon. The black-clothed masked man's eyes became even colder and brighter. According to that woman, even the beast core was sold by him. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Killing this person would definitely reap great rewards. He took out a scroll from his 100 treasures pouch and unfurled it. The strokes on the scroll were twisted, and there was sword chi. It was another cursive sword calligraphy. Li Qingshan's hair stood on end. A strong sense of danger surged in his heart, as if a great disaster was about to befall him. Dozens of sword chi cut through the raging wind, pierced through the drifting snow, and flew toward Li Qingshan. Vertical was the fastest, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Li Qingshan's eyes, and pierced deeply into the ice shield. Horizontal was the slowest, but it was majestic and contained power. It seemed to be able to cut through all life, and it left a deep mark on the ice shield, causing ice shards to fly everywhere. Skimming and suppressing drew a deadly arc as they circled around Li Qingshan's back and went straight for his unprotected back at almost the same time. But the most subtle and fatal one was a hook. It suddenly hooked into the sky, then hooked into the earth. There was no way to predict its trajectory. It suddenly hooked into the black frozen earth. Li Qingshan felt a cold murderous aura seeping out from the soles of his feet, trying to hook his life and soul. The flying sword did not stop at all. It kept searching for Li Qingshan's flaws. Li Qingshan let out a growl. The whale's ingestion of water spat out all of the ice condensate water, forming a ball of ice around him. It also formed the shape of the spirit turtle's profound shell. Piercing, smashing, slicing, and ripping. The ball of ice that was supposed to be tougher than steel was like a fragile soap bubble under the assault of the sword chi. It produced a series of cracking sounds, and cracks immediately covered the entire ball of ice. Li Qingshan was amazed. This was the first time he had witnessed the true power of the cursive sword calligraphy in the hands of someone else. The true chi of an 8th layer chi practitioner granted the cursive sword calligraphy absolute destructive and lethal power. If Li Qingshan had not used ice condensate water but regular spring water or even spiritual water, he definitely would not have been able to block the attack. But at a closer glance, the cursive sword calligraphy in the masked man's hand paled in comparison to his own, both in terms of size and glow. It was only equivalent to a high-grade spiritual artifact. The masked man was slightly surprised. Who knew how many chi practitioners stronger than him he had killed with this sword calligraphy, yet it actually failed to breach the defenses of a puny chi practitioner today. The flying sword hovered in the air quietly. The masked man said, "Where did you get that high-grade spiritual artifact in your hand from? It can actually block my sword chi? No wonder you're so determined to obtain the sword chi calligraphy. So you really do have another fragment. It won't be so easy to kill me now." Li Qingshan shook the whale's ingestion of water, and the ball of ice once again transformed into an ice blade. There were no cracks on it, but it had consumed a lot of his true chi. He took out a spirit stone to recover his true chi. The masked man suddenly laughed loudly. Li Qingshan said, "What are you laughing at?" The masked man said, "The more good things you have, the happier I will be. Because these things will all belong to me in the end." Li Qingshan said, "Is that so? Then it looks like I have to laugh too." The masked man narrowed his eyes. "You've seen my moves just now. Do you still think you can escape death? Your arrogance is indeed not bad. Even I was almost fooled by you. But little tricks are useless in the face of absolute strength." He touched the terrible wound on his chest. Under the effect of his true chi, it had already begun to heal. It wouldn't be long before it would be as good as new. The reason why he had stopped to talk to Li Qingshan was largely because he wanted to use this opportunity to recover from his injuries. He wanted to use his Xianxia to expel the cold air from his body. His injuries were basically healed, so he didn't waste any more words. He pointed at Li Qingshan. "Go." The flying sword shot towards him. Li Qingshan also used the spirit stone to recover his true chi. He didn't transform into his demon form. He couldn't release his demon aura here. The surrounding desolate mountains could be hiding many chi practitioners preparing to participate in the herb gathering ceremony. There might be spying eyes on the distant peaks of the snowy mountains. They were here to kill demons. Once they felt the demonic aura, even Foundation establishment cultivators might be alerted. He couldn't take this risk. A normal 4th layer chi practitioner obviously couldn't defeat an 8th layer chi practitioner. But he wasn't just a normal 4th layer chi practitioner. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. With a thud, the flying sword stabbed into the shield. Li Qingshan took out the low-grade spirit shield that he hadn't used for a long time and turned it into the size of a table in front of him. In his other hand, he used the whale's ingestion of water to suck in all the ice and water. He pointed it at the black-clothed masked man on the treetop. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless icicles shot out. The black-clothed masked man didn't care. He waved his sleeves, and a strange air current appeared dozens of feet in front of him. Although it wasn't very strong, with a light flick, all the icicles were deflected. Clang, clang, clang. The icicles shot into the dense forest. The treetop trembled, and snow fell. There was a huge sound. It was as if a group of invisible elephants had charged into the forest. The towering trees toppled one after another. The icicles shot into the tree trunks and exploded with a cold air current that froze the tree trunks. The impact directly snapped many of the giant trees in half. It could be seen that the power of this move wasn't weak. If it was used to deal with a 6th-layer chi practitioner, it would be a terrifying killing move. However, it was far from enough to deal with an 8th-layer chi practitioner. Every time a meridian was opened, the true chi would multiply. This black-clothed masked man didn't just have powerful true chi, he also had exquisite techniques. The black-clothed masked man seemed to be a bit impatient. However, he only controlled the flying sword to attack. He wasn't willing to take a step closer to Xianxia. Instead, he was constantly on guard against him. He had a deep understanding of the terror of body refiners. He definitely wouldn't give him any chance to attack. He focused all his attention on the flying sword. The flying sword's speed became faster and faster. The sword's body was long gone. Only countless sword lights could be seen. They interweaved around Xianxia, forming a sword net. A series of ringing sounds rang out. Xianxia brandished the shield to defend himself. Every time the sword light streaked past, it would leave a deep cut on the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield was covered in scars. The spiritual chi around it had dimmed to the extreme. It was already on the verge of collapse. Xianxia stood in place, unable to move. He knew very well that if he moved, he would reveal an opening, giving the flying sword an opportunity to attack. Moreover, even if he could get close and engage in close combat, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over an 8th-layer chi practitioner. But if he didn't move, wouldn't it be even more impossible for him to win? He was like a wild beast crawling in the grass, silently waiting for an opportunity to appear. It was fine if he didn't move, but once he did, he would definitely kill. However, the sword net pressed closer and closer. The longer he waited, the smaller the chance he had. He decided that if there wasn't an opportunity, he would create one himself. He suddenly raised the shield in his hand and knocked the flying sword back several meters. However, this move also left his chest wide open. A hint of ridicule appeared in the black-cloaked masked man's eyes. The flying sword shot out at an even faster speed. With a whoosh, the cursive sword calligraphy unfurled and blocked in front of Xianxia's chest. Dozens of sharp sword chi rushed out. The flying sword collided with a vertical one and was immediately sent flying by a horizontal one. It was completely unable to block this wave of sword chi. The black-cloaked masked man's heart trembled. He looked at the sword chi book that was even bigger than his own and revealed a look of shock. Then, he really wanted to laugh out loud. I didn't think that the reason why this brat is willing to spend so much money to buy the sword chi book is because he has another fragment. If it was an ordinary 8th-layer chi practitioner, their life would probably be in danger when faced with this sudden wave of sword chi. However, it was nothing to him. He shook the sword calligraphy in his hand again. His true chi was many times denser than Xianxia's, so he could use the sword calligraphy much more freely. He didn't have to worry about using it once and exhausting all his true chi. The two waves of sword chi collided in the air, but they didn't clash fiercely or cancel each other out. Instead, they directly fused into one, condensing into an ink-like black liquid that changed its shape in an instant. Both Xianxia and the black-cloaked masked man revealed looks of ecstasy. This scene proved that the two styles of calligraphy were made by the same hand and that there was a possibility of them fusing together. However, this scene only lasted for an instant. The black liquid stretched to its limit, as if the pressure inside it had gone out of control. It exploded once again and turned into an indiscriminate wave of sword chi that spread out in all directions. Both of their expressions changed. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Before the sword chi had even been released, the momentum of the sword was already like an avalanche and a tsunami, covering the sky and earth. This kind of power had already surpassed a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. The black-cloaked masked man shot into the sky like a black arrow. Xianxia didn't have time to dodge, so he knelt down on one knee and held the shield in his left hand and the whale's ingestion of water in his right hand. In front of him, they formed an extremely narrow and 7-foot-thick ice block. The sword wheel flashed, and all the ice and snow within a radius of 100 feet disappeared. The black-cloaked masked man looked down from the sky and saw a black circle on the white ground. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He was inexplicably excited. If he could control this kind of power, which Qi practitioner would be able to oppose him? With a bang, only half of the round shield in Li Qingshan's hand remained. The spiritual Qi on it had completely disappeared, and it was completely destroyed. As for the ice block in front of him, it was as easy as cutting a piece of paper. Li Qingshan was also shocked. If this sword Qi hadn't scattered in all directions at will, but had been slightly controlled by someone, he would be a dead man now. Even if he transformed into a demon, he would still be severely injured. Even so, it was equivalent to him destroying an upper-grade spiritual artifact and a lower-grade spiritual artifact to barely block the sword Qi. Fortunately, the whale's ingestion of water was made of water and could repair itself. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. He raised his head and looked at the black-cloaked masked man in the sky. His eyes were cold, and the bamboo basket behind him had already disappeared. The black-cloaked masked man looked at the bamboo basket that was flying towards him. He was shocked and didn't know what kind of move this was, but he didn't dare to be careless. He separated his hands, and a black force soared into the sky, tearing the bamboo basket into pieces. A cold light flashed, like a meteor falling from the sky, tearing the force. Before the sword arrived, the sword Qi seemed to have already passed through his body. The black-cloaked masked man's eyes widened, and his body slightly stiffened. Not only was he shocked by the sword will, but he was also shocked and terrified. This sword will was clearly the same as the one in the sword writings. Could it be that there was really someone talented enough to understand the sword will? What was even more unbelievable was that the person holding the sword was actually a child who wasn't even 10 years old. Li Qingshan was shocked. When did this girl's swordsmanship reach such a level? Even from such a distance, he could feel the horror of the sword will. He couldn't help but think, if this sword was aimed at him, how would he deal with it? However, he couldn't come up with a suitable answer. Of course, he was originally a combat type. In a real life and death battle, he could only stimulate his full potential. And the huge crisis of life and death made the black-cloaked masked man instantly come to his senses. He wanted to dodge, but found that it was impossible to do so. This didn't mean that it was impossible to borrow strength from the air. An 8th-layer Qi practitioner could casually release a wave of true Qi and fly over 30 meters. Little and held the sword in her hand, the tip pointing straight at the black-cloaked masked man. The tip of the sword was not straight, and it constantly trembled slightly. Li Qingshan felt that it was extremely familiar. He suddenly remembered that in the box of the sundry goods store, Little and had been lying on the ground, and her small hand had been constantly drawing in the air. It turned out that after obtaining the sword Qi writings, Little and had already completed a portion of the cursive sword writings sword will. And when Li Qingshan had been fighting with the black-cloaked masked man, although she had been hiding in the bamboo basket, it hadn't affected her observation of the outside world at all. With a single glance, she could clearly see the strokes on the cursive sword writings in the black-cloaked masked man's hands, and she could even feel the sword Qi it released up close. For ordinary people, this was just something that happened in the blink of an eye, and they wouldn't care at all. But for her, this brief glimpse was enough. In the world of geniuses, one only needed to comprehend. The 3 cursive sword writings overlapped in her mind, forming this sword. She had already obtained a trace of that ancient sword immortal sword will. Like a comet striking the moon, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, there was no time for the flying sword to save him, and there was no time for the talisman to be taken out. The black-cloaked masked man frantically stretched out his hand, releasing all the true Qi in his body. A black energy swirled out like a tornado. Just like in the box, the tip of the sword suddenly stopped trembling, and all the strokes converged into a single point. Little and the black-cloaked masked man brushed past each other, and both of them fell from the sky. Li Qingshan hurriedly rushed forward and caught Little and in his arms. She was sweating profusely, and the smell of sandalwood was growing stronger. Her eyes were dim, but they were still clear. She was just exhausted. The black-cloaked masked man did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground. He pointed at Li Qingshan and then at Little and you. Just as he said one word, an arrow of blood spurted out. of his throat, and he flew to Li Qingshan. He trembled a few times, and then collapsed. With a loud rumble, hundreds of giant trees slowly tilted and fell to the ground. The sound echoed through the valley like thunder. At the same time, the hidden blade in Little An's hand turned to dust, and was blown away by the wind. The power of that one sword strike was not something a low-grade spiritual artifact could endure. At the same time, it had exhausted all of her energy. The effect was to instantly kill an 8th-layer Qi practitioner. Little An stared at Li Qingshan and raised her chin. "I'll keep my word." Li Qingshan rubbed her nose. "All right then, I guess you're right." The flying sword fell from the sky like a dead snake. It was swept up by true energy, and fell into Li Qingshan's hand. At the same time, he picked up the 100 treasures pouch and the remnant of the cursive sword calligraphy. Little An released a wisp of fire from her fingertip, and it drilled into the corpse, destroying all traces of it. Her body instantly recovered. Li Qingshan said, "Someone will be here soon. We can't stay here for long. Let's go." He had killed a powerful enemy without transforming and obtained the spirit artifact that he had yearned for even in his dreams. However, for some reason, that sense of danger did not dissipate. It was still hanging over his head like a dark cloud, so he chose to leave immediately. The two of them vanished into the messy valley. A while later, a group of Qi practitioners arrived. They stared at the surroundings in shock and looked at one another. Just now, were their Foundation establishment cultivators fighting here? Only the leading Qi practitioner frowned slightly. He was young, and his face was as smooth as jade. He was a 9th-layer Qi practitioner. Although practicing Qi could slow down aging, it was clear that he was not old. He could be regarded as a genius no matter where he was at an age like that. He asked indifferently, "Song Ming, are you sure it's this direction?" He wore the same uniform of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain as Song Ming, except there were 3 multicolored plumes embroidered on his chest, one more than Song Ming. All the other Qi practitioners gathered around him. Not a single one of them was not a disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Song Ming went up in a hurry and said politely, "Yes, first senior brother. Many people have personally witnessed it. It can't be wrong." The first senior brother said, "Then where is he right now?" His voice was still as calm as ever, but it originated from his absolute confidence in his strength. Song Ming hesitated. He's definitely nearby." Before the first senior brother could say anything, another Qi practitioner beside him said, "Junior brother Song, the herb gathering ceremony is about to begin. How do we have the time to look for him with you? If you want us to avenge you, you better be a little smarter." Song Ming became furious, but he did not dare to lose his temper, as the person who spoke was also a core disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and he was at the 7th layer. The first senior brother raised his hand, and all the voices quietened down. "Bullying Song Ming is bullying all the disciples of our Pheasant's Grace Mountain. As the first senior brother, I can't just stand up for you. I can't not get my revenge. P.S. For the sake of me not forgetting about my work when I'm entertaining, give me a few monthly tickets, brothers. When other people come back to rest, sleep, or watch TV, I'm working hard to write. The Truth-Seeking Society first senior brother is benevolent and righteous. No wonder he's been selected as the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. Our Pheasant's Grace Mountain will definitely become the leader of the 3 mountains." What leader of the 3 mountains? With first senior brother's talent, condensing a golden core and making the Pheasant's Grace Mountain a medium-sized sect will be a piece of cake. Song Ming also said in a hurry, "Thank you, first senior brother." However, he understood very well that if it were not for the several thousand spiritual stones worth of 100 treasures pouches, why would the arrogant first senior brother be so loyal? He would not even have time for cultivation. The snow began to fall again. The spring water gurgled, gurgling under the frozen snow, which was why it was known as a quiet spring. Surrounded by the snowy mountains, there was a small valley with many exquisite thatched cottages. It looked like a paradise. A few Qi practitioners in loose clothes walked around the valley, chatting and drinking with each other in a carefree manner. It was a happy scene. All of a sudden, everyone turned around and saw a tall figure walking out of the forest. His steps were heavy and majestic, and he didn't have the slightest elegance of a Qi practitioner. Instead, he was like a ferocious beast that had walked out of the forest. Who are you? This is the base of the Truth-Seeking Society. Li Qingshan said loudly, I've come to find Han Xiong. His voice boomed through the entire valley. Han Xiong emerged from a hut. As soon as he saw Li Qingshan, he beamed with joy. Fellow Niu, you've finally come. Li Qingshan nodded. I've come to take a look. Han Xiong introduced him to the Qi practitioners in a hurry. When everyone heard that he was the renowned Niu Jiuxia, they all praised him. They looked at one another and smiled. Afterwards, they led Li Qingshan into the largest hut. The hut had a wooden floor. Everyone sat on the ground, with a charcoal fire at the center. Food and alcohol were currently being cooked. The fragrance filled the entire room. Even Li Qingshan's nerves eased up slightly when he found a place like this in the snowy weather. Han Xiong said, Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. I will invite our president over. A while later, even more Qi practitioners surged in. There were around 20 of them now. The Qi practitioners conversed with Li Qingshan all at once. They were all very enthusiastic. 2 female cultivators even served him a bowl of hot alcohol and a bowl of meat soup. Li Qingshan sniffed and praised, good wine. He drank the wine and ate the meat but did not say anything else. Seeing that he didn't want to talk much, the Qi practitioners didn't force him either. They started chatting among themselves, mostly about the herb gathering ceremony. As it turned out, they were planning to form a small team and enter the underground together. However, their eyes never left Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, however, seemed to be unaware of anything. He sat like a stone statue in front of the stove, allowing the flickering flames to reflect his figure on the wall. After a while, Han Xiong returned with an old man. The old man was as skinny as a monkey, wearing a loose Taoist robe that looked like it was stolen. Han Xiong had to bend over to speak into his ear. However, the group of wandering cultivators seemed to be very respectful towards him. When they saw him, they all called out, President. Li Qingshan looked back as well. A 7th-layer Qi practitioner. Among this group of independent cultivators, he could be regarded as a rare expert. Apart from the old man, there were 2 6th-layer Qi practitioners as well. The 3 of them seemed to be the leaders of the group. Han Xiong hurriedly said, Fellow Taoist Niu, this is the president of our Truth-Seeking Society, Priest Chiu. Seeing that Li Qingshan had no intention of coming over to greet him, Han Xiong's expression became slightly awkward. Gulp, gulp. Li Qingshan lowered his head and drank his wine. No one knew what he was thinking. Priest Chiu turned his hand and closed the door. The howling wind and snow outside the hut instantly quieted down. The hut became a closed world. Then, he chuckled and said, This must be fellow Taoist Niu. This humble Taoist greets you. He was not angry at Li Qingshan's rudeness at all. Li Qingshan nodded slightly. Hello, Priest Chiu. Priest Chiu said, It's our honor to have fellow Taoist visit our Truth-Seeking Society. Today, our Truth-Seeking Society is also full of virtuous people. I don't think we'll disappoint fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan said, I'm just taking a look. Priest Chiu also sat down by the stove. Hee, it's fine to take a look. I'll tell you about the Truth-Seeking Society's purpose, the so-called seeking truth. He spoke eloquently and gave an impassioned speech. He talked about how they were all brothers and sisters, how evil the sects were and how they wanted to bully their brothers and sisters, and how they should unite and so on. When this wretched-looking old man started speaking, he seemed to be shrouded in a halo. He was extraordinarily charming, and his words were filled with provocation. The wandering cultivators all raised their heads and listened excitedly. Li Qingshan was a person with a heart of steel. He would not be moved so easily. He just felt that this scene was a little familiar. Priest Chiu suddenly stopped speaking and said to Li Qingshan, Fellow Taoist Niu, don't you think this makes sense? Instantly, more than 20 pairs of eyes stared at Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan said, Is this the reason? Everyone looked delighted. Priest Chiu continued, I've cultivated for 100 years and observed the path of cultivation. The biggest problem is that people are selfish. They cherish their techniques and only impart them to their disciples. As a result, many talented people are unknown in the wilderness, and many good techniques are lost. The wandering cultivators nodded. They were such talented people, but they all became wandering cultivators because they did not receive the inheritance. If we can break the prejudice of the sects and families and exchange our techniques and knowledge throughout the cultivation world, so that every senior can be the teacher of the younger generation, how can the cultivation world not prosper? There will also be less fighting and killing. In less than 100 years, the number and quality of cultivators will increase by 100 times. How hard will it be to kill all the demons in the world? This grand blueprint made all the itinerant cultivators very excited. Li Qingshan was also slightly surprised. He had thought that this was just an alliance of the wandering cultivators. He did not expect them to have such a grand goal. Moreover, it was a dream. If they could realize it, they would not be far from the great harmony of the world. Priest Chiu said solemnly, "Of course it will not be easy, but as long as we work hard, there will be hope. The truth-seeking society is the hope of the world's cultivation." Then, it was time for the wandering cultivators to communicate. A man stood up and said, "I was originally at the second stage of Qi training. Ever since I joined the truth-seeking society and communicated with fellow Taoists, I have benefited a lot. I recently broke through and reached the third stage of Qi training." There was a round of cheers. The other cultivators also stood up and spoke. After each person finished speaking, there was a round of cheers. The house was immersed in the enthusiastic atmosphere. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan shook his head, indicating that he had nothing to say. The wandering cultivators did not let it go. They urged him in unison, "Speak, speak, speak, speak." Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Priest Chiu raised his hand and the urging stopped immediately. "Since fellow Taoist Niu is unwilling to speak, I will say a few words. Whether it is for the development of the cultivation community as a whole or for an individual to improve, the most important thing is to break this selfishness." Priest Chiu extended a fist towards Li Qingshan and then loosened it. "Open your fist and you will be able to hold more things. If you can show kindness to others, they will reciprocate. The most basic saying is, you can only gain if you give up." Priest Chiu clapped his hands. "Now it is time to share. Everyone, take out your things. Fellow Niu, if you need anything, just say the word." The wandering cultivators followed the previous order and took out the things in their 100 treasures pouches to share. It was either spirit herbs or spirit pellets. When it was a female wandering cultivator's turn, she suddenly took off her clothes and revealed her firm chest. She wanted to share her body. If anyone needed it, they could go to her room to find her. This made Li Qingshan dumbfounded. The female cultivator saw Li Qingshan's expression and said proudly, "We are all brothers and sisters. In this lonely world, we should comfort each other. My body can satisfy everyone and I can also obtain happiness. Why not?" After winning the praise of the crowd, she puffed her chest even higher. It was as if there was a more noble spirit that replaced the vulgar concept of chastity. It made her whole person sublimate like a saint. Li Qingshan grinned and did not say anything. He only felt that the things he saw today were really strange. The entire sharing process was carried out in an extremely harmonious atmosphere. There were no arguments, no quarrels, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Sometimes, when 2 or 3 Qi practitioners valued the same thing, they would immediately give it to each other. Even blood brothers would not be so friendly. In both of Li Qingshan's lives, he had never seen so many friendly, humble, and kind people. Everyone's faces were brimming with happiness. In this lonely cultivation world, it was simply too good to be able to be so kind and warm to each other. Finally, it was Li Qingshan's turn. Li Qingshan, who had been silent since the beginning, said again, "I have nothing to share." As if a bucket of cold water had been poured on this warmth and happiness, everyone's expression changed. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared coldly at him. Priest Chiu said, "Don't forget what I said. You can only gain by giving up. Only when you give your heart to someone else will they give their heart to you." Han Xiong said, "Fellow Niu, didn't you buy the Gui water condensing Qi method and the Book of All? There is no loss in sharing them, right?" The eyes of all the itinerant cultivators lit up. The Gui water condensing qi method was a holy item for itinerant cultivators who cultivated Gui water true qi, and the Book of All could be said to be commonly needed by all itinerant cultivators. However, these two books were too expensive. Generally, no itinerant cultivator could afford them. Li Qingshan shook his head firmly. I don't want to share them. He had spent 200 spirit stones to buy these two books. There was no reason to give them to others for free. If all the books in the world could be shared like this, then Sun Fubai's shop would have long been closed. He did not mind exchanging them, but the things that the itinerant cultivators took out were not very valuable. None of them caught his eye. At most, they were worth a few spirit stones. This was probably not because they were deliberately hiding things, but because they were poor to begin with. It was understandable that the weak wanted to team up, but the strong would never want to be on equal footing with the weak. At least, Li Qingshan did not want to be on equal footing with the weak. His lonely and arrogant heart did not need too much warmth from strangers. Little and alone was enough for his family. The expressions of the wandering cultivators all changed. Just now, the female cultivator who wanted to share her body cursed in a low voice, "Selfish." All the wandering cultivators followed suit, "Selfish. Selfish. Selfish." The sound waves surged like the tide, surrounding Li Qingshan. In the rising flames, the shadows on the wall twisted like evil spirits about to pounce on people. Li Qingshan picked up the iron rod and poked at the fire. He asked, "Did you add something to the fire?" Priest Qiu was slightly shocked. "I don't know what you're talking about." Li Qingshan said, "Your voice is also very unique. It reminds me of some old things. The buildings in Jiaping City, the singing, the dancing, and the incense. After that experience, if he fell for it a second time, he would be an idiot." Priest Qiu lowered his head. "Join our truth-seeking society, and I can make you vice president." The two sixth-layer Qi practitioners wanted to say something, but Priest Qiu stopped them with a look. "Oh?" Li Qingshan smiled. "I can join, but I want to ask, during the herb-gathering ceremony of the Three Mountains, will you also go underground?" Priest Qiu smiled. "I'm already too old." St. Hall. Han Xiong said, "The president is our father, the hope of the cultivation world. How can he go to such a dangerous place? We will find the spirit herbs and bring them back to share." He was originally a smart and capable person, but at this moment, there was a kind of fanaticism in his eyes. What he said was met with agreement. Li Qingshan's heart was like a mirror. The strongest did not go underground, but waited for the weak to take the risk to gather the herbs and bring them back to the strong. How was this a relationship between father and son? It was clearly a relationship between master and slave. Priest Qiu used the truth-seeking society to enslave all the rogue cultivators here. What was even more terrifying was that these rogue cultivators were willing to do it. They were like fanatical believers who had been completely brainwashed. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Under the gaze of the Qi practitioners, Li Qingshan shook his head and said, "You and I are not on the same path." Priest Qiu said sinisterly, "Selfish people don't have the right to live in this world." The killing intent condensed to the point that it was almost tangible. The flame dimmed bit by bit and was finally extinguished. Among the 20-odd Qi practitioners, there were strong ones and weak ones. However, it really was just as they said, they were siblings. Their true energies tangled about, all of it gathering on their father Daoist Qiu's body. Daoist Qiu's true energy continued to climb, easily breaking through the 8th level to the 9th, then the 10th. The terrifying true energy surpassed Li Qingshan's understanding of Qi practitioners, and it came crashing down on him like a tsunami. Holy Church, this seemed to be some kind of mystical joint attack technique. No wonder they dared to oppress Li Qingshan even though they knew that he could defeat a 6th-level Qi practitioner in one move. Li Qingshan felt like he was a straw hut by the seaside that was about to be crushed by the tsunami. He rubbed his forehead. Was this how it felt? Priest Qiu said, "Look at how strong I am. If you continue to be stubborn and refuse to let go of your selfishness, only death awaits you. Open your heart and join us. Become one with the big family, and you will receive the big family's protection." As he said this, the 20-odd rogue cultivators also spoke in unison. Their thunderous voices rolled in the small hut, as if they wanted to crush all dissidents. The walls of the hut were flashing with runes and some kind of formation. It was like an iron fortress. Li Qingshan felt like he was trapped in a cage with a monster. Li Qingshan propped himself up and knelt on one knee. He held the whale's ingestion of water in his hand and shook his head. Is that all? Kill! Priest Qiu roared. The Qi practitioners pounced forward as if they had gone mad. Spells, spirit talismans, spirit tools, and all kinds of colorful lights rushed toward Li Qingshan. Boom 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 boom. Sparks and lightning shot everywhere. The violent air currents blew the extinguished ashes high into the air. By the time the dust had dispersed, an ice ball had formed where Li Qingshan was. Li Qingshan curled up, hiding in the ball. He was completely unscathed. Priest Qiu raised his hand, and the surging true qi condensed into a huge hand that grabbed the ice crystal ball. Crack, crack. The ice crystal ball was covered in cracks. Even the profound ice formed by the ice condensate water could not withstand the terrifying power of over 20 qi practitioners. The ice crystal ball shattered, and the true qi hand grabbed Li Qingshan and pressed him to the ground. Li Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood and asked, "You didn't plan to let me go from the beginning, did you? Originally, I wanted to control you so that I could use your power while taking your things. I never thought you'd actually be so insensible. Do you have anything else you want to say now?" Priest Qiu walked over and looked at the immobilized Li Qingshan. He was complacent like a victor. Li Qingshan said indifferently, "Is that all you've got?" Priest Qiu said angrily, "Die." In the snow forest beside the valley, Little and squatted unhappily and used a branch to draw on the snow. Because she did not have a bamboo basket, Li Qingshan told her to wait here. However, ever since Li Qingshan entered the small house, all sounds and auras had been cut off. This made her feel slightly uneasy. Suddenly, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger for no reason at all. Little and suddenly stood up and stared at the small house in the distance. After a moment of hesitation, she was about to walk towards the small house. However, she suddenly seemed to sense something and shrank back. She sharply observed her surroundings, and 2 prayer beads fell from her wide sleeves. They rolled and turned into 2 tiny skulls. One flew into the sky, and the other flew close to the ground. Fiery light flickered in her eyes, and her vision instantly became extremely wide. She could see the entire valley, and she could see every blade of grass and tree on the ground in great detail. Great beauty and white bones, seeing through illusions. She immediately saw a dozen or so qi practitioners stealthily approaching from all directions. They had all used high-grade concealment arts, and their figures were almost transparent. In this world of white snow, even those with extremely good eyesight would find it difficult to find their traces. However, Little and could see them extremely clearly with her divine abilities. She couldn't help but panic, but she did not know how to inform Li Qingshan. The smug expression on Priest Qiu's face froze. He stared in disbelief at the horrifying wound on his chest. Li Qingshan was still lying there, staring coldly at him. Beside Li Qingshan's hand was an unfurled cursive sword calligraphy. The instant Taoist Qiu made his move, the crisscrossing sword qi cut through his protective Xianxia like a knife cutting through butter. Priest Qiu said in disbelief, This is a supreme-grade spirit artifact? How could a little qi practitioner have such a treasure?" Taoist Qiu crashed to the ground, fresh blood flowing from his body. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. The surrounding wandering cultivators were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan shook his head. This was indeed a terrifying technique, but locking himself up in this small room was their greatest mistake. If he had used this bit of true qi to cast spells from afar, even Li Qingshan would find it very troublesome. But at such a close distance, there was no way he could dodge the terrifying sword qi released by the cursive sword calligraphy. He didn't even have the chance to cast spells. And Taoist Qiu was still a 7th-layer qi practitioner, not a 10th-layer qi practitioner. His reaction speed was still slightly inferior to that of the black-clothed masked man just now. And how could his unrefined protective true qi block the sword qi? President! Han Xiong roared and pounced at Li Qingshan. The ice blade stabbed into Han Xiong's body, and the blade came out through his back. Han Xiong's eyes were bloodshot, and he continued to madly charge forward, wanting to grab Li Qingshan's shoulder. But under Li Qingshan's cold gaze, his body quickly froze into an ice sculpture. His face was pale, and he looked as sinister as a ghost. Li Qingshan twisted the blade's hilt, and the ice sculpture shattered, splattering all over the ground. Han Xiong's dismembered corpse covered the entire small room. The ice blade suddenly disappeared, and reappeared behind Li Qingshan. It cut off the head of a wandering cultivator who was holding a long sword and about to stab Li Qingshan. At this moment, a sharp whistle tore through the air. Following Daoist Zhou's death, all the wandering cultivators fell into a frenzy of rage. They no longer feared death. Li Qingshan was their father's murderer. Dozens of hands reached out, and dozens of eyes glared angrily. The small room seemed to spin, and Li Qingshan stood in the center, feeling slightly dizzy. Was this what it felt like? Before he could even think, the ice blade danced in a blue and white blur. 7 hands were sent flying and 4 legs were severed. A young man was sliced in half. Just now, the rogue cultivator who wanted to share his body was sliced in half at the waist. Fortunately, they did not feel any pain. The cold penetrated deep into their bodies and froze all of their corpses. They fell to the ground and shattered. It sounded like someone had thrown a bunch of glassware on the ground. From life to death, it only took an instant. The moment he landed, he turned into ice dust. A flying sword pierced through the net of blades and went straight for Li Qingshan's temple. Without turning his head, Li Qingshan raised his hand and pinched the flying sword. The flying sword trembled like a small snake, but it could not break free. Li Qingshan tilted his head and met the eyes of the 6th-layer Qi practitioner. With a casual toss of his hand, the flying sword shot out uncontrollably and embedded itself deeply into the wooden door, the tail of the sword trembling incessantly. The other 6th-layer Qi practitioner sprawled on the ground in panic. Just now, he wanted to activate the formation and escape. If not for his quick reaction, he would have been pierced through the head. The two of them were the core members of the Truth-Seeking Society. Perhaps it was because they were strong enough that they were not as controlled. They were not as crazy as normal rogue cultivators. As soon as Priest Qiu died, they rushed forward without a care. One wanted to sneak an attack, the other wanted to escape. Li Qingshan's left hand also held the hilt of his blade. Now he held it with both hands, the tip of the blade pointing behind him as he crouched down slightly. Li Qingshan's figure disappeared. The cold wind swept up the ice dust like an angry ice dragon, charging towards the 6th-layer Qi practitioner who wanted to sneak an attack. All the rogue cultivators who blocked the path of the ice dragon were crushed and turned into a part of the ice dust. The 6th-layer Qi practitioner was shocked. He reacted quickly and took out a high-grade scarlet fire talisman to activate it. He shouted, "Die!" The 6th-layer Qi practitioner at the door shouted, "No!" The scarlet fire talisman had already spat out flames that resembled the breath of a fire dragon. The ice dragon and fire dragon collided. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire valley. Sacred Hall, the roof of the secluded hut in the valley, was lifted several feet high by the shockwave and shattered into pieces in the air. A puff of white smoke rose from the hut. Because of the array, the hut still maintained its original structure, but it was charred black everywhere. The dozen or so figures who had quietly gathered around hurriedly crouched down and looked at the little house not far away in shock, not knowing what had happened. Little and let out a sigh of relief. He had already sensed Li Qingshan's aura. The whale's ingestion of water blade in Li Qingshan's hand had turned into a strange shape. The edge of the blade extended in all directions, forming a huge ball of ice that covered Li Qingshan. Although it was very thin, it was enough to block the explosion of the scarlet fire talisman. The long and narrow edge of the blade had already pinned the 6th-layer Qi practitioner to the charred wall. This whale's ingestion of water blade was extremely useful to him. With his ability to react in battle, he was able to make full use of the blade's transformations. However, because he was only at the 4th layer of Qi refining, he still couldn't completely control this high-grade spiritual weapon. If it weren't for the fact that he cultivated Gui water true Qi and that his true Qi was extremely pure, he wouldn't have been able to display such power. Li Qingshan pulled out the blade, and the Qi practitioner slid down from the wall and landed on the ground with a bang. Li Qingshan turned around. The only living person left in the room was the 6th-layer Qi practitioner at the door, but he was also heavily injured. The wooden door he had wanted to open had already been blown open, and the formation had completely dissipated. He crawled out with difficulty. The other wandering cultivators had all been turned into charred corpses in the explosion. It was just like how using a lightning summoning talisman in a thunderstorm would have an extremely strong effect. The small hut sealed off with formations completely restricted the power of the Scarlet Fire talisman to the cramped space, constantly condensing and compressing it. Even 6th-layer Qi practitioners would be heavily injured if they did not possess a defensive spiritual artifact. Li Qingshan walked over slowly with his blade in hand. The Qi practitioner looked back in fear, doing everything he could to mobilize the remaining true Qi in his body. Don't kill me. I was forced to do this. However, Li Qingshan did not hesitate at all. He was expressionless, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, as if he was thinking about something he did not understand. He arrived before the Qi practitioner and raised his blade. Stop. The Hawkwolf Guard will handle this. Over a dozen people leapt out from the snowy ground and drew their blades with a series of swishes. The wind-entwining blades shone brightly under the sunlight as they pointed them directly at Li Qingshan. 9 wolf-fang flying blades hovered in the air, ready to strike. The invisibility technique had lost its effect, revealing their black uniforms of the Hawkwolf Guard. Every single one of them was a commander. The man in the lead was dressed in scarlet clothes, but he was a scarlet wolf. He did not carry a blade. Instead, thin chains wrapped around him, flickering with light. Arg! With a short, miserable shriek, Li Qingshan raised his blade and swung it down. The Qi practitioner's head rolled down the stairs of the hut. How dare you? The man in scarlet clothes became furious. The chains in his hands immediately thickened and lengthened, reaching straight out with a clatter. The tip of the chains turned into a snake's head, biting towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly and dodged the snake's head, but the chains suddenly twisted in the air. They circled around a few times before tightening suddenly, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The snake's head bit firmly into Li Qingshan's shoulder. Li Qingshan's Gui water true Qi immediately seemed to freeze, unable to circulate at all. The man in scarlet clothes rejoiced inside, and a sneer appeared on his lips. His python constrictor chain was a high-grade spiritual artifact he had obtained after carrying out who knew how many missions and how much contribution he had obtained. It could twist and turn at will, making it much more useful than regular flying swords. Once it entangled an enemy, it could seal off their true Qi. Qi practitioners without true Qi would obviously be unable to put up any resistance. Who knew how many criminals he had captured with the spiritual artifact? The other Hawkwolf commanders all relaxed. Only a beautiful woman among them furrowed her brows slightly. She wore the uniform of a black wolf commander, and she was only at the 5th layer. She could basically be regarded as one of the weakest among these people. However, she glanced at the tall, sturdy man before looking at the ruins behind him. Her face was filled with doubt. According to the tip-off, the remnant of the White Lotus sect, Qiu Ruilio, should be there. There should be several dozen independent cultivators around him as well. Qiu Ruilio was only at the 7th layer, yet he was able to make the Scarlet Wolf Guard in the prefectural city send a Scarlet Wolf and mobilize all the commanders in the nearby Hawkwolf Guard to assist him. Although the White Lotus sect was the mortal enemy of all the Hawkwolf Guards in the Rui Commandery, Qiu Ruilio was not easy to deal with since the higher-ups had mobilized so much. Now, all of these people seemed to be dead. They had died to this man's hands. However, he clearly noticed that even when the chains wrapped around the man, he did not panic at all. Get over here. The man in scarlet clothes tugged on the python constrictor chain. The chain became taut, but he was immediately stunned. Li Qingshan did not budge at all. Get over here. Li Qingshan grabbed the chain and tugged hard. The man in scarlet clothes felt an irresistible force pass through the chain. Caught off guard, he was pulled into the air. He was filled with disbelief. All of the power of Qi practitioners originated from the true Qi in their bodies. How could he still possess such terrifying power when his true Qi was locked up? Li Qingshan thought, I've never lost to anyone in terms of strength. Though, why are there Hawkwolf Guards here? Have they discovered my identity and want to take me back? His gaze swept past the dozen or so Hawkwolf Guards before suddenly stopping on the beautiful woman. He thought, Xianxia. He had never expected her to come as well, but she did not seem to recognize him. That meant they had not come to capture him, so he eased up slightly. Apart from Xianxia, the other commanders were all stunned. Wu Zhen was only a Scarlet Wolf Guard and not a commander, but he was still half a level higher than them, who were all Black Iron commanders. He was much stronger too, having reached the 8th layer. The high-grade spiritual artifact in his hand, the Python Constrictor Chain, made them envious too. They never thought they would fail to restrain this unknown independent cultivator in a single stroke. Now, they went to his aid in a hurry. Flying blades shot over. Even if they could not control flying blades, they still rushed over with them. Xianxia said, "Be careful. This person is born with tremendous strength. He might even be a body practitioner." His mind was in a mess. Li Qingshan immediately felt his body tighten. He struggled, but the chains did not budge at all. He knew that with his current strength, he definitely could not break free from a high-grade spiritual artifact unless he demonified. In the blink of an eye, 9 flying knives crisscrossed and attacked him. Time seemed to slow down. The flying knives revolved slowly, producing an ear-piercing tremor. It was stretched out into a long note. His clear eyes reflected the edge of the knife. It was only half a foot away. Li Qingshan collapsed on his back, and the flying knife brushed past his face. Swish! 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 The flying knives dragged with them, weaving into a flash above his head. If they were hidden weapons, then Li Qingshan would have survived, but this was a spiritual artifact wielded by a 6th-layer Qi practitioner. The flying knives stopped above Li Qingshan's head at the same time. They turned around and plunged down. Li Qingshan rolled on the ground. Thump! 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 The flying knives stabbed into the ground he had just rolled over, plunging him into even more danger. His expression was still very calm, but the bewilderment in his eyes seemed to have deepened. Was this the danger he sensed? Just why was he here? And why was he surrounded by these people? He had been betrayed, hunted, forced, and surrounded. Everything that was originally very clear seemed to have become complicated, a mess. His mind raced, but he did not stop at all. He had already aimed the whale's ingestion of water at the chains and sprayed out ice condensate water. With the last bit of Gue water true Qi, he froze a thick layer of ice over it. Li Qingshan shrank back. By the time the chains had crushed the ice, he had already escaped. His true Qi immediately began to circulate again. He forcefully twisted his body and dodged the flying knives by a hair's breadth again, retreating into the hut with a flash. The hut was not made of regular wood. Although the formations had been destroyed, it was still as tough as metal, so he could temporarily hide. The whale's ingestion of water spat out the crystal blade. Li Qingshan frowned and barked, "Can the Hawkwolf Guard treat human lives like grass?" Wu Zhen was shocked. He didn't think that someone would be able to escape his Python Constrictor chains. Seeing the spirit tool in Li Qingshan's hand, his eyes flashed. He raised his hand and said, "Stop attacking and surround him." The Hawkwolf Guards immediately obeyed the order and flew over, surrounding the hut. Wu Zhen then said, "We are here to arrest the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, Qiu Ruilio. I see that you are one of the remaining evil of the White Lotus sect, and you still dare to resist arrest. You really don't know life from death." Li Qingshan did not expect Priest Qiu to have such a background. Now that he thought about it, the way he spoke did seem like he was from a cult. "Qiu Ruilio? Are you talking about a skinny little Taoist? He has already been killed by me. You say that I am a remnant of the White Lotus sect, but what proof do you have?" The Hawkwolf Guards were shocked. Their target this time was actually dead already. Was this true? You think you can kill a member of the White Lotus sect alone? I don't believe you. Whether you have proof or not, we'll know once we investigate. If you surrender right now, you can still keep your life. Our Hawkwolf Guard will never wrongly accuse an innocent person. We'll investigate this thoroughly, and we'll obviously let you go. Wu Zhen said that he didn't believe it, yet he was slightly convinced in his heart. Merely this was something that an ordinary Qi practitioner wasn't capable of escaping from their encirclement. It would obviously be for the best if he could outsmart an enemy like that. He would use the authority of the Hawkwolf Guard to frighten him first, and once he was captured, he would be at their mercy. Who knew how many times he had done something like this already? Li Qingshan said, "What a joke. We're all cheap practitioners, so why would we entrust our lives to others?" Wu Zhen sneered. "Then there's nothing else to say. Get him." He refused to believe that they could not capture him with so many people. "Hold on." Wu Zhen turned around with a frown. Only when he saw that it was Qian Rongji did his expression ease up slightly. "Rongji, what do you have to say for yourself?" "Sir, isn't our Nighthawk nearby? We can just get him to identify him. That way, if we get the wrong person it'll be bad," Qian Rongji said with some worry. Wu Zhen frowned heavily. Women would always be women. They were still too soft-hearted. This person was clearly quite wealthy. If they captured him first and asked him about his origins, then if he did not come from any powerful sect, they could just kill him in the truth-seeking society. Wouldn't that be even better? However, he obviously could not say something like that in front of so many commanders, so he sank into thought. Senior brother, Rongji is right. Let's get to the bottom of this. We can't let a good person fall for us, said a young man with a square face beside Qian Rongji. Only then did Wu Zhen finally nod. All right. Send the signal and get him to come over. The square-faced young man was the newest Black Hawk commander of Jiaping City. Just like Wu Zhen, he came from the 100 schools of thought, which was why he referred to him as senior brother. Compared to the other Black Hawk commanders, he was much younger. His talent could be regarded as extraordinary, so increasing his cultivation by a few more layers would not be difficult. After a few years of training below, he would obviously be transferred back to the Clear River Prefecture and promoted to Scarlet Copper. Coupled with their many years of friendship, Wu Zhen obviously valued his opinion a lot more. He would not refute it so easily. Before long, a black wolf guard emerged from the forest. He bowed in all directions. I'm Zhou Pei. Greetings to everyone. The square-faced young man said, Zhou Pei, do you recognize this person? That burly man over there, come out and let him recognize you. Li Qingshan found the voice familiar, but he was unable to recall where he had heard it before. He arrived at the entrance in a flash and met the black wolf guard's eyes. The two of them said at the same time, Zhou Wei. Niao Jiuxia. This Zhou Pei was the chi practitioner Zhou Wei who did not like to talk much by Han Xiong's side when he first met him. He never thought he would actually be a nighthawk. The so-called nighthawk was a hawk that never saw the light of day. It was an extremely special position within the Hawkwolf Guard. They would infiltrate various organizations with different identities and gather information. An information network in the world of mortals could be established by bribing some people of the Jianghu. However, establishing a network like that in the world of cultivation required cultivators. Because this job was very arduous, not only was it shameful, but it could even easily endanger one's life. Regardless of their cultivation, they were all known as hawks. Li Qingshan had only heard a rough introduction when he joined the Hawkwolf Guard. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. Zhou Wei, or Zhou Pei, immediately reported what had happened in the bookstore and restaurant that day, proving that Li Qingshan had indeed been tricked and was not a member of the truth-seeking society. With that, he stood to one side with his head lowered. He only glanced at Li Qingshan in surprise. He never thought he would actually destroy the entire truth-seeking society alone. Priest Qiu had basically dug his own grave. Only now did everyone understand the whole story. They looked at one another and waited for Wu Zhen's decision. The square-faced young man sighed. Fortunately, Rongji reminded me. I didn't kill the wrong person. Qian Rongji said politely, You're too kind, Commander. However, what Qian Rongji thought was that this commander had just graduated from the 100 schools of thought, so he sure was naive. He actually took the laws of Great Xia seriously. All laws were for people to use. There was no reason not to slaughter a fat sheep. The sacred church. The reason why she had played the good guy this time was because she was afraid the fat sheep would turn into a vicious tiger. From the first moment she saw him, she found Li Qingshan familiar. If it were Yu Zijian or Hua Qinglu, then he would just be familiar. She would not think too much about it. It was exactly because Li Qingshan's colossal figure was just too shocking that people would misunderstand him instead. She felt like she would never forget this person if she had seen him before. However, Qian Rongji's thoughts were much deeper and meticulous. Although Li Qingshan's appearance had changed drastically, the impression he had left on her was just far too deep. This impression was no longer limited to just his appearance. The changes in his expression, the way he spoke, and his attitude towards the enemy all matched up with the man in her heart. Coupled with the gaze that had stopped on her face, she concluded very soon that there was a 70 to 80% chance that this person was Li Qingshan. After reaching this conclusion, how could she allow the Hawkwolf Guard to continue arguing with Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan possessed the strength to kill 2 ninth-layer Qi practitioners. Now that a few months had passed, who knew just how powerful he had become? The reason why she had held back was because she did not want anyone to see her trump card. If she really forced him to reveal his trump card, then probably everyone present would be silenced. She did not believe she possessed any special status in his heart. However, Wu Zhen was rather displeased. That would mean he would lose out, and he would not be able to recover the dignity he had lost just now. As a Scarlet Wolf Guard, he was not bold enough to distort the truth before so many people. Otherwise, if someone reported him, he would not be able to escape the punishment of the law either. He said to Zhou Pei rather reluctantly, "You've done very well. Once we return, you'll definitely receive a share of merit." Zhou Pei said, "I don't ask for any merit. I only ask that you let me leave my position as a Nighthawk and return to being a regular Black Wolf Guard." The Great Wall. Wu Zhen waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, I got it. I will report it to the higher-ups." Then he said to Li Qingshan, "You can go now." Li Qingshan used his true qi to gather all of the 100 treasures pouches into his hand. Wu Zhen glared at him. "Leave it behind." With a point of his finger, the iron chain stretched out like a python and coiled around the small house. They shook their heads and clattered loudly, as if they wanted to devour someone. The other Hawkwolf commanders were hostile as well. They had not come out to carry out their missions just to enforce the laws of Great Xia. The spoils of battle on their enemies were an extremely important source of income. How could they just watch someone else dip their fingers in it? Li Qingshan insisted, "These are my spoils of war." Wu Zhen said, "These are the spoils of the White Lotus sect. There might be information on the remnants of the White Lotus sect in there. I'd advise you to hand them over, or I'll charge you with the crime of harboring stolen goods." Li Qingshan smiled furiously. "I've completed your mission for you, yet you're not thanking me? Instead, you're trying to frame me?" Wu Zhen said, "Do you think you're worthy of being framed by us? If you're smart, you'd better piss off, or don't blame us for being merciless." The other commanders cooperated, sending their flying blades flying over once again. Li Qingshan felt like something was surging in his chest. It was something he had always suppressed at the very bottom of his heart. It was roaring and bellowing, wanting to break out of its cocoon. There should be a limit to how reckless you can be. "I don't want to die with you idiots." Qian Rongji lowered her head and frowned. She cursed in her heart, but she didn't say anything. Her words carried little weight, and it would be pointless to say anything. Instead, she would offend a large group of colleagues for no reason. Anyway, if it really came to that, she had a way to escape. The square-faced youth said, "Senior, this is a little inappropriate." He then said to Li Qingshan, "Hey, man, just leave Qiu Ruilio's 100 treasures pouch. The information about the White Lotus sect in there is very important. Even if you get it, it won't do you any good." "In Shang, you, sigh." Wu Zhen sighed helplessly. If other commanders dared to act on their own, he would have been furious. However, Fang Yansheng was very familiar with him from the 100 schools of thought. They had been classmates for many years, and what he said was reasonable, so Wu Zhen couldn't do anything. When he first came out of the 100 schools of thought, he was influenced by the legalists for many years. His thoughts were also about upholding justice and protecting the dignity of Great Xia's laws. However, only after experiencing some worldly affairs could he understand that the spirit and the laws were not as important as the spiritual pills and spiritual weapons in the 100 treasures pouch. Forget it, I guess that group of small rogue cultivators didn't have anything decent in their hands. Li Qingshan hesitated slightly. He weighed the pros and cons in his heart. The truly valuable things were probably all plundered by Priest Xiao. If he turned hostile, he would turn into a demon and kill everyone in front of him. He couldn't let anyone escape. This included Nighthawk Zhou Pei, the square-faced youth, and Qian Rongji. A voice in his heart said hesitantly, "Do I really have to kill them all?" Immediately, another ferocious voice roared, "Kill them all! Kill them all!" His expression kept changing, and his body actually trembled slightly. He understood what it meant to be in a battle between heaven and man. Wu Zhen said impatiently, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head, "Qiu Ruilio's 100 treasures pouch is not with me." Wu Zhen said angrily, "You dare to trick me?" The python constrictor chain wrapped around the wooden house, and the wooden house was completely destroyed. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Li Qingshan said plainly, "I'm telling the truth." Just now, when he was checking the 100 treasures pouch, he suddenly realized that one was missing. He knew how many enemies there were in the battle just now. The one missing was Priest Xiao's. Priest Xiao's corpse was already gone. He originally thought that it was completely destroyed in the explosion. Now that he thought about it, even if it was blown into pieces, it was impossible to not leave a trace. However, there was nothing on the ground. Li Qingshan frowned and came to the place where Priest Xiao's corpse just now was lying on the ground. He took a few steps left and right, and with a swing of his knife, he split open the floor and revealed a dark hole. He didn't know where the hole led to. The spirit formation in the wooden house was an impenetrable iron wall to others, but this spirit formation was set up by Priest Xiao, so he naturally knew the exit. It turned out that he had already prepared a way out. Although he was hit by the cursive sword calligraphy sword chi at close range, he still had the true chi of more than 20 people protecting him. Although he was heavily injured, he didn't die on the spot. He knew that he wasn't Li Qingshan's opponent, so he just lay on the ground, sealed his breathing, and pretended to be dead. The risk of this gamble was quite great. If Li Qingshan had sensed it and casually followed up with a stab, he wouldn't even have the opportunity to put up a fight. But back then, the wooden house was in a mess. Under the encirclement of so many chi practitioners, Li Qingshan was not afraid, but his mind was still affected. In the end, during the explosion, when Li Qingshan's sense of hearing, smell, and vision were all affected, Priest Xiao used this opportunity to open a secret passage and flee. Li Qingshan could not help but be surprised by the craftiness and caution of the White Lotus sect. It was no wonder that they were a powerful organization that could contend against Gu Yening and even the entire Hawkwolf Guard of the Rui Commandery. He turned around and wielded his ice blade, ignoring the chains around him. "If you don't believe me, then come at me." Qian Rongji made her way towards Li Qingshan quickly. Fang Yinsheng extended his hand. "Don't go." He wanted to stop Qian Rongji, but he was afraid that he would alarm Li Qingshan if he acted rashly. The Hawkwolf guards all broke into a sweat for Qian Rongji. This vicious, huge man was extremely powerful. If he really attacked someone, Qian Rongji would probably die on the spot. Under everyone's gazes, Qian Rongji brushed past Li Qingshan and checked the hole in the center of the house. Li Qingshan frowned. This woman was not someone who would take such great risks for the sake of official business. Had she discovered something? Qian Rongji did not even glance at him. After a close inspection, she raised her head and said, "He's right. There are very fresh footprints down there. Qiu Ruilio has already fled. He should be injured. Sir, let's hurry up and track him down. If we delay any longer, he'll be able to escape." The Hawkwolf guards all let out a sigh of relief. This conclusion matched up with their expectations. Qiu Ruilio was extremely crafty. He had failed several times in encirclement, so how could an independent cultivator kill him so easily? They even admired Qian Rongji a little. This woman's cultivation was not particularly high, but her courage was extraordinary. At the very least, none of them were bold enough to approach her like that. Even Wu Zhen nodded in praise. With the support of a person like that, it would be easy for Yinsheng to become a Black Hawk commander. He would not remain so naive. Little did he know that Fang Yinsheng's naivety had saved him from death, while Qian Rongji's so-called courage was built on meticulous planning. Wu Zhen understood the severity of the situation. He stowed away the python constrictor chains and flew into the hole first, brushing past Li Qingshan. He snorted coldly. Consider yourself lucky. Over a dozen hawkwolf guards entered the hole one by one. Qian Rongji was the last one. She glanced at Li Qingshan and smiled before vanishing into the hole as well. A while later, the quiet spring valley recovered its tranquility once more. Li Qingshan made his way down the steps and sat down on them. He leaned on his hand and sank into his thoughts. The final outcome of the battle between man and nature this time was to leave it at that. However, the even greater battle between man and nature was in the depths of his mind. That was the boundary between man, immortal, Buddha, and demon. The true conflict did not originate from the outside world, but from within. It was a series of questions that he could not answer, an answer that he could not choose. However, there had to be an answer. Not all questions could be avoided. He could not avoid them, nor did he want to avoid them. Even though none of the answers were what he wanted, he still had to make a choice. Life was not about doing what you wanted. It was not about doing what you liked. It was exactly through these difficult, or even painful, choices that people could grow, going from an ignorant child to the type of person they wanted to become. Are you ready? Hee, I've finally found you. Li Qingshan sighed gently and stood up with his hands on his knees. He was like a boxer who had yet to recover from the previous match before being forced into a different ring. However, there was no fear in his eyes at all. This must be it. Before he knew it, it had begun to snow again. Flickering figures passed through the curtains of snow. Their luxurious silk robes fluttered in the wind, but they did not leave behind a single mark on the snow. They were like ghosts in the snow. The ghosts looked at Li Qingshan like hunters who had found their prey. They were at ease. If they were slightly cautious, that would be because they were worried that their prey would escape. The first senior brother pointed at Li Qingshan and asked, "Junior brother Song, is this the person you're looking for?" Song Ming said resentfully, "First senior brother, that's him." Fourth layer chi practitioner? The first senior brother curled his lip in great disdain. Song Ming, aren't you a little too useless? You're a sixth layer chi practitioner, yet you've actually been defeated by someone weaker than you. And I had originally thought it was some powerful person. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain roared with laughter. They only felt even more relaxed and happy. They did not take Li Qingshan seriously at all. Song Ming's face reddened. First senior brother, his cultivation as a chi practitioner isn't great, but he's a master of the body practitioner. He took a palm strike from me and came out unscathed. You can't be careless. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and sensed. A 9th layer chi practitioner, 2 8th layer chi practitioners, 5 7th layer chi practitioners, and 10 6th layer chi practitioners. Was this the strength of a sect? Only by demonifying could he fight them, but it was very likely for him to draw over their seniors if he fought here. Look, this guy's closed his eyes. Is he resigned to his fate? A disciple of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain smiled. Before he had even finished speaking, a thick mist rose up, surging like waves. Li Qingshan turned around and vanished into the mist. Oh no, it's a mist talisman. He's trying to escape. Song Ming cried out. As if someone had plucked the clouds from the sky, the mist rapidly filled the entire valley. The pure white mist was extremely thick, where one could not even see their own fingers. It contained water spiritual chi, such that even the vision of chi practitioners was greatly affected. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly, insignificant tricks. With a flick of his sleeves, a spell was cast, and a strong gust of wind blew, clearing away the fog. The valley was filled with the howling of the wind, causing everyone's clothes to flutter loudly. Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. He had already rushed to the hillside in the distance and was fleeing at an extremely fast speed. Since he couldn't fight, he could only flee. Eldest senior brother's wild wind technique is really powerful. You're too naive to think that you can escape with such a small trick. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain praised him. They did not slow down at all. Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they chased after Li Qingshan. Back then, when Song Ming flew into the proud sword manner, he could already be considered to be extremely confident. However, there were at least a dozen people here who were even stronger than him. Every time they flew, they would cover a distance of 100 zhang. Pride appeared on the eldest senior brother's face. Only after all his junior brothers had set off did he shake his sleeves and take off. He caught up to everyone even though he had set off later. He took the lead and rapidly closed the distance between him and Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan used the tiger demon climbs the mountain and leapt onto the top of the mountain. Hearing the whistling, he suddenly looked back. The eldest senior brother reached an even higher altitude than the top of the mountain and bellowed out, "Peck of the golden pheasant." His right hand formed the shape of a pheasant's head, and he pecked at Li Qingshan from afar. He was like a golden pheasant pecking at a bug on the ground. He did it with indescribable ease, as if it was nothing at all. However, Li Qingshan felt like he was facing a great disaster, because he was playing the role of this bug. A huge, golden beak pierced through the air. He had already used the greatest technique of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. The disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain all sighed in amazement inside. Although this technique was taught to all inner disciples, how could it compare to the ingenuity of the first senior brothers? They had never thought the first senior brother would use such a powerful technique right off the bat. The kid was dead for sure. The sacred Hall Li Qingshan felt like no matter how he dodged, he would not be able to avoid this gentle peck. He raised his right hand, and the whale's mouth sucked in light before suddenly spitting out a fist-sized, transparent ball of water. Boom! The gooey water lightning collided with the pheasant beak in the air. A ring of light erupted, and the wild wind crushed the forest, forming a scene of wheat. The first senior brother blurted out, "Gooey water lightning." His true chi surged and dispersed the incoming wave of air, but he also slowed down slightly. How could a mere fourth-layer chi practitioner use the Gui water lightning? Suddenly, he noticed the spiritual artifact in Li Qingshan's hand and came to a realization. High-grade spiritual artifact, Song Ming was right. This kid really was extremely wealthy. He was a great prey worth hunting. However, the disciples on the ground were not as relaxed as him. A few of them were blown backwards by the wild wind with insufficient cultivation. They could only swallow the words of flattery they were about to utter. Their faces were filled with shock. How could a fourth-layer chi practitioner block the first senior brother's peck of the golden pheasant? Only Song Ming called out, "I told you. This guy isn't easy to deal with." He actually felt a sense of elation. Instead, he hoped Li Qingshan could use a few more powerful moves and last a little longer against his first senior brother. That would prove that he was not useless back then. Instead, the enemy was just too powerful. Li Qingshan used this time to leap off the top of the mountain. His head was below his feet, and the world was flipped upside down. Cold wind whistled past his face. He took out the underground mental map and unfurled it with both hands, reading it in the air. The nearest entrance to the underground cave was only 30 li away, under a mountain peak. If it was on the plains, the 30 li distance would only be a matter of time, but in the mountains, every few li meant that they had to cross a mountain. Although this was still a remnant of the boundless mountains and had not truly entered the depths, the mountains were tall and majestic. They could not be measured with common sense. Any one of these mountains could be regarded as a famed mountain on earth from Li Qingshan's past life. Even with the tiger demon climbs the mountains, Li Qingshan's speed was greatly affected. He casually stuck a mid-grade swift breeze talisman on himself, which made him move slightly faster. The withered trees seemed to be slamming towards him, but even with that, he was unable to widen the distance between them. Every time he looked back, the 9th-layer chi practitioner would get a little closer. However, he was not worried. What he was thinking about was not just running away. The first senior brother was extremely surprised as well. A 4th-layer chi practitioner could actually erupt with such speed. He used the golden pheasant flaps its wings and spent most of the time gliding through the air, unaffected by the terrain, yet he was still unable to catch up immediately. This independent cultivator really was not easy to deal with. The two of them crossed over the mountains and gradually pulled away from the disciples behind them. The killing intent in Li Qingshan's eyes became heavier and heavier. He casually tossed down a spiritual stone that had run out of spiritual chi before grabbing another one to quickly replenish his true chi. He had already taken out the cursive sword calligraphy and placed it in his bosom. He could take it out at any time and kill his opponent. Li Qingshan turned around and glanced at the first senior brother who was less than 300 meters away from him. However, he looked past the first senior brother, gazing at the even higher sky. The sky had already darkened, and snow filled the air. Apart from him, no one noticed a rapidly flashing red star high up in the sky. Little N stood on a huge skull, dragging a scarlet tail of flames behind him as he passed through the snowstorm. His robes and long hair fluttered in the wind as red light flickered in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the snowstorm, gazing at the mountains. A snowy night like this, a mountainous terrain like this, and a scene like this all seemed familiar. Unknowingly, a year had already passed. However, this time, she would not be as weak as before. She would not have to watch helplessly as he left by himself in despair. This time, she would definitely help him. All she had to do was wait for him to give the signal to attack. Li Qingshan thought to himself, a little further, a little further. The first senior brother had no idea that he had already fallen into a trap where the world intersected. The roles of hunter and prey had silently swapped. He had never imagined that a mere fourth-layer Qi practitioner could harm him at all. Once again, Li Qingshan climbed to the peak of a tall mountain. The first senior brother took this opportunity to close the distance between them to within 300 feet. A look of joy appeared on his face as he raised his right hand. A golden light shot out, piercing through the snowstorm and leaving a straight golden line in its wake. Li Qingshan sensed the danger. He did not have time to turn around, so he held the ice blade behind him. With a ding, the golden light pierced deeply into the ice blade. Li Qingshan's perlicue trembled violently. Just now, he could clearly see that the golden light was a golden feather. The mystic ice that was frozen by the ice condensate water was as hard as a top-grade spiritual weapon. Yet, it was pierced by this tiny feather. Its power was even greater than Grandma Shimon's red thread needle. Protective qi and spells would be as fragile as a piece of paper. Even if it was a defensive spiritual weapon, if it was not a top-grade one, it would probably be pierced through in one blow. The first senior brother became even more surprised. He saw how the peck of the golden pheasant could not kill Li Qingshan, so he definitely would not use it a second time. He switched to using his life-bound spiritual artifact, the golden pheasant's plume. However, he never thought it would be blocked by the ice blade. The golden pheasant's plume was not a regular high-grade spiritual artifact. Instead, it was a spiritual artifact that the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain had begun nurturing ever since they began practicing qi. They constantly poured their true qi into it, and whenever their cultivation increased, they would add an essence gold to forge it. Only then did they manage to forge a single golden pheasant's plume. The amount of effort they had put into it was uncountable. However, its power was terrifyingly great, and it could only be used by the user of the sect. Li Qingshan did not leap into the pitch-black valley. Instead, he stopped and turned around. The ice blade in his hand rapidly changed shape, wrapping around the golden pheasant's plume and turning it into a huge lump of ice. The first senior brother stood at the top of a lone pine tree, which swayed in the wind and snow. He sneered. "You're not running anymore?" He looked around. "This really is a nice place to be buried." He did not care about what Li Qingshan was doing at all. Li Qingshan said, "I'll give you back exactly what you said." He had already sprayed out all of the ice condensate water, wrapping the golden pheasant's plume into a ball. He stepped on it. The first senior brother snorted coldly. "Stubborn and stubborn. You're still using these puny tricks? I'll show you the power of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." The golden pheasant's radiance. The golden pheasant's plume erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the ball of ice completely and turning it golden. It was a beautiful sight. However, Li Qingshan could sense that the ice was rapidly melting, as if it was suppressed by the power of the golden pheasant's plume. It was unable to trap the golden pheasant's plume. The first senior brother dove down. "Be smarter in your next life. Don't offend the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain." The cursive sword calligraphy unfurled with a whoosh, and first senior brother could clearly see the complicated and profound handwriting on it. It was clearly ink on paper, but it was so sharp that it seemed like it had been carved on a cliff with a sword. Holy Hall! A great sense of danger filled his heart. The sound of the blizzard seemed to have stopped. Compared to the speed of the sword qi, the speed of the dancing snowflakes was like a still image. First senior brother's pupils constricted. He waved his hand, and the golden pheasant's plume enlarged 100 times, protecting his body like an iron wall. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the surging sword chi sent first senior brother flying into the sky. First senior brother floated in the air on the golden pheasant's plume, like a small boat on a turbulent ocean, in danger of capsizing at any moment. However, he drifted with the current and actually formed a wondrous balance. He floated and swayed without being affected by any force. Not only was the golden pheasant's plume capable of both offense and defense, but its defensive method was also the most natural and unrestrained that Li Qingshan had ever seen. A sect that could form its own style indeed couldn't be underestimated. The Gui water true qi in Li Qingshan's body surged madly into the cursive sword calligraphy, activating the strokes of sword qi. At the same time, he held a spirit stone in one hand and continuously replenished his spirit qi. In the blink of an eye, 3 spirit stones had been thrown at Li Qingshan's feet. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact. You actually have a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. First senior brother stood on the golden pheasant's plume and shouted in the wind and snow. He suddenly laughed wildly. Haha, I didn't think I would have this kind of luck. Kid, with your strength, you still can't unleash the power of a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Falling into your hands is like casting pearls before swine. Obediently hand it over. I'm the favored child of the heavens. I'll step on your corpse to reach a higher realm. If a high-grade spirit artifact could make every chi practitioner's heart race with envy, then a supreme-grade spirit artifact could make all chi practitioners go crazy. It was a treasure that even Foundation establishment cultivators would fight for with all their might. Li Qingshan's mouth opened and closed slightly. His voice was swallowed by the wind, but first senior brother could read his lips. Die. 2 giant skulls spiraled down from the sky, breaking through the wind and letting out shrill screams. It was as if 100 ghosts were crying at night, shaking one's soul. What is that? Eldest senior brother's expression changed drastically. He used the golden pheasant's plume to fly through the wind and snow. He actually borrowed the force of the sword chi to turn a few times without any warning, drawing out a twisted golden trajectory and avoiding the skull's attack. Pung, pung, pung. He broke through the air barrier and quickly fell down the pitch-black cliff. He thought to himself, not good, I've fallen into this brat's trap. The screeching sound followed him like a shadow. Eldest senior brother looked around and saw 2 skulls chasing after him, one on the left and one on the right. The blood flames in their eye sockets flickered and their teeth chattered loudly. They couldn't wait to tear his flesh apart. From afar, one could only see a golden line and 2 slightly thinner red lines falling straight down into the bottomless abyss. The golden thread's trajectory was extremely erratic, and the 2 red threads kept circling around it, locking down the golden thread's escape route. At this moment, 2 red lines suddenly cut into the golden line's trajectory. The 2 skulls lunged towards the first senior brother. The first senior brother snorted coldly. Puny tricks. He raised his hands at the same time and swung them outwards. 2 golden beaks pecked the foreheads of the skulls viciously. With 2 thumps, he sent the 2 skulls flying. However, at the last moment, they opened their mouths, and 2 figures appeared in the roaring flames. One was tall, while the other was petite. They were Li Qingshan and little Anne. They leapt out of the skulls at the same time. Li Qingshan held the cursive sword of the 9 heavens as he charged towards the first senior brother. The first senior brother felt like the entire world was being ripped apart by the crisscrossing sword chi. Panic and fear finally appeared in his eyes for the first time. He reached for the 100 treasures pouch on his waist. His movements were extremely fast, but compared to the speed of the sword chi, it was so sluggish. He had never thought that he would need to waste talismans and spiritual stones against a 4th-layer chi practitioner, so he had not made any preparations at all. I'm a genius, the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. My future is limitless. I can't die here. That thought flashed through the first senior brother's head. The sword chi vanished with a flash. The first senior brother lowered his head and looked at himself. He laughed aloud, I'm not dead. I won't. His words came to a halt, and his chin fell down, revealing many crisscrossing bloody marks. The marks shifted and staggered. With a soft thump, a bloody mist erupted in the air. Pieces of his corpse rained down from the sky, but before they could even land, they were incinerated by the flames. Having lost control, the golden pheasant's plume returned to its original size, drifting away in the wind. Li Qingshan and Little N landed on the ground at the same time. Little N grabbed the golden pheasant's plume, while Li Qingshan opened his hand. There was 100 treasures pouch in it. The two of them smiled at each other. An indescribable feeling of tacit understanding rose up in their hearts. Li Qingshan shoved the talisman between his fingers back into his belt. This was a supreme-grade talisman he had obtained from Grandma Shiman. He had no idea what it was used for. He followed the trajectory on the talisman and checked the Book of All, but he did not find any corresponding information. Low and mid-grade talismans did, however, have a very complete record. Clearly, the value of a supreme-grade talisman like this was not something the Book of All could record. However, he did not buy the book for nothing. Little N deduced that this talisman should be a fire element offensive talisman through looking at the patterns of the other talismans. Among the 5 elements, fire could be regarded as one of the best. The power of a supreme-grade talisman went without saying. Li Qingshan planned to immediately activate the supreme-grade talisman and kill the first senior brother if he and Little N still could not kill him even when they worked together. If he failed again, he would kill the first senior brother even if it meant leaving behind traces of demon chi and turning into a demon. Before the battle had even begun, he was already completely confident in victory. The people behind us are catching up. Little N licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. The flesh and blood of a 9th layer chi practitioner was far more delicious than that of an ordinary person. I'll send them all to heaven. A red light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. After 3 consecutive battles, his bloodlust and killing intent had been completely stimulated. His fatigue had long since disappeared without a trace. Even the confused thoughts and the intense battle between heaven and man no longer existed. He only needed to kill more. When faced with a choice between life and death, there was no need to waste time choosing. He wanted to live and kill all his enemies. It was that simple. Li Qingshan and Little N did not even exchange a glance. They quickly disappeared into the pitch-black valley, forming a stalemate and quietly waiting for their prey to take the bait. Li Qingshan buried his body in the snow and held his breath in concentration. The second wave should be 2 8th layer chi practitioners. Since he couldn't turn into a demon, it would not be easy to deal with them either. If the two of them cooperated well, they might be even more difficult to deal with than the 9th layer chi practitioner just now. He had to launch a sneak attack at the first moment. Once he killed one of them, the other would be easy to deal with. After this wave, the rest would be easy to deal with. The cursive sword calligraphy could instantly kill 6th or 7th layer chi practitioners. Little N, with the help of the 2 skull prayer beads and the sword techniques recorded in the cursive sword calligraphy, would not be able to last a single round. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, numbers became meaningless. He was also completely confident in this battle, but for some reason, the unease in his heart did not relax. Instead, it grew stronger and stronger. His heart beat faster and faster. Not good, let's go. Li Qingshan jumped out of the snow and called out to Little N. Then, he immediately sprinted towards the underground cave that he had predetermined. Little N flew to Li Qingshan's side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Li Qingshan said, "I don't know, but it's very dangerous." Little N thought for a while before suddenly raising his head. "I understand now. It's the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, a Foundation establishment cultivator." Li Qingshan frowned. A Foundation establishment cultivator? Yes, probably only Foundation establishment cultivators could give him such a great sense of danger and pressure. If it were a chi practitioner, even if they were only at the 10th layer, he was confident he could slaughter his way out even at the risk of exposing himself and transforming into a demon. He might even have the chance to turn the tables. However, Foundation establishment cultivators were experts on an order of magnitude higher. The spells they cast were all the power of supreme-grade spirit talismans, not to mention the effects of spirit artifacts. Even if Li Qingshan transformed, he definitely could not contend against them. However, he had only just killed the chief practitioner of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain in a snowy mountain like this. He did not even have the opportunity to call for reinforcements, so how did he alert the attention of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Little and could see Li Qingshan's doubts. She explained, the Book of All records that the core disciples of sects often have life lamps. The life lamps are in the hands of the sect master. If a disciple dies, the life lamp that belongs to them will be extinguished, and the location will be indicated. It went without saying that ninth-layer Qi practitioners would definitely be the core figures among the core figures in sections. Li Qingshan still had no idea that his first senior brother was the future sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain. A while ago, at the top of the Green Vine Mountain 50 kilometers away, 3 old men sat before one another, discussing the herb-gathering ceremony of the 3 mountains. They were the supreme rulers of the 3 mountains, the sect masters of the Green Vine Mountain, Pheasant's Grace Mountain, and Burial Mound Mountain. They were collectively known as the 3 elders. The Green Vine elder was the host, sitting in the seat of honor. He was dressed in green clothes, and his hair and beard curled down his face. Basically only a pair of clear eyes remained. To the left of the Green Vine elder sat an old man in gray robes. His eyes were white, and his face was expressionless, as if even his face was gray. He gave off a faint aura of corpses. His eyes would swivel from time to time, but they did not show any signs of life at all. If regular people saw him, they would probably treat him as a corpse. Even the swiveling of his eyes would be treated as a fake corpse. He was the sect master of the Burial Mound Mountain, the Lone Grave Elder. To the right of the Green Vine elder was an old man in luxurious, golden robes. He was obviously the sect master of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain, the Golden Pheasant Elder. His clothes were no longer embroidered with feathers, but a golden pheasant's head. The pheasant's comb was like fire, while the beak was like a blade. A map was placed on the table before the 3 of them. It glowed with light. It formed a 3-dimensional image in the air. It was an underground mental map, much larger than Li Qingshan's. This underground mental map was what the disciples of the 3 mountains had come up with over all these years. They had sacrificed countless lives to determine a relatively safe region. It was Milliped's territory. The Golden Pheasant Elder pointed at a corner of the map with his skinny, claw-like hand. The disciples of our Pheasant's Grace Mountain will enter the cave from here. This was the safest path. There were a few spiritual lands with spiritual herbs along the way, and they were all extremely valuable. The Green Vine Elder stared at it for quite a while before shaking his head slowly. That won't do. Yes. The Lone Grave Elder nodded quickly before returning to his half-dead state. The Golden Pheasant Elder stood up impatiently. I just can't stand you 2 acting like this. Can't you be a little faster? Whether you agree or not, hurry up and come up with a plan. You just waste so much time every time. The Green Vine Elder said, Fellow Golden Pheasant, you're already so old, yet you're still so impatient. Yes. The Lone Grave Elder spat out another word. The Golden Pheasant Elder glared at him. Just when he was about to say something, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his face changed drastically. He abandoned the 2 elders and rushed out the window. In the town below the Green Vine Mountain, everyone raised their heads at the same time. All they saw was a speck of golden light rise up from the top of the Green Vine Mountain, like the brightest star in the night. Qi practitioners with exceptional eyesight managed to make out the origin of the golden light. It was a golden pheasant, dragging its long, golden tail feathers as it shot through the night sky with unbelievable speed. It was like a golden comet. All the Qi practitioners could not help but sigh inside. So this was the power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The town fell silent for a while before returning to its hubbub. It was even louder than just now. All the Qi practitioners seemed to have reignited their fighting spirit and ambition. They had no idea why a Foundation establishment cultivator who had always kept a low profile would suddenly rush out of the Green Vine Mountain. They wondered if something had happened to the alliance of the 3 mountains. Li Qingshan suddenly looked at the sky. His gaze pierced through the wind and snow, and a golden star appeared on the distant horizon. It shot straight towards his direction. Holy Church, because the distance was too far, the speed did not seem very fast, but Li Qingshan felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if a disaster was imminent and his life was at stake. This golden star was not something he could fight against right now. He restrained his aura and changed his direction to go deeper into the mountains. However, the golden star immediately changed its direction as well. He knew that his aura-concealing skill couldn't fool the senses of a foundation-building cultivator. He no longer hid his tracks and used an acceleration talisman to run toward the entrance of the underground cave with all his might. This scene overlapped with that snowy night from a year ago. It was shockingly similar. Unknowingly, it was as if a reincarnation had passed and he had returned once more. However, Brother Ox would not save him this time. He needed to rely on himself and little and followed Li Qingshan's instructions and hid in the dark clouds in the sky. She was prepared to come down and provide support as soon as she received Li Qingshan's signal. If Li Qingshan suppressed and hid his aura, then she had no aura at all. She was a special existence that hovered between life and death, neither alive nor dead, neither alive nor dead. No matter how sharp the golden pheasant Taoist's senses were, it was impossible for him to discover a hidden skeleton. The scenery before him changed rapidly. Li Qingshan constantly conquered the rise and fall of the ground, but the golden star in the sky grew closer and closer. Li Qingshan felt an indescribable pressure, no longer the vague sense of danger. The golden star grew larger and larger in his vision. Even from 5 kilometers away, Li Qingshan was shaken to the core by its glorious presence. The golden pheasant also discovered the fleeing Li Qingshan. It raised its head and unfurled its wings, letting out a cry and shining with golden light. Like the call of a golden pheasant, the sun that had sunk into the west rose into the sky once more. The golden light clearly revealed the form of the golden pheasant. The comb, beak, feathers were all there. It was lifelike, but it was like a fighting chicken, filled with fury. The golden pheasant elder's eyes widened like a fighting chicken as his hair and beard bristled. His beloved disciple had been killed, so he was filled with sorrow and fury. He swore revenge. From the moment he saw Li Qingshan, he knew Li Qingshan was the person he was looking for. This was not because Li Qingshan was fleeing. As the sect master, he obviously knew about the humiliation of the inner sect disciple Song Ming in Salt Mountain City. However, the Proud Sword Manor had been taken over by the Green Vine Mountain afterwards, so the matter was left unsettled just now. When the first senior brother went to seek revenge for Song Ming, he definitely had to report it to his master, which was why he was bold enough to take the disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain with him. Never did he think he would actually die. The resounding call of the golden pheasant shook up the mountains, constantly echoing through them. For a moment, the snowy peaks were filled with the cry of a pheasant. Li Qingshan's ears ached as his mind shuddered. The true qi in his body began to churn uncontrollably. He could not help but be shocked. This was the power of a foundation establishment cultivator. The spirit turtle's demon core in his body revolved, suppressing all of the discomfort. The cave was not far away now. All he had to do was make it over the mountain, and the valley up ahead would be there. He could not let the golden pheasant approach him, or he would be in life-threatening danger with just a single strike. However, at such a distance, Li Qingshan finally sensed the startling speed of the golden pheasant. The first senior brother could be regarded as fast as he could be, but compared to the golden pheasant, he seemed as slow as crawling on the ground. And the golden pheasant was not gliding. It was actually flying in the sky. As soon as Li Qingshan reached the waist of the mountain, the golden pheasant was already 1.5 kilometers away. With a twist of his foot, he forcefully changed directions and lunged towards the other side of the mountain. The golden pheasant spread its wings and several dozen golden feathers fell off, shooting over like lightning. They were like rays of light from the sun. Every single one of them was even swifter and more vicious than the spiritual artifact controlled by the first senior brother. Li Qingshan had been expecting this move long ago. He would move left at times, right at other times, pause at times, or even head down at times. As a result, his movements became completely irregular. The whale's ingestion of water no longer spat out a weapon, but a huge ice shield that could protect him. Even with that, he was still worried, so he stuck a high-grade golden armor talisman on himself. However, as soon as he did that, his eyes became filled with golden light. He did not even have the time to respond. The ice shield shattered and the golden armor shattered. As if he had been struck by lightning, Li Qingshan shuddered all over. A small hole appeared in his chest, and a golden light pierced through him. His tough skin, which could withstand the slashes of spirit artifacts, did not have much of an effect. The golden feather pierced through 3 layers of his defenses and pierced deeply into the mountain rocks. The golden pheasant elder frowned instead. With his cultivation at Foundation establishment, he actually failed to kill a puny chi practitioner in a single strike. No one would believe him even if he said it. The golden pheasant's feather should have pierced through Li Qingshan's heart. The defenses Li Qingshan had cast down were not useless. It gave him a split second to react. At the last moment, he forcefully twisted his body, and only then did he avoid the attack. However, a sharp, scorching presence suddenly erupted from his body, as if it wanted to rip him to shreds and burn him to a crisp. The golden pheasant stopped in the air. The golden pheasant elder was in no hurry to pursue him. Even if it had failed to pierce through his chest, the spiritual energy within it was enough to kill him. Instead, he felt rather regretful. In his anger, he did not hold back. He should have captured him, interrogated him about his origins, and then tortured him to death. Little An's face stiffened. Li Qingshan had never sent out a signal. The golden pheasant elder had struck out with lightning speed, so Li Qingshan did not have the opportunity to send out a signal. He probably did not want her to take the risk either. Flames of fury burned in her eye sockets. She was about to lunge over without any regard. Li Qingshan suddenly leapt up from the ground, rolling and crawling around to the other side of the mountain and escaping from the golden pheasant elder's sight. The golden pheasant elder was slightly taken aback. A vicious smile appeared on his face as he bellowed, "You'll regret it just now. Why don't you just die?" Li Qingshan ignored him. Who knew how many times he had heard bullshit like that? The spirit turtle's demon core came into play once again at a crucial moment, forcefully suppressing the foreign spiritual energy that had erupted in his body. Suddenly, he beamed with joy. The cave recorded on the mental map was right before him. Just when he was about to charge in, a golden light enveloped his head. With a flap of its wings, the golden pheasant flew over the top of the mountain and discovered Li Qingshan's tracks again. All it needed was a lunge and a claw, and it would be able to capture Li Qingshan in a single moment. Little Anne clenched her fists so hard that they cracked. It took her tremendous willpower to remain in the air. If she lost her patience and appeared casually, not only would she be unable to help Li Qingshan, but it would be very likely for her to end his chance of survival instead. If she slipped up and was captured, Li Qingshan definitely would not be able to escape alone. Before absolute power, it was pointless for the weak to work together. Instead, it would drag them down. Li Qingshan used all the strength in his body and leapt up, lunging towards the cave that was half covered in snow and half entangled by vines. Due to using too much strength, his bones and tendons creaked from twisting. He turned around in the air and faced the sky. He stared calmly at the golden pheasant's claws that reached over quickly. Before the sharp claws had even reached him, he felt a piercing pain on his skin. From such a distance, he could already see the golden pheasant elder's old, arrogant face inside the pheasant. Disdain and hatred intersected on his face. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up. The talisman in his hand flashed and cracked, turning into a scarlet-red ball of fire. It rose into the sky and landed in the claws of the golden pheasant. The golden pheasant elder's expression became one of shock. He blurted out, "A supreme-grade talisman." Boom! Red light illuminated the entire sky. The mountains and rivers shook, and the ground shook. The boulders in the distance were blasted high up into the sky, and in the center of the explosion, be it the rocks or the vegetation, everything was melted and turned into flowing lava. Then, it quickly condensed in the ice and snow, forming a black circle. The golden pheasant elder was unscathed, but the pheasant's right foot had completely vanished. His face was flushed and twisted. The golden pheasant elder let out a great roar. The golden pheasant flapped its wings madly, kicking up a fierce gust of wind that uprooted many towering trees. The sacred hall at this moment, the disciples of the pheasant's grace mountain all rushed over. They cried out, "Master! First senior brother? A bunch of trash." The golden pheasant elder raised his hand, and the fierce gust of wind blew them away. They collided heavily against a tree and slid down, but none of them dared to grumble. "Forgive us, master. Spare us, master." The golden pheasant elder's heaving chest settled down slightly. He called out, "Where's Song Ming?" Song Ming made his way over meekly and knelt on the ground. "Master." Suddenly, he felt an invisible force press down on him, pushing him to the ground. The golden pheasant elder said, "This is all because of you. If it weren't for a piece of trash like you, your senior brother wouldn't have. Fellow golden pheasant, no one expected something like this to happen. Why must you vent your anger on a junior?" A slow, leisurely voice rang out from the sky. Before anyone knew it, the green vine elder and the lone grave elder had appeared in the air. The one who spoke was obviously the green vine elder. The two of them exchanged glances, and they seemed to be smiling. The three mountains were both allies, but they also competed with one another. One was stronger than the other. The Pheasant's Grace Mountain had lost a genius disciple, which was great news to them. They were even happier than obtaining a demon core. The golden pheasant elder became furious again. His chest heaved up and down viciously again. "This is a matter of my Pheasant's Grace Mountain. It has nothing to do with you two old coots. Fellow golden pheasant, that's where you're wrong. Our three mountains are allies, so your enemy is obviously our enemy. Once you return, immediately issue a bounty for the three mountains." "We have to bring the culprit to justice," said the green vine elder. Who knew whether he was smiling or not from his mouth hidden under his beard? "Yes." The lone grave elder nodded. The golden pheasant elder was unable to turn him down. His desire to avenge his beloved disciple trumped his pride, but it had been a long time since he had been insulted like this. He ground his teeth and said, "If you find that kid, don't be in a hurry to kill him. Just contact me. I want to capture him alive and skin him alive to appease the hatred in my heart." Sacred Hall. Song Ming continued to lie on the ground. His face was ashen. Although he had survived, his future on the Pheasant's Grace Mountain could be regarded as gloomy once his master became disgusted with him. How did this happen? He could never have imagined that his eldest senior brother, who was in the 9th layer of chi refinement, would die at the hands of such a small fry. He had heard that master had given him 2 supreme-grade talismans. Even if he encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have a way to survive. How could he die at the hands of a small fry? The other disciples of the Pheasant's Grace Mountain lowered their heads in grief and fury. The divine heaven's heaven was them all. Although heaven. Sect King Out Yan heaven. In particular, the 2 8th-layer chi practitioners had always been firmly suppressed by the first senior brother, unable to catch a breather. Now that the first senior brother had passed away, they could obtain even more resources. They might even have the chance to inherit the position of sect master. Wasn't this fantastic news that had fallen from the heavens? Thinking of this, they exchanged glances and immediately turned away. Liev of Elder of Chen Out, He Chen, King out of Du Chi practitioners who are hated by Foundation establishment cultivators still have a way out. No one knew. Li Qingshan listened to them quietly. In the center of the mountain, in the depths of the earth, Li Qingshan had concealed all of his aura. He was like a hibernating toad, buried in the earth. Actually, even without purposefully concealing it, his aura was already extremely feeble. It was very difficult for people to detect him. His back had basically been charred completely. He could not feel anything at all. The tiny hole in his chest was currently ripping apart and growing larger bit by bit. Violent spiritual chi rampaged through his body. Even the spirit turtle's demon core was basically unable to suppress it. Who knew how many times he had braved death from a single encounter with a Foundation establishment cultivator? He had only barely managed to escape thanks to his talismans and the geographical advantage. However, he was still heavily injured. He was a mess from the inside out, completely immobilized by the earth. If he were a regular chi practitioner, he would have died already. However, he could not care about the danger he was in, nor did he care about his wounds. He focused all of his attention on his ears, using his extraordinary hearing to listen to the words on the ground. He was focused. And solemn. Only when the voices vanished did he suddenly smile. His smile gradually widened, revealing his ghastly, white teeth. Although there was no sound coming from it, the malevolence and insolence was becoming more and more intense. Sharp claws extended from his hands and feet, and his hair became scarlet red. At the same time, it spread throughout his body. His iron-black skin was densely covered in stripes that resembled tiger stripes. Even his eyes had become two beastly pupils filled with malice. He had actually broken through to the second layer of the tiger demon's fist of bone forging at a time like this. The path of the tiger demon could only be comprehended through intense battle. Li Qingshan had basically gone through 5 battles without stopping today. The masked man in black was the first battle, the truth-seeking society was the second battle, the Hawkwolf Guard was the third battle, the first senior brother was the fourth battle, and the golden pheasant elder was the fifth battle. Each battle was more intense and dangerous than the last. He was heavily injured and exhausted, and only then did he manage to carve out a path of survival. He had been pushed to the limit. If he could survive, then he would erupt. Li Qingshan began to struggle, producing a soundless roar. His long canines were like sharp daggers as his body gradually grew larger, pushing aside the rock around him and turning into his demon form. Demon chi surged, crushing and annihilating the foreign spiritual chi in his body. The hole in his chest shrank, and the wounds on his back closed up rapidly, returning to normal a while later. No, they had become even tougher than before. After the great damage, the ox demon forge's its hide had actually strengthened. It was like black metal had undergone another round of forging. Its defenses had doubled at the very least. Even if he was directly struck by a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he would not be damaged at all. Li Qingshan smiled in a self-deprecating manner. As it seemed, he would have to suffer a little more injuries in the future. With the powerful life force and regeneration of his demon body, he had completely recovered in a while. Letting out a gentle sigh, Li Qingshan used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression again and returned to human form. More accurately, he was half human, half beast. He did return to his original size, but he had a head of fiery hair, scarlet eyes, a mouthful of sharp teeth, and the pattern of a beast on his face. He did not seem human no matter how he looked at him. Li Qingshan could not be bothered with that. He found a direction and used his sharp claws to dig as hard as he could. An indescribable fire filled his heart, supporting his movements. The pitch-black soil seemed to become the faces of his enemies. He grabbed at them as hard as he could and ripped them apart. Only then could he ease the agitation in his heart. The tiger demon's main killer had the greatest influence on his mind. However, he no longer tried to control this influence and suppress this killing intent. Instead, he allowed it to blaze in his heart like a raging fire. Suddenly, his vision cleared up. He had finally dug out a cave that had not collapsed. He leapt down and turned around gracefully in the air, running towards the depths of the cave. In the desolate mountains, a child waited silently in a pit covered by the ocean. This was also the arrangement they had made. If they were separated, they would meet up at the entrance of another cave. She was expressionless and motionless. If it were not for her clothes fluttering in the wind, she would look like a marble statue standing in the snow from afar. However, her heart had long been like the magma under the icy plains, boiling hot and anxious. A black hoe that looked like a bear but was 3 or 4 times bigger took heavy steps in search of food in the forest. It suddenly sniffed, and a thick sandalwood fragrance came along with the cold wind. It passed through the dense forest and came to the edge of the pit. Looking down, it saw the motionless child. Saliva naturally flowed down. But then it hesitated. That child's body seemed to emit a formless radiance, holy and noble, awe-inspiring and inviolable. Buddhas bowed their heads to demons. Eminent monks walked the path, lions and tigers avoided them. However, in the end, the ferocity of its appetite overwhelmed its intelligence. It pounced towards the child, its huge body seeming incomparably light. Little and turned her head expressionlessly. Her glass-like eyes met its fierce gaze. It trembled all over. Flawless purity was also deep indifference. The clearest water could not contain a fish. She was not like a child, not even like a human. But then she suddenly turned her head, ignoring the black hoe that was already within reach. Her eyes rippled with heartfelt joy. At this time, her body suddenly became livelier. It was as if the exquisite puppet had turned into a human child. But Black Ho's eyes were filled with panic. Unable to care about the prey in front of it, it turned and fled. A terrifying aura was rapidly approaching. Not long after Hating escaped, a black silhouette pierced through the snow. Two glowing scarlet eyes appeared above Hating's head and casually swung its claws. Hating's brain immediately burst open and he fell to the ground with a whimper. But the black shadow was still not satisfied. Its long arm stretched out and pulled out a scalding heart. If a normal person saw this scene, they would definitely be frightened to the point of wetting their pants. Even chi practitioners would tremble in fear. But the child's face was full of joy. She blurted out, "Xianxia." The black shadow abruptly turned its head and stared straight at the child. The red light in its eyes gradually dissipated, and the dense killing intent on its body seemed to fade a little. It revealed a somewhat sinister smile. "This is the first time you've called my name." Facing Little N's worried gaze, Li Qingshan smiled. "I've broken through to the second level. How is it?" "Not bad, right?" With a casual wave of his hand, 4 deep claw marks were left on the stone wall 10 meters away. Little N nodded seriously, expressing her admiration for his new appearance. "My Little N sure has good taste." Li Qingshan laughed heartily. He picked her up and placed her on his neck, then walked into the cave. "Where are we going?" Little N asked. "To the underground meeting, of course." "Isn't it going to take many days?" "We need to prepare in advance to welcome our friends on the surface and do our duty as hosts." "Can I kill them all?" "Of course." End of chapter 238. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.